Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Silverstone for part 2 of this BRSCC and TCR UK race meeting on the Silverstone National Circuit. The sun, was shining yesterday. It's a bit more overcast this morning, but still a dry circuit and a track that provided plenty of entertainment across a busy opening half a day of racing. Today, though, we're racing all the way through with action from lots of fan favourite BRSCC championships, including, of course, TCR UK and the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. It's a short circuit, it only has 4 corners, but it is still a massively exciting track. Lots of overtaking opportunities, lots of slipstreaming opportunities, and as we saw yesterday, you can run side by side around pretty much the entirety of this circuit. Well, bright and dry conditions so far this morning. No wind, the temperature's starting to climb a little bit now, and we're expecting it to be pretty toasty by the time we get to the races later on this afternoon. But for the drivers this morning, it is a slightly chillier Silverstone that will greet them for our first set of races. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. I'll be joined later on in the day by Richard John Neal, but as we can see, we've got Miltech Sport Civic Cup cars on the grid, and that can mean only one thing, and that is that Paul O'Neill has graced us with his presence. He's made his way over to Silverstone for part 2 of this race event that already, of course, has had 2 Civic Cup races yesterday, another 2 for you to enjoy today, and we're kicking things off, Paul, with a reverse grid race, and that is never a bad thing.
Sorry, I'm with you now. Yes, of course, always an awesome place to be. We love Silverstone. We love the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. Watched it live yesterday. I know we had a little preview in the pit lane this morning for social media. Wow, what a race it was. Side-by-side action all the way through the field, but especially from the 2 guys battling for this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh Files and Max Edmondson were side by side for the entirety of the first 3 laps yesterday, which was quite the sight to see, and they kept it clean. Generally, there was a slightly hairy moment as they came down the pit straight at one point, but it was generally a very clean race and certainly a very exciting one, that is for sure. Now this one, we have this partially reversed grid, so the top 10 finishers from race 1 are reversed, and that gives us the grid for race 2. So it is Spencer Stevenson who gets pole position. He could be a shout for a good result here today, and he's got Daniel Petters alongside, then Lewis Kent and Josh Bromley with Alistair Camp and Dave Marshall on row 3. Dave Marshall was one of the stars of the show yesterday, charging from the back of the grid in one of the races to finish inside the top half dozen. Then Will Redford, who was on pole position actually yesterday afternoon, alongside Harvey Caton, who at last is a race winner in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. He starts on the inside of row number 4, and then the top 2 in the championship. Max Edmondson and Josh Files sharing row 5 with a lot of overtaking to be done if they're going to challenge for another race victory this morning. Then Alex Kite and Mark Hughes are on Jack Riddell and Wesley Swain are on row 6, Alex Kite and Mark Hughes on row 7, and row 8 Harry England and Jordan Brennan. Adam Durant and Aidan Hassan are together on row 9, and row 10 Jamie Petters and Scott Smith. Simon Welch and Jackson White are on the 11th row, Anthony Gannon and Gary Townsend row 12, with William Butt and Dennis Strandberg at the back. Now Dennis unfortunately retired to the pit lane early on in the race yesterday, in fact might not have even reached the start of the race, so that was a bit of a shame, but I'm excited, Paul, to see what he can do. He is a driver with plenty of tin top racing experience all over the world, particularly over in Scandinavia, had a stint in the British Touring Car Championship as well, and if they've got that car sorted, I'm hoping we'll see him move towards the front.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing what he could do. Spoke to him briefly the other day about coming to compete in this championship, and he said, I knew it was going to be hard, didn't think it'd be this hard. So he knows a little bit about this circuit and a little bit about these cars now, so I expect him to start picking people off. But just goes to show you can win all over the world, in Europe, and obviously he's at a high level in Britain as well. He's drove at, and just shows you really have to be on top of your A1 game to drive these cars.
Indeed. So we had 2 races yesterday. One of those was the race from Alton Park that wasn't able to take place. That one, in the end, won by Harvey Caton, but Josh Files crucially able to outscore Max Edmondson only by 1 place, so 2 points gained. But then in the second race, Files, the winner, with the fastest lap, took another 6 points out of Max Edmondson, and so that championship margin is just starting to creep down now. It's under 30 points for the first time in a while between Edmondson and Files. Josh knows the significance of trying to gain as many more points as he can here today.
This could be not any worse. Look where all that oil is, and they're all out of position because of it. I hope they've had direction about this.
Yeah, you would imagine so. That from a previous qualifying session where fluid has been laid down, but Spencer Stevenson will hope to avoid that now as he looks to make a rocket ship start from pole position and aim for race victory. The lights are out, then away they go. Max Edmondson away well there from the fifth row of the grid. He already is going toe-to-toe with Josh Files, but at the head of the field, Stevenson will hold on to the lead. Petters and Lewis Kent side by side for second place as they tip tentatively into Copse Corner for the first time, hoping that they've got some rear tyre temperature, hoping there's no fluid or cement dust on the racing line. Lewis Kent looking into second position, so Petters had a bit of a moment maybe through Copse Corner. He's down into fourth position. Josh Bromley then has moved into third. Keep an eye on the area cars behind. There they go. Look, Edmondson still ahead of Files and actually ahead of Will Redford as well. So Max Edmondson making good progress. Josh Files will be desperate to stay on his rear bumper.
Yeah, almost a finish of the lap, isn't it? Lap one nearly done, but that looks like Lewis Kent maybe having a look for the lead. Camp now down the inside. Oh, he's got it done, hasn't he? Yeah, this is going to be pretty impressive. This pretty steady start. Actually, no big sideways moments for anybody. Was that Kent again?
Yes, it was. Stevenson went wide. Redford coming back at Edmondson as well, but Spencer Stevenson made a bit of a mistake there. Got away with it, held on to the lead. A little bit of squeezing going on further back. That was Redford and Files. This is the danger of a reverse grid race, isn't it? Though those championship protagonists in the middle of the pack coming up against drivers who don't want to let them through easily, and this is where things can so easily go wrong. Through Copse Corner we go then. Stevenson leads the way. Kent second, Bromley third, Camp fourth. Daniel Petters was fifth, but has been now overtaken by Harvey Caton. He's got Dave Marshall to his outside, and then those top two in the championship as Lewis Kent goes for the lead.
Yeah, proper stuff, that left rear locking, but he's going to run wide. It's always the problem when you're trying to get down that inside of turn 3. That unweighted wheel will lock up, but they're going to be side by side again, are they? No, Kent has took the lead of this good and proper. It's now up to Bromley that looks like he's trying to battle for second place. Camp's down the outside of him, and there's 4 abreast, kind of, 2 by 2. Camp now looking pretty racy as well. Yeah,
this is much more like it from Campy, isn't it? Looks like he's maybe made a few changes to that FN2 overnight. He's up into third place then, ahead of Josh Bromley, but Lewis Kent will want to get his head down here, pull away. He knows there are quick drivers coming through the field, and he'll want to try and escape before they get there. Out through Woodcote we go then. 2 laps in the book. Kent leads the way. Stevenson now under threat from Alistair Camp, who, you're right, Paul, is absolutely flying and might be about to move into second place.
Yeah, he could get it done round the outside, but he'll have a lot of oil on his tires. Gets it done. And wow, absolutely no quarter given. That was proper stuff. And Caton's still in the mix. Well, having a great weekend, Caton.
What of Edmondson and Files? Well, they're on the back of this group, making steady progress through the order. Edmondson 7th, Files 8th, but Edmondson's up the inside of Dave Marshall. That was a pretty aggressive move. Squeaky clean, though, no contact made. He found a gap, was late on the brakes, but now finds himself on the outside looking in a way. He's on the right-hand side of the road, and we're about to turn left.
EP3 versus FN2, but Campy for me is looking like this could be oh, what a lunge, big lunge. Harvey Caton, is he going to get that done? That's a great move, but it's going to mean contact. Can he get it done? No, Bromley just squeezes in wide in the 37 round the outside, but he's going to have to cut back, and he's going to have to be careful. Championship leader is coming for him, Max Edmondson.
Yes, because Max did make that move, stick around the outside of Dave Marshall. Bromley, I think, getting a bit sideways over the curb there. Nervy stuff here for some of the drivers with championship aspirations. Look at Camp, though. He is going after Lewis Kent as they come across the timing line. That gap has come down again. He's peeking to the inside into Copse Corner and looks like he wants to get the lead away. Caton's out wide, Edmondson up the inside. Max is making better progress here than Files, isn't he?
Big time, and Dave Marshall's pushing them through as well, so that FN2 working. The 2 FN2s having a great weekend here. Who's that down the inside? Is that Files trying to get down the inside of Marshall? Just out of shot, can't get it done, but look at this, they're all running wide. Oh, this is going to get tasty. Max Edmondson now is going to pop into 4th, isn't he?
Looks like he might do. He's up alongside Spencer Stevenson. Josh Bromley up into 3rd position then, so Stevenson starting to slip down the order as Camp has a little nibble here at Lewis Kent for the race lead. Kent, though, driving defensively. Now, this will hold them both up. It will make the job easier for those behind to try and catch them if these two start to fight, but Lewis Kent does not want to give this lead away. He has not yet won a race in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, which is slightly difficult to believe, actually, given all of his previous experience and success. Whilst behind, they are 2 by 2 by 2. Brilliant side-by-side racing, Paul. This is what this track is great for.
Yeah, it's a bit like a carbon copy of the other day, isn't it? Where Will Max Edmondson nearly got turned round on the pit straight. I was watching that yesterday, but he's got the job done. Caton's trying to follow him through, and there's another 68 cars trying to follow them through. But like you say, 2 by 2, a lot of brake flashing coming on from some of the cars, and that is the pad knockoff. But Caton on the move again, done.
Yeah, and he's up the inside of Bromley. Here comes Files as well. So Files in the most recent lap has got past Spencer Stevenson, Will Redford, and maybe now Josh Bromley as well. So Files is starting to wake up a little bit, but Edmondson already through into third, and in clean air might now be able to start to take some time out of the leaders, who themselves are side by side again by the looks of it. Camp to the outside of Kent, Edmondson third, Caton fourth, and Files is on the outside of a 3-wide situation that had disaster written all over it as they headed towards Brooklands corner. Hopefully they managed to keep it clean. The leaders cycle through. Yes, Files is still there, but did end up losing out. I mean, he's in a nightmare position here, Paul. He just can't get out of this traffic.
Yeah, he can't, and that FN2 will be stronger in some places than his EP3, but weaker in others, and that's when you can be in a bit of a problem. The 2 leaders, though, are getting away, but Camp looks to me, his body language tells me that he's got the car to do it, and he needs to do it as fast as he can, but Kent knows where he's strong.
Yeah, Alistair, I'm sure, will be able to see in his mirrors that Edmondson is through to third place. He knows what that means. He knows that Max is probably going to start catching these two, and Camp needs to try and get the lead before that happens. Out towards Beckett's we go again then. Here, Josh Bromley attacking Spencer Stevenson. So this is for a position inside the top 5. And Stevenson, not for the first time, Paul, struggling to get the car stopped at Beckett's.
Yeah, he seems to be late on the brakes. The car's diving and the rears are locking up, and that's just making him not turn as much as he wants to and can. And the car is trying to rotate, and that's actually going to lose him a point there, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now to the outside goes Camp. He's tried this a few times, hasn't he? Kent isn't going to give him the inside line, that's for sure. So he's going to have to get adventurous here, Alistair, if he's going to try and get the lead. Whilst Harvey Caton is going with Max Edmondson. Now, we often say, don't we, that when you wait so long for your first victory, when you finally get it, Paul, that can be a real shot of confidence. And I think that's definitely the case for Harvey. He looks quicker now than we've seen perhaps ever from him.
I've never seen him this quick over a weekend. He looks absolutely spectacular, doesn't he? Yeah, he's making Max defend. Headlight to blaze for Max, but a lot of people down the inside of each other, and again, Files is in a really difficult position here, and Dave Marshall is right there with them.
Absolutely. Files then trying to find a way past Josh Bromley. Hasn't been able to make it stick yet, and Caton's got past Edmondson.
Wow.
Caton's got past Edmondson into third place, and here comes Files maybe having a go at Bromley. There's not quite the space, but Max Edmondson, rather than chasing after the leader, now starting to lose ground. He was actually a second slower than the leaders on the previous lap, and has now lost that third place. Files is up alongside Josh Bromley. Has Edmondson got a problem? Maybe. He looks slow down the back straight. I think Max Edmondson's got a problem. The championship leader is slowing down the back straight. He's losing positions, and Paul, we're only halfway through the race. Can he get it home?
Oh, that could be a gearbox issue of some sort. It looks like maybe he's struggling to get it into top gear. Let's see, because he looks good in the slow stuff. Maybe it's when he's trying to get into 5th gear down the back straight that it's struggling across the gate or something. He's back, though, because he's down the inside, is he, of Dave Marshall?
Yeah, so he's... where is he? Let's see. So that's third for Caton. It's 3 wide behind. That involves Files as well at the inside of Bromley.
Wow.
And Dave Marshall. But Josh knows that this is a golden opportunity now to get some points back. He's up the inside of both of them, and that will put him into 4th position. So all of a sudden, the tables have turned, and it's advantage Josh Files. But remember, Max Edmondson has not really had that many bad results. He's had 1 non-finish from Croft and another so-so finish earlier on in the season at Brands Hatch. They're his 2 drop scores, so he could afford to have another bad result, but he'd much rather be up there fighting with Josh.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking for him. He's just there, isn't he? He's right in front of Petters, is it?
So he's dropped back again.
Wow.
And you're right, it's at the 2 fastest parts of the track that he's struggling, so I think you might be onto something with the issue with 5th gear, because it's right in the second half of that Wellington straight, and I reckon that's probably about when you hit 5th.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it could be that gearbox problem. Sometimes the linkages just go a little bit squiffy on these cars. I know Lewis Kent had a gearbox change on Friday in testing, so a lot going on in this race, but the 2 leaders is status quo, and Lewis Kent is doing a great job holding off Alistair Camp.
Excellent man, status quo. Thank you for that reference, Paul. Down towards Copse corner they head. Edmondson slipping ever further back. I think this is more than likely going to become his drop score. With that in mind, Paul, I wonder whether it's almost worth him just retiring to the pit lane. It's going to be a drop score anyway. Give the team as much time as possible to get that car fixed before race 3 later on. I'm sure they will get it fixed anyway, but you could end up doing more damage by staying out there.
Yeah, maybe, but he's still in 7th, so yeah, it could be a little problem. It could just be a linkage issue. But if he does make another mistake in the gear change, we just have to see where he comes out down this back straight. It might have rectified itself, but I know these gearboxes are pretty special, but they're a bit of a nightmare sometimes.
He's all the way down in 14th now, Paul, though. He's going to be out of the points
so
before you know it. Oh, Dave Marshall up the inside of Bromley. This is for 4th position. Lots of drivers, by the way, being warned about track limits, but Dave Marshall is not one of them, and he is on the charge now. Nips up the inside. That was a brilliant little switchback move as Bromley drifted out wide, and Dave Marshall's got the inside line now through Woodcote towards the timing line with 5 minutes of the race to go. The lead gap, by the way, stretching out now towards 3/4 of a second, so Lewis Kent seems to have fended off Alistair Camp's charge for now. It's Caton 3rd, it's Files 4th, and it is now Dave Marshall in 5th position. So Dave Marshall up a place, and Max Edmondson, just to add insult to injury, now being warned about track limits.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's time to come in. I was misreading the graphics there. It's time to come in, I think, for him to give them the opportunity to fix it. Wow, Dave Marshall, he has properly had some close scrapes this weekend. Fair play. He doesn't give a monkeys, does he?
No, he will go for every opportunity, but just went for it a bit too hard there on the brakes into Beckett's, ran out wide. He will come back at Bromley now, though, if he's got a chance down the back straight, and may well try a repeat of the move that he made a lap ago, because Bromley isn't really defending the inside, but Marshall, interestingly, did not try to go for the inside line there. Now, this battle is backing them up into Redford, Stevenson, and Daniel Petters, who's hanging on in there in the top 10, and Jack Riddell into the top 10 as well. He's the sort of black and burgundy car at the back of this group, so it's a long line of cars now that stretches from 5th place all the way back to 10th position, and they've still got 4 minutes left to sort it out. They exit the final turn, and even Mark Hughes getting stuck in now.
Oh, lovely. Is that a move on Petters, is it?
Yes, Jamie Petters that will be, I think, isn't it? That's for about 13th place. Now, Mark Hughes is getting dangerously close to the top 10 here, isn't he? He'll be loving this.
Yeah, definitely. He'd be definitely loving this. He loves any kind of result like that.
Oh. Well, that was brave. Did he stay on the track? I'm not convinced he did, but anyway, carried lots of speed through Copse Corner. He's rejoined the circuit just ahead of that group, and yeah, nice to see some new faces starting to appear in the top half of the timing screen now. That's what we like to see. Out onto the back straight we go again then. Kent to Camp came down by a 10th, and Camp sets the fastest lap of the race at beyond 2/3 race distance. That's pretty impressive.
It is, but it's just where you pick the toe up. You're picking a toe up from the car in front, that hole punched in the air. Oh, big lock-up from Jamie Petters, that wasn't it?
Yeah, Daniel Petters, that was, yeah, in 9th position. Actually, I think he was 8th. He'd gone ahead of Spencer Stevenson and manages to fend Spencer off, in fairness. Right, 5-second time penalties coming for cars 11 and 37. Well, 37's Josh Bromley, who is up there inside the top 5, and 11 is, Dennis Strandberg, a bit further down the order, as now Josh Files sets the fastest lap of the race in his pursuit of Harvey Caton for 3rd.
Oh.
Gary Townsend.
Gary Townsend, he was off yesterday, wasn't he?
Yes, at Beckett, I seem to recall. Yeah. So I think he's had another moment there.
Caton's in 3rd class. This will be 3 podiums on the back.
Yes, it will, actually. And that is the kind of... Oh, my word, Daniel Petters. A few of them, I think, are struggling with brakes, aren't they? We saw that a bit yesterday. And Daniel Petters, that's a couple of times now we've seen him out braking himself. That did cost him that 9th position that he'd just taken from Spencer Stevenson, and promotes Jack Riddell potentially up into 9th place as well. As here, Dave Marshall to the outside of Josh Bromley, who, as I said, has just been given a 5-second time penalty anyway. But Dave Marshall with a round the outside pass for 5th position. That was a lovely bit of driving, full commitment. Again, you'd expect nothing less from Dave Marshall, and he's into the top 5 now on the road. He already was on corrected times, but he's into the top 5 on the road as well. So a minute and 3/4 to go. 2 more laps then of this race, I reckon. And Lewis Kent has been caught by Alistair Camp. Alistair Camp is only 3/10 adrift of the race leader now, so I wonder, Paul, whether he backed off deliberately mid-race to cool everything off and make one last run at Lewis, because look, he's right on him now with 2 laps to go.
Wow, and he's really in striking distance now. When them rears lock up, like you've seen from Lewis Kent, he gets to the apex fantastically. He's going to be a difficult character to get past, I'll be really honest, but when you start locking those rears up on them in P3s, it usually means the pedal's just going a little bit longer because of pad knockoff, so that's when you see mistakes. If Alistair can get within striking distance, you might see a lock up.
Edmondson in the pit lane, by the way. He dropped outside of the top 20 and has now pitted, so this will be a 2nd second non-finish for Max Edmondson. You can drop your 2 lowest scores, so that's it. He's used his lives up now as far as drop scores are concerned. Remember, you can't drop any results from the final round at Silverstone later in the year. Here comes Camp meanwhile on the inside of Kent. There was almost contact there as they came off the corner. That was very, very close to disaster, but with one more lap to go, Alistair Camp is building up for a real challenge. He's got the inside line towards Cops Corner, and this could be a last lap pass for the victory. Alistair Camp up the inside line has gone past his area motorsport teammate for the lead, and Lewis Kent's dreams of a maiden victory in the championship, well, they might not be completely over, Paul, but he's really going to have to work for it.
I'll tell you how impressive that was. He had to brake to not hit the back of Lewis Kent, but still got the run on him. This is going to be impressive now. This is Lewis Kent back for the lead, and this car's so strong, the EP3, he's going to have to squeeze him here. Is he that kind of driver? He's not. I can't leave. This is going to be awesome. 2 to the line now.
Oh, side by side down the Wellington Straight. We've got 2 more proper corners to go. Camp on the inside, Kent on the outside line. Place your bets, everyone. Who's going to get the victory? Lewis Kent is desperately late on the brakes. Can he tough it out around the outside? I think he will. That will give him the inside line for Luffield Corner. Beautiful. Again, plenty of space left by Alistair Camp, who tries to keep the momentum going round the outside through Luffield. It's going to be another drag race to the line, but it's a drag race that I think Lewis Kent might win. It's going to be almost a dead heat. Get the photo finish camera ready. Who will get the victory? We look towards the timing screen. It's going to be almost a dead heat at the line by 12 thousandths of a second. Camp has got it by a whisker over Lewis Kent, having gone round the outside of the double former TCR UK champion at the final corner. Phenomenal racing, and Campy, provisionally anyway, has got the win. They will definitely take a look at the photo finish camera just to be certain, so we'll keep an eye on that. Anytime it's that close at the finish, they will always go back and look at the footage just to be sure, but the timing screen has it as Camp by 12 thousandths of a second after a sensational side-by-side battle around basically the entirety of the final lap of racing, and that is Miltech Sport Civic Cup racing at its finest. Fantastic stuff. Lewis Kent will be a little bit miffed, I think it's fair to say. 12 thousandths of a second away from his maiden victory in the championship, but it's another win for the master, Alistair Camp, who, well, what a turnaround in performance that's been from yesterday. Campy the victor, Lewis Kent second, Harvey Caton third, and Josh Farrs fourth. It's another Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, with Dave Marshall in his privately run FN2 coming home inside the top 5. Will Redford was 6th ahead of Spencer Stevenson, with Daniel Petters, Jack Riddell, and Wesley Swain completing the top 10. Josh Bromley was 11th, Alex Kite was 12th ahead of Harry England, and Mark Hughes in 14th place. Scott Smith was 15th ahead of Jordan Brennan and Aidan Hassan. Adam Durant, Jamie Petters and Dennis Strandberg 20th after his time penalty. Will Butt was 21st ahead of Anthony Gannon and Jackson White. Then Simon Welch a lap down after a late pit stop. Max Edmondson retiring to the pit lane, his second non-finish in almost as many races actually, because remember he retired from the second race at Croft last time out as well. So that's 2 retirements in quick succession, and all the while Josh Files is just steadily scoring the points, so that will bring the gap down at the top of the championship table by quite a margin. Well, what a brilliant start to the day that was. The Civic Cup putting on a show for us, as always they do, but that was a particularly exciting race and a particularly exciting finish. And the good news is we get to do it all over again a little bit later on this afternoon. Their second race will be at 3:20 there or thereabouts. Well, their second race of the day, their fourth actually of the weekend, will be at about 3:20 in the afternoon. And it will be another fascinating race with, of course, the quick drivers back at the front, because we'll not be having another reverse grid race as that one was. But Alistair Camp with a fantastic, tenacious bit of driving there. It really looked like Lewis Kent had got him round the outside at Brooklands, but Camp able to keep the momentum up round the outside at Luffield, got to the line first by a nose, and the best thing about all of that, and I'm sure this is a point that Paul will be making in his interviews very shortly with both drivers, was that it was squeaky clean racing, not a hint of paint traded or contact, and great racing respect given. They are teammates, you would expect that of them, I suppose, but yeah, that was pretty exciting stuff. Now, in the context of the championship then, so Files ended up, where did he end up? 4th in that race, so he will score reasonably well. He's going to score about 27 points, but Edmondson will gain back 27 points, which was his previous drop from the reverse grid race at Brands Hatch. So in a way, they both ended up scoring the same number of points. So actually the gap won't come down but Edmondson's used up both of his drops. Now, to put that into context, Josh Files is dropping 51 points because he's not had a single non-finish over the whole season yet. He scored 21 points in that reverse grid race at Brands Hatch. That was his worst finish of the year. And I think his other one might be a third place. I don't think he's been off the podium in any other race this year. No, he's not. So he's dropping a third and about a sixth, I think that is, from Brands Hatch, whereas Edmondson is now dropping 2 non-finishes. So I think this is still going to be advantage Edmondson as far as the points are concerned, but the pressure's on now. We've still got another 7 races left this season, and he can't afford another issue. So, yeah, the pressure definitely on for the reigning champion. But he's grown accustomed to dealing with pressure of late, and he doesn't tend to buckle under it. That wasn't a mistake by Max after all. That was a mechanical failure that's taken him out of contention in that one. So, you know, generally speaking, I don't think it'll phase him too much, but certainly heading to Thruxton, which is a bit of an unknown next time. We've never raced there in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup before. We don't really know what's going to happen. That could be a little bit of a car killer, couldn't it? Maybe we're going to get a slightly higher attrition rate there, and you would want to go to a circuit like that knowing that you've got some drop scores in your pocket should it all go wrong. So we're just waiting, I believe, to get hold of some of the drivers down in Parc Ferme. Alistair Camp, I believe, proving a little bit tricky to get hold of, understandably, because he's probably off celebrating with the team, family, and maybe even just having a good old chat with Lewis Kent about that, because that was a phenomenal finish between the two of them. Might possibly be the closest ever finish in Civic Cup history. We'll try and get that information for you by the end of the day. Right then, let's head down there and hear from our podium finishers with Paul O'Neill.
That was just like being at a horse race. Unbelievable stuff. And the fastest horse?
With the biggest nose?
Mate, Alistair Camp, what a win that was. Absolutely stunning. You left it late.
Yeah, I thought I was running out of time, but yeah, I was trying to get us a gap at the first, because obviously I'm battling with Hob for the championship now, so I was just like, I'll be happy for second just to get some points back what I've lost this weekend. And I just seen Lewis's front 10 through turn 1 starting to lose a bit, and he was starting to run track limits, and I thought, might have a chance here. The lads put 5 minutes left on the board, so I knew he had roughly about 4 laps. So yeah, we just made it count, and yeah, I didn't expect to get a run, but he slipped on something out of the last turn, which initially set up the initial overtake. So there was something down on oil, and he went wide. I managed to get the undercut underneath, and yeah, and then the next lap I was on the outside. I thought, well, I can't get in now. So it's just, and I didn't know it was the last lap because I didn't see the last lap board. So I kept it pinned. I seen a flag, and I'm just looking at his car thinking, who is it? And now it's a great battle, mate.
Was you just trying to not hit the rev limiter on the way up to that line, because that was, yeah, that is a difficult thing to do, isn't it? But the lead up to the first initial overtake was an interesting one, because you had to have a little brake check, didn't you? Because you're nearly at the back of him. That's fair play.
Yeah, like I say, it's just because you're on the limit that much with them and you're that close. I don't want to nudge him and then cause an overtake through nudging him. So it's just like you're trying to be as respectful as you can, which you've seen side by side with each other. Couldn't give each other any more room than what we did. But yeah, no, it was great. But I think that initial brake check helped me set it up to come round. So because them FN2s, to get them to rotate, you've literally got to pitch the thing and hope for the best. But no, it's a good battle.
Yeah, it was good. Dave Marshall was rapid yesterday. Have you learnt anything from what he had on his car, or was it just a set of decent tyres and you went away from there?
You were just too high on the rear tyre pressure yesterday, so we've dropped them and it's helped massively today. It was just, I didn't have any faith in the car to attack yesterday, so every time I went into the corner it was just oversteering everywhere, so hence why I was like running off the track and everything at turn 1, down into heavy braking zones, just didn't dare. Like, I could do it, but it was sketchy and I didn't want to, like I say, cause a crash, so we just dropped him today and it seems to be, well, it seems a lot better, but I'm sure they'll be going back up this afternoon when it gets hotter.
So what's that mean for the last race then?
Hope for the best again, we're off 4th, so hope for the best. Hold on and hang on.
I like your style, mate. Listen, you go and get back with the team. Spot on. That is an absolutely beautiful win, that from Alistair Camp. Love that race. Proper stuff. What we got next? Back to you guys.
Well, what we've got next is some junior racing, Paul, because it's the Ginetta Junior Championship that are heading out on to the circuit next, and they put on a very good show yesterday, their first of 3 races this weekend. Certainly created a fair amount of drama, and, well, we expect much the same, I would have thought, in the second race that is about to come now. It was a race yesterday won by Ethan Jeff Hall, with Charlie Hart second and Isaac Phelps in third position. The big story, I suppose, was Chase Fernandez getting himself involved in a a clash out on track that led to a not a non-finish. He was at 17th in the end with broken rear suspension, but a fair chunk of points lost as a result of that, which was a bit of a shame. But we'll see what happens now in the second race of the weekend then, which is coming up now, and it will see Ethan Jeff Hall start once again from pole position. Alongside him will be Isaac Phelps, and then Chase Fernandez back at the pointy end of the grid. So he's really benefited from the fact that the grid for this race is based upon second fastest qualifying times, not race 1 results. Then it will be on the second row with him, Alfie Slater, Jude Peters and Marcus Sater together on row number 3, with Charlie Hart and Archie Clark on the 4th row together. Then Henry Jocelyn and Ruben Dang complete the top 10. Torin Byrne and Ethan Carney on row 6, with Tom Ingram Hill and Colin Cronin on the 7th row. Tisu Mabunda and Harry Moss share the 8th row. Harry was given a penalty as well for an on-track incident yesterday. Then 9th row for Alfie Davis and Holly Mile, with Felix Livesey, James Ellis and Jack Robinson completing the back of the grid. So championship-wise, what does all of this mean? Well, Ethan Hall notched up his 6th victory of the season to extend his championship lead now to 51 points over Charlie Hart, but that is before dropped scores, and I'm fairly certain Charlie will be dropping maybe a couple more points than his rival, and so that might just tighten things up ever so slightly. So we'll see what comes of that. But Charlie Hart's a little way back, and Chase Fernandez about 8 points or so, I think, behind Charlie Hart as well. So really, the onus is on the likes of Charlie and Chase to try and take some points back out of Ethan Jeff Hall. But that, I think, will prove difficult given the fact that Ethan has notched up another race victory already yesterday and starts this race from pole position. So, Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Richard John Neal joining me now for Ginetta Juniors once again. And yesterday's race gave us plenty of moments to talk about, but a lot of them did involve the eventual race winner, didn't they? Some brilliant overtaking from Ethan.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Spoke to Phil Glue afterwards about that karting move. There were many moves, actually, but there was a kind of definitive one going into Brooklands where he nipped down the inside. And there's always loads of debates about that sort of move, because when you do a karting move, if there's room it works, if it doesn't, it can be a different story. But he was a heroist. It was a really, really good drive. Got the lead, lost it, got it back again. Fine racing all the way through from both, well, I was going to say everybody actually over the course of the day, but rightly maybe a lot of focus on the 2 junior formulae that we have with us at the RSC this weekend. And yeah, we're starting to campaign for that junior festival.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a terrific idea. We've got a taste of that this weekend with the Ginettas and the Fiesta Juniors sharing the package, and a lot of good comments on social media yesterday evening regarding the driving standards actually across the 2 junior categories, and comparing them to some other championships out there. So yes, nice to see that we're getting some good recognition, positive recognition for driving standards these days in junior racing. Long may that continue. So Ethan Jeff Hall then is starting from pole position. Isaac Phelps will be starting alongside him on that front row of the grid. Now Isaac is down in 6th place in the championship, but he's had a couple of non-finishes along the way, or one non-finish and a poor finish, I think, in a race at Snetterton last time out, so he's dropping fewer points than some of those ahead of him. That might help bring him back into championship contention. Isaac was a contender for wins here back in May when we raced on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit earlier on in the year, and that was a weekend that saw 3 very exciting races, and the first one won by Henry Jocelyn actually, and he was a factor throughout that weekend, but of course a much different kind of circuit, the national layout to the Grand Prix layout, and this is a version of Silverstone that tends to produce even closer racing, so it can be a bit of a lottery sometimes as to who's going to come out on top at the end of the race, and it's all about positioning yourself in the right place at the right time at the very end of the 20 minutes, which are about to start, because the green flag, I think, is about to be waved from the back of the grid. The cars more or less now are lined up where they ought to be, and we wait for the red lights to go on, the revs starting to rise then, and the second race of the weekend in the Ginetta Junior Championship here from the Silverstone National Circuit then about to get underway. Can Ethan Jeff Hall get his 7th victory of the season, or is his momentum going to be stopped by some of his championship rivals? Let's find out then. The revs starting to rise, the lights go out, and away we go, and a pretty even start from most of the drivers really across the top half of the grid. It's usually once the cars get up to speed on the run towards Beckett's that we see the first major moves being made, but so far so good for Ethan Jeff Hall. He holds on to the lead heading into Copse Corner. Bit of a move being made there by Felix Livesey further back in the number 31, charging around the outside of a couple of drivers as they head down towards Beckett's then. Ethan Jeff Hall leads the way, Phelps slotting into second, Fernandez third, and they all get very close on the brakes into Beckett. Somehow none of them get fired out wide, and I think they all held on to their positions, but that was a very defensive Ethan Jeff Hall there, Richard, just sort of backing the group of cars up behind him.
He might have to do that for the next 20 minutes if he's not careful, and yeah, really good start. Want to shout out for Jude Peters, who's in 5th, best qualifying for him over the course of the season, the reigning Ginetta scholar, but they break ranks. This is where it all could start to get interesting, and it's Fernandez going to the outside into Brooklands, round the outside of Phelps, tees up the inside for the second part of the complex, and it's still Jeff Hall out front, so Ethan Jeff Hall the leader, and Chase Fernandez picks off that position up into P2, and the race for the lead starts here for him.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move that from Fernandez, wasn't it? Round the outside, someone's in the gravel further back. Hopefully they'll dig their way back out, but Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez then lead an R Racing 1-2 as they come across the line, but Chase Fernandez, not content with sitting in second place, wants to go through into the lead if he can. Off towards Copse Corner then, they head through the right-hander, tyres screeching in protest as they accelerate down towards Beckett's corner then. Chase Fernandez into second. Now, will he try the same move against Ethan Jeff Hall, I wonder, as they get down the back straight? He's pushing his teammate for now, content to work with him into Beckett, but I wonder whether down this next straight, Richard, we might see Chase try and go for the lead.
Yeah, it's all about timing, isn't it, here? He'll want to know, in the early stages of the race, the driver wants to know, as we see Jude Peters being challenged for that 5th place, the driver wants to know that he can get in front. He wants to know which part of the track that he can make the move on, get in front. May not matter too much if he loses out towards the later stages, because it all becomes that proverbial game of chess a little bit later on. Timing, of course, absolutely crucial. But at the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall still out front, Fernandez in second, maybe keeping a watching brief, as Marcus Sater sets about the number 70 car of Jude Peters. Lost one place. Sato, who was a real star on Anglesey a few weeks ago, makes it through. Jude Peters off and on the gravel, but gets it all back on track. So Henry Jocelyn, I think he's going to make the position on the inside of him. Yeah,
I don't think Jude was the only one to be in the gravel there. There was already gravel being kicked up from the group of cars ahead, so it's all getting a bit feisty in the early stages of this one. The R Racing drivers for now working together at the front, and Jude Peters the one slipping back. He's got Ruben Dan behind him now in the yellow and black Elite Motorsport car, and Ruben sort of on the back end. In fact, he's in the top 10 now, in 10th position at the end of lap number 2. Leaders, though, descend upon Beckett's once again, and the top 3 just starting to make a break. It's Alfie Slater in 4th, who's slipping backwards. Charlie Hart has picked up a couple of spots from where he started 7th, running in 5th at the moment, as once again we've got drivers out wide, and that's not Peters again, is it? I think it was Jude Peters on the grass. He is not having a fun time at the moment.
Hey Jude, don't make it bad.
Oh, very good, very good.
He's really getting to grips with this formula now, and as a scholar, and remember freshman, because he's a rookie, if we want to call it that, or freshman as Ginetta call them, really bedding himself in well, hopefully setting himself up for another good season, as we watch Charlie Hart, who timed yesterday's race well. I sensed no frustration on the podium yesterday about P2. He was happy with that. Yeah. And equally, as I said in the interview, he looks confident enough. He knows he's got the win in him. It's just going to be at the right time.
Yes, and I can imagine when it finally does come, which it will, I'm sure, there's going to be a real sort of release of emotion, because second place is nice, but he's been so close on so many occasions to getting the win. He has finished second place 6 times this season and has not yet been able to convert it into a race win, but he knows if he's going to win this one, he needs to try and get on terms with the leading group as soon as he possibly can. He's got Marcus Sater right in front of him now as they turn into Beckett, and they're both catching up to Alfie Slater, so if he can get past those 2 R Racing cars, he might have half a chance of chasing after the leaders. Jude Peters is back ahead of Ruben Dan, by the way. I'm not entirely sure how he's managed that. He's still in 9th position despite the grass tracking that he did at this part of the circuit a lap ago. And Jude, interestingly, not yet choosing to defend from Ruben either as they head down the back straight. Ruben may think about going to the inside. He does think about going to the inside under braking, but opts not to go for the move, as Charlie Hart is going for the move around the outside of Marcus Sater.
He is. Charlie having a good go. Let's have a look. We've got Slater there in the mix as well. So Chase Fernandez still up with Ethan Jeff Hall. The interesting thing for me yesterday was how the various teammates they do work with each other to a certain extent, but not as much as I thought they might.
No. They often say they will, and then when the red mist descends, that all sort of goes out of the window. But, you know, they've all paid to be there at the end of the day. It's not like Formula One where they're on extortionate salaries to represent a team. You know, they've all paid to be on the grid, and they all deserve to have the chance, don't they, really, to go for a good result. Maybe in the last round of the championship you might see some of them, you know, one of their teammates is in contention for the title and they're not. That's sometimes when you see the teamwork. That's not teamwork, is it? That was Jude Peters. Guess where he's going? He's heading for the grass again, coming out of Beckett's corner. He will have a few people on his hit list, I think, at the end of this race, because that's 3 times now that he's been nerfed out wide, and I don't think it's been his fault on any occasion.
No, there was. I was chatting to tcruk, who's the Fiesta Junior coordinator, and they had a few things to deal with in the Clark, of course. And she said, "Thought that was bad. The queue at the Ginetta one was even longer."
They do put it all on the line, don't they? And they put on a good show whilst they do it, but occasionally they will maybe take it a bit too far. But that's all part of the learning process, isn't it? I think we can sometimes be a bit too hard, actually, on junior racers for driving standards and contact and penalties and things like that. But they've got to learn, and, you know, you don't learn it from a textbook. You've got to go out there and, you know, what you think might work in principle, when you try it and it goes wrong, that's how you figure out, actually, no, I can't do that going forward because I'm going to get a penalty for it. So, you know, I'm all for it. They've got to be strict with these things, but I also believe that there is a lot for these drivers to learn, and it will take them a while to learn it all. That looked to me like Harry Moss maybe rejoining from the pit lanes. I think he's had to have a visit to the team. Yes, he has. So he's fallen a lap down, as here Charlie Hart is on the tail of Alfie Slater and going for 4th place.
He's having a go, but they've got a little bit of a gap, haven't they, to catch up the top 3 at the moment. Hart, though, will do what he needs to do for the moment to start to make that progress, and he's got that carrot in front of him, that group of 3 leading it. If these guys sort themselves out and work together, they might be able to close in. But it's not easy, is it? Because suddenly it's 3 wide going down into Brooklands. Alfie Slater still at the head of this group. How's it all going to pan out as they come down into Brooklands?
Not well.
Not well.
That was rather predictable, I think, really. Was that Livesey that went round? No, it wasn't Felix Livesey, was it? Whoever it was on the outside, Archie Clark, wasn't it? Went round the outside of them all, and I always felt was likely to end up getting elbowed out wide, and he did, but thankfully rejoined safely. He's not that far behind that group and might still be able to regain those lost places. But at him, anything you can do, I can do better, says Marcus, and he's going to reclaim that place, or is he? He's charging up the middle of all of them. Goes Alfie Slater, that was, I think, who doesn't make the corner and will actually end up falling to the back of the group. I think he rather missed his braking point then, Richard.
He did a little bit, but he's got a bit of breathing space and he can close in because there's a lot of squabbling and not working with each other. You think someone would take the lead, Jestick? That's a good shout. Yeah, Charlie Hart was 5th, wasn't he?
Yeah.
At that point yesterday, and I said fancy Charlie for the win. Didn't get it, but he was hot on the heels of the race leader by the end of the race.
Yes, he was, and he's in about 5th place now as well. I say about because he was side by side with somebody heading towards Brooklands, and it's changing by the corner. That's Isaac Phelps now coming round the outside. He buys into all of this. Henry Jocelyn, I should say. Henry Jocelyn, we haven't really mentioned in this race very much, but he is up behind Charlie Hart now. That will be 5th position, I reckon, as they charge down towards the pit straight once again. There are the leaders. Had we called Fernandez in the lead? I don't think we'd noticed that, but anyway, I doubt he battled too hard with Ethan Jeff Hall, and they are now running in the opposite order. So Fernandez leading, Jeff Hall 2nd, and Isaac Phelps keeping a watching brief in 3rd.
That's what we had yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually the same race, viewers, if you're tuning in.
Oh, so we know what's going to happen then. That's something we never know with Ginetta Juniors, is what's going to happen next, but you would say there's a good chance it's going to go down the same way as it did yesterday, because again, Fernandez and Jeff Hall, they might be content to work together for the first 2/3 of the race, but in the last 5 to 7 minutes they're going to try and go for the win, aren't they? And that is when the battling can start, and if this lot do start to run single file a bit more, they might not be out of it.
It looks like they're settling down a little bit maybe into that. Perhaps I need to write it down. They're all over the place, and then as viewers might know, yesterday every time I wrote something down it went pear-shaped.
Yes, Richard has got the pen of doom out and uncapped, so it's ready. So we'll see whether that comes into play over the second half of the race.
They look like they're behaving themselves now, don't they? They've heard the Andy McEwen message from the radio.
As if their jobs weren't hard enough already, they're listening to the commentary whilst they race as well. That's something I wouldn't wish on anyone. Across the line they go. They are definitely running single file though, and I think for the first time maybe all race they haven't changed position on that lap. We didn't have a single change of position inside the top 10, so maybe they finally realised that that's the thing to be doing. Perhaps it was just a case of Charlie Hart getting to the front of the group. Maybe he is the quickest of that group, and that's now sort of forcing them all to follow in his wheel tracks and chase after the leaders, who arrive down at Beckett's corner. So what's the starting point? They're about 4 seconds behind the leading 3. So let's watch that over the next few laps, particularly if we start getting some side-by-side racing here at the front. I expect that gap could come down. It was coming down by a second a lap at one point yesterday, wasn't it?
It was. Whether it's going to do that now they're breaking ranks. They're going to throw it all up in the air. Charlie Hart's the alpha dog of the B group at the moment. Chase Fernandez the alpha dog of the top group, but they're breaking ranks and sorting themselves out at the moment, though. Hart has still got a car behind him, which is good. So they're all shuffling. Of course, Marcus Sater wants to get further up in the mix and lead the chase. It's Jocelyn that's now chasing the 50 car of Charlie Hart. Leaders 4 seconds out. It's gone out the squabbling, hasn't done them any favours, and this group's actually getting bigger now.
Yeah, it is actually, isn't it? Because I think Ethan Carney's joined in at the back of that group, and maybe Felix Livesey as well. So there are 2 or 3 more drivers now starting to tag along. Through we go then. The lead gap is 2 tenths. They pulled about 8 tenths of a second though over Isaac Phelps in third, so Isaac might be in danger of slipping away from the leading 2 ever so slightly. And that might just mean that Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez are content to work together a little bit longer. If they can see they're breaking away from Isaac as well, then they might feel that it's a good thing to just wait until the last couple of laps before sorting it out. Here comes Charlie Hart in 4th, Jocelyn 5th, 6th Sater, 7th Archie Clark, 8th Alfie Slater, 9th there is Ruben Dan running wide, and 10th position is Ethan Carney. Felix Livesey not far behind him, and then a bit of a gap back to Tom Ingram Hill in 12th position. The leaders, though, definitely dropping Isaac Phelps now, aren't they? Yeah,
I just want to give a quick shout-out to Archie Clark. Fastest lap again, had that yesterday.
Yeah.
The fine traditions, the motorsport competitive genes very much at play there. I'm sure his late granddad will be smiling at him from on high.
Very much so. Henry Jocelyn will be smiling as well, because he's just gone past Charlie Hart for 4th position. So whether they lost a lot of time doing that, I'm not so sure, but they have at least got back into single file order again now, heading out of Woodcote. Let's see what the gap is then. As Isaac Phelps, of course, drifts away from the top 2, he starts to lose his slipstream as well, but he's still lapping more quickly than the cars behind him, so pretty safe in 3rd for now. Phelps then now into 4th, and Charlie Hart, is he going to try and get back past him at the first opportunity, or is he content to work with him? Well, maybe content to work together, because he sits on the rear bumper of the number 26 car, gives him a good old shove down towards Beckett's. Bit of bump drafting, which is something we typically see around this circuit in this style of racing, and if they keep on doing that, 2 cars working together should be faster than a group of cars battling. And Charlie Hart, let's see, this is where the telling moment, isn't it? Does he choose to get alongside Henry Jocelyn? The answer appears to be no.
He wants to work with him. They can see the cars in front. They're running out of time. There's only 5 minutes left on the clock. Fernandez and Jeff Hall still there, P1 and 2. Surely that's where the win's going to come. As you said, Isaac Phelps will be frustrated to have dropped about a second back. That could come back to him, though, once Ethan Jeff Hall decides he wants another win, which I'm sure will be the mindset. He wants to beat Chase Fernandez. They may be great friends, but they're teammates, and the championship is at stake. Those 2 front runners, and it could make the difference at the end of the season come Brands Hatch. That extra place could make the difference. And Ethan Jeff Hall just coming offline, they're starting to think about having a look, and that sends a message to Chase.
Chase could really do with the points as well, not just to try and beat Ethan Jeff Hall, but he's only 8 points behind Charlie Hart for 2nd place in the championship at the moment, so he'd like to try and overhaul that deficit if he can, with Charlie down in 5th at the moment. A win for Fernandez could make quite a big difference in the battle for the runners-up spot, and of course it means that he'll take a couple more points out of Ethan Jeff Hall, the championship leader as well. Here comes that 2nd pack of cars then through Beckett's 4th position they're fighting over, and it is still Henry Jocelyn from Charlie Hart from Marcus Sater the order at the front of this group. Clark and Alfie Slater next in line. Who's going to break ranks this time? Charlie Hart pulling to the inside, more to defend, I think, really, from Sater than it was to attack Henry Jocelyn, but Jocelyn comes over to defend nonetheless. They hit the brakes into Brooklands corner, and the leaders make their way up towards Luffield with 4.5 minutes remaining. So still time for a handful more laps here. I don't think Ethan Jeff Hall really needs to make his move here until the very last lap of the race. So I think for now, this is maybe not the battle to be focusing on. It is that fight for 4th position, which is about to come into view up at the top of the screen. Across the line go the leaders, and it's still only 2 tenths between them. 1.7 seconds back now to Isaac Phelps in 3rd. Jocelyn is still 4th, but Charlie Hart getting elbowed out wide over the curb by Marcus Sater, who could bring some friends with him on the inside line.
Yeah, Marcus is going to do that, isn't he? And it's Archie Clark who looks to try and follow through. Not sure whether he's going to get that complete or not. We're at the wrong angle to see whether he has got that move done, but it's just play swapping at the moment, and Jocelyn probably in the best position to be out front, but Hart's got to do... You do all the work early on, and then it just gets all undone, and you've got to start again. It's a constant battle in any form of junior racing.
It is, and especially at a circuit like this one with all of the slipstreaming that goes on, it's really a high-speed chess match. If you make the wrong move, not only might you not gain a place, but you could end up losing 3 or 4, and that's what Charlie Hart is in danger of doing here. He's already been overtaken by Marcus Sater. He's got Alfie Slater coming up behind him as well, and Archie Clark to the outside. Archie, I don't think he's going to make that one work though, so Charlie Hart manages to keep the number 43 car behind him and only loses 1 position, but he's lost a lot of momentum and lost quite a bit of time to the 2 cars ahead of him. So Charlie will once again get his head down, try to chase after the group of cars ahead. He is, of course, an elite motorsport driver, though, and so is Archie Clark. So the one advantage to this is he's now got a teammate behind him who might actually be willing to work with him to try and close in on the cars ahead. The leaders, though, exit Copse Corner, and this looks a little bit racier now, doesn't it? Ethan Jeff Hall pulling out of the slipstream as they head towards Beckett's Corner, and he has decided that now is the time to go for the race lead.
Yeah, he was starting to do it, wasn't he, just towards the end of that previous lap, and it's notice of intent now. And what sort of message does that send to Chase Fernandez? Was Chase waiting for him to make a move? We'll see whether Ethan's going to get his moment in the lead. He's certainly having a go for it. Chase not making life easy, as you would expect. Once he relinquishes the lead, again, it could all be about timing.
It could indeed, bit of squeezing going on there as they both try and get the side draft on each other down the Wellington Straight. Fernandez so late on the brakes, though. That was really impressive. That's the part of the circuit, remember, where Ethan was making all of his good moves yesterday, but Chase Fernandez proving that he is capable of taking the fight to Ethan in a braking duel. How important could that prove to be on the final lap of the race? We are 2 laps away from the checkered flag. We've also had a few notifications of time penalties, I presume for track limits. One of them for Henry Jocelyn in 4th position. Both he and Felix Livesey down in 11th being handed 5-second time penalties. 2 laps to go though, and the leaders side by side towards Copse.
They are. How is this going to pan out? You've got to take your hat off to both of these racers. They've got to the front, they've pulled away from Isaac Phelps, and now realising that the end of the race is nigh, can start to sort it out. And Fernandez side by side with Ethan Jeff Hall, the attacker, but Fernandez has got the line coming into the corner. Great shot of them working the wheel. Fernandez still working hard. Is Ethan just trying to work out where the best place to do it is? Now would be a good time.
Well, the thing is, he's going to struggle to outbrake Chase at the end of the Wellington Straight. That was his big weapon yesterday, wasn't it? He knew he could outbrake anybody into this next corner at Brooklands, but today that might not be the case. Fernandez defends the inside. Ethan Jeff Hall does try and send it around the outside line. He wants the lead, doesn't he? Doesn't want to leave this until the final lap. He wants to get through as soon as he can, but Chase Fernandez is, so far, providing answers to all of the questions posed to him by Ethan Jeff Hall. And look what's starting to happen as they battle. The 3rd place man, Isaac Phelps, is just slowly starting to close that gap. 1 more lap to go. Whether he can close in on them, I'm not so sure, but certainly Chase Fernandez is going to have some defending to do on this final tour.
That run down the straight and into Brooklands was great ownership of the lead, I thought, there by Chase Fernandez. Defended well, defended cleanly. He wasn't overly defensive first part of the straight, went across, took the track when he needed to, and had to force Ethan Jeff Hall to the outside, but he's now on the inside and trying to squeeze his way through into the lead. Has he got it?
He's got the momentum, he's got the inside line. We know he's got good braking capabilities, and I wonder whether he'll have the lead by the time they exit Beckett's Corner. I think he will. Fernandez, though, sticks it out around the outside. Brilliant driving from Chase Fernandez. He is still there on the outside line, and Ethan Jeff Hall, in fairness, left him plenty of space. Well, we've had 1 photo finish already today. We might be in store for another one. They are neck and neck as they head down the Wellington Straight for the final time. And don't count out Isaac Phelps. He's got a double slipstream. He's arriving with a lot of momentum and sees a gap up the inside line. Tries to make it 3 wide. There's contact with Fernandez, who clatters into Ethan Jeff Hall. They're all out wide. And who's going to get the lead? It is going to be still somehow car number 90 that leads. Isaac Phelps nips back up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall for second, and that surely will gift the race victory for Chase Fernandez, who survives a heart-stopping moment in the final few corners and will now come across the line to claim victory number 5 of the season. Chase Fernandez gets the checkered flag in a Silverstone thriller here in the Ginetta Junior Championship. Ethan Jeff Hall, by a nose, hangs on to 2nd position. He was 23 thousandths of a second clear of Isaac Phelps at the line, with Marcus Sater 4th and Charlie Hart 5th. Another terrific show from the Ginetta Junior drivers. It almost ended in tears, but they just about managed to keep it together to the line. And well, Chase Fernandez will be very, very grateful that his car did not spin out. And actually, I think can be quite grateful that Ethan Jeff Hall was to his outside, because had he not had that car to lean on, he might have ended up pointing the wrong direction and not winning the race. But Chase able to get the victory. And well, Ethan Jeff Hall will be reasonably satisfied, I think, to hang on to second, in fairness, because that could so easily have ended up in disaster for him as well. Isaac Phelps, I can just see that coming. He had the run, he had the double slipstream. I don't think the 2R Racing drivers were fully aware that he was there, really, and he saw the chance to go to the inside, and it very, very nearly worked. In the end, though, it's an R Racing 1-2 with Chase Fernandez hanging on for the win and Ethan Jeff Hall coming home in second position. Isaac Phelps was only 23 thousandths of a second behind him in third, with Marcus Sater fourth for R Racing, and another Elite Motorsport car, Charlie Hart, in fifth position. Then it was Archie Clark and Alfie Slater, with Ruben Dan, Ethan Carney and Henry Jocelyn completing the top 10. Tom Ingram Hill in 11th, Jude Peters 12th, Colin Crone in 13th, and Felix Livesey came home in 14th position ahead of Holly Mile and Alfie Davis 16th. Torrin Byrne 17th, James Ellis in 18th, Tiusuma Bunda was 19th, and Jack Robinson completed the top 20, with Harry Moss a lap down after an early visit to the pit lane. So championship-wise then, Ethan Jeff Hall loses a couple of points to Chase Fernandez, but nothing like as many as he might have done had that all ended it differently in the final few corners. Fernandez, I think, might be back ahead of Charlie Hart now, at least on net points, but of course we do still have drop scores to factor into all of this, and Ginetta choosing not to do that yet until we get towards the final couple of rounds of the championship. Remember, after this afternoon's third race of the weekend, they'll have 6 races left, 3 at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit and 3 on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch as well. So good stuff from them, and yeah, going to be a very exciting final part of the championship, that's for sure. Right then, let's head down into the pit lane and hear from our podium finishers.
Thanks very much, Andy. Chase has got his crash helmet off. Well done, Chase. Congratulations. I think that's the first time I've called you, isn't it, on a race victory? So congratulations on that. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, thank you. That was a really good race, actually. We worked really well as a team and managed to get a bit of a gap. Got a bit feisty on the last lap, but come out on top, so couldn't be happy with that.
I think one of the phrases I used when you were coming down the Wellington Straight was that you were owning the lead. You know, you placed the car exactly right to make it difficult for Ethan to be able to go past. So the defensive work was great. You got into the lead when you needed to as well. Yeah,
it's really hard to defend around here, obviously, because of the toe. So it's really difficult, but we managed to do it and, yeah, come away with a P1 after yesterday's race, which was a bit disappointing. But, yeah, I think we've made up for it.
Uncle Andy in the commentary box reckons that you're up into P2 in the championship now. How does that stand with you, do you think?
Mega, yeah. Nice to be back there. I was there before yesterday. I think we dropped to P3 but for a bit, but back up to second, and yeah. Have
you done the sums yourself? Is that something you guys work out while you're going around, or are you just focused 100% on the race?
Focused on the race while we're driving. We'll see how it lands after the weekend, and we'll work out where we need to be. Nice
one, Chase. Pleasure to get to talk to you on the podium. Well done. Great win, Chase Fernandez, after yesterday. Let's have a word with Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan, it was a win yesterday. P2 today, real hard work. You were working so hard. It's not the easiest formula. That's why you guys come into this, to work hard, to learn racecraft, race with teammates and other teams to try and go for it. Talk us through that race from your perspective.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race, obviously, starting on pole, led the first couple laps. Chase overtook me a few laps in and we sort of just worked together from there. And then about 4 laps from the end, we started to have a little battle. And then obviously Isaac caught us up, and then going on to the last lap, I'm not too sure what happened, to be honest. I think it's Brooklands turn 3. I got a big whack from the side, but I'm sure it's nothing intentional, so I'm still happy with P2.
I think he backed away from that. He realised that he'd made a bit of inadvertent contact. I'm sure there'll be a queue outside the clerk's office to discuss everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I don't think it was anything intentional.
You know, it could have potentially been a win.
Yeah, they lost a lot of time by squabbling, but we didn't have the time when we were close enough to them to go for the win.
The group behind was squabbling as well, so that gave you free rein to try and get in with those guys. But ultimately, happy getting the Elite Motorsport car up onto the podium?
I think I'm pretty happy from the rocky year we've had, but I think I want to go for the win in the last one, and we'll see what happens.
Nice one. We look forward to seeing that. Well done, Isaac. Great to chat to you on the podium. Isaac Phelps completes our podium down here. We've got more junior action coming up with the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, and they were a great act to follow the Ginettas yesterday. More of the same coming up for you now with a look at the grid. Here is Andy McEwen.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. Cars already leaving the grid then on their green flag lap for our second BRSTC Fiesta Junior Championship race of the weekend. Yesterday's first race gave us plenty to talk about, and race 2, I'm sure, will deliver on the drama again. We've got the grid as follows. Jensen O'Neill going. Yesterday's winner by a nose on the road starts from pole position, but alongside him will not be Finn Leslie, who was alongside him at the end of race number 1. It will instead be Thomas Merritt, and we'll get into why that is in a moment or two. Billy Blockley and Alfie Garford then are together on row 2, with Archie Davis and Jensen Mason sharing row number 3. Jack Burgess and Jacob Hodgkiss are together on row 4 ahead of Henry Foote and George Foxlow. Jack Sant and Hayden Gray on row 6 with Atlanta Le Breton and Maggie Webster on the 7th row. 8th row, Aaron Beattie and Josh Watts. Callie Clifford will not have Daniela Sutton alongside her. Again, we'll get into why that is in a moment or two. So Callie on her own on row 9. Harry Lindley and Finn Leslie on row 10. Finn Leslie almost won yesterday, but was disqualified from the race for driving standards infringements, so start from the back. And Ben Doughty also was disqualified after yesterday's race. Right, Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, not joined by Richard John Neal. I'm delighted to say, not that I'm not joined by Richard John Neal, but that I am being joined by Daniela Sutton. Now, delighted you're here, Daniela, but a bit gutted you're not out on the grid. We saw you racing briefly yesterday. Didn't end well, did it?
No, so at Brooklands, I hit the curb and it sent my car up on its right side and flipped over, which caused the red flag and then restart for the Fiesta Juniors in the first race. So.
You said that very calmly. I think if I'd been upside down less than 24 hours earlier, I'd still be in a bit of a mad panic, but you were absolutely fine, weren't you?
Yeah, well, the paramedics said it's like being in a washing machine or a tumble dryer, so I guess I see the resemblance, but the car was irreparable for the race to come. So that's why I decided to just join you in the commentary.
And we're very happy to have you here, more than welcome, and you'll be giving us your driver's eye input into this race, and also perhaps when we get the chance talking a little bit about the reason that you were on the grid this year, which was through the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. If we get a moment of calm during the race, we'll try and touch upon that as well, because I know the BRSTC very keen to promote that, and in fact very quickly before the race starts, that was such a huge opportunity for you, wasn't it? And of course you came out on top, and just talk to us very quickly a little bit about how that felt.
So it was amazing. It's honestly been such a dream to be a racing driver ever since I was 6 years old and started karting indoor. So it's an amazing opportunity for those who might not get the opportunity, whether that's to do with budget or other reasons. It's great, and it's a great experience even if you don't go through and win the scholarship. It's great to get out there in the car and see what it's like.
Absolutely. Well, we'll give you all of the details on how you can get yourself involved in that in the near future. But for now, we've got a race to get underway. The second race of the BRSTC Fiesta Junior Championship this weekend. And Jensen O'Neill starting from the front, Finn Leslie starting from the back. It's got all the ingredients, this, to be an absolute thriller. The lights go out, then away we go. And it's a good start made by the pole sitter, Jensen O'Neill going. He will hold the advantage, I think, pretty clearly heading into Copse Corner. The question really is who will be second? Is it still Thomas Merritt? Yes, it is, who slots into second position. Then Alfie Garford, I think, has moved up into third position in the number 88 car, as they all hopefully cleanly make their way out of Copse Corner down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time of asking. But Jensen O'Neill looking to try and make a bit of a break here in the early stages, knowing that he's probably got the pace over the drivers immediately behind him. All on the brakes, over the curb on the inside, bit of congestion in the middle, and that, I'm afraid, is Maggie Webster off the road, and Josh Watts involved again. And Daniela, that's his second non-finish of the weekend. He has no luck, does he?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate. I didn't really see exactly what happened there, but a little bit of congestion into Beckett's. That can often happen, can't it, on the opening lap of the race? But anyway, he is out of the harm's way, at least, so hopefully no need for a safety car. A couple of them running wide, another slide on cold tyres. That was one of the cars in the middle of the pack there, getting it wrong. In fact, two of them, and somewhat going on a very agricultural line through the right-hander at Luffield Corner. Hopefully they will rejoin safely. There's more squeezing. Jensen Mason, that was, getting into the side of Archie Davis, I think, as they came out of Luffield Corner. So a very entertaining opening lap of the race, but Daniela, you've got to go for it, haven't you, on that opening lap, because that is your best opportunity to try and make some progress.
Yeah, of course, like you want to try and get as many positions as possible on the first lap of the race. Obviously on cold tyres you've got to be mindful of your rears, so we've seen a few drivers go around already. But yeah, it can be very tasteful as well because everyone's trying to do the same things.
Indeed, some with more success than others. George Foxlow, I think, was the one who took the big shortcut there, going out of through Luffield Corner, but managing to just about get himself back on the road. We'll wait and see. He probably did gain an advantage out of that shortcut, actually, because he's inside the top 10 now, so whether he's able to keep that, we'll wait and see. Right, battle on for second place. Thomas Merritt here defending from Alfie Garford, who goes to the outside line into Brooklands. He's very late on the brakes. Look at that for commitment, and that might just work. He's got the outside for Brooklands, but then the inside heading into Luffield Corner. Alfie Garford will hold that inside line, and if he makes that move stick, that will be very, very impressive indeed. He's got the inside coming off the corner, but no, here comes Thomas Merritt back at him again, and this is the sort of side-by-side racing we're so used to seeing here on the Silverstone National Circuit. But Daniela, it's playing perfectly into the hands of Jensen O'Neill going.
Yeah, he's just able to walk away from the field whilst they're battling behind him. Three wide.
Yes, just spotted that as well. I'm not convinced that's going to end well. Let's see as they head through Copse Corner. Well, they're still all there, just about, but of course, you run three abreast into the corner, you'll be slow on the exit. That stacks everybody up again, and they now head down towards Maggots and Beckett's in one big clump of Fiestas. Hold your breath, everyone. On the outside line is Thomas Merritt there, the number 12 car, charging through on the inside, Jacob Hodgkiss, and a big slide for Billy Blockley, who ended up sideways over the inside curb, and luckily managed to keep control of the car. But Daniela, I'm not quite sure how they all got through Beckett's in one piece, because you've really got to have about 6 pairs of eyes when you're stuck in the middle of a battle like that, haven't you?
Well, yeah, of course, and these Fiestas are quite bendy, I would say, so they tend to go everywhere due to the high centre of gravity, really. So that's why you see a lot of them leaning right and left, and a lot of the drivers are quite experienced as well on the grid, coming from high levels of karting, and that's why it can get so feisty, I suppose.
Bendy, so you're already hitting me with all the technical terms. This is why we like having racing drivers in the commentary box, because they see the race in a very different way to how us commentators would. Right, Jensen O'Neill going 3.2 seconds clear of Jacob Hodgkiss, who is defending now from Alfie Garford for second position. So Hodgkiss, as he defends, is really allowing Jensen O'Neill going, who's got the fastest lap as well, to escape out in front. We've still got Thomas Merritt battling away, I think now with Archie Davis as they head towards Beckett's. But here the fight for second position, and Jacob Hodgkiss, Daniela, started this race in 8th position and has picked his way through the field very nicely, and that really, I think, is that experience, isn't it? It's not just experience, doesn't just make you quicker as a driver, but it does make you more aware and more able to take advantage of those racing situations.
Yeah, what I've seen is Jacob is very good at overtaking and taking any opportunity he can to get through the pack, so working his way up seems to be a breeze for him.
If only it was that easy for everybody, I suppose, but Jacob Hodgkiss really does have a knack for it. We've seen that over the last year and a half or so in the championship. He's broken into second place. Now what sort of pace does he have in clean air? We talk about the slipstream, Daniela, quite a lot when we're racing here at Silverstone National Circuit. He's in clean air, he's a quick driver, but without a slipstream, do you think he's got any chance of catching the leader?
I think if Alfie behind him works with him, maybe bump drafts him down the back straight, and sometimes the slipstream doesn't actually have that big of an effect, we found yesterday. It's more the side draft that probably works better.
Yes, and the side draft, so explain to everyone at home what the side draft is, because that's something I know from my NASCAR racing. It seems to be slowly creeping over into racing here as well.
So when you're alongside someone, the air tends to get thrown out to the sides, so you have clean air basically to just pull alongside someone else. So we see that a lot down the back straight here.
Yeah, and that's why you often... Sorry, go on.
More so than pulling up to someone in slipstream, because these cars are so evenly matched as well in pace. So it's hard to just pull alongside someone without that side draft.
Yes, exactly so, and that's why you see them getting so close together down the straights. Sometimes you might think, well, why don't you just stay away from each other? But it's that side drafting that really does pay dividends around here. Now, here is Finn Leslie. He's made some pretty decent progress and has snatched the fastest lap away from Jensen O'Neill going significantly. So Finn Leslie disqualified from yesterday's race. That will have quite a big impact in the championship standings as well, of course, because he can't counter disqualification as a dropped score, but he is still charging forward to try and get a good result. He's actually into an 8th position now, and Finn Leslie from the back of the grid was always going to be an exciting prospect. He's up the inside of Billy Blockley now into Copse Corner, and Billy does not want to let him through without a fight. That is a pretty deceptively difficult place to try and make an overtake, actually. Finn committed to the move there, Daniela, but is he going to make it stick?
It depends whether. Oh, well, actually, it does. So Billy and Finn are obviously teammates. I'm a part of the same team in 2010. So that's probably the best decision by Billy. If Finn's managed to get that far up the grid from the back, he's clearly got some good pace. So I'd say smart move from Billy there, just tucking in behind Finn.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to know when to pick your battles, haven't you, as a driver? And I think Billy realised eventually that Finn was probably the quicker of the two, and has now managed to go through. Then a side-by-side battle between Henry Foote and Jack Sant, I think that was, at the back of that little group. As further up the road, Jensen Mason has got Archie Davis for company, this for 4th position, Thomas Merritt in behind them, and a pretty decent battle actually between these three, although they are just allowing Alfie Garford and Jensen Mason to, Alfie Garford and Jacob Hodgkiss, I should say, to pull away a little bit further in front of them. We are approaching half race distance then. Jensen O'Neill-Going's lead is creeping down, is it? Let's have a look at the times. Yes, he was 3/10 slower that time than Jacob Hodgkiss. So Hodgkiss is actually slowly starting to bridge that gap. 2.5 seconds now is the margin out in front, and bringing Alfie Garford with him, as here Thomas Merritt goes to the outside line of Archie Davis, heading down towards Beckett's corner, but the outside Daniela down here is not always the best place to be.
Not exactly, because you're on the marbles, you're not on the grip. I suppose. So you want to try and get the best exit you can, really, and that's not always the best place to position yourself.
A difficult track though, isn't it? Because obviously there aren't that many corners, and actually sometimes to get to the inside into one corner you do have to sort of try the outside line. We saw it in the Ginetta Junior race earlier on, the outside line down here at Brooklands. If you're brave enough, we'll give you the inside for Luffield corner, but just explain to the viewers at home who perhaps haven't had the chance to drive on a racetrack before, from the outside here, every bit of the track looks about the same, but what you don't notice until you're actually on the track is just how dirty that outside line is, and perhaps you can try and explain exactly how different that makes the car handle.
So obviously you have all the dirt and the rubber and the marbles that gets kicked out and thrown out by the cars, as well as some gravel, so that can reduce the grip on the outside. Especially with these front wheel drive cars, we sometimes struggle to pull round that, unlike the Ginettas, which are rear wheel drive, that might be able to do that a bit easier. So around the outside isn't always the best option, but if you can make it stick, then it can be an amazing move.
It looks good, doesn't it? Looks very good if you can pull it off, but yeah, difficult to do. And until you actually go and do a track walk, I always try and recommend to people, if you get the chance to go and walk around a track, particularly at the end of a day, you can really see the state of the track, the amount of dirt and actual physical lumps of rubber. You can pick them up, and they're quite massive actually, really, offline. And if you start driving over those, you will not have a huge amount of grip underneath you, that's for sure. Right, Thomas Merritt, he found some grip on the inside line and leans slightly on Archie Davis, who ends up bouncing out wide, coming through the left-hander at Brooklands. That was an aggressive move from Thomas Merritt. What did you make of that?
It looked like he actually locked up, so he went for the gap that was there. If you see, the blue smoke came out from the front of his tyres, so all of the front, there's no rear brakes on the Fiestas, it's just front brakes. So it looked like he actually locked up. So he's probably made the best decision. Instead of going into the back of Archie, he's gone down the side of Archie, and it paid off for Thomas.
So it was accident avoidance that he converted into an overtake then, is what you're saying?
So.
Oh, that's okay. That's quick thinking, I suppose, from Thomas, and it gains him 6th position, just behind Finn Leslie, who's in the top 5 now. I don't think I noticed that, but Finn Leslie into the top 5 from the back of the grid after a disqualification yesterday. Phenomenal driving this has been from Finn, who's put that disappointment behind him. Was he? I'm sure he was disappointed. That's probably a silly question, but exactly how was Finn Leslie feeling after yesterday's race and the subsequent decisions?
Well, he was disappointed, but I think he's just treating this race as almost a qualifying, trying to get the best position possible to set him up for the last race of today. And hopefully go and grab that win.
Well, here he is. He's on the tail of Jensen Mason now. This is for 4th position, astonishingly, from 20th on the grid, and Finn Leslie's car looks pretty immaculate as well, so I don't think he's had to get his elbows out too much to this point, but the closer you get to the front of the field, the tougher it can be to make the overtake stick. There are the leaders, by the way. That gap was 3.3 seconds at one point. It's now under 1.5 seconds. Jensen O'Neill going back to Jacob Hodgkiss, so this is building up quite nicely, isn't it, into a pretty exciting conclusion. Jensen Mason's all out of shape through Copse Corner, gathers it together. Very grateful Jensen is, I'm sure, for the acres of tarmac runoff area you've got at Copse Corner, but that is a high-speed place to get it wrong. It opens the door for Finn Leslie, who is only too happy to go through, and I think I saw Finn sort of waving then at Jason, saying, okay, Jensen, sorry, let's work together, let's not battle each other and see if we can catch the leaders, but that was a really good save.
Yeah, it was a great save. Obviously, we only slightly touched the brake through there, and it's very easy to get it wrong if you go in too early or too late to the corner or miss the apex. It's great that we have all the runoff as well, but obviously we have to be mindful of track limits at that corner where there is a judge of fact, so the marshals and stewards will be keeping an eye on that corner.
Yes, and I reckon they may have just noted down number 85 on their notepad to keep an eye on, because Jensen Mason did definitely exceed track limits, but didn't really have much choice, did he? He got it wrong on the way in and had to try and save the car. Right, here come the leaders, and that is now another second gained by Jacob Hodgkiss over Jensen O'Neill Going. So from what you're seeing here, Daniela, what do you think's going on? Jensen O'Neill Going was comfortably faster than the rest in the first part of the race. He built this big margin, and over the last sort of 6 or 7 minutes or so, Jacob Hodgkiss has eroded a 3.5 second advantage that Jensen did have.
I'd say as a racing driver, it's easier to follow and to chase than it is to lead at the front. So Jensen O'Neill Going has no one to kind of gauge off of to see where he could brake later than, to see what lines to take. He's just basically doing a qualifying run without a toe. So it's easier to be in someone's toe, and the toe can affect you from quite far back, believe it or not. Especially down the straight, as we see Jacob and Jensen getting very close into Brooklands.
Absolutely nose to tail now, aren't they, as they head through Luffield Corner. So Jacob Hodgkiss now definitely starting to build up a bit of a challenge against Jensen O'Neill Going then, as they head out of the final corner, then through Woodcote. They accelerate down towards Copse Corner, and is this where we're maybe going to see the move from Jacob Hodgkiss? Jacob, who isn't running quite as well in the championship as he might have hoped. 6th position coming into this weekend. Had a disqualification, of course, earlier in the season, which really ended his championship hopes, but amazingly Jacob only has 1 race win to his credit so far this season. Can he double up here at Silverstone? We've got 2 more laps to go, and he's right on the tail of Jensen O'Neill Going as they head towards Beckett's. Where does the move come? Beckett's is a possible overtaking opportunity, but I'm pretty convinced, Daniela, he'll wait until the end of the Wellington Straight. Well, maybe not, because a mistake comes from Jensen O'Neill Going, and Jacob is alongside him.
That was a great move, a great opportunity. As I said before, Jacob seems to take every opportunity possible, but now they go into Brooklands here, side by side, as Jacob is on the outside, which possibly isn't the best position to be in.
See if he makes it work. He's got to be late on the brakes. Jensen O'Neill Going will try and defend the inside, but Hodgkiss is carrying a lot of momentum, and he will make that stick, I think. Oh, did he stay within track limits? Hard to tell. Bounces back over the curb. O'Neill Going loses the lead then, but immediately tries to fight back. Can't do it, so Jacob Hodgkiss goes through. And again, to your point earlier on the dirty side of the road, that took quite a bit of commitment, but now he is giving the slipstream to Jensen O'Neill Going, who won't want to give up on this chance of a race win. So 1 more lap to go. Who's your money on?
Well, I see Alfie Garford has actually pulled up to the back of these 3, and as they are all battling, they're bringing in the rest of the pack back into play. So it could get quite feisty on this last lap, especially with Alfie maybe wanting to take advantage of Jacob and Jensen battling currently.
Oh, and they're side by side again, going into Beckett's corner. Outside line for O'Neill Going, but that didn't quite pay off. He certainly doesn't look like he's being dropped by Jacob Hodgkiss, though. And they will run side by side down the Wellington Straight. This is our 3rd race of the day, and it's our 3rd race that is going to be decided in the final handful of corners. The spectators here at Silverstone are being treated to a fantastic day's racing so far. It could well be 3 wide again. This is a very similar situation to what we had in the Ginetta Juniors earlier on, except this lot keep it clean. Hodgkiss goes back through on the inside line, and Jensen O'Neill Going has to stop back in between them as they head towards Luffield Corner. Bit of bouncing of the rear wheel for Hodgkiss. Is it going to be another photo finish, or has Jacob got enough here to keep Jensen O'Neill Going at bay? Off the corner they go. Jensen's got the slipstream, but it's a relatively short run out of Woodcote Corner, and I don't think Jensen's quite going to have time to get there. The checkered flag awaits, and it waves for Jacob Hodgkiss, who gets his 2nd victory of the season in the end by just under 0.2 of a second over Jensen O'Neill Going 2nd, and Alfie Garford, in 3rd. Finn Leslie 4th from the back of the grid, and less than 2 seconds off the victory in the end. Phenomenal drive from him, with Archie Davis in 5th position. But Jacob Hodgkiss, Daniela, he timed that to perfection. He got the lead, but then really had to defend it over the final lap. He just knew exactly where he had to position the car to keep Jensen O'Neill Going behind.
Yeah, he waited for the perfect moment and took that opportunity once again. Great driving from all the drivers. Thumbs up there from Jacob. Waving to the marshals or waving to the cameras, whichever one. Always giving the marshals a wave, thanking them. They give up their time for us.
Yes, no, they absolutely do, and we are very, very grateful for everything the marshals do, and always nice to see the drivers giving a little bit of recognition to the Orange Army at the end of the race. Right then, let's take a look provisionally at the result of that second Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Jacob Hodgkiss the winner, Jensen O'Neill going second, and Alfie Garford in third, Finn Leslie fourth, and Archie Davis fifth ahead of Thomas Merritt, Billy Blockley, Jensen Mason, Henry Foote and Jack Sant, with George Foxlow 11th, Jack Burgess 12th, Hayden Gray 13th, and Callie Clifford down in 14th place. 15th Ben Doughty, 16th Harry Lindley, Maggie Webster 17th after her lap 1 spin, Aaron Beattie 18th and Atlanta Breton in 19th. So all 19, I think, of the starters managed to make it to the checkered flag. So we will very shortly be able to hear from our podium finishers, but before we do, let's just talk a little bit about the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship then. As we said, Daniela able to win the scholarship coming into this year. It's a massive opportunity for any youngsters out there looking to try and start their motor racing career. There's a prize package worth over £65,000, which includes the use of one of the Mark 7 Ford Fiesta Zetec S Fiesta Junior cars for the 2025 race season. It covers your entry fees for the championship, a BRSCC racing membership, and it covers your championship registration fees as well. You get professional race team event support at a test day program. You've got sim racing support, providing race tyres and race fuel. You get driver mentoring from some bloke called Josh Cook, who I think's won a couple of races over the years, ARDS training as well, and you even get a Nicky Grist Motorsport sponsored P1 race suit and Stilo helmet. And Daniela, as we said, fantastic opportunity, and you are perhaps better placed than anyone to advertise that and push people into doing it, and you're actually going to be involved again in some way this year, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be there this year in October for the scholarship. So I'll be there to cheer everyone on and wish them the best and hand the baton over to the next scholarship winner. It's a great opportunity for anyone who wants to get into the sport and make their dreams come true.
Nicely put, well done. Right then, let's head down to the podium area then and hear from our top three finishers from what was another entertaining race, and they're down there with Richard John Neal.
Thanks, Andy. Good to hear from Daniela as well during the race. We've actually lost our winner. I'm just see if we can find our race winner, Jacob Hodgkiss. Has he disappeared? He has. He sort of wandered off. I missed him yesterday. I went to have a chat with Jacob yesterday in the paddock after the race was done, and he was showing me the damage that was on the car. And before we finished the conversation, I got hijacked by somebody else. That happens in the paddock when you be. Jacob, we can finish the chat we were having yesterday. You were very kindly showing me the damage and talking through. And I'm sorry we got sidetracked yesterday. I come to find you this morning. But first of all, well done. P8 up into the win. Great reaction as well from Jensen there.
Yeah, it was a really good race, a really strong one. It was good to fight through the pack and then close the gap to Jensen. You know, we haven't started in mid-pack all year, so it was actually quite fun. But, yeah, I'm just really happy that we could get to this point and get the win.
You've had some rotten luck. I made a comment at Croft, you know, when you were parked up on the hairpin that time. I thought, it might be the last we see of you. And I'm glad it isn't. I'm glad you're back because we've just seen that drive. Yeah,
I'm glad we're back. I mean, it's unfortunate what's happened this year. I think the luck's not been on our side at all. So to come back after, especially yesterday, and get the win is really promising.
We've got another race to go.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Nice one. Many congratulations. Great that you're back. Super win. Jensen O'Neill going takes P2. Jensen, let's get you over here. And, of course, it's the Mark 6 class win. Great racing between you and great sportsmanship between you and Jacob there. Well done.
Yeah, it was a really good race. I saw Jacob was catching me the whole race, and I thought I might just get him. But I kept just thinking the time needs to go down and down and down. But, no, me and Jacob had a really clean race there. So I'm really happy. Like, between me and Jacob, we have really nice raceman sportsmanship, should we say. And it was just really nice to have a proper race with Jacob. So, yeah, it was really good. And Alfie as well. Alfie nearly got me, but just managed to get past him. But, yeah, I'm really happy with that. Just trying to get the points to win the championship.
Nice one. Well done. We'll see you for race 3. Jensen O'Neill going. Third position goes to Alfie Garford. So we're going to have a little natter with Alfie again. I know, Alfie, you've probably been a little bit busy with many of the other drivers as well, taking in talks with the clerk of the course after yesterday. Little wry smile there. Tell us about that process. Tell us about the race first, the nice bit.
Well, yeah, it was a good race, and everyone worked hard at it, I guess. It was, Jensen got away at the start, so we had to put our heads down and just catch him. But the opportunity was there, but just have a nice chilled out race and bring home some points, I thought. So, yeah, was a good race. We're on the podium again, and you can't get much better than a podium. So I'm happy.
That's really good. And again, sorry to harp on about the Clark thing, but everybody at some point is going to get a minute or two with the Clark, aren't they? Yeah,
I think it's racing, and especially with such a close championship, it's always going to come down to the nitty-gritty of who can get past, who can't. And at the end of the day, we've all been there, and it will never change, and we've all just got to race as hard as we can, and that puts on the show for everyone else.
Absolutely right. It was great racing. Well done. Thank you very much. Weira Tools logo on there. I was asked to mention Weira. By the way, thanks to Weira for refreshing us in the commentary box, and Jensen 10 is the discount code if you're on the Weira site getting some tools. Maybe we'll plug that a little bit later on. Let's have a word with Finn Leslie, who took third position. Great drive through from Finn after yesterday, up into a podium for the Mark 7s. That must have been hard work.
Yeah, no, it was quite easy, to be fair. We had fastest lap by nearly a second and nearly won the race from last, didn't we?
Do you know that you got fastest lap while you're going around, or does someone tell you when you get out of the car?
No, they told me when I got out of the car, but I knew I was reeling them in a lot every lap, so yeah. Just imagine what we can do when we start fourth this time.
Good luck, mate. Finn, well done. Cracking drive. Thanks for entertaining us. George Foxlow, very quickly. We'll get George over we'll get Callie over ready as well, because Callie got third in the Mark 6s. So, George, we'll have a word with our second place man. Again, you're loving this car, aren't you?
Yeah, well, it just suits me better. It's just, I suppose, a better race car for me.
Racing can work like that. Some cars suit some drivers better than others, and you've got that familiarity with it. Another P2, so good podium.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Well done. We'll see you for race 3. Good luck. Callie Clifford, come on, Callie. Let's get Callie over, third position, back on the podium for the Mark 6s. Little round of applause as well. Issues yesterday, great to put those behind you. Nice to finish the race.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to try and get as many points as we can and just work our way up the grid. Of course, we're starting at the back, so hopefully next race we can move up a bit further.
You're the reigning Jam Sport scholar. Are you going in for the Jam Sport Senior Scholarship?
I'm not old enough. So.
You're not old enough, well, so another year here, maybe?
Well, yeah, it's a bit of fun this, so I haven't decided what we're going to do, but we'll have to see.
Callie, stay with us. We love having you in the paddock.
Yeah, sure.
Well done on that podium in the Mark 6s. Callie Clifford. While we're talking about scholarships, quick reminder, obviously the BRSEC Junior Scholarship. Andy gave it a lovely plug at the end of the race. Seriously, if you want to come in, have a look at the BRSEC website, come and join us up there in October. It's a great experience, even if you're not going to get involved professionally in racing. And if it's not yourself or your children yourself, you probably might know other people who might enjoy the experience, because it's a fantastic 3 days. You'll get 2 if you get through to the finals. You'll read more about it on the website. It's a great shout. Come along and do it. In the meantime, we've got more Fiesta racing. Maybe you move from the juniors up into the seniors, the AirTech Fiestas. Next, here's Andy with the grid.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, quite a few drivers on this grid, actually, who came up through the Fiesta Junior racing ranks and up into the Fiesta Senior Championship, as we always used to sort of refer to it. The AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is its current and proper title, and they had a race yesterday, but their second race of the weekend now sees Gary Miller and Zachary Lucas share the front row of the grid. Lucas Hayden and Henry Howarth on row 2, with Archie Johnson and Simon Horriman on the third row together. Then row 4 for Sean Reynolds and Morgan Kidd inside the top 10, ahead of Connor Blackburn and James Pope, with Luke Waugh and Dan Lewis completing the top dozen. Then it will be Caitlin May and Charlie Ellis. Row 7, Alistair Kellett, championship leader, looked on course for a pretty healthy race victory yesterday, but a gearbox problem on the penultimate lap took him out of the race. Joseph Knight starts alongside him. Then Christopher Blackburn and Harry Hayes, they tangled up at Beckett's on the opening lap of that first race. So, cars then are leaving the grid at the beginning of their warm-up lap. So yesterday's race, as I said, was a pretty lively one, I think it's fair to say, and Alistair Kellett with that late drama promoting Gary Miller to a race victory. Zach Lucas ended up second, and Lucas Hayden came home in third position. So what did that all mean in the context of the championship? Well, Alistair Kellett, on the face of it, lost quite a lot of points, because Gary Miller won the race and scored 50 points as a result. He came into the weekend almost 100 points behind Alistair Kellett. Actually, once the drop scores were all calculated, Kellett's nearest rival, in fact, was Simon Horriman, with Zach Lucas third in the championship, but they were almost 50 points adrift of Kellett at the top of the championship table. So it was not actually looking all that close, but that non-finish for Alistair Kellett on the face of it closes things down, but actually he hadn't really had any bad results so far this season, so that will count as a dropped score, his first 0 score of the season, and that means he essentially scores back whatever his worst finish of the year had been so far, which was the 3rd race at Brands Hatch at the start of the season when he scored only 38 points. So he basically still scored 38 points, only dropped 12 therefore to Gary Miller, and even fewer than that to the likes of Simon Horobin and Zach Lucas, who on dropped scores are his nearest contenders. Well, that's the championship, but there's a good race to be had here because Alistair Kellett's starting now from 15th position on the grid. So Kellett definitely one to watch for here. I think he will be, he was the blue and yellow car, I think, just weaving down the back straight at the tail end of that group. So keep an eye on Alistair, number 52, the championship leader. And we will definitely see him charge through the field, perhaps in the same vein that we saw from Finn Leslie in the previous race, the junior race, because he really wasted no time getting through the pack. And Kellett, actually, in fairness, has got Joseph Knight for company on that very same row of the grid, row 8. So they're 2 quick drivers coming from towards the tail end of the field. So we'll see what sort of progress they can both make. So the ST240s then making their way towards the grid. 20-minute race ahead of us for this second of 3 races on the Silverstone National Circuit. There goes Zach Lucas, Alistair Kellett through. So the blue and yellow car we're talking about coming from the back of the field. And, well, I wonder what progress he can make. A win might not be on the cards, but Richard John Neal, I think Alistair will certainly be aiming for a top 5 or 6 in this race, I would imagine, provided they've got the new gearbox in and fitted all correctly, because sometimes that can be a little bit of a concern, can't it? The first few laps, that will be on his mind, I'm sure.
So you've written off his win already?
No, I haven't. When you write his name down, perhaps that will be the case, but I have been free from the commentator's curse so far this weekend, I'm very happy to say.
What was nice yesterday was seeing Gary Miller's reaction. He was welling up with that first win.
Really?
And it's I love being a part of that sort of moment where you can see how much it means to a driver. And now pole position with Zach Lucas alongside him. Zach resurgent yesterday, really good to see him back on the podium. What we wanted to see the likes of Alistair, Simon Horobin, Gary, all of them going head-to-head all year. Doesn't always play out that way. Had some great racing from them, but always good to see another driver getting back up onto the top 2 steps of the podium.
It's just been Kellett's experience, I think, that's really played into his hands this season, and he'll have to draw upon that experience now to come from the back of the grid. The race gets underway then, and already he's charging up the middle of everybody, so that's 3 places gained. He hasn't even reached turn 1. Alistair Kellett is up for the fight, isn't he? There he goes, up the inside of Luke Ward. Dan Lewis was to his inside, and they all cleanly make their way around the quick right-hander down towards Beckett's for the first time of asking then. And who's going to have the lead of the race, I wonder, as we get to the braking zone? Well, it's being contested pretty hard. In fact, that's for 3rd position, and that was on the outside line, Lucas Hayden, who I think was being elbowed wide by Henry Howarth, but they just about managed to gather it all together. It will be Zach Lucas then who leads, so he's got ahead of Gary Miller early doors, and will be looking to try and make a break before Alistair Kellett gets to the front.
It was a Zach attack off the start, wasn't it, Zach Lucas? I'll tell you what, he had that demeanour yesterday, which, look, he was happy with, call it an inherited P2. He earned it, the car got to the finish. Yeah. But he had that demeanour that said to me, he's going to be fighting for the wins today.
Yes, I think so. He's definitely taking the fight to Gary Miller at the moment. A couple of them dipping wheels into the gravel, as we often see at the end of the opening lap there up at Luffield. It's a very dangerous place to go and watch a race, actually. I don't know if you've ever stood on the outside of the exit of Luffield corner these days, Richard, but you get pinged in the face with gravel quite often as cars drift a little bit wide out of that corner.
When do you get time to spectate and not commentate?
Well, yes, I am casting my mind back a good number of years, actually. I think the last time I spectated there was probably 10 years ago, and that's a terrifying thought, so let's move on. Down towards Beckett's they go. Lucas Hayden here battling with Simon Horobin. Simon Horobin up for the fight a bit more today. He's already got past Henry Howarth and now trying to move up into 3rd place. Couldn't quite do it, but good to see Simon at the front.
Yeah, also good to see Sean Reynolds up with the sharp end as well, recovered from that injury earlier on in the season. And I think he's come back faster and stronger. I know he's building experience in Fiestas after his going the Ford Focus Diesel Championship, and he's getting closer to this front group, and there he is, maybe about to get hung out of the dry, out to dry around the outside. And is that Alistair Kellett already up with this group?
Yes, it is. Now, can he pick his way safely through it? That's the question. Sean Reynolds there was giving a bit of a helping hand to Archie Johnson as they went through the right-hander at Luffield. That's right, in front of Kellett, who started the lap 10th, and I reckon he's up into about 7th place or so. Gary Miller, meanwhile, right on the tail of Zach Lucas. So Gary Miller is not going to let Zach Lucas have this all his own way. The battling for now is happening behind them, but the leaders absolutely nose to tail as they went through Cops Corner. Henry Howarth there drops behind Archie Johnson, actually, who was under threat at the previous corner, and ends up picking up a place by the time they reach Cops. And there goes Alistair Kellett trying to find a gap, but the closer you get to the front, Richard, the tougher the overtakes become.
Yeah, absolutely right, as Alistair is starting to find out, but great progress. Look at all the cars behind him. Luke Waugh's betting himself into this championship. This, to me, one of the strongest championships in terms of the driving strength all the way through. Nowhere to hide. I mean, everybody's good.
Absolutely. I think this and the TT Championship, probably
That's
two of the
one.
stronger BRSCC championships, and that is a high bar because there are lots of really strong grids within the BRSCC ranks. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Everyone capable of running at more or less the same speed, and the cars look good. They look fun to drive as well. They're turbocharged as well. These, so they've got quite a bit of power. They're proper little touring cars, slick racing tyres as well. It's a great championship to come and learn your craft if you want to have a future as a front-wheel drive tin-top racer. And there are lots of really talented drivers out there, and that's why Alistair Kellett, having made all of that early progress, is now actually struggling to really make his presence felt within the top 10.
Lucas Hayden at the front of this group, trying to add a 4th podium of the season to his cannon. I wonder whether he'll stay and build another year's experience in this, or maybe look elsewhere as well. Yeah, not deliberate contact, but just Alistair keen to have a go, and Sean Reynolds, as you said, it does get harder as you get nearer to the front, and Sean proving difficult to pass at the moment. Is Alistair going to break ranks and have a look? Inside could be an option here. There's a gap there at the moment. Whether Sean will be mindful of Alistair coming down the inside, yes he is, he sees him. Sean was going to have a go at Henry Howarth, doesn't quite work out, but now Sean's got the inside as they come through Luffield.
Yes, and he will actually prevail there, so Kellett really struggling to make his way through this midfield pack, has to settle back in line behind Sean Reynolds, who very invitingly left the door open there, I thought, for Alistair, but Alistair was maybe not quite close enough to really fully capitalise on that. Lucas then leads, Miller second, Horrobin, Hayden and Johnson scrapping over third, and then this battle pack going for 5th position with, for 6th position, Howarth, Reynolds, Kellett, Blackburn and James Pope all in a line, and Joseph Knight actually on the back of this group too, and in fact you can include Morgan Kidd in the brightest car on the grid, the bright pink number 53, she's there as well. Sean Reynolds on the inside of Howarth, who is wide, and that surely will be an opportunity for Sean to go through, but he got a bit too much curve there, didn't he? That lost him momentum, and I think Henry should hang on.
Yeah, well, Alistair just sort of reading what's going on with these two. He understands fully that those two have got a battle, and he'll take a chance if he can. Now he's looking at the outside run, so he's trying to get some. He's going to go for the overtake. I wonder whether he's carrying more speed now. He's teed up the outside, which he was missing last time. Gets the move done. Great move by Kellett.
If you're good on the brakes, I think that's a better move than going up the inside, because you're guaranteed the inside for Luffield, which is the longer corner. So if you're good enough on the brakes to do it, which Kellett clearly was, I think that's the better place to be. And, you know, again, we talk about experience. What does experience mean? Well, he learned from what happened the lap ago. The lap early, he went to the inside. Reynolds hung it round the outside, got the inside for Luffield. So Alistair thought, right, I'll do that next lap. And hey, presto, he's got the place.
Yeah, brilliant bit of driving. Joseph Knight making good progress from the back after yesterday's retirement as well in the Delphi car. And now it's another place for Kellett here as he nips past Henry Howarth side by side. They go into Beckett's, and Alistair Kellett will have the position.
Yes, he will. Slips through on the inside, then up at Beckett's corner, out onto the Wellington straight they will go. And Alistair Kellett then now suddenly starting to make a bit of progress, but the damage might have been done here because the leaders have pulled quite some distance ahead. He's the best part of 2 seconds now behind Archie Johnson in 5th position, and he's over 6 seconds adrift of the race leader Zach Lucas, who's now actually pulled the best part of a 1 second gap over Gary Miller himself. Horrobin in 3rd sets the fastest lap of the race too, as he tries to set off after the leading duo, but how much more progress Kellett can make, we will have to wait and see, as there Connor Blackburn comes out of Luffield corner in 9th position with Joseph Knight and Morgan Kidd side by side behind him. That's Morgan Kidd, I think, moving into the top 10.
Yeah, actually, is it Joseph deposing Morgan? They're still side by side as they go across the line. And Joseph Knight's managed to get his nose in front.
Yes, he has, but Kidd, I think, will still be there on the inside into Cop's corner. They're still side by side, so this is a great battle, and it's inviting James Pope back to the party as they come out of Cop's corner. Down towards Beckett, so there's no room for 3 cars, so James has to pick a line. He goes to the outside line on the way in. Morgan Kidd, though, has outbraked herself, goes straight on, and that opened the door beautifully for James Pope to get up the inside of the pair of them. Morgan Kidd goes grass tracking, drops down behind the 2 of them. Dan Lewis might get alongside as well, and Joseph Knight getting squeezed out wide there. James Pope sees a chance here to gain 2 positions and has to get his elbows out to do it.
James Pope, I was going to be biding his time to come through. He's not. He's picking them off as and when he can do it. Conor Blackburn going for a dive up the inside. Joseph Knight down behind them. And here's Henry Howarth. Henry's lost a wee bit of time. Back to Conor Blackburn now. It's still Lucas Miller and Horobin 1, 2 and 3. Simon still with the fastest lap. So good to see the Masters. I was talking to one of the fans that's here earlier on today, and he said one of the things we've said many times. Loves the fact with BRSC racing that the youngsters don't necessarily come in and have it all their own way. The Masters, the older drivers, can still be competitive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Could not agree more. Could not agree more. And we see that in this championship. Lots of these really competitive BRSCC series. It's not all about the youngsters. There are perhaps more youngsters now seeing club racing as a viable option after karting. But, you know, they don't have it easy when they jump onto a grid such as this one. Joseph Knight is one of those youngsters trying to prove his worth against some of the more experienced drivers. He's up against Henry Howarth now as they head down the back straight. So Howarth's lost the position, and Joseph Knight now trying to gain one, and will do that quite easily actually. I think around the outside he's late on the brakes and does complete the pass heading into Brooklands corner. Again, that outside line I think is the place to be in a category such as this one anyway. Seen quite a few round the outside moves made down into Brooklands corner. 11 and a bit minutes then still to go, and we have got Zach Lucas leading the way by a quarter of a second now. So Gary Miller closing back in as he heads into Cop's corner. So Gary dropped back a little bit, but he's right back on the tail of the leader now.
Yeah, I think he was a victim of the pole position here, being on the outside. The tracks like this, sometimes you get debates about whether inside or outside is, and it is the outside line here of pole position. And I wonder if he just got caught out a little bit. If he gets into your head, it can affect the start here. I've had many a driver tell me that. So Gary not the quickest off the start. Zach Lucas did. Zach developing a gap, but Gary's reeling him back in now. And of course, what will also be in Gary's mind is the fact that he did win the race yesterday, did beat Zach yesterday. So he knows he's got it within him, he knows it's within the car, and this battle is starting to bubble away now.
And that's really important as a driver to think of as well. When you're in a battle like this, you get overtaken, you have to sort of just take a step back, take a moment to think, hang on, I was quicker than this guy yesterday. There's no reason why I have to just sit behind him for the rest of the race. But in the heat of the moment, when you're sort of dealing one corner from the next, you struggle sometimes to think like that. At least a track like Silverstone with a long straight, you've got a bit of time to have a good old think about what you're going to do next. And Gary Miller hopefully has come up with a plan into the second half of the race now to try and find a way by. They've pulled a good gap over Horobin now in third, so it is really just those two battling over the win, and Gary Miller with the fastest lap as well. Looks like he's got some good pace at this stage of the race. Then we've got this fight for fourth, Lucas Hayden, Archie Johnson and Alistair Kellett, and Alistair Kellett in 6th position has caught this group pretty quickly. Now where's he going to make the overtakes?
Archie Johnson, he's only actually had 2 class wins so far in AMS this year. Yeah. That surprised me when I looked at the stats. Henry Howarth had 2 on the bounce. Our second race at Croft, first one yesterday. So the AM card just shows you how competitive that is. And with Daniel Lewis way down, he's actually off the podium at the moment, Daniel Lewis. Henry Howarth 3rd in class. James Pope has come through from the back of the grid up to 2nd in the AM class. I think Andy's doing some points research.
Yeah, so Dan Lewis was 14 points ahead of James Pope and Henry Howarth coming into the weekend. But yesterday, let me remind myself, where they all finished in the first race, Howarth got the win. With Johnson 2nd, didn't he? And then James Pope in 3rd position. Here are the overall race leaders. We'll get back to the maths in a moment because Gary Miller is trying to go around the outside of Zach Lucas at Cop's corner. That's a low percentage move. He almost made it work, but Zach Lucas fends him off.
Is it going to be Miller time? It certainly thought it was going to be then. Now round into Beckett. Zach Lucas is under pressure. This will change the dynamic, not just of the battle for the lead, but also maybe whether Simon Horobin can close in. 3.5 seconds down Horobin at the end of the last tour. These two are battling now. It'll get defensive. And that means that this group chasing, and we've got 4 cars chasing them. Horobin, Hayden, Johnson, Alistair Kellett's in there as well. Kellett's about to pick off another car at the back of the group as the lead comes down into the complex, and it's Zach Lucas under big pressure from Gary Miller, who wants another win.
Yes, he does. Gary Miller taking a tighter line through Luffield, but couldn't quite get to the inside. And look, that tight line in generates a bit of understeer on the way out and just allows Zach Lucas to maintain the advantage. What's going on behind? Horobin's still third. I think Horobin's prospects of catching the leaders are diminishing because he's busy defending, really, isn't he, more than anything, from the group of cars behind as they head down towards Copse Corner once again. There is Horobin in third position. Fourth position then for the number 46 of Lucas Hayden. Fifth place Archie Johnson, and Alistair Kellett, despite being alongside Archie coming off the final corner, wasn't quite able to make the overtake. Down towards Beckett's we head once again. Sean Smith still at the head of the next group. Sorry, Sean Reynolds, I should say, at the head of the next group of cars. There, Lucas Hayden on the tail of Simon Horobin. Yeah, Horobin, I think, more concentrating more on defending third place than he is chasing after the leaders for the time being. And defending third place doesn't look like it's going to be easy to do.
Nah, come on, guys, catch up. Let's have a 6-car train for the lead. That would do, wouldn't it? Let's have some junior type racing.
Oh! There you go. You were saying.
Your wish is my command.
Oh, what a shame.
Poor Simon, that's a shame.
Yeah, and it's broken the front suspension on Lucas Hayden's car as well. So that's both of them potentially out of the race. That was just a little bit too over-exuberant.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. That's not what we wanted.
Oh, Lucas Hayden into the pit lane he will go, and yeah, that's a shame. A little bit of contact. We see it so often down at Brooklands, don't we, though, because it's so wide on the way in, but everyone wants the apex, and if you're not fully aware of where the other cars are around you, it can very easily end in a bit of contact. That is a shame.
Question for you. Who's third now?
Is it Alistair Kellett by any chance? The wily old fox himself into third position, picked his way through it perfectly, and you know, we joke about that, but there is a skill to avoiding accidents.
Absolutely. In another year, he might have been in that situation, and it might not have played out for him. It just depends how the cards fall.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the
fickle finger of fate.
Easy for you to say, Richard.
Not at all.
Right, leaders now approaching the scene of the crime. I don't know if there are yellow flags out there or whether Horobin continued. I think he did, so no need for yellow flags at that part of the track, which means racing can continue. And Gary Miller then on the tail of Zach Lucas as they turn out of Luffield Corner and head towards Woodcote once again. So Miller, having closed back in on Zach Lucas, just can't find a way through, can he? How aggressive is he willing to be? And what pace does Alistair Kellett have in third position? We've still got 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Kellett 3.5 seconds off the race lead, but on that lap was 0.2 of a second quicker than them, so he needs a bit more than 0.2, but at least going in the right direction. And as we've seen in, I think, pretty much every race so far today, if the leaders start battling, there's a chance for the chasing pack to catch, or in this case, the chasing car. Kellett very much on his own now, actually. This is the loneliest he's been all race.
It is, but he's got clear track. He can go into qualifying mode now. Can't he just plant the car where he wants to, bed in that new gearbox if it wasn't bedded in already?
Yes.
Don't know if it was a gearbox. Tom Griffiths had the spare gearbox out of the boot.
Yes, that's right.
Anglesey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm sure the spare big gearbox is up to the job. Certainly seems to be doing the case now. But what a great battle we've had for the lead here. No lead change so far, but Miller really putting Zach Lucas under pressure. Wonderful to see Zach back at the front end with these guys.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Zach Lucas getting his mojo back a little bit now as we move into the final portion of the season. Had those couple of non-finishes midway through the year. Just the one win coming into this weekend for Zach Lucas. That coming in the very first race of the season at Brands Hatch, where we all thought he was going to be Alistair Kellett's biggest rival for the championship. It just hasn't panned out that way, but Lucas still has an opportunity to turn the season around slightly. He's sideways out of Copse though. I thought I heard a screech of tyres. He's lost his momentum, and Gary Miller sees an opportunity, closes in, looks to the outside, back to the inside again. Does he commit to the move? No, he can't, because Zach Lucas just gets over to the inside to cover, but a little mistake there from Zach Lucas shows just how hard he's trying.
He is indeed. Is he going to be able to get an overlap here? He was having a look for it. Went one way, then the other, down the straights on the outside run. He won't have seen Alistair Kellett pull off a similar move, but now he's going for it. He is trying hard to get the outside run, which could, if he can hang on to it, get the outside. So the inside for the complex. Is this going to work? Zach Lucas well, give him a little bit of room, but he's really making Gary Miller work hard for this, rightly so.
Yeah, just had enough momentum, didn't he there, Zach Lucas, to get back over to the inside to defend into Luffield corner, and so Lucas it is who still leads the way. 3.5 minutes to go. Lucas, Miller, the top two. What sort of pace does Kellett have now that they're really starting to battle? Let's see. Lucas and Miller both do, well, it's a 106.5 for the leader, a 6.3 for Miller, and a 5.9 for Kellett, so he's 2.2 seconds back now from the leading two. I think he's just going to run out of time unless they really start to delay each other, these two, which could well happen. But Zach Lucas, once again, will have to defend towards Beckett's corner. Miller goes to the outside here, not necessarily trying to go right round the outside, but looking for that switchback, which he so nearly got a lap ago.
You saw there on the way into the corner and on the apex the look from Zach Lucas. You can see him moving his head to look in the mirror and see what was going on. He doesn't really need to do that because they're side by side. It's going to be, I'll tell you what, that mirror is in front, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
Gary Miller's mirror is in front.
Oh, he's locked the brakes up though. He's on the outside into Brooklands corner. I don't think he's done it. So, well, that was good defensive driving that from Alistair Kellett. But yeah, you're right. He definitely had his nose in front there down the straight, but arguably was on the wrong side of the road. We've said all race long that the outside is the place to be at Brooklands, but I don't think you're going to go round the outside of Zach Lucas, are you? It's going to be better to pull a bit of a block pass maybe on the inside line. Through we go then. We're going to have time for 2 more laps, aren't we? So 2 more laps of the Silverstone National Circuit to go, and Alistair Kellett is now within 2 seconds of them. So, oh, I don't know, can he get there at this rate? He might just do it on the last lap.
He could do it. He could well do it. What a fine race we've had again from the AirTech Fiestas, ST240s. This is where the juniors, some of the juniors might come. Some of the drivers, you can get to 16, you can actually be junior age and come in and race in this formula at 16 if you don't want to go the junior route. Get a couple of seasons of senior racing under your belt to start things off. There's no reason not to do that. Some youngsters will do that and they go about doing it quietly, but quiet hasn't been the word for this lead battle. And now we've got Kellett in touch with them, in shot with them. The top 3, Alistair Kellett, after a retirement yesterday, has nibbled his way through the field in masterly fashion, and he's very nearly with this lead battle with a lap and a bit to go.
He could have done with a bit more side-by-side between these two, I think, couldn't he? They were a bit too nice with each other that time down the Wellington Straight, so as we are about to begin the final lap of the race, well, is it going to be the final lap? We might get 2 more out of this, you know. We've got 1 minute and 12 seconds to go. No, I think there'll be 2 more laps, you know, 1 minute and 9, and they're lapping in the minute 6s, so we might just squeeze 2 more laps out of it, and that's brilliant news for Alistair Kellett, who is only 1.4 seconds behind these two now. That gap was up near 5 seconds at one point, and he is almost on their tail. Of course, when he arrives there, he's got the not so small task of finding a way past them both. That will put a bit of pressure on Gary Miller, might relieve a bit of pressure from Zach Lucas. It will definitely change the dynamic of this battle, but this will, if anything, Richard, spur Gary on to make the move before Kellett arrives.
Yeah, he needs to do that now because he's running out of time. He doesn't want the pressure from behind, doesn't want to start having to defend when he could be attacking. And to be fair, he's been attacking all the way through the race. Once he negated that original gap that we saw Zach Lucas have, he's been working hard, but Kellett now has picked up the tow, and you'll see the nose of the car. There he comes into shot. Kellett looking a little bit more aggressive into Brooklands. He's closing up. Meanwhile, Miller now realises the even more urgency of this, and it's a 3-way battle for the lead as we head towards the last lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they will get a last lap board this time. They're going to squeeze through just a couple of seconds before the time runs out. Oh, the checkered flag is out. Oh, what a shame. They've thrown the checkered flag a lap early, and that means that Zach Lucas gets the win, Gary Miller second, and Alistair Kellett third. Yeah, well, that's a shame. That's a shame. I'd have liked to have seen them done another lap, but anyway, the decision was made to throw the checkered, and it's Zach Lucas who gets the win. Miller on the podium with him, and Alistair Kellett was less than a second away from the lead at the end of the 19 and a bit minutes of racing that we actually got there, and just another lap would have done him the world of good, wouldn't it? But Lucas ends up with the victory. Had Archie Johnson through in 4th, Sean Reynolds through in 5th position. Then Joseph Knight, Conor Blackburn, Morgan Kidd, James Pope and Dan Lewis completing the top 10. Johnson gets himself another AM class victory. I fact, he was second yesterday, wasn't he, to Henry Houser, his first of the weekend, Archie Johnson. I'm pretty happy with that, and a really good overall finish as well there in 4th position. Now, Sean Reynolds, I'm seeing on the timing screen, has been given a penalty of some description. Let's see if it'll tell me what it is. I'm going to guess 5 seconds. The timing screen not actually telling me what it is, but I think a 5-second penalty for Sean Reynolds for, I'm going to assume, exceeding track limits. Zach Lucas didn't do that though. He was able to hang on just about to the race victory. Gary Miller in second, Alistair Kellett third, with Archie Johnson and Sean Reynolds completing the top 5. Then it was Joseph Knight, Connor Blackburn, Morgan Kidd, James Pope and Dan Lewis to complete the top 10. Then Luke Waugh, Caitlin May, Henry Howarth and Simon Horriman in 14th. 15th position then went the way of Christopher Blackburn, Charlie Ellis 16th, Harry Hayes 17th, and the only non-finisher in the end, Lucas Hayden, after that tangle that he had with Simon Horriman down at Beckett's Corner. So Kellett salvages a podium, which means he's still only had 2 finishes all season off the podium, one being the non-finish yesterday. Well, it actually wasn't a non-finish, it was a non-finish, he was not quite running at the flag, so 1 DNF and 1 iffy result from Brands Hatch aside, Kellett's been on the podium in every single race this season, and who knows, with another lap could well have snatched the victory. Let's head down and hear what he has to say about that then, along with Gary Miller and Zach Lucas, who are down in the pit lane with Richard John Neal.
Thanks once again, Andy, and Zach just busy taking his crash helmet off, and well, I said at the start of the race he was looking ready to get that win. Gary Miller's coming across to shake hands and pat him on the back. Well done. We'll have a quick word with both those guys. Great race between Zach. Welcome back to the top step of the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, it was hard work. Gary was on me the whole time. He got right up next to me 2 or 3 times up the back straight. I thought he had me, but luckily I was late into the braking and managed to hold on.
I thought your demeanour yesterday said to me you were ready to get back on into race win, and thus it proved. Is that how it felt?
Definitely, yeah. The car's back to feeling how I want it to feel. It hasn't felt right for the last 2 rounds, but the team, thankfully, have got this car back how I want it, and all the setup's perfect, and I'm really just loving it. So
that's what's made the difference?
Definitely, yeah, 100%.
Still in with a shout for the title? Are you looking at points and things like that?
Yeah, still looking for points. You never know what could happen, DNFs and things going wrong with people's cars, so you just got to do the best you can. Obviously, I'm a little way behind, but hopefully we might catch up.
Nice one. Fingers crossed for you, mate. Well done. Zach Lucas takes the win. Gary Miller, P2, he's having a chat at the moment with the circuit commentary. Alistair, can we get you over very quickly while Gary's having a quick chat? Alistair Kellett. It's very rare that I get a weekend where I don't get to chat with Alistair. It's great to see you, as always. What a stonking drive you just done. Congratulations on that.
Brilliant fun. Best fun I've had all weekend, because it was a disaster yesterday. Gearbox I let go yesterday on the last lap, whatever. It's what it is, can't do anything about it. And I got to 7th or 8th and I was behind a few of them, and I could see it was all kind of going to kick off, so I just sort of sat back for a minute, kicked off into 3rd. And then I was happy in 3rd. Seeing Zach and Gary battling, caught them on the last lap, wasn't too worse.
We thought they put the checker out a lap early.
I still was never going to pass them, but it could have been a nice last lap dice on here, so it's good. Yeah, great to be in the podium. Loved it.
The question about spares. Obviously, you had a spare gearbox, which you've got. Is that your own, or did you source it somewhere else? And what sort of spec is that? I mean, is it you know, sort of, it's not your A gearbox, because if it was, it'd be in the car.
No, it's just the same box. It's just a standard. It's a standard gearbox with a quite diff in it. So yeah, I had a spare gearbox. Put it in.
Was it a late night?
Should be okay.
Was it a late night yesterday?
Oh no, only a couple of hours. No big deal.
Guys, you just shrug it off. Great drive, and it's relentless now because we've got reverse grid, so you probably have to do all the work again.
Yeah, start 8 now again.
Alistair, brilliant to see you. Well done. Cracking drive. Thanks for entertaining us. Gary Miller, let's get Gary over. We've got cars on the grid, so try and make it quick. Gary, lovely to see the emotion yesterday of the win, but what a fantastic race you had with Zach.
Brilliant race now, dude. I have to give it to Zach. I got a bit too much wheel spin off the line, and he just got the jump on me. I had to cover the lads a bit into the first corner, but I caught straight back up on him. But to be fair, Zach drove a great race, and I just couldn't find a way by him. There's a couple of times alongside him, but he just drove a great race.
You were ahead a couple of times. We saw your mirror ahead of his on the straight.
He just couldn't go around the outside. Now the tyres go around the outside. The tyres got overheated sitting in behind him for so long. But look, I think the circuit commentator for me, I got fastest lap. So look, that's why my first fastest lap. And it's not the end of the world if you get a fastest lap point not to get the win. So no, 2 great results this weekend. So we'll go from 9th down now in the reverse grid, and hopefully be talking to you again.
I hope so. Look, well done, Gary. Thanks for that. I'm going to grab a very, very quick word with Darren Lewis and Archie Johnson. It's going to be very, very quick because we've got Audis out on track. Archie, well done on the win.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a pretty straightforward race after the incident between Simon and Lucas. Kelly got past me, but from there on, I just decided to bring it home.
Good points for you. James, 30 class? Dan, sorry, yeah, James over there.
Yeah, it was a good race. A little bit slow in the straight line, but we'll get past it. You know, it was a good result. P2 and P3. You know, yeah, P3. Sorry. Yeah, it's really warm in them cars. It gets so hot, and starting to forget stuff now, you know what I mean?
James, another visit to the podium, obviously good for you.
Yeah, I'm happy with P2 championship points. I'm happy with that, definitely.
Thank you, guys. Well, that's our podium. Sorry to cut you short. Thank you ever so much for chatting to us. Audi TT time now, sponsored by Demon Tweaks, and the man with the message and the grid is Andy May.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, already got the Audis well into their green flag laps. Let's rattle through the grid. Bradley Burns on pole, Matt Luff starting alongside, with Carl Swift and Luke Handley on row 2 together. Row 3 then for Sam Heading and Jason Pelosi. 4th row, Sean Smith and Paul Luty, with Adam Blair and Andrew Dyer on the 5th row. Row 6 then is where you find Sam Meager and Mark Grice, with Jonathan Williams and Nick Brady on row 7. Row 8 for Steve Foden, who had a couple of grassy moments early on in yesterday's race. He starts 15th alongside Dan Chapman. 9th row, Richard Former and Daniel Budd, and the top 20 completed by Joe Weaver and Oliver Devine King. 11th row, Ruby Smith and Paul Savage. 12th row, Mike Harris and Morgan Root, and on row 13, Tim Gray and Patrick Booth. And then a few to watch from the back. Will Stacey starting 27th alongside Ross McCarr, and Charlie Budd and Dave Richardson at the back of the field. So remember that coming into the weekend, it was Matt Luff who didn't have the championship lead. He had the championship lead before drop scores. After drop scores, it's actually Carl Swift who's ahead on 294, 7 points clear of Matt Luff. So Matt Luff managing to outscore him yesterday, that was definitely a step in the right direction as far as his championship's concerned, but Bradley Burns managed to outscore the pair of them, and Brad very much still a contender for the championship. So it was an important win that for Bradley. He's on a nice little run of performance at the moment, 3 wins on the trot. Can he get a 4th one here then in race number 2? Well, Matt Luff will certainly want to try and do something about that. Starting from the inside of row 1, the former Civic Cup champion looking for a good start. The lights are out, away they go. And Matt Luff looking to try and challenge Bradley Burns maybe into Cop's corner. Burns on the right, Luff on the left, but Burns will hold on to the advantage as they turn through the right-hander for the first time. Hold our breath, hoping they'll all make it through cleanly. It looks as though they have, and then they head down towards Beckett's for the first time. And in fact, Carl Swift, that is, coming up alongside Matt Luff to challenge for second place. We've got the top 3 in the championship all together at the front of the pack already, and Luffy just about on the way into Beckett's. Anyway, fending him off, there's carnage behind though. Around goes Pelosi. Handley that was, excuse me, number 51, and someone else taking to the gravel to avoid. Handley bounces back onto the road in the Area Motorsport prepared car, but somebody else exited stage right, and I'm not convinced they've managed to dig their way back onto the racetrack yet. We'll figure that out in a moment. Luff and Swift, meanwhile, side by side for second position, and Matt Luff on the inside line has some real defending to do. He's gone way too wide though. Swift gets the cutback, and Carl Swift is up into second position, the championship leader, under a bit of pressure now from Matt Luff for that championship lead, and in fairness from Bradley Burns. And Richard, a really important opening lap this for Carl Swift.
It is, and meeting-wise, this is about him pulling himself up from where he qualified yesterday. He was very disappointed with his qualifying, but that's the mark of a top driver, how you pull yourself up from that. And he's now up into P2. What can he do about Bradley Burns? I'm not sure. Bradley's on a little bit of a run, isn't he? 3 wins on the bounce. Is he about to make it number 4?
You wouldn't bet against him, would he? Especially with him being 1 second up the road already at the end of the opening lap. And the thing is, Swift and Luff are going to be so keen on beating each other. That might just allow the leader to continue to build a little bit of a lead. They've got Sam Heading with them as well in 4th. Sean Smith in 5th position is the leading Masters driver at the moment, with Paul Luty in 6th, Andrew Dyer 7th, Jason Pelosi 8th, Mark Rice 9th, and Jonathan Williams, that is, in 10th position from 13th on the grid. Here, though, comes Carl Swift defending his second position in towards Brooklands corner, and every time he defends, he loses a little bit of speed, loses a bit of time to Bradley Burns, and it looks ever more likely that this will become a fight for second rather than a fight for the race victory. Sam Heading continuing to impress in 4th place as well.
Yeah, Sam, the first of the non-area drivers. He's running with Rob Boston Racing, and Sean Smith getting closer to that podium, isn't he? The Masters man. He's always happy with an interview, but as we said yesterday, doesn't want the Masters interview. He wants to be up on the podium. And yeah, he's same team that he ran with Legends running him. Matt Roach Racing preparing that car, doing a very good job adapting to this racing.
Sean Smith going slowly. Sean Smith going slowly there into Cop's corner. So he dropped down the order from the lead of the Masters category. There's also damage to the front of Jason Pelosi's car. Look, that has shed a headlight. Now, hopefully that falls off completely, because if it doesn't, we could see that dreaded black and orange flag coming out, couldn't we, for that? Because that's a fairly large chunk of Audi TT that we don't really want flying off at high speed. But it looks like it's hanging on just about, isn't it? But
unsprung Technic.
Yes, good one. That will... I enjoyed that one. That will probably get the attention of the clerk of the course, I would have thought, as will the... you should write a joke book. I think that's another option for you, maybe, if you decide to.
Maybe not.
I'd buy it. Right, Pelosi then continuing on, 7th position. But what do you reckon? Is he going to get called into the pit lane for that? I think he might.
Should do.
Well,
should do. Don't want him bouncing off into a child, do we?
No. That we definitely don't, and it would be consistent, wouldn't it, compared to certain other championships out there that are cracking down on this sort of thing at the moment. So we'll wait and see. But anyway, for now, it is still hanging on. He is still circulating, and he's got Andrew Dyer and Paul Luthi side by side ahead of him. Paul Luthi steaming around the outside, and I think we said this yesterday, but this is about the best showing we've seen from Paul so far this season.
He's chocolate, isn't he, Paul? Hey.
You're on good form today.
Our other one is as well. He's chocolate as well. Paul, I know, watching with us. Paul Luthi, I don't know if the chat's been shown with him. We did a really mint chat with him yesterday, not mint chocolate chat, but he was telling us about how he raced and commuted to South Africa last year with Danny van Nijkerk, and it wasn't actually that much more expensive than coming down to Knock Hill, believe it or not, from Knock Hill.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. So, it's a fair way to travel, isn't it, from up north of the border? But, he's passionate about his racing, always has been, hasn't he, Paul Luthi? A very, very experienced driver. He's had success in lots of different front-wheel drive championships, and here he is, inside the top 5 in one of the most competitive grids in the United Kingdom, so that's not bad going at all. Bradley Burns leads by 1.3 seconds, just did a personal best lap on the previous lap, but was still 2 tenths quicker, actually, than Carl Swift behind. Matt Luff still in 3rd position, holding a watching brief. And then Sam heading 4th. This is the fight for 5th. Andrew Dyer, Paul Luthi, Jason Pelosi. And then that is Jonathan Williams now, the Masters class leader. The orange and grey and blue car up into 8th position overall, ahead of Mark Grice and Will Stacey. Will Stacey, Richard, started 27th on the grid. He's 10th already. Wow,
Will Stacey, another Rob Boston runner, going well. RBR, as you would expect, getting to grips with these cars, so really good stuff from him. We did a chat with Sam Heading yesterday as well, and because he was had such a great debut, and obviously moving across the bigger front runner in Mazda, it's good to have a chat with him. But yeah, RBR getting to grips with these cars very quickly, and I think you can expect to see some RBRs intermingled with the area cars.
Well, here comes one of those RBR cars. It is the aforementioned Will Stacey up the inside of Mark Grice. So this is for 9th position now for Will, who had a pretty nasty accident here a number of years ago in a Mazda MX-5, actually. Came back and did a few more races in the championship after that, then went off to race in Lotuses in the UK and beyond, and is now running very well within the Audi TTs. Didn't have a huge amount of luck yesterday, and is now looking to try and keep on picking his way up the order, and if he does so, might well break into the top 5 before the end of the race. Here, though, the fight for 2nd, and that is Matt Luff back ahead of Carl Swift, Richard.
It is, yeah. So Matt has done that out of sight, and this is exactly as you called it on lap number 1, isn't it? Bradley Burns getting away, they're squabbling for 2nd, not doing themselves any favours other than the points they get for being 2nd instead of 3rd. And Bradley Burns will be having a little chuckle. He's enjoying this racing, Bradley Burns. It's lovely to see. Always happy to see a driver happy with the win, but we want closed up. We want a 4-car dice for the lead, not a 3 for 2nd.
Yes, indeed, and they are going to try, I'm sure, to catch up to the leader, but I don't think that's going to happen at this rate, because Brad Burns, they mustn't forget about Brad Burns in the championship, because after yesterday's race, he's almost level now with Matt Luff in the championship, and they both closed in on Carl Swift. Carl Swift was, 7 points ahead of Luffy. Well, Luff outscored him by about 4 points yesterday, I think, and of course, Brad Burns outscored the pair of them, so they're all within about 5 points of each other, and Matt Luff and Carl Swift need to be aware that Brad Burns is still very much a championship threat this season. Side by side out of Copse Corner they head down towards Beckett. Out of Beckett comes the 2nd place battle though, and with Luffy now in 2nd place, I wonder whether they're going to have the pace to close down on the race leader. They were 2 tenths quicker than Burns on the previous lap actually, and a personal best in the 1st sector as well, as there's a bit of carnage down at Beckett, and once again I think, Richard, that involved Luke Handley.
It did, yeah, a little bit of a sort out going on there. 2nd and 3rd closer than 3rd to 4th at the minute. Burns still there. Having said that, Sam Heading is starting to close in. I think there were celebrations in the Heading family yesterday with Arsenal's win.
Oh, football.
Yeah.
Football. Right.
Yeah.
You are in danger of losing me here, Richard.
Oh, right, okay. 2-0, I think it was 2-0 against Wolverhampton Wanderers. So they're both Gooners. They're both Gooners.
Arsenal
That's
fans.
the term
Right,
for an
right.
Arsenal fan. If you're a young junior Gooner.
A junior Gooner.
Yeah, but before
Right.
Louise Goodman texts me and says, shut up about football, or before you say shut up about football, just to let you know, Sam Heading's family are Arsenal people. So.
Good to know. Thank
go.
you for the education.
I'm sure you did.
I thought we'd escape the football chat after the summer, if I'm honest.
The audience don't need to know that, Richard.
I would never dream of saying such a thing. Right then, down through Beckett's come the race leaders, moving swiftly on. Bradley Burns, is he still being caught by Matt Luff? Answer, well, by about 100th of a second on the previous lap, and not anymore because Luff is busy banging doors with Carl Swift as they head towards Brooklands, and Carl is going to try and go right round the outside. There's no grip out there though, he's out on the marbles, and he might lose third place here to Sam Heading.
No, he's not going to. He's got the right line, isn't he? Sam's going for it. He's going to try and hold on the outside, but surely Carl Swift will hold on to third place. Yes, he does. He's got to rebuild that battle now for second place with Matt Luff.
Yes, he has, but I don't think he's quite seen off Heading yet, actually. Sam might still have had an overlap. Yes, he does. He's on the outside line, picked up a bit of a side draft past the pits, and that means he's dead level now with Carl Swift as they head to Copse Corner, but the outside of Copse is not the place to be. Or is he about to prove me wrong? He's still hanging on in there, but no, Carl Swift will show him the edge of the road, and Sam Heading has to back in behind. But look at the distance they've lost to Matt Luff, who in fairness also lost about 4 tenths to the leader with that side-by-side exchange, but at least his second place is a bit more secure now as we tick towards the 2/3 race distance.
It is, yes, amazing how much you lose. And Bradley Burns, again, Brad said to me yesterday on the podium, he'd much rather have a ding-dong, have a race, rather than... So, well, slow up then.
Yes. They all say that, don't they, until they're actually involved in one, and then all of a sudden they're blaming everyone else for why they didn't win the race. Black and white warning flags for a number of drivers, 15, 47 and 58. None of them are towards the front of the field, so we won't worry too much about that. It doesn't affect the leading group of drivers. Matt Luff then already, I would say, has been reeled back in by Carl Swift, so there's no doubt that Swift is pretty quick. Yes, he had a bit of a slipstream down the back straight, but he might be a bit quicker than Matt Luff, but Matt, having fought his way back into second place, is not going to want to open the door too easily for Carl, especially because of the championship situation, as we've got one of them slowing on the back straight. Can't see a number from that angle, but hazard lights on to warn the oncoming traffic that they're going a bit slowly. So through Copse Corner comes the midfield gaggle. Paul Luty, Jason Pelosi and Will Stacey now battling over 6th position. In fact, 5th position, because they've got Andrew Dyer just in front of them. That's the battle pack heading towards Beckett's now. And it's 111 going slowly. 111 is Tim Gray. Oh, and he's stopped rather abruptly under the bridge halfway down the back straight. You would have thought the more sensible option would have been to pull over onto the grass and get out of the way. But anyway, he had his reasons, I'm sure, and he's parked right on the edge of the road, and I don't see any way that the race can continue with him there.
That's not safe. No, I mean, the drivers now have all been past it once, but it won't necessarily be in their mind for the next lap, is the car still there? So, and of course, if you're battling someone, you've still got the mirror. Oh, sorry, the light hanging off. They still haven't done anything with it.
No, that's true, and it's still hanging on, in fairness. So maybe the clerk of the course knows how strong they make the tethers for the headlamps on Audi TTs and knew that it wasn't anything to particularly worry about. But certainly Pelosi will be happy about that, because it means he can continue this battle with Will Stacey, who, having caught this group, hasn't yet made any progress through it. Takes a wide line into Copse Corner to try and get the switch back. Look at the momentum that he carries mid-corner as a result of that. Gets to the inside line, and he teed that up to perfection. He's got the preferred line now heading down towards Beckett's Corner, and I don't think there will be a lot here that Jason Pelosi can do about this. Will Stacey late on the brakes, the car dancing around. He's got the shorter route through the corner, and now he's got 7th place.
That was a move that showed you how great these cars are at overtaking and how fantastic they look. That's why this championship really has caught the imagination of the drivers and fans as well. Red flag? Yeah, red flag.
So you can sort of see that coming, couldn't you? And we are past 2/3 race distance, so that will be the end of the race, I'm afraid. That is a shame. We don't know, we won't speculate as to why the car has stopped where it has, but if it had just been a few feet to the left onto the grass, they might have been able to get away with it, cover it under yellow flags maybe, but anyway, the race is over, and it will be Bradley Burns who gets the win by 1.7 seconds over Matt Luff in 2nd place and Carl Swift 3rd. So, I think, and I'm going to wait for someone far smarter than me to confirm this, I think that Burns might be the championship leader now, because he came into the weekend on 281 points. That was 13 points behind Carl Swift. Well, he's outscored Carl. Carl's had 2 third places, has he? Let me remind myself. Yes, 2 third place finishes, which is about 43 points, I think he scored for a 3rd place finish. So, yeah, I think he has outscored him by about 14 points over the weekend so far. So if he's not got the lead in the championship, it will be almost level now between Burns and Swift. And Luff will be somewhere in there as well, because he's had a couple of second place finishes as well. We've actually ended up with the same podium results in both races so far this weekend. The good news is that although that race was cut short, we do get to do it all over again later on in the day, because it's a triple header. In fact, triple headers from now until the end of the season for the Audi TTs, so they'll have another race later on just before 4 o'clock. So Bradley Burns will have a chance to try and take the hat-trick then. And we'll see whether or not he's able to do it. We haven't had a hat-trick of wins yet, because we've only had one triple header so far this season. That came at Snetterton, where Carl Swift won the first 2 races, but then finished only 4th in race number 3. That was a race won by Steve Foden, actually, the reverse grid race at Snetterton. Here at Silverstone, though, it is a double race victory so far anyway for Bradley Burns, and he comes home 1.7 seconds clear in the end of Matt Luff in 2nd and Carl Swift in 3rd, with Sam Heading 4th and Andrew Dyer in 5th position. Paul Luty, Jason Pelosi, Will Stacey, Jonathan Williams and Mark Grice complete the top 10 ahead of Daniel Budd, Steve Foden, Morgan Root and the struggling Luke Handley. He was off twice up at Beckett's over that race, and will be fairly fortunate, I think, to have finished with relatively little damage. Dan Chapman was 15th ahead of Nick Brady, Charles Budd, Ross McCarr, Oliver Devine, King and Patrick Booth, with Paul Savage 21st, Ruby Smith in 22nd, then Mike Harris, Joe Weaver, Richard Forber was the first car 1 lap down, Adam Blair and Sean Smith we saw slowing as well, didn't we, earlier on in the race with some sort of mechanical issue. So 28th place was Tim Gray, except he was a non-finisher. He was the cause of the red flag, and Dave Richardson also retired, I believe, to the pit lane earlier on in proceedings. So the Audi Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship is getting very close now. They'll have another 3 races at Thruxton next time out, and then 3 races here on the international circuit at Silverstone. And it would be fitting, I think, wouldn't it, if the very first season of this championship went right down to the wire. Ran as a series of races last year, but running as a full-blown championship for the first time in 2024. And if we could have a 3-way shootout for the championship at the last round, then that would be exactly what this championship deserves, and all of the team for the BRSCC who have worked so hard to put this championship together, to make it the success that it has become. And they will be very, very proud, I'm sure, to see this championship going from strength to strength, and hopefully coming to a fittingly exciting conclusion come season's end. So there, Tim Gray's car gets pulled back into the paddock, and we've got one more race before lunch, I think I'm right in saying. So we've got, yes, the modified Ford series coming up next. We're going to take a very short break here from Silverstone, hopefully have some reaction from our podium drivers on that race in a moment or two. So join us again for that in just a few minutes.
No, now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
let it go.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, where we've got a big grid of cars, our biggest grid of the weekend, assembled on the start-finish straight, and it is for the modified Ford series, excuse me. We did look like we were missing one, maybe, from the grid. If we could get that shot back, I could probably try and figure out who it was. But hopefully 37 cars, it might be 36, because I think we're missing maybe David Matthias, or has he just pulled up maybe in a grid slot a bit too far back? I think he might. No, we should have two Sapphire Cosworths there, so I think we've got one of the Matthiases, but not the other one. We'll figure it out in a moment. But anyway, we've got in excess of 35 cars lined up on the grid, and this is always a real highlight of the weekend whenever the Modified Ford Series are in town. A huge grid, a good mix of cars as well, lots of different class battles to watch out for, and some pretty special machinery out there as well. Let's run through the grid. It'll take us a while. It is the Escort Mark 1 RSR of Jack Gadd that set the fastest time in what was a very competitive qualifying session. Top four drivers covered by only 9/10 of a second, so that sets us up well for an entertaining race. He's got Tommy Field in the Mark 1 RSR Escort alongside, so two very similar cars on the front row of the grid. Dave Cockle's four-wheel drive Escort Cosworth starts from third alongside Tom Ovenden in his Mark 1 RSR as well. Then Stephen Scotland Woody and Malcolm Harding on row number 3. Lloyd Jameson and Scott Matthias on row 4, and then possibly David Matthias on row 5 alongside Steve Minton in the Escort Mark 2. Then the best of the Capris, that's Simon Light's 111 car alongside Paul Restall in the Sierra Cosworth on row number 6. 7th row, Mike Thurley and Tim Foxlow. Tyler England and Tony Paxman on row 8. Row 9, Mick Head and Malcolm Wise, a pair of Escort Cosworths. And the top 20 then completed by Gary Johnson and Chris Baker in a Mark 1 and a Mark 3 Escort, respectively. Don't see many Mark 3 Escorts racing, but Chris Baker's been a stalwart of this series for a little while now. 21st on the grid then is Oliver Bullion's Fiesta ST150, followed by a similar car of Aidan Morris alongside him on row 11. Row 12, Leroy Brown's Fiesta, and another Fiesta, or an ST180 this time, of Caitlin May. Then Ben Purnell and Todd Garner are next. We've got a whole load of Fiestas coming up actually towards the back of the grid. Gary Littlewood is in one. A Mark 4 Fiesta for Dave Barrett will share that row with him, and row 15 is where you find Kevin Hadfield's Puma. I think that's the only Puma entered this weekend. We normally get a handful of them out. Kevin on his own though in the Pumas this weekend. He's got John Ward alongside him on row 15. 16th row, Paul Soles, Mark 1 Ford Focus, and the Ford Fiesta of Dominic Ryan. Paul Neville and Colin Claxton are next, ahead of Nigel Hutton and Mark Mitchell, with Wayne Crabtree coming in 37th on the grid. Although he didn't qualify, actually, Wayne Crabtree didn't set a lap time in qualifying, so might not be at the back of the field. We should have everybody else there. Richard John Neal was practically sprinting back into the commentary box then, did not want to miss the start of the Modified Ford Series, and I can't say I blame him.
I was walking quickly, but a sprint is not in my vocab.
You could have got away with that then. People would have had an image of you.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate the perception management attempt there. Thank you.
I do my best for you.
Talking about perception management, we don't need any of that, do we, here, because we've got a fantastic grid. I can't get my words out. There aren't many sites as fine as this, I don't think, in UK motorsport. It is such a fantastic series, this, and not only do the cars look good, they sound good, they're proper old school racers, but one of the friendliest paddocks out there as well. You probably spend a bit more time wandering the paddock than I do these days, but any single one of these drivers will be more than happy to talk to you, more than happy to give you a little bit of time out of their day, and not just us as people who work with them, but spectators walking around the paddock as well. There's always a crowd of people around the Modified Fords. They love them. I'll tell you what, though, the bane of it at the moment is the guys in the regular Fords want to beat the RSRs.
Yes.
Because we've got the space frame RSRs, and like Dave Cocker was chatting to him this morning. He said, I want to beat those. I've got to try and beat those, he said, but it's hard work.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see. He's starting from third on the grid in the Escort Cosworth. I do like a Cosworth. There are a handful of them out on the grid for this one. Let's see what happens then. 15 minutes, the duration for this first of two Modified Ford Series races here this afternoon from Silverstone. Lights go out now, and the thunder roars as they head towards Copse Corner for the first time. The two RSRs on the front row together, both seeming to get a pretty even start. On the inside line, Jack Gadd, and the outside, Tommy Field. Pole position, of course, for a rolling start being on the inside line, not the outside, as it has been for the rest of the weekend. And they all are on their tippy toes through Copse Corner, just trying to stay out of each other's way. It's Field, though, that's got the better of Jack Gadd at the start. And Dave Cockle comes steaming in third place. That's how much he wants to try and beat the RSRs, but that's not really the best way to do it.
No, it's not. So anyone that says that we should be limiting series needs to have a proper think about that. From here, look at this.
Yeah.
I know we'd like them in championships and things like that, but this is terrific, and I love it because you come along and say, oh, that car's here today.
That's Dave Cockle, who arrived backwards at Brooklands then. I think he had a bit of a brake failure or something, because there was a pair of big black lines on the tarmac going into the corner. Dave Cockle's chances of beating the RSRs, unfortunately, have taken a bit of a dip in this one. Hopefully he can get going again, because the grid for race 2, I'm pretty sure, is based upon the race results from race 1, so he'll want to try and get his way as close to the front as he can. But no, you're absolutely right. If this was a championship, I don't think we'd have 30 plus cars on the grid every round, because it's the joy of a series, isn't it? You can dip in and out if you don't have the budget or the time to commit to a full season. A series is the way to go, and that is why this has continued to be so massively successful over recent years. Modified Ford Series, less successful perhaps for Dave Cockle today, but he'll be back, I'm sure, in race 2 if he can't get the car going in this first one. But it is I don't think Stephen Scott Dunwoody is leading, is he? I think that timing screen might be slightly wrong. I had Tommy Field in the lead at the end of the opening lap.
Yeah, nice to see Tony Paxman back. Gonna give a shout out for Tony. Had an injury, had a sepsis in his foot, a bit nasty. Still wearing the boots, obviously not in the car. Qualified well. He's in the light blue 57 Mark 1 Escort, which is not an RSR.
No, it's not. That's a proper escort, isn't it? And you see it doing battles in the midfield. Well, so, in my defence, part of the regulations for this series is that you don't actually have to have a Ford engine even, do you? And that's what the Super A and Super B classes are. They're for cars that look a bit like Fords, but actually underneath aren't really. And then in the classes further back, they are being actually propelled by Ford engines.
You're right.
So.
What I like about this is they're honest about it, unlike some of the classic touring cars or something like that, where you've got replicas that aren't actually original, and this is very open.
Exactly so you know exactly what you've got, and the cars look and sound great regardless. On the inside there goes the Capri, and on the outside David Matthias there losing out at Beckett's corner. A little bit of side-by-side action there up at the top end of the circuit. And the Capri, that thing is, I think, probably the fastest car in a straight line, isn't it? But getting around the corners is a challenge.
Only 5 litres, isn't it?
Is that all? It's just not enough, is it? Into the pit lane, by the way, has come a car with slightly less horsepower. That's the number 48 car, one of the Ford Focuses, and that is Paul Solb, another experienced driver within this series, who unfortunately has pulled, presumably, into retirement. Timing screen now correcting itself to put Tommy Field and Jack Gadd out in front, but look, only 0.3 of a second between them, and that's almost exactly what separated them in qualifying, but the other way round. Jack Gadd was 0.3 quicker than Tommy Field, so they are very evenly matched, those two, and it's a shame that Dave Cockle and Tom Ovenden at the moment aren't really part of that fight, because they were also within a second of the pole position time, as they're the 821 Fiesta of Mark Mitchell does its best to stay out of the way of some of the quicker cars, but already the quick cars coming round to lap the others, and that's the Sierra off up at Beckett's corner. David Matthias gets it all wrong under braking, and did well actually to pick his way back onto the road with no damage.
He did do well, didn't he? 3/10 up from Gadd and Scott Dunwoody at the moment. Yeah, the field gets spread out fairly quickly. It was great. Tom Ovenden, you know, races in the JCW Mini category. To my mind, very old school, coming out and racing something else as well. And it's not just a one-off, he's here a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Proper old school in cars like these as well. But yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it? I think drivers that are particularly up-and-comers, you know, we sometimes see a touring car driver, a Tom Ingram or something, coming and having a go in other series. But when you're a kind of up-and-coming driver, you know, in one of those sort of feeder series, if you like, you can understand them wanting to focus all of their time, attention and money, let's be honest, on progressing their career. But you learn a lot from coming and racing in cars like this that you won't learn from racing in a JCW Mini, and you know, perhaps he's got an eye on racing something like GT cars or whatever in the future, and getting a bit of rear-wheel drive experience, a good idea for him. So yeah, nice to have him out on the grid. He's slipped back a bit from where he started, but seems to now be picking up the pace a little bit as we hit mid-race distance.
Trophies and podium for this one, top 3. Rather than going through, have time to run through all the classes, will we? We've got about 6.
Yes, although we do have lunch break after this, so you can fill a little bit of time. Yeah, we've got Super A, Super B, A, B+,
Some of my grades.
I was just thinking exactly the
same. Actually, no, they were class D and E.
Yes.
Probably.
My thoughts exactly. Class C is the lowest you can go in this, and that was quite an achievement, to be honest, for me. So yes, a number of different classes to go through, all based basically on power to weight ratios and all sorts of technical things that I don't fully understand really. But generally speaking, the more powerful a car is, the higher its class will be. There is the 111 of Simon Light. He's just got ahead of Malcolm Harding. This for 6th position. Malcolm Harding is leading his class. That's class B+, but he wants to try and regain this place as quickly as he can. I don't think he'll out-grunt the Capri though, will he?
He's not going to, is he? Simon Light manages to get the better of him down the straight, and you missed the pun with Leroy Brown about the transponder.
Oh, I didn't spot that. No.
Bring it back, Leroy Brown. Chris Hosey's laughing. He hasn't got a clue what the joke's about.
I think maybe laughing at the look of amusement on my face.
Oh, right. Yeah. He's just laughing at my face.
Well, no comment. Tommy Field leads now, not by 0.3 of a second. What's happened here? He's 3.6 seconds now ahead of Jack Gadd. So maybe traffic. You can see they are very much in amongst the back markers now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And again, that's the beauty of this all racing. The drivers love it. They love the fact that you can get involved. Oh, intermittent, there we go, just to back up my dreadful attempt at a pun. Yeah, it's one of the things that the drivers enjoy. Even if you're out front and away, as Tommy Field is, you still have to exercise skill, discretion to get through some of the other classes, which is great. great racing.
Tom Ovenden there at the inside. Lloyd Jameson is that to the outside of him, I think, in the Cosworth, and going either side of a Capri as they head down the back straight. In fact, that is the Capri, isn't it, of Simon Light, and he almost leant there on Tom Ovenden, I think, as they went into Beckett, and out wide goes the number 45 car, and trying his best to stay out of everybody's way, Stephen Scotton-Woody. In fact, no, he was running in third place, so Stephen Scotton-Woody drifting back. So what does all of this mean? I think that might put Lloyd Jameson into third, with Tom Ovenden trying to get up the inside of him now as they head towards the end of another lap. Let's get that confirmed. Yes, Jameson third, Ovenden fourth, Simon Light up into fifth position. Simon started 11th in the Capri, and he's actually just taken fourth away from Tom.
So it's all white on the timing tower for the top four now, so the class is sorting themselves out. How much further is Simon Light going to get up the order here?
You have to wonder whether he had issues in qualifying, because he was 4 seconds off pole in qualifying and 3 seconds slower than some of the drivers with whom he's battling now. So obviously got the car working well now. He goes up alongside Lloyd Jameson now, and that's for third position for Simon Light. And he's now into some relatively clean air. I wonder what further progress he can make. 15 seconds or so, though, behind the leading two. So I don't think he's that likely to catch up to them. A brilliant looking car, though, isn't it? It doesn't look like it's all that happy about going round corners, but yeah, Simon's wringing its neck and certainly utilising the performance it's got in a straight line to good effect.
Yeah, and the great thing is, of course, with the extra car, I mean, significantly the most powerful car out there. But when you get to the tight, twisty bits, he's really got to wrestle it, and he's doing that so well at the moment for P3. How close is he? Long way down on Jack Gadd, isn't he? So he's not going to be able to get P2, but outright podium, good finish for him.
That was always the thing, so I've heard, with the road-going Capri, wasn't it? That it was always pretty good on a motorway or down a long straight road, but take it down a country lane and you had your hands full. But great-looking cars, and you don't see that many Capris racing really these days, so nice to have that beautifully prepared example out on the track. It does run in the Super A class, so it's not necessarily Ford-powered, but a great-looking car, and the engine. Do you know what engine it is in there, where they got the engine from?
Oh, I can't remember. I did speak to him about it at SNET.
It's often a Chevy or something, isn't it? Or, that they stick in those cars. So, yeah, very powerful and performing well here at Silverstone. There's the Puma, meanwhile. That's Kevin Hadfield, all on his own at the moment. I said he's the only Puma on the grid. Normally, we've got a few of them battling for position, but he's found himself a rare bit of clear track. We've lost a couple to the pit lane as well. I mentioned Paul Solb earlier on. Also, Colin Claxton has brought his Zaxby's Escort into the pit lane. He only completed a handful of laps in qualifying, and it was a qualifying session that was interrupted, or actually ended early, because of a red flag as well, because a couple of drivers were stopping at the side of the road. So, and that's why we've got this huge strip of cement dust down the main straight, because they had a fair bit of oil to soak up after that qualifying session earlier on this morning. Look at the people that were stood trackside there on the inside coming out of Cobb's Corner. That was a genuinely big crowd actually gathered trackside to enjoy one of the best spectacles of the weekend. And you know what, Richard, this might be bubbling away quite nicely at the front as well, because that gap was nearly 4 seconds at one point. Jack Gadd now only 2.1 seconds back from Tommy Field, with 5 minutes left to try and catch him. If he keeps this going, let's see what the gap is. It's still about 2.1 seconds. But that's been the trend, hasn't it, today? Races that have come together in the closing stages. This could be another one.
It could be, and it might be traffic-induced, very possibly, as we've got someone pulling off.
97?
Leroy Brown bringing it back.
Well, we wouldn't have known that he'd stopped on track because his transponder's not working, so I'm glad we picked that up.
That's very true. Thankfully, our directors and cameramen, wonderful cameramen, have picked it up.
Indeed so. So there is one of the other Sierra Sapphire Cosmos, I think, going through. David Matthias, that was, wasn't it? Number 87, down in 8th position. Stephen Scotton-Woody, by the way, still in 6th place after that moment that he had up at Brooklands a few laps ago. There, the number 75 car heads through. So let's do class lead. Oh, no, let's not, because we've got another one stopping now down at Brooklands. Number 31, Ben Purnell's RSR, and that's expired very smokily. Now, there are now 2 cars parked, presumably, at that very same location. So I wonder how many more cars we have to have at the side of the road before the race director says, well, we might need to move some of those.
Could well happen. Tom Ovenden enjoying his race at the moment. So Tommy Field still out front. There is Malcolm Harding. It was late entry, Malcolm, into the...
Oh dear. Now, I'm not sure now is the best time to diagnose what's wrong with that car. I would be getting out of Dodge if I were you.
Marshall's coming to sort him out. Well done, Marshall.
Yes, exactly. But that is the mentality of a driver, isn't it? The first thing they want to do is get in there, especially drivers.
What do you mean? It's off the track, it's safe.
Exactly, yes. Yes. And, you know, in fairness, they want to make sure there's no more damage going to be done, that there's no fire risk. But, yes, they sometimes put their own safety to one side, don't they, when they maybe shouldn't do. But, right, let's have another stab at class leaders, shall we? Tommy Field leads overall, therefore leads in Super A as well. Tom Ovenden in 5th position is leading his class, that's SB. Oh, there's another one slowing now at the same part of the track. This is one of the Fiestas now, ST150. Can't see the number from this angle, but that's going to join the Ford graveyard now down at the end of the Wellington Straight. Can see from that angle, in fairness, they're quite a long way off the track, aren't they? So should be safe. Right, I'll try again. Tom Ovenden leads in Super B. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is leading in Class A at the moment in 6th place. Malcolm Harding right behind him leads Class B+. Chris Baker down in 13th position in the number 16 car is leading Class B. And I think I missed Class C, didn't I? Class C being led by, scrolling down the timing screen, the number 13 car, which is Dave Barrett, who actually was out-qualified by Gary Littlewood. Those two always have some pretty good battles in Class C, and he's managed to find a way past Littlewood once we got into the race. So, I don't think anything happened in those 20 seconds or so that I was going down through the class leaders, which is a rare thing in this race. What has happened is Tommy Field has started to get his foot down again now, maybe found a bit more clear track, and is now once again 3.6 seconds clear of Jack Gadd.
Both Tommy and Jack, of course, race winners in this series before, so enjoying themselves, no doubt. Class honours absolutely key for it, but Tommy Field the man out front at the moment. I don't know how many RSR, I need to check how many have been built, because originally it was kind of a fun thing. It was never perceived as being a series or even a champ. I think a lot of people have nagged Sonny Howard of SHP, who builds them, to start a championship, but everybody that's built them tend to build them or put equipment in that's slightly different engines or different running gear. So it would be nice to see a series, but hey, or a championship, but who wants to put that pressure on them? Let's just enjoy them out here. Exactly,
and they still are very welcome within Modified 4. It's the great thing about the very open set of regulations we've got here. There's another one slowing down now. That's one of my favourite cars on the grid, because that's a particularly good example of a Escort Cosworth, and it is the 86 car, which is Scott Matthias. So, now hang on. Scott Matthias is down as a Sierra Sapphire. It's not a Sierra, is it? No, it's definitely not a Sierra. But it is number 86, so it's Scott Matthias with a car change possibly then. Although I didn't see him on the grid, so I wonder if he's changed car after qualifying or something and had to start from the back. But anyway, he is slowing, and hopefully we'll be able to limp back to the pit lane. Otherwise, the poor marshals are going to lose most of their lunch break dealing with car recovery, because there are a handful of them now littered around the side of the track, and they all need to be recovered during that lunch break before we can get the afternoon's racing underway.
Tom Ovenden there, still leading his class 6 position. He'll be out again. Actually, no, he won't be out next weekend, Tom Ovenden. It's not JCW's next week, it's Kuma.
Yeah, that's right.
At Donington Park.
Oh, now the slow Fiesta still going, but exceptionally slowly, right in front of the race leader, who is heading for the checkered flag. So Tommy Field then is going to come through to, in the end, take a fairly comfortable victory, but it didn't look like it was going to be that comfortable. He slides his way nicely out of Luffield corner then, and heads for the line. Checkered flag is going to wave once again for Tommy Field, who wins here at Silverstone. Jack Gadd actually got a bit closer on the final lap or so there, coming home in the end in 2nd position. Simon Light in 3rd. Lloyd Jameson will come home in 4th position. Where is Lloyd Jameson? He's not made it to us yet. He was some way back, actually, wasn't he? 4th. Simon Light, by the way, only 4.5 seconds adrift of the lead in the end, so pretty impressive stuff. There is Jameson going through in 4th. Stephen Scott Dunwoody 5th. Tom Ovenden in 6th is a class winner. Malcolm Harding 7th. And the rest of them going through that Fiesta really going slowly. I don't think I ever did get a number on that car. Let's see if I can figure it out as it comes through. Still couldn't quite see the number, if I'm honest, as it made its way past them. Let's have a look at I think it's the number 4. I think that's number 4 that was going very slowly. Nigel Hutton, whose lap times were over a minute off the pace at the end because of whatever mechanical gremlins he'd run into. But anyway, luckily everyone else avoided him, and we didn't get a nasty looking incident out on track. So the modified Fords will head back to the pit lane, and we head into a lunch break now before we go racing again this afternoon. And a busy afternoon. We're not even halfway through today's races, so plenty more racing to bring to you here from the Silverstone National Circuit. Tommy Field wins the race, gets a win in Super A as well, ahead of Jack Gadd, Simon Light and Lloyd Jameson. Stephen Scott and Woody is the Class A winner, with Tom Ovenden winning in Class Super B. Malcolm Harding also a class winner in 7th position, that was Class B+. Then David Mathias, Paul Restle and Malcolm Wise complete the top 10. Steve Minton 11th, Paul Neville 12th, and Chris Baker makes it onto page 1 of the results as the winner of Class B. Then further back, Tyler England, Wayne Crabtree, Gary Johnson, Oliver Bullion and Tony Paxman. Mick Head was 20th, Caitlin May 21st, 22nd Aidan Morrison, 23rd Scott Matthias, Dave Barrett the winner in Class C down in 24th, then it was Gary Littlewood, Kevin Hadfield and John Ward. All of these drivers were at least one, if not more, laps down. Dominic Ryan 28th, Mark Mitchell 29th, Nigel Hood 30th, ahead of Ben Purnell, Leroy Brown. Now getting into those that didn't actually make it to the flag, Army Brown, Claxton, Paul Sold retired to the pit lane early on, and so too did Mike Thurley. So, modified Ford racing done with here for the time being. We'll hear from our class winners probably in a few minutes' time. A reminder that we are now heading into a lunch break. We're heading into it about 10 minutes early, so I don't know whether we'll perhaps be starting about 10 minutes early a little bit later on today. I would imagine we will be. The first TCR UK race of the day due to start at about 25 to 2, so 1:35, but I think we might go a bit earlier than that. During the lunch break, we've actually got a grid walk to be had, so the cars will be released out onto the grid, and you can come out and join them on the grid if you are here trackside. We'll have lots of build-up courtesy of Paul O'Neill ahead of the start of that race, who's busily preparing himself right next to me for the pit walk to come a bit later on, and he'll be getting all of the juicy gossip out of the drivers out on the grid. So, we will hear from TCR drivers a bit later on. They've got 2 races to come with, don't forget, this afternoon. We've also got action from the Ginetta Junior Championship, the ST240 Fiestas, Civic Cup, Audi TTs, Fiesta Juniors, and Modified Fords will be out once more as well later on in the day. Right then, let's head down to Richard, who's got plenty of time to hear with our class winners from the Modified Ford Series.
That sounds like some filling needed. Rather than class winners, it's top 3 in the modified Ford. So let's get Tommy Field over and Jake Gadd. Tommy first, well done.
Thank you very much.
We meet again.
We meet again, exactly. Yeah, good habit to have, I think, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is. Look, fairly straightforward. And we were saying about this type of racing is it can be straightforward until you need to get into traffic, and then I guess the mindset changes.
I reckon I haven't been here since when I was back in the Formula Ford days. I've been obviously GP and international, but the national circuit, I haven't been here since the Formula Ford. So, and obviously qualifying with the oil down and double yellows, and we just didn't get anywhere, you know. So it's really, we had no idea what to expect in that first race. So just hit it off the start. Car was great, but it's because although it's a short track, you've got quite a lot of hard turns. So the last 4 laps where you had no tyres left at all. So yeah, it's good.
How does it change when you get into the Class Cs? Because obviously you've got performance differential. Those guys are having their own race. Do you have to sort of flick a switch?
You've really got to, you can't just be greedy, and because you've got to realise those two are having a battle. So all he's going to be looking at is him. So you just got to be really careful and pick your moments and get past as best you can.
It was a good lead. It was like swaying from about only 3.5 at the end, 2 seconds at one stage.
Yeah, I come out there the second lap from last and had massive fuel surge. I was about to run out of fuel. So I whacked the boost completely off, short shifted and crossed my fingers. And we go across the line. Thank God. Yeah, it was panicky. I think we put a bit more in for the next one.
We've spoken about the RSRs a little bit before, and they're wonderful kit, very well presented. What do you do with them in between? I mean, do you just park them up? Do you do anything else with it? Or?
No, I mean, as I say, sure, I own this car when I have the privilege of driving it, but I was up there from 9 o'clock Friday morning to 9 o'clock Friday night, prepping it, pads, rear wheel bearings, fluids throughout. New exhaust manifold at Snetterton, it broke itself to bits, so another exhaust manifold, turbo checks. Yeah, there's a lot of work in them. To be honest, the pace you're doing most circuits here, Snetterton, 56 at Snet, when you're pushing something that hard, they just get hurt. It's as simple as that. I think 15 minutes for these is the limit. I mean, we come in from Snetterton, we went up there Friday with no pads left, no fluid left in it. The rear tramp bar was loose and cracked in the axle, so you've just got to be on top of them consistently. But yeah, it's part of it, I suppose, at the end of the day.
You've got to be on top of it in between races. So is there much to do now?
Yeah, we'll get it up again now. Nut and bolt check the whole thing. Go through everything, put more fuel in it for sure. Go through that manifold again, and then check the tyres. The trouble is these have a live rear axle on the back, so it's a solid axle, so it's not independent, and it puts the rear tyres through some serious stress. I mean, even in that quali, we didn't do a great deal, and we put a new tyre on the rear left, and it blistered it to the point we couldn't use it. So 6 laps. So we're going to have a look what that does now. Maybe do some more setup changes, try and prevent that. But other than that, try and do the same again.
Nice one. Hopefully we'll see you a little bit later on. Thanks. Cheers, Tommy. Always a pleasure. Thanks very much. Jake Gadd takes P2, and again, a nice habit to get to chat to you. RSR based as well.
Yeah, I'm getting used to seeing the back of Tommy at the moment. It's good fun.
What are the differences for our viewers between the two cars, between yours and Tommy's?
They're pretty similar, to be honest, pretty much identical. They're both the turbo, both RSR, so yeah, it makes for a good battle.
Tommy was telling us the gruelling schedule we did to put the car together, and then ran it a little bit marginal on fuel from the sounds of it. You were fuelled up better?
Yeah, we like to go heavy on the rear just to try and keep it down, but it never works.
And is there much work for you in between race 1 and race 2, or is it just splash and dash, ready to go?
Yeah, I imagine just a refill, have a check over the car, and away we go again.
Enjoyed the racing. It's always wonderful to see the cars. What's your view on when you get into the Class Cs? You know, because around about a third of the race, the traffic happens for you. You're trying to chase Tommy, probably trying to fend off drivers behind at the same time, and then you've got a multitude of different types of cars that are, of course, welcome on track. They've paid their fees to come and race, but you've got to deal with it.
Yeah, well, like you say, they're having their own race. They've got every equal opportunity to be here like us. So yeah, it's giving them respect as we come through without trying to lose him.
That's good stuff, and obviously you've got to do it all again a little bit later on. It's great value as well, I think, for you guys. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but a lot of the drivers just rock up for the one day, which is quite old school, and it does give you other time, you know, with family or whatever on day 2 or day 1 in this case.
No, we come up on Friday night, so we get the whole weekend. The paddock's brilliant here, so everyone sort of gets together. It's good fun. So.
Modified Ford Series is going from strength to strength. There's a lot of talk about Series being limited next year. I don't want to particularly open that can of worms, but it's a consultation, we're calling it. And, you know, for something as strong as this, you need your events.
Yeah, I'd probably keep my opinions to myself right now, but it doesn't really make much sense. That's all.
You need the track time, don't you? It's keeping the tracks going. You're giving us some great entertainment. The one thing we don't want to go to all one-make racing, do we? So series like this are terrific to see.
It makes it brilliant racing, you know. Sometimes we have 40, 50 cars turn out and not one car's the same. So it just makes it good.
And I'm not stirring the pot or anything else. It's genuine opinion, which in a consultation, of course, is what we need.
Yeah, exactly. So
we'll get it back on the positive. Jake, great second place. Well done. Good to see you. We'll see you for race 2 a little bit later on. Waiting very patiently, Simon. How are you? Congratulations. The first thing I want to say is well done. Super drive. We saw some great overtakes there.
Thank you. Yeah, starting from 11th. The quality didn't go quite to plan. Well, I bed some pads in at first, and then by the time I had to go at a quick lap, the red flag come out. So, yeah, so it's 11th. But yeah, made for a good race. It was good fun. Surprised to be third. I didn't know where I was really. So, yeah, it was great.
I've asked you the question before, and I forgot the answer. What engine has it got in it?
The Ford modular 32 valve V8 Cobra.
I couldn't remember top of my head, and Andy was having a dig at me for not remembering. It's a beast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a modern V8, all aluminium luckily, and yeah, being a multi-valve, loves to rev, so yeah, it's great.
At the risk of asking, what's your thoughts on the new Capri?
I can't. No, awful though. It's
not quite there, is it?
What are they doing? You know, no shame have they, these manufacturers nowadays, on their history. They just don't care.
But yours is, as I say, a completely beautiful car. Same question for the others. Much to do in between races?
In between? No, it's all seemed good. All temperatures all look good. Felt fine. We'll just give it put some fuel in it, obviously. Give it a once over. And
how much of a handful is it around those tighter corners? I mean, Beckett's the first tightish one, and then you get down into the complex. I'm guessing it could be a handful.
Yeah, it's always going to be like turning understeer and power out oversteer. It loves the fast stuff, really. You know, that's where it comes into its own. And yeah, we've only got cops on the national circuit, really. But yeah, you know, it goes well down the straights. So yeah.
I guess you get quite a lot of interest in the car around the paddock as well, because I saw this morning, I was in quite early having a wander around, and there were quite a few spectators taking the chance to come in and see all the different types of Ford machines that were there.
Yeah, they all love it. It's different, but that's for the whole grid. There's so much variation in all the Ford cars. There's a lot of different cars, so that's it's great to see the variation and all the different speeds. So everybody's got somebody to play with, and so that's good.
Look forward to seeing you for race 2 a little bit later on in the day. You're going to give these RSRs a jump off the start?
That might be the only point I get. Try and get my nose there for a second or two, but no, I don't. No, don't think that's happening. But we'll have a go.
We look forward to seeing it. Simon Light, thanks ever so much for having a chat with us. Congratulations, great drive and a great podium for Simon Light there in the 5-litre Capri. As you heard him say, modern technology under the bonnet in that car. If you're obviously joining us on the stream, make sure you come down to one of the actual meetings and spend a bit of time having a look around these cars. The drivers are very friendly. It's a super open paddock, as indeed all of the paddocks are in terms of the formula that we have racing with us over the weekend here on the BRSCC meetings. It's very much open. The podium's cracking on here, so Katie's doing the honours there. We'll let them get on with it. And we are going to head into an ad break with a few more chats for you when we come back. Stay with us.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want honest man.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
We are back. It is live. It's TCR UK. It's round 13. Come to the board to find out. I always do that. Right. Should we go and have speak to some drivers and some other celebrities on the grid? You're a celebrity, aren't you?
I am.
Your husband's in this?
Mr. Lewis.
So how's Darren going to get on?
Hopefully a bit more better than yesterday.
Why? What happened yesterday? He's on his own. He said he was lonely.
Yeah, always.
Listen, have a good one. I won't pester you too much this time. Right, let's go and have a word with Brad Lee Thurston. Brad is just here. Sorry to turn my back to the camera. Brad, you're on pole. Everyone's scattering. Mate, yeah.
No, I don't even want to be here.
I love that. Every time I spoke to you, it's like, oh yeah, well it is good, like, but yeah, I'd just rather be in the middle of the pack. Yeah. Listen, mate, it's a great series. We're going about it. Reverse grids they sit weirdly with a lot of people, don't they? It's like, oh, I don't really deserve to be here. Your last time you were up the front, mate, at Croft, you were like you'd been racing in the championship for ages. You're an amateur though, aren't you? You haven't raced for that much in front wheel drive, especially.
No, massively an amateur. We obviously won British Endurance last year with Daryl de Leon, but yeah, front wheel drive isn't really my thing. But we're giving it a go, and we'll see what happens.
What's it like to be at the home of motorsport, Silverstone, on the front row, and pole, and you look up there, and all you can see is turn 1, which is probably in your car 4th gear. Where'd you brake?
I should just show you that. I think just lift and send it and see what happens.
That sounds like the best way forward, mate. What are you actually seriously looking for in this race? Because you've got people around you that are like you, that they're inexperienced to a point. There's no podium people I can really see around and about. You've got to be looking for a top 6, mate. You've run up the front.
Yeah, not getting involved with the faster boys that are coming through, and just run our own race and see what happens. So, fingers crossed.
I like it. Do you think this is a good thing, the public grid walk? Is this your boy?
Yeah. Yeah. You want to say hello, Stanners?
Hi.
How's your dad going to get on today?
Good.
I like that. He's got more confidence in
has
you,
got
mate.
more
I love it.
confidence in me, yeah.
These public grid walks are great, aren't they? The fans
it's
they get close, don't they?
Get to get involved, and it's really good. So.
What about the pressure though that you come under with? Because if I was you now, mate, I would rather be sat in a garage just thinking about how the race is going to unfold. Because you're going to be in the car when the public have all gone. It's quite a lot of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah. Cheers, Paul. Thanks, mate.
I was just saying from experience.
Oh, do you know what? I was just chilling, sat here, and you've just put all the pressure on me. Thanks, mate.
Let's end the interview there. Right. Good luck anyway, Brad. We'll do with that.
Cheers,
right.
boys.
Excellent. Bradley is starting from P1 and pole. So, yeah, let's go and have a speak with, actually, Sam Laidlaw, who has been very good. He has been very, very good here. Sammy, I love how you just stood next to your car, mate, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
We spoke earlier when we were doing a little darts challenge for social media. Okay race yesterday, struggling to get the car off the line. Do you think you've nailed it? Because you've got a good chance of leading here, because I know Brad doesn't really want to be in the lead.
I think I'm going to play it more safe than risky on the start, because by turn 2 yesterday I was on the back of the grid anyway, even though I stalled. So I think if we get the car pulled off instead of stalled, we should be good, because my times are good. My times are fast. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
It's just getting into a rhythm, isn't it? I've just asked the same question to Brad, actually, about the public grid walk. It's awesome to have people here, kids, youngsters, like loads of different people, every walk of life's represented here. But it puts a lot more pressure on the drivers.
It does. You have to wait until you get in the car. Like it's cool, because everyone comes up to you, takes pictures. But yeah, it's just daunting, more and more daunting in the car. When I get in, I'll be fine.
Just trying to switch off.
Yeah.
Well, listen, good luck, mate. You definitely deserve a great result, so good luck to you. Have a good one. Right. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
How are you liking the public grid walk?
Oh, well, first time here, I'm enjoying it already.
Oh, really? Where are you originally from?
Jamaica.
I love it. It's not your first time at Silverstone, is it?
This is my first time here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite so far? You're just looking for the brightest colour car on track?
Well, I don't know exactly yet. I'm just watching to see how it goes. I always watch it on television, but no, I'm here. Amazing. I can see it.
Well, you're live anyway, and thank you for talking to us.
Fine, thank you.
Top man. Have a great day, guys. See you soon.
92.
92? No way. Fair play. If I look like that when I'm 92, I'll be well happy.
Yeah? Well, you should try and be happy.
I'm coming to live with you.
Yeah, anytime.
Good lad. Amazing. Right. I was getting pointed in the direction of Owen. Not you, Ali. You're in the wrong. Right. Well, he's not getting into it because he's got a Man United top on. Talk me through that.
It was charity shop free.
Oh, nice. 1-0 to United yesterday.
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Why are you so nervous? You just won the last Civic race.
Me nervous.
We'll leave you to it. Owen, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Like I said earlier, how are you?
No, I'm fine, mate. No one ever asks me how I am. It's very nice. How's the nerves, mate? Because reverse grid is difficult, isn't it? And there's a lot of kind of not experienced people up here. So you're one of them, though, aren't you? You can't expect too much, but I think you're going to be in the lead by turn 1 by accident.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just taking it for what it is, to be honest with you. Like, first TCR race, you can't expect too much. You know, even to be in a reverse grid position, I was over the moon with. So, see what we can do. There's some fast guys behind me, but I'll try to hold my own for as long as I can, I think.
Hey, listen, how's the start procedure been in the Lincoln Co? Because I know from having a little bit to do with that car, it's quite a difficult car to drive, but it's a difficult car to actually, the start procedure. Just talk us through what you have to do.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, that's been the worst bit for me so far. So yeah, I'm sure it's similar with a lot of the cars, but yeah, got to match the RPMs on the launch button, clutch to the biting point on the handbrake. So compared to the Civic, what I'm used to, you roll away like a road car at some traffic lights. It's the best way to start one of them. So being maxed out was a little bit alien for me, and all these buttons going on. Green flag lap, I did actually stall it, but Sargent was nice and he waited for me and let me regain my position.
Nice guy, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly, yeah, really nice guy. Hopefully he's nice in this one as well when he's starting behind me, but yeah, like I said, we'll see how it goes.
What are you expecting, mate?
If I could stay in the top 5, that'd be brilliant, but yeah, you know, like I said, I'm taking it for what it is. I'm not expecting too much. Hopefully we can sort the funds out to go to Fruxton and do Silverstone there at the end of the year and just keep learning in the car, really. I done one real short test day at Castle Combe a couple of weeks ago. And that's my only, other than the Friday test day, that's all I've done in the car, so it's still completely alien to me. And first time we went out, I was applying like half the brake pressure you're supposed to in the car, just not being used to a pedal box and being used to a servo and locking the front. So left hooker, all of this sequential, it's just so much to take in, and then you throw a launch control into that as well. So yeah, just taking it for what it is and learning, really.
I love how you went to Castle Combe for your first ever taste of TCR. What was the point in that, mate? That is the scariest circuit, even in like an 86 brake horsepower C1.
Yeah, literally a terrible idea. I went through the chicanes on the first lap, never even driven a left hook on a track, and I'm like, should we go home? No, let's load it up. Let's go home. Let's save this for Silverstone. So yeah, no, it's good.
Last question. Your family have been so proud of you, mate. You know, to just finish the races, to not have any, you know, silly things happen. Got the first race out of the way. Your mum was saying how, like Nina was telling me, she was like, well, we were really crying, and you know, it's nice. That's why we go racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got such a good family unit at racing, and the whole team. They're also supportive. You know, all the Civic boys are here to do the grid walk with me. So, yes, it's really nice. But then you come in and you're over the moon, adrenaline's going in, and your mum's crying, your girlfriend's crying, your sister's crying. You think, flipping heck, guys, like, give me a break. You know what I mean? It's all going on anyway, and they're all flipping crying in the garage. But yeah, mop out and then go again.
Well, I'd love it if my sister cried about my great things that I've done, but I've not done any great things, so there you go. Right, lad, I'm really hoping you have a great result because you deserve it. You're a good guy.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Top man. Right, let's leave Owen to it. Actually, quickly, do you want to come round with me a minute? I'll just show you inside Owen's car. If you've not seen inside one of these TCR cars, I'll let you go around the back. We're talking about the start procedure. They won't mind me, Pro Alloys, having a look in here. Obviously, he was talking about sequential gears on this car, but all these buttons, they're all different maps. Some of them are in different positions than other cars, but they've got all these buttons. You have to press certain ones to get the car off the line. You're allowed to go on full throttle, but it'll cut the revs to, I don't know, on this car, maybe 5,000 RPM. It stops the wheels spinning at the start. And you also have to use the handbrake as well, which sometimes is a line lock button, which it might be one of these here, but sometimes you have to reach down the other side and pull that. So that's why he was saying that the start procedure was very complicated. You can get it wrong. So sometimes, like I've done before in touring cars, it's best off to just not use it and just try to rely on your instinct to get the car off the line. But Owen's doing the right things and he's just taking things pretty steady for now. But great starting position for him. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do. Follow me. Luke Sargent should be around to talk about this new Gen 2 Audi that he's involved with, which is a fantastic car. I've done a lot with this car, actually. Not this particular car here, but its sister car that another team ran, and it's a fantastic car. TCR Gen 2 Audi, proper fast thing. Has all different characteristics. If you look at it, you can probably see it looks quite low compared to some of the other TCR cars that you can see. Even just looking across the way, if you look at the rear of some other cars, you can see that the rear actually runs a lot higher on the other TCR cars, and they have all different quirks and setups on these cars, but a fantastic car. Surf and Slice, that looks like some kind of nickname for Luke Sargent, who is actually over here. So if you want to come back and speak to Luke with me, sorry, giving Shane the run around here, he's flat out. He's having a busy old day with me. Lukey, how are you? You're looking stealth, you're looking, I don't know what you're looking actually, you look pretty cool.
Chilled.
You okay?
Yeah, chilled for once. Just want to have a good result. I think it's my best chance of, everyone's saying go for a win, but I think if we can get the podium, I think this is going to be my best chance of the year to to get one. We can get past these guys in front, just get my head down. I think yesterday we were on pace with everyone. It was just, we had a delay with Brad in front of me on the restart and I couldn't catch. No, I caught Matt in the end, but then the next safety car cost me again. So, yeah, I just want to get a podium today.
A few people on the pit lane I was talking to were actually saying this is not a guaranteed win on the cards for the weekend, but it's going to be your best weekend. If the car sticks together and you can keep it out of trouble. What was that message you sent to me on Instagram? We did a so-and-so time on Scrapyard Screamers, and they're old tyres.
Yeah, 58.5 in testing on Friday with, what, half an hour in the car. It's so different to the Cupra to drive. You know, that's so pointy. This is quite heavy on the front. You've got to sort of get it to turn under braking. But, yeah, we did 58.5, yes, on Friday. Messed it up in qualifying. My fastest lap. Hi, Dave.
Dave Newsham, ladies and gentlemen, just walking past. Do you know, Andy McEwen just actually squeezed me so hard in my kidneys, and I usually squeal, but I didn't, but I forgot to tell the viewers that was someone behind me if I did this. But yeah, as you were saying, best chance really, isn't it? And these cars, such a different car, isn't it? The characteristics of this, I've done a lot in these cars, and difficult to get rotation in them.
Yeah, it's just the smoothness as well, where you have to be sort of so smooth for the first corner. I was struggling on the Friday, and I sort of got the hang of it. But it's a great car. Around here, I think Thruxton. Get Stuart to get you in the car for Thruxton.
I'm busy that day. I think I'm working. I can't remember now. Do you know this?
Yeah, you are busy. You are.
This would be a fantastic car around Thruxton. Actually, a little bit of a longer wheelbase, low to the floor, quick in a straight line. I think that'd be about. Well, it's pretty good round here, I suppose, as well.
It's mega around here. It's just I'm not that good. I'm okay. I'm getting there. I'm not going to do over a podium. I just need to get my head down and get. I'm not that good. I just play along and have fun and I'm so close to podiums all the time. It's always little things. I think today, hopefully, it'll be my birthday.
Oh, is it your birthday today, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Happy birthday, mate. I can't.
31 again.
How old are you? Director's Cup. What are you?
37.
Goodyear Diamond Trophy.
I said that. So I might come back in 3 years' time for Diamond Trophy. Just get one cup out of this. No, I think if we can get off the line, we can get in front. It's hard to get past around here, isn't it? You know that. It's hard once you're out front and they're battling behind. It's hard to get past. So if we can get to the front, hopefully, fingers crossed, all that kind of stuff. Hopefully we can have a good result. I want a podium. I don't want a first. I do want a first, but realistically, a podium I think is where we're going to aim for. Anything better than third is a massive result.
Top man, you have a battle, mate. We'll let you go. There's the boss, isn't it? Old Pep. How have you been getting on with him?
He's good, yeah. He's been near there and everywhere. He's at the other side as well. So I'm not used to that, but it's been good. The car's been brilliant. No throwing spanners like I'm used to and shouting at the car next door in the garage with me, which has been strange. I think Steve's getting used to that now. But no, it's been really good. The car's been great. Pep's run it great. We had a few problems on the Friday, but that was inherited with the previous person that had the car. But it's been great all weekend.
Cool. You got a good set of tyres on there. There's a bit of release agent on there, a bit.
Fronts on the back.
Yeah, but I can see they're going to be beautiful, those fronts, when they go on the rear, mate. So I'll let you crack on.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Top man, right, Luke Sargent, happy birthday. Car looking fantastic. And, yeah, watch out for that car. That's going to be a spot-on one. Cheers, Pep. He's done a good job as well. Let's have a look. Is Matty... There he is. Let's go and speak to Matt Wilson. I will wait for you, Shane. I'll wait for you. Come on, mate. I can get lost, can't I, in the different array of colours that we got. Oh, he's just going to get a selfie. This is nice, isn't it? He's actually talking to some race fans. That's the first time I've ever seen anyone want to talk to Matthew Wilson, unless he owes them some money. I'm not too sure. Should we go on? We'll ask these kids actually what the score is. But what we'll do is we're going to butt in here. We're not going to actually. No. We're not going to interview you, Matthew. Is he after an invoice? Why is he talking to you?
Don't know. Someone must like me.
I like you, mate. What's your name?
Chloe.
Chloe. Do you like racing?
Yeah.
And is Matthew your favourite driver? Who's your favourite driver? Say Matthew.
Yeah.
That'll do. I'm the same, don't worry. I'm not going to interview you anymore because it's not nice when someone weird comes up to you with a microphone. So I'll interview your dad instead. What are you doing here?
Just brought the family day out.
A lot of people here, isn't there?
Yeah, it's good. Good way to spend a Sunday, right?
Did you watch the race yesterday?
No, we just come for the day here today. So we didn't see it yesterday.
Well, let me tell you something, and Matthew will back me up on this. Yesterday's race was pretty spicy, so I think there's a few scores to settle up and down the pit lane, so have a look out for a few
things on the side of a few cars here, so there's obviously been a bit of contact along the line.
That was me throwing my iPad at them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See that.
Well, listen, we'll let you go. You go and have a look at the other cars up front. Have a good day, Chloe.
Bye.
Bye. Hello. How are you, Matthew? You okay?
Yeah, doing really well, thank you.
love to see you back, mate. It's absolutely awesome. Shocked me when I seen the car. It was like a Harley Quinn.
Yeah, I thought I'd go something a bit bold. Yeah, stands out. You can definitely tell me apart from everyone else.
Yeah, you and I can't, actually, it's a good job I'm not colourblind. I can't see Darren Lewis's car either. It's like proper the brightest cars alive, these two, aren't they?
No, exactly. Hopefully it'll scare people in the rearview mirror and then I can go on through and win the race.
Well, you're probably one of the only ones that we get to here that's had a podium before. So, that what you're looking for? Or can you get the win? The car's quick enough, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I'm looking to improve on last year and I got a second last year, so I'm definitely looking for that win.
It's nice to be back.
Yeah, really happy to be back, and I can't complain coming 5th in my first race back this year. I can't knock that.
Yeah. How's the family, mate? You've got a youngster now, haven't you?
Yeah, doing really well. She's at home. She's 2 later this year. But yeah, it changed my life, but I love her a bit.
Oh, top man. Right, listen, it's good to see you, mate. Thanks for not unfollowing me on Instagram. I did check because I've not heard from you for a while.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Top man. Matty Wilson, ladies and gentlemen. Right, let's go and have a look who's... Oh, Darren. Actually, let's have a little word with Darren Lewis in the brightest car on the grid, I would say. How's it going? You okay?
All right, mate.
How are you, mate?
I'm doing good, mate. How are you?
I'm all right. I don't know if I can show that. You're allowed to drink that. It's fine. I thought you were going to swill me then.
You can't show it.
No, I'm joking. Having a good time? Nice to be on a grid walk?
Yeah, it's been good, mate. Yeah,
a lot of people here, isn't there? What are you doing here today? Anything in particular? TCR or just everything?
No, having fun with the Fords. They were nice.
Yeah, I did see that race.
Fords. The Fords were nice.
Reminded me, I used to have an Escort Cosworth back in the day.
Lucky man. You lucky man.
Why did I sell it? 12 grand I got for it.
Don't know.
Could have bought myself
one, mate. I want one.
Do you know what? I was lucky to have one, you're right, but I sold it after 6 months because I thought, I'm just putting too many miles on this. And it went up by like 800 quid in like 6 months, and now they're like 9 million quid, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm holding on to one precious thing, but hopefully that will just skyrocket.
You never know. I thought you were on about your missus. Right, I'll let you go, mate. Have a good one. That went down like a lead balloon. Darren, just upset half the paddock. You've got the brightest car on the grid. You, my friend, in my books, I would say, looking at everybody else, no, with your racecraft, it's got to be minimum podium in it, or am I being silly?
I'd like to think so. I think if we can get through, say the slower cars, but if I can get through these lot quick enough before all these lot attack me, I think we stand a good chance of getting a podium. I think Luke's going to be the hardest one because he's going to be quick. I'm hoping Sam stalled it yesterday, so he's going to be a bit nervous. I'm thinking he's going to light the wheels up. So just got to see what happens at the first corner, and then we'll just go from there. Innit?
You've actually gone through this pretty well, haven't you? You can't really plan things, can you? But you try as hard as you can to think about all outcomes, but you just got to drive the car, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, if you try and plan for a scenario, it never happens, does it? You've raced yourself. You've just got to see what happens and just take the right decision at the right time. And you never know what's going to happen in front. If you're on pole and you get off the start and you've got a plan, you can sort of kind of stick to it. But you've got a lot of other people to factor into your little plans, haven't you? But I think car feels all right. We've had a look at the data and we've been watching my lines where I can find a bit of time and stuff. So hopefully I can put that to good use and see if we can get on the podium.
Sound, mate. Right, Darren, we'll leave you to it. Don't forget your gloves. You've left them on the windscreen. And have a great day, mate. I think you might win. There's my tip for the day. You'll be jinxed that, haven't I? I'm sure Darren will be absolutely fine. He's good enough to win these races, and he's good enough to at least get on the podium. Right, okay, let's go over to the Area Motorsport crew. Area Motorsport always bringing an amazing car to the grid. Car looks cleaner than any other car I've seen. And I've got to say, Steve Laidlaw, where has he gone? Steve Laidlaw's disappeared. I love that. I love how he's gone. Does he owe the taxman money or something? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, the driver of this car, while he's not here, I actually don't like him. He's rubbish. No, I'm joking. He's a good lad. I don't know where he is, but anyway. I'll tell you what we will do. We'll speak to Mr. Baker, who's the team owner. Robert Baker, why have they left you with that? Why are you... Oh, is that your lunch? I thought you were holding it for someone else because you're a nice guy like that.
You're going to get Josh today, and you've come to me instead.
Josh
saw you come in and went to the toilet, so if you go and hide, he's probably watching now and going to reappear when you leave, so yeah. I think he's a bit camera shy, but he's doing really well this week. I'm really pleased for him. You know, from where he started, he's here. I can see him.
He's had to get back in the car, that's right.
But yeah, really impressive, mate. I'm really happy for him for yesterday. And try and get forward again today. Podium places is the aim now. So.
One of the most impressive drives yesterday was him. He was battling for the lead.
Yeah, you know, there was a few bits of angry moments in the centre where he just, you know, lost a few bits of his braking points and stuff. As soon as he settled down, he was straight back on them and off again. So yeah, he's going to go for another podium and try for a win, you know. Why not?
Defo on for the cars, that, and he will go forward, there's no doubt, but he's got a lot of fast people behind him, isn't he?
That's it, you know, if these guys behind it are going to come at him, get caught up a bit, I think if he can get a couple of second gap, he's got the pace to maintain it for the race distance. So yeah, should be good.
I'll go and see if he backs that statement up. We'll have a quick one with Steve. Tell you what, mate, I think he's your manager. He was just like literally just singing your praises. Yesterday was a shame it didn't end in a podium, mate. You had the speed to probably win that if you were battling with Boardley. Was it good? Was it good fun?
Yeah, incredible. Honestly, I think this weekend has been the most hooked up race weekend of my life so far. Team's great, cars running mint. They've really helped me to develop as a driver, having loads of fun.
And your boy's doing well as well, Sam?
Yeah. As long as we don't have any issues later on when we maybe come together. But no, brilliant, excellent weekend.
What do you reckon of the boy? I am very impressed, I've got to say. He listens, doesn't he? But just the speed, he seems to be kind of like just naturally gifted, but also he doesn't take silly risks either. He's just trying to get his job done.
I think he drives with a lot of maturity. To say that he's not come from a karting background, he hasn't spent 10 years in cars, this is really new for him. Less so for me, but both of us, you know, we're lucky to be here and be doing this. But yeah, he's driving with incredible maturity. He's a bit nervous about getting off the start.
Yeah, I could tell that, and I know that, yeah. But I'm sure he'll be fine. He just needs to get off the line, doesn't he?
Well, I said I'd give him a little bit of a push on the way if he needed it.
Well, in fifth gear, bang. Anyway, listen, I think you're going to have to get in the car and stuff, so I'll let you go.
Well done. All right, thanks, man.
Nice one. Well done, Steve. Right, OK, let's see if we can quickly get a word with Brad Hutchison, because I can't see anybody else kicking about. Bradders, how are you, mate? Let's make sure we get the sponsors in.
Always.
How's Bondit?
Oh, they're great. I mean, it's a lovely day. Bondit, Ellen Roofing, obviously Gecko, custom tape. I mean, I could go on. William Waff, you know, we've got a few. Gets us to the grid, doesn't it? But no, living the dream, aren't we? It's a sunny day. Reverse grid's always my favourite. It's a bit of overtaking practice, a bit of fun, isn't it? But yeah, should be good.
Tell me about, it's not your business, but it's affected you, isn't it? Because you were right back in the championship hunt at 9 o'clock this morning. And why was that?
Yeah, I seem to have gained more positions and lost more positions overnight than I have in the race yesterday. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't really no comment. I think it's the best one. To me, obviously, I was right behind the incident, but I'll be honest, I wasn't actually looking. I was looking at Steve because he got quite a good run after turn one, and then when I looked back, Adam was sort of 90 degrees in the little bit after turn one. So yeah, I hit the brakes. Steve went by me, and I was like, got to overtake him now. But yeah, I think having seen Carl's on board, having seen my on board back, I think it was a bit of a racing incident. I think the first penalty was quite harsh. Obviously, if he thought it was intentional, then disqualification is right. But obviously, stewards have the final say, and I'm happy that he did appeal it and that it was sort of overturned. I don't know what the official result is, but I know that he's not disqualified anymore and he keeps the win. So, yeah, I'm happy enough with that. And I think we're still in the championship fight. I just need you to think that I'm in the championship fight. It seems to be the top three are in the championship battle, and then there's Brad on his own, just driving around, just slightly ahead of the rest of the pack, but just slightly behind the top three. But yeah, I think we'll a few good results today, and we'll be all right there.
At least you've got me on live camera to actually answer that question for you. I think this will maybe be the turning point for you. If you can get right up the front as quick as you can, your job's a good one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the problem I've got now is I've sort of run out of excuses. You know, when I was in the Audi, I was in the Gen 1, I was just moaning that we weren't fast enough. But now I don't have any excuses because the two guys in front and obviously Callum as well. It's all Cooper and Gen 2 stuff. So I'm sort of run out of excuses. It's just me now, isn't it, I suppose? I just need to pull my socks up a bit. But yeah, no, I'm sure we will. Should be good today.
I'm sure the consistency that you've shown already will help you in the future, mate, as we get to the end of the year. Have a good one. Good luck. Spot on. Brad Hutchison there telling us about the incident yesterday, which was between Carl Boardley and Adam Shepherd, which resulted in Carl Boardley being disqualified from the results completely and having his race win took off him. Until 9:30 this morning, he appealed that decision, got his race win back, but he got a 10 grid place penalty, which has put him at the back because of the reverse grid race as well. So he's right at the back. We might get a chance to speak to him, but that is what Brad was alluding to there, because he actually ended up right back in the championship hunt, a lot closer than he was earlier on in the day. We've got Dave Newsham and Callum Newsham, his son, who's driving, who was actually the championship leader at about 9:10 this morning. He's getting ready. I don't want to speak to him too much because I know he'd be a bit busy. Dave, mate, that was a bit of a nightmare, wasn't it? Because you come here and this is not a place for your car with the bop.
No, I mean, we could see just watching him race with Carl. Carl pulled 3 lengths on him down the back straight there. So I was amazed how quick we were yesterday, to be fair, in the race.
He was proper, mate. He was battling hard, and he looked like he had him on the racks, especially down at Brooklands, the left-hander.
Yeah. I don't know if Carl had a bit of damage, did he?
He did, I think, front left damage, yeah.
He said he was really slow through the first corner. So, yeah. We'll just see. Yeah, I mean, he's quicker than this lot ahead of him, so hopefully we'll get a win out of this.
See what happens. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it, a win from back here. Can I just touch on the Carl Boardley and Adam Shepherd situation? Nothing to do with you, not asking an opinion, but Callum must be sat there thinking, you just crack on, lads.
I kind of knew it was going to take a kick off at some point this year, and it did, didn't it? My jaw dropped, actually, after watching that first corner.
What have you done in your championship winning feats and passed on to Callum, because this is his big chance?
What do you mean?
What have you said to him?
I don't have to say anything anymore, to be honest. He's quick now, and he's got some racecraft. It's just my job to make sure he's hydrated. Got a drink in front of him, and
easy job, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a proper driver now, isn't he? So he doesn't need me to give him any coaching now.
I'll ask him one question, I'll let him crack on, so he'll go into his start procedure mode. I'll only ask you the one question, mate. Can you win from here? Your dad reckons you can.
Yeah, I reckon we got a good shot, because our pace yesterday was really good in the race, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
I said one question, I'll leave it at that. Have a good one, boss. Callum Newsham, ladies and gentlemen. He was the championship leader. He might be by the end of this race. I'm terrible at shutting doors. You want to see me in an Uber? Smash the door. Anyway, cheers, boys. Have a good one. Very, very nice. Rick Kerry is Gen 1 pole. Let's just quit. I don't know how much time we've got, but let's have a little word with Rick Kerry. Rick is leading the Gen 1 Cup. I love this car. Your team do such a good job, because it's not the newest of cars. It's absolutely immaculate, mate.
Yeah, they do, mate. They take a lot of pride in the car, and they reckon if it's cleaner, it's faster. I prefer speed myself.
I was going to make a weird comment then, but I won't, because we're live. What have we got on the cards, mate? Would you be happy finishing here? Would you be happy finishing a bit higher up? Are you going to have people coming back? You've got Shepherd and a few people, championship protagonists behind you.
Yeah, you got Shepherd and Boardley. They'll be coming through at some point. I just try and latch on the top, on the back of these, and hopefully stay ahead of Will. That's been my main priority. So been a real good tight battle with us. Good battle yesterday. Safety car sort of slowed us up, let him catch up. Then I had to sort of defend the last few laps. But you got to do what you got to do.
Exactly, mate. Like that game of darts before. Have a good one. Rick Kerry, ladies and gentlemen. Right, let's just have a little walk down here. Let's hope that I can get down towards the rear. There's some familiar faces down here. We've got Adam Shepherd on the right. Stuart Lines is actually out in the car. We've actually got Cedric Block. I was going to chat to Cedric quickly. He might be a little bit busy. The whistle is actually going off. Quick word from you, Cedric. How are you? Looking forward to it?
Yeah, looking forward. It's going to be exciting. Just going to keep the car on the track.
Top man, I like that. What enthusiasm. I'm going to let you crack on, mate. We'll come and speak later on. Have a great one. I'll let you shut the door as well, fella. Cedric Block, one of the first disabled drivers in the UK TCR Championship to compete, so be good to look at how he gets on. Quick word with Adam Shepherd. He's in the mode, he's in the zone. Mate, it's been a busy couple of days. I've been watching it and stuff like that. I don't want to harp on about it. Water under the bridge, we crack on. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a joke. We seem to get taken out quite a lot these days, but we know we're fast, we know we're a target, so forget about it now. We're going to move on, get this weekend out of the way. We're appealing it to the national courts anyway, so that's something for another day, but we can't do anything this weekend. How it can go from a disqualification to keeping a win in a penalty in a different race, I don't know really, but it's what it is. We're fast, we just go ahead. We're starting pole again later on, so see what we can do.
Would you like a win here, mate? Because with your kind of speed and your kind of enthusiasm, I'm sure that can happen.
Yeah, definitely. If you get a good start and we don't get tagged, then there's a good chance that we can win. Obviously, it's a hard circuit to make that much difference up. It's only a short lap, but we proved we're the fastest from qualifying, so let's see what we can do.
Top man, Adam, I'll leave you to it. Thank you for answering the question, mate. That's very good of him, because some people don't want to speak about it. Good luck, lads. Nice one. We'll have a fight later on, yeah? Bring your spanners. I'm only joking. They're good lads, them. They don't fight. Right, Stuart Lyons is over there. We've also got Will Powell here. Let's go and have a little word with Carl Boardley. Can we get to the end? Are we okay to get to here? Yeah, we are. Let's have a quick word. I just want two sides of stories, and you can only ask the question of the two drivers that were involved. That was Adam Shepherd, who was involved in the little skirmish earlier on yesterday. How's it going, mate? Let's not harp on about things, but how are you? Are you looking forward to this? I know you're at the back of the grid. We've just explained it was a temporary grid penalty. It's all been changed around. Water under the bridge. We get on with it, crack on, try and win this one, get on the podium?
100%, mate, yeah. What's done is done. We're at the back here. It's nothing that I've not been used to before, so we've got a podium in our sights. I think it might be achievable. Keep out of trouble first 2 or 3 laps and go from there.
Sweet, and good to get the win back. It's got you right back in there as well.
Yeah, and deservedly so. But like you say, we'll move forward from that. Yeah, it's just put things back, you know, on where we maybe sort of should be. But now we've got to crack on and do the business in this race as well.
Top man, leave you to it. Thanks for speaking with us, Carl. Very good of you. See the team, we're just gathering round with then. I think someone's going to hit me in the back of the head. No, you were just going to shut the doors, weren't you? Actually, look at Nick Hart there. I would not want to fight with him. I'm only kidding. I'd batter him. He didn't hear that. See you in a bit, boys. Well done. Right, okay. Who we got? Actually, let's just have a quick word with Jeff, because Jeff Alden might be able to just quickly stick me microphone in there. He's in a new car. Well, he's in a new car. You're in a Gen 1, aren't you?
Gen 1 Audi, yes. The Astra was a little bit broken on Friday, so we had a last-minute change into this car. So, yesterday was going well until my talent ran out. But other than that, it's been a good day. So we're looking forward to today.
Top man, what are we getting from the back of the grid here? We're going to be just get right up with the Gen 1s?
I've got to get up with Will and Rick and give them something to think about. So, we'll be get Mr. Lyons out of the way. You know, he's I think a roadblock just waiting to happen, isn't he? So
he's the only person that goes on about his age. He's 61, Stuart. Fair play to him.
61, I'm 56. So there's a few older ones at the back of here. So we'll keep fighting it. And I think actually he's only 45. He just had a hard life, hasn't he?
There is no way that he is as old as me, mate. No way. Have a good one, Jeff. All the best. Right, let's have a little wander up. So we have got a lot of things covered off there, but I've got to say, from the back of the grid here, you're going to see Boardley and you're going to see Shepherd. They're definitely going to be getting to the front. And who's going to win this one? I'm going to put my neck on the line here. I'm actually going to go for a podium for Luke Sargent. Who's going to win this, though? I've got to say that Callum Newsham was very confident, wasn't he? But I've always got a question mark over the straight line speed of that car with its compensation weight and the BOP balance performance. So I'll be interested to see how far he gets up. Whatever happens, this is going to be absolutely stunning. So I think I will hand over to you guys if you guys are ready. Or we might be in an ad break. We'll see.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, where the tension is starting to mount now ahead of our second TCR UK Championship race of the weekend. It's the partially reversed grid. The championship has taken another few twists and turns overnight, and I think we're in for another really good race. Hopefully a clean race. Hopefully all of the bad blood from yesterday has been swept under the carpet. I'm not convinced it has, but we'll see what happens. And one thing is for sure, this is a brilliant opportunity for a few drivers who we don't normally see at the front of the grid to have their moment in the spotlight, and one or two of them I think could well spring a bit of a surprise result out of this one. So yeah, really looking forward to this. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, joined now by Paul O'Neill, who has ever did some sterling work there over the lunch break to speak to, I think, pretty much all of the drivers. Certainly dug out all of the big stories down on the grid, and some interesting comments made by a few drivers there, but most of them I think really looking forward to this race. They know this is the kind of track where the driver can really make the difference. Definitely, and I think going off your point there, obviously, I was very interested to hear how confident Callum and Dave Newsham were about their chances in the Hyundai, which is not, in my opinion, the car to have round here. You need good power, and you need to have a nimble car. That's what they've got, but they haven't got great power. So, Sam Laidlaw struggling on the grid there in the 101, isn't he? I think he's stalled the Hyundai, hasn't he? But now gets going again. This, by the way, not the green flag lap. This is the tyre rotation lap. So they'll do a lap, they'll come back in, they'll swap the front to the front tyres to the rear, the rears to the front, and then we have a warm-up lap. This is usually fairly standard procedure in touring car racing. It's just normally they would do this from the pit lane, come onto the grid, and then during the pit walk they would swap the tyres over. But because they were sat out there for probably getting on for 45 minutes or so, tyres have all cooled off, so important that we start that procedure again. So this will take them a little bit of time, gives us plenty more time to build up to what should be a fascinating race. Brad first and on pole position. I spoke to Brad very briefly out on the grid then, and he's actually feeling quite confident. He said, you know what, I think there's going to be lots of action behind me, and I'm just going to try and get away from it, and he's really aiming for a good result. I think you're right, and I think Brad needs to be confident, you know, because what I've seen at Croft, I know it was a wet condition race, but it was his first time at Croft. He was super fast and, you know, was up the front for quite a while, and it was good to see. And I think going back to your stories on the grid as well, I was very interested by what Adam Shepherd was saying live on the stream, because a lot of drivers don't want to answer that question, and that's why I was a bit kid gloves with it, because, you know, when you're talking about national court of MS UK and other drivers having this penalty, that penalty, but then Carl Boardley was the same, and he answered back, and he had his right to tell his side of the story as well. So me and you haven't seen, have we, the actual onboard of anybody, and we haven't seen a proper full-on what actually happened. So we can't. I usually will comment on it, but I actually can't. And you know, you're the same as me. You're not going to comment on something you don't really see. So we'll see what happens. But this race is going to be spectacular. And who have you got for this, mate? Because it's such an interesting front of the grid. Luke Sargent's got to be up there for a podium. Got to be.
I think so. He really is liking that Audi, isn't he? He's looking quicker in it than he has been probably in any of the other cars that he's driven so far, at least at this stage of his time in the car, so to speak. So yeah, I think he's got a good chance of a decent result. I really do fancy Callum Newsham, though. I think Callum Newsham, that car is working well, even with all of the compensation weight that he picked up after that really successful double win at Croft. This track, in a way, yes, the weight affects you because it's a short lap, and so you only have to lose a little bit of time to lose quite a few positions on track. But because it's not so stop-start, there's no real undulations, no steep climbs out of tight corners like you'd have at Alton Park, for example. I don't know, he seems to be able to drive around it pretty well, and I've just got a feeling that Shepherd and Boardley, they're starting quite close to each other behind Callum on the grid. Even if they don't clash, they're going to be so preoccupied with keeping the other one behind. I've just got a funny feeling that Newsham, if he has a good start and a good first lap, could well be the favourite.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to say, and this is no disrespect to any of the drivers on the grid, but the first three, you've got to say Brad on pole, Sam Laidlaw on second, and Owen Hillman in third. I can't see them staying there. No disrespect to them, but they've even said to me they don't expect to stay there. Luke Sargent is the only one the first person that sounded quite confident.
Right.
Matt Wilson, he can pedal. We've seen him win races and we've seen him be up the front, so he can definitely pedal. But Sam Laidlaw in your shot, he is the one who even said on camera that he's really, really struggling. He's got new fronts on, actually. He's the one that's really, really struggling to get the car off the line with the start procedure. My advice to anyone like that is something that I did when I was driving an RML Chevy Cruze. Just don't use it. Just try and get off the line as best you can with normal throttle and clutch control, which is easier said than done if you're just standing in a comms box. But I've been there, because when you start using all these things, you stall a car or you go the other way and you just sit there with the thing revving all the way skyward. So Darren Lewis for me, though, if he gets the job done in the first few corners, he'll find himself on the podium too.
That's a good point, actually. He's starting 6th on the grid, and we've seen that he's had the pace to tag along with some of the fancied front runners. So starting ahead of them, as obviously is the point of the reverse grid, gives him an opportunity with some track position advantage to do well. Spoke to Brad's team down there as well before. His dad was pretty confident about how things are going. Very happy with the consistency that he's shown. He's been 2nd place in the last 4 races, Brad Hutchison, and you do kind of feel like maybe that win is not that far away now. Of course, he's had a win on the road before, hasn't he? But I don't think he's ever actually managed to hang on to a win. Maybe this could be his opportunity, starting from 8th on the grid. And don't forget the Gen 1 Cup drivers as well, because that championship battle has been shaping up pretty nicely too. And Rick Kerry and Will Beach will be not sharing a row, but they're starting 10th and 11th respectively. So those two also ones to watch, I think. Rick got one over on Will yesterday, but I think Will's probably got the pace to take the fight to him today.
Yeah, I do think so. Will has actually been really under the weather, just to let you know. He was very ill on Friday, not well at all. So we'll see what happens with him. Yeah, I've got to say, I've never seen an angrier Adam Shepherd. Like, literally, Adam. I love Adam to bits. I love Adam and Carl, and that's what I find a bit of a shame, that there's so much needle between them. So we'll see what happens with this race. But I've got to say, it's not a great mix if you're a bit angry and you make a little bit of a mistake. You know, I've been there, and I just hope he calms that anger, because I've got to say that your 3rd place man Callum Newsham and also Brad Hutchison, you know, knocking about in 4th. There's no reason, and he called me out, actually, to be fair, Brad, and said, "Oh, you don't think I'm in the championship fight?" I'll back myself. Yeah. I don't think he's in the championship fight, but I've got to say he's been very consistent. But something that'll happen at the front will put him back, and I think this might be the turning point for the lad.
He's 37 points off the championship lead, but bear in mind you score 40 points for winning a race, and you can't drop any scores the next time we come to Silverstone. So those last 3 races, that's 120 odd points that you could lose if you have a non-finish. So if he can stay within 30 points and stay consistent and keep on scoring these podium finishes like he is, stranger things have happened, honestly. We've seen drivers win championships before without ever winning a race. Now, I'm pretty sure a win is only around the corner for Brad. Who knows, it could even come this afternoon. But if he keeps on scoring well, he is not out of this yet. Just to confirm what the points are now, after all of the various amendments that we've had to yesterday's race result, Carl Boardley reinstated as the race winner yesterday, which means he's also reinstated as the championship leader. He is 3 points clear of Callum Newsham, who now moves up into second position. And it is then a further 15 points back to Adam Shepherd in third, who is, whatever I said, 29 points or something. No, sorry, in fact, he's only 19 points ahead of Brad Hutchison. So the top 4 in the championship, I'd say, are all genuine players here, depending on how the rest of the day pans out. And then within the Gen 1 Cup, just very quickly, Rick Kerry is only 6 points clear of Will Beach coming into this race, with Mark Smith then a little bit further back in third. Right, that's the championship situation. Let's take a look at the grid then, shall we? This partially reversed grid, top 10 finishers from yesterday's race inverted to give us the grid for this one, and it's the Honda of Brad Thurston that starts from pole position, with the Hyundai of Sam Laidlaw next, then the Lincoln Co of Owen Hillman starting third, and the Audi of Luke Sargent starting fourth. Then it's a Cupra of Matthew Wilson starting fifth. 5 different makes of car filling out the top 5 positions on the grid. Then it's Darren Lewis's Hyundai i30 that starts 6th on the grid, ahead of Stephen Laidlaw in the Cupra, and Brad Hutchison in another one of those Gen 2 Cupra Leons. Then Callum Newsham, second place in the championship now, winner on the road, or not winner on the road, but winner after the initial penalty was handed out yesterday. He will be starting from 9th on the grid. Rick Kerry will be starting 10th, and Will Beach will be starting from 11th, the top 2 in the Gen 1 Cup. Then it's Cedric Block getting stuck in that first race, which was good to see on his debut. Then Adam Shepherd, the man who is now down to 3rd place in the championship, but still very much part of the fight, starting 13th alongside Linesy. Stuart Lyons from 14th. Then Will Powell, who of course tangled with Shepherd as well, didn't he, on the first lap in yesterday's race. He's 15th ahead of Jeff Oldham. And Carl Boardley, reigning champion, car number 1, current championship leader by 3 points, starts from the back. So to make it quite simple, actually, if Callum Newsham can win this race, he's the championship leader, regardless of what Boardley does. It's imperative that Boardley, as much as he says he doesn't look at the points, he doesn't really care about the championship, he'll know the situation. He needs to get up there with Newsham and try to get ahead of the Hyundai if he can.
Yeah, and what you might find here is, for Boardley's point of view, with him starting at the back there, I think he's going to be... is that Adam Shepherd at the rear?
That is Adam Shepherd at the rear. Now, I've just had a message from Scott Woodward saying Shepherd was slow off the grid, and he thought maybe did it deliberately so that he could carry a bit more speed to warm the tyres up. But I wonder if Shepherd's got a problem. Now that he's dropped to the very back, of course, he has to start there. If you fall right to the back of the queue, you have to start from the back. If you just lose a couple of places on the warm-up lap, you're allowed to retake your grid position. So it means they're starting together now at the back of the grid.
That's a coincidence, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. Should we move on?
I didn't ask Adam Shepherd actually about the smoke that come from his car. Did you get any information about that?
It was related to the contact that he'd had and the damage, and it was the oil. It was an oil line had been torn, and he was losing oil pressure. And he said without the safety car, actually, the engine would have gone. So the safety car really did save him. They were looking at the engine bay when I was speaking to him on the grid, but he said it was nothing to worry about. But cool. I guess he would say that, wouldn't he? Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully he does take his position at the back of the grid, but that could be. Well, I used the word fireworks at the start of yesterday's race, and it didn't take long for them to erupt, did it? Let's see what happens in race number 2. Is he lining up at the back? I think he is. So Shepherd is there, number 117, starting alongside Carl Boardley. At the back, there's a problem here, I think, for Sam Laidlaw. Arm out of the door. Now, he was slow away on the green flag lap, wasn't he? Or the tyre rotation lap. Is this another? Has he stalled it again, maybe?
This could be an aborted start. We've got a car out. Is that Will Beach as well out of his car? In the background, in the Golf?
I think it might be.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
Okay, so this, we're almost certainly going to have an aborted start then if he's got out of his car.
Both capture cars out of this race by the look of it.
Yes.
Or starting from the back. Well, Will Beach is gone.
And Shepherd retaking his grid position, which I don't think he's allowed to do unless they've aborted the start.
Yes.
In which case he is. So actually that probably tells us they have chosen to abort it. I don't think there's anything on the timing screen telling us that, but I'm going to assume that is the case because we've got a recovery truck on track now to move Will Beach's car out of the way.
Wow. Tell you what I was going to say to you, it was... if they did start this race, they're not going to now, but Brad Thurston on pole just waving his arms as well, just saying what's going on. I was going to say to you, that is very much like Hill and Schumacher that time when they started on the front row. Schumacher overtook him as a bit of a, I'm here, mate. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen now. So I tell you what, can I be honest with you? I think that Carl Boardley will be happy that Adam Shepherd's took his place. Not that he was going to hit him off, but the last thing you need is someone you've had a little bit of dicing with, and you're not going to go forward when you've got someone like that behind you. You're going to battle, and
yes, I think you're probably right. So Shepherd then reinstated into his grid position, but yeah, exactly what's gone on with Will Beach's car, I don't know. It's odd that he got back to the grid rather than pulling into the pit lane, which tells me it's an issue that only really arose after he'd gone past the pit lane entry. But exactly what that was, I don't know. And apparently, Scott Woodward is telling us Adam Shepherd just got out of his car to wave to the mechanics for some help. So he obviously is still a little bit concerned about maybe a lingering issue from yesterday in his Cupra.
Interesting then, this isn't it? So Will Beach from Capture Motorsport. That's on your left. There's Leon Pegg, who runs Capture Motorsport for Will.
Helmet's still on, so hopeful that they're going to get the car fired back up.
No sound down there, is it? No, that's definitely not going anywhere. So that's interesting, isn't it? For it to get back to the grid. So what is he looking under here? Left rear. Oh, he's saying. I think he's asking if the handbrake's off.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what he's asking. The handbrake is usually on the. I think it's on the rear on the Golf. Some cars they have it on the front. So for him to rotate that wheel would tell me, are the brakes sticking on, or have you checked if the handbrake's on, or so on. Right, next one. Adam Shepherd pushed off the grid.
Oh, no.
No, getting pushed to the back of the grid, maybe.
Right, see, now this is what I was wondering, because it is a bit of a grey area, this, because the rule is if you slow down or go off on a green flag lap, as long as you don't fall right to the back of the field, you're allowed to retake your grid position. But with it being an aborted start, I don't know, if I'm honest, whether that cancels that out.
No, with them marshals there with a fire extinguisher,
there's a problem.
Is that getting pushed all the way out?
The gate's
to the gap?
open.
Yeah.
The gate's open, isn't it, in the wall? Now, this could be major drama because he could not afford another non-finish, Adam Shepherd, or a non-start in that case. They could get him started from the pit lane, I suppose. I mean, it depends. They've got a bit of time now, haven't they, with this delayed start to diagnose the issue. So provided he's allowed within the rules to restart the race, they might be able to do that. But I just had a feeling when they were working pretty busily in the engine bay on the grid that there was an issue still, or at least the concern that there might be an issue, and that does appear to be the case.
Such a shame that. If he didn't have any luck,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, how many times we've seen this over the years?
Yes. Well, it's been really the story of his career in TCR UK, hasn't he? He's been quick from the very first race that he did with us, but just hasn't ever had the fortune. And 9 times out of 10, it's car-related. And it's a real shame, that, because that's out of his control. But anyway, that changes the dynamic slightly in this race and within the championship battle, because that could now be his championship over. Also, Will Beach non-starting has significance in the Gen 1 Cup, because he'd already had 2 non-finishes. This will be a third non-point score, so he's in exactly the same boat as Adam Shepherd. He'd used both of his drop scores up. Now, Rick Kerry, who leads in the Gen 1 Cup, I think I'm right in saying has finished every single race so far. Yes, he has. So he is dropping currently 65 points. That's a big amount of points to be dropping. And this will have significance in their championship battle too. Shepherd there helping to push the car out of the way, but where are they pushing it? Into the garage?
He's out, mate.
I think
if he's out the car, he's out. And the car's going to go off now. It looks like Sam Laidlaw has got his issue sorted. He's been given another chance because I think he did stall, you're right. Gets away okay. The other thing I was going to speak about was, well, Adam Shepherd's now out the game. That gives a few other people at the front the chance to get on this podium. It really does, because, yeah, I mean, I don't know if Callum Newsham and people like that would have seen that. They may have seen it in the mirror. They may have just thought, you know what, it's Will up front, so they didn't look in the mirror. But someone will have. You do look around when you're in the cockpit, so I think that, you know, some people may have seen. I mean, Brad Hutchison will be like, I'm back in the game here.
Yeah.
Like, definitely back in the game. So I do apologise to Brad, actually. He was very disrespectful, me saying that he wasn't in the championship. It was just how fast, you know, the front 3 were, and he was, and still is, very consistent. And that run he had at Croft was mega, like, you know. But I just thought, overall, when it gets to it, is he going to be able to be at the front of this field? That's all I was asking the question of him.
But you might not need to. You know, that's the thing. Consistency does win championships. He's had I think I called it an under-the-radar performance so far. Not often been the fastest car out there, but that doesn't necessarily matter, because whilst everyone else is losing their head, he's doing well. And actually, I was chatting to his dad about Thruxton next time out. We think that's going to be a bit of a car killer, Thruxton. If they can prepare that car immaculately so it doesn't break down, the same goes for anyone, actually, they could score some really, really serious points and suddenly find themselves in a really good position. So we've seen it before where drivers haven't necessarily been the fastest, but been more consistent over a full season. James Turkington springs to mind, actually, when he won his TCR UK Championship. I would argue wasn't quite as quick as Lewis Kent for most of that season, but was able to consistently score points, and that won him the title.
Yeah, so there you go. Just moving on, just quick one on Thruxton. I can only count 4 people that I think have been round Thruxton.
Really?
Yeah. So, I mean, Brad is one of those people who's driven it in a mini challenge car. So,
good point.
Not in a mini challenge car. He's definitely driven on the Toka package of some sort. I'm sure I've seen him at Thruxton. So, yeah. So something's going on at the back of that. That's round by the air filter. So that's the torch going on from the mechanic down to the back of the bulkhead. That looks like something is leaking oil or something from the back of the car. Still got his helmet on, Adam. So that would tell me that the mechanics have told him to be prepared if they do find something that's fixable to get on with it. Because if he starts in the pit lane, he's got a chance. He's not going to be. I mean,
well, the thing is, Paul, this will be a drop. Well, it can't be a drop score. He's used his drop scores. If he can score 2 points out of this race, it's 2 points that he will keep. So even if he's laps down, if we get a few retirements, he might get the fastest lap if the car is working properly. It's really it's crucial they get him out there and make sure the car is right for race 3, because they've got the 3rd race to come at the end of the day, remember. They don't want to go into that one blind. So many reasons why it's still very, very, very important to get them out on track, even if he's not going to be a contender for a race win. We can get caught up sometimes in, winning is the only thing that matters. But actually, we've just been saying this about Brad. It's scoring points. It's your bad days that define your championship, not necessarily your good ones.
Yeah, that is very, very true. And the points do go down quite far. So
you
only need a few cars to drop out in this race. And if you're on track, you're going to score points. So, yeah, cars getting up to their marks. And it looks like Matthew Wilson's just a bit. He's miles away from his grid box position. He needs to go up about 5 foot there in the car in the middle of your screen. This is where it all gets a bit complicated and people mess up because cars missing from the grid. Some people replace by accident other people. I don't think that's happened. No, it's not. Maybe. Oh, there's 2 cars missing in there. That would make sense. Green flag's waving, Andy.
Here we go. Right then, take 2. We have got still 20 minutes on the clock. The second race of the weekend for TCR UK here at Silverstone. The reverse grid race. Brad Thurston makes a good start from pole position. What about further back? Callum Newsham was away well already alongside Brad Hutchison, but it will be Thurston who leads. And Owen Hillman through into second position. That looked like that was Luke Sargent up into 3rd. And Newsham round the outside of everybody. He is on a mission and maybe into the top 5 already. Fantastic start from the Hyundai driver. Down towards Beckett we go. Hillman slots into 2nd. Wilson goes 3rd. And Luke Sargent trying to get the better of Laidlaw, that is. 4th, Thurston sideways, so is Hillman. They both catch it. Cold left rear tyre, and that will stack the field up, heading down the back straight. Newsham coming with a head of steam, and for now, finding gaps to make progress through.
Oh, look at Brad Thurston, though. He's weaving them tyres. The left rear gets a big test. Somebody will be sideways here. I am sure of it.
Oh, let's hope Newsham isn't on the receiving end. Darren Lewis round the outside. Well, he was sideways after contact with Luke Sargent. Still Thurston and Hillman out in front somehow, but Newsham is battling for 4th position already. Thurston out wide, and Owen Hillman goes to the inside.
Go on, Owen!
Owen Hillman leads here at Silverstone in the Lincoln Co. The car that won, remember, in the hands of Victor Anderson back at Brands Hatch at the start of the season. And Owen Hillman has fought his way to the front. Thurston 2nd, 3 abreast, 4 abreast down the pit straight. Hutchison up the inside of Callum Newsham and everybody else into Cobb's corner. It will never work. Laidlaw taps sideways, but Hutchison's gone through.
Wow, Hutchison through. What a move. He's got it done. He's up to 2nd. He can smell a win. Newsham's into the back of him. Thurston having that massive sideways has really caught him out. Laidlaw in the middle of your screen was tapped, wasn't he, into a little sideways, recovered. Matthew Wilson down the outside. Boardley's on the move.
Yeah, Boardley into the top 10. That is significant then, but I'll tell you what, Brad Hutchison, I think you've spurred him on with your comments on the grid, actually. He wants to prove to you he's a championship contender. That was the move of a champion. Saw the gap past 3 cars in 1 into Cobb's corner, and his reward is a position inside the top 4. He is once again battling now with Brad Thurston, actually. Another place game. That might be 2nd place now for Hutchison. Yes, it is. So Hillman leads, and that's Boardley, the championship leader, off at Luffield corner. Carl Boardley rejoins. Hopefully not too much damage done to the back of the Cupra, but he had this here at Silverstone last year, got involved in contact in the reverse grid race, and it almost ruined his championship hopes. He survived it, but that is not ideal.
No, not ideal at all, but this is pretty spectacular stuff now, and Newsham is really, really putting the pressure on. And this is going to be a fantastic race. Let's just all bow to Owen Hillman. He has had a stunning few laps.
Absolutely, still leads the way. He's got Hutchison chasing after him. Laidlaw into the back of Thurston. Brad Thurston off into the gravel trap. And that, I fear, may be looked at after the race. That was not intentional, I don't think, from Laidlaw. Just got his braking a little bit wrong, bashed into the back of the Honda. And for the second race in a row, we've got a Honda in the gravel at Beckett's.
Wow, is that Honda going to cause grief? Is it going to cause chaos? Sargent trying to go down the inside. That's going to be contact, isn't it? Change for the lead.
Hutchison through into the lead then, so the Cupra leads the race. Hillman second, and just in the nick of time because the safety car has been scrambled, but that was after Hutchison made the move. Perfect timing. Brad Hutchison leads and will be greeted by the safety car. That's the reason for the safety car. A rather miffed Brad Thurston, I would imagine, is about to be recovered from the gravel up at Beckett's corner. Wow, what a fantastic first few laps that was. Hutchison the leader, Hillman second, Callum Newsham third, Steve Laidlaw fourth, Luke Sargent fifth, Matthew Wilson, Sam Laidlaw, Darren Lewis, Carl Boardley and Stuart Lyons complete the top 10. So Boardley, oh my word, that's Will Powell. And that is a huge one coming out of the final corner at Luffield. And that car is a write-off, you would have to say. Thankfully, he's climbing out of it, but how on earth has he done that?
Wow, that is an absolutely huge accident. If that is Luffield,
I think it was.
The only thing that could be is, well, unless it's caught and dug in, let's not speculate, we don't know. Wow, that is great to see him getting out of the car because we don't know what's happened there.
It is.
No, that's not. That's
well,
Woodcote.
Entrance to Woodcote,
so that's fourth, fifth gear. Yeah, so he may have been turned round in the middle of the pack. But what's caused that car to turn over? Is there any other cars involved? For that to be on his side is absolutely unbelievable. Was that safety car for his teammate in the gravel? Was it something that race control seen before us and we didn't see? No, it was out before he would have got to Woodcote.
Yeah, I think that's maybe as they're slowing down. The red flags are out, unsurprisingly, race being stopped, but I wonder if that was everyone slowing down for the safety car and it's caught somebody out. Who knows? But the good news is Will Powell is okay. That's all that really matters. There's some other good news, by the way. Will Beach is out on track. He was still on the lead lap, but even if he wasn't, he would at least be able to take the restart to this race, so that could be significant in Gen 1 Cup. There is Brad Thurston. Well, that Honda coming off pretty lightly in the end.
How shocked is Brad Thurston going to be?
Yes.
If he gets round to the pit lane and sees his teammate's car on the side, because it's his friend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not what we like to see, but a reminder of just how fast they're going. I mean, they are accelerating up through the gears, as you quite rightly said there, in towards Woodcote Corner. That is a very high-speed part of the circuit and a very nasty-looking accident for Will Powell, but thankfully we've seen him getting out of the car. And he was having a chat with the marshals. He'll be taken to the medical centre regardless, I'm sure, for a checkup. But that is not nice to see, and I fear that's the last we'll see of that particular Honda Civic because I don't think that's salvageable.
No, he was into a new car, wasn't he? Was trying to get a new car, but obviously that's not come for him. But yeah, the cars have lined up on the grid. This is going to be a big stoppage, you know.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it's hit a barrier.
Hard to tell, isn't it? Because if he had, it would have been further up the track. But if it has, there'll be barrier repairs. At the very least, that car will take a fair while to clear up. And so much of it has been sort of distributed across the gravel trap as well. Now, whilst all of this is going on, Adam Shepherd's car is in the pit lane being worked on by, amongst others, Alex Lee, by the way, former multiple race winner.
Let's just have a listen to him. Sorry, Andy. I did
That's
hear
right.
him saying something then. There's something in that car. What are they messing with? The only thing they could be messing with at the back is the fuel pickup. The fuel tank is there, and also the pump. They're in the back of the car, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's where the fuel tank is. So, is there a pickup issue? Can we get the cameraman just to have a look in the back of the boot there?
What if this the compressor was stuck flat out the whole time? Then someone get connected that to a live.
Right, that's the compressor for the that's the compressor. That's the compressor for the gears. I'm sure of it. That's either a fuel pump or a compressor for the gears. So he must have not been able to get a gear. That he just said, "Can you connect it to a live?" Yeah. So a lot of stuff going on there. They're really working at this flat out. There is something that they've got out with the fuel tank though. It looks like it's got there's a little patch where they've had something out, I think, of the fuel tank maybe. There's a lot going on there, but usually that compressor is for the gearbox to change gear, I would have thought. I mean, I'm not a mechanic, but that's usually, you can hear them. It's great to hear what they're saying. I hope they just don't swear. So
apologies in advance if they do, but we want to listen into this because this is significant.
There's a power box in the engine bay. Just check it's not burnt. It's in the scuttle panel. Check it's not burnt.
Of course, the significance of this. They need to try and get him out, and they presumably think that they might have a chance of getting him out for the restart. Now, I don't know what the regulations say about that, because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, but he wasn't the cause of the red flag.
That's fuel or gearbox. I know there's two completely different things, but I am not a mechanic. But when he said compressor, that would tell me it's gearbox for the pneumatic shift, I would have thought. But it could be... But then they're looking in the engine bay as well, so that would tell me that it was fuel. So it could be a high or low pressure pump for the fuel. What's that they're plugging in there? They're trying to put a pipe back on. They've got the scuttle panel off there. That's the top of the where you would in a road car you'd have the pollen filter in there and all that kind of stuff. So why would they be looking in there? There's a lot going on. Looks like they're chasing a problem here.
Yeah, well,
such a shame.
Hopefully they can get it sorted. This does at least buy them a bit more time, and if they can take the restart, could be championship defining if they can get it fixed. As I said, Alex Lee there with his back towards us, multiple former race winner in TCR UK, and he and his dad's team sort of part now of helping the Adam Shepherd effort. And
I miss Alex.
I miss Alex, actually. Such a talented driver.
Proper.
And I know was hoping to go off and race TCR cars in Europe. I don't actually know whether he's been able to put a full season together or not, but if not, we'd love to have him back. Oh, that's Luke Sargent in the pit lane now.
So has Luke Sargent just turned up in the pit lane? Because we're not going to have any cars left here.
Well, this is bizarre. I mean, I didn't see him. He had a bit of contact out there, but nothing major, so I'm not entirely sure what this is about.
So is that them tyres are coming? That front left that's getting torqued up, so that is going on. I think they've had that off to have a look at something. So sorry about that noise. That's the air jacks just being dropped. He looks like he's ready to go back out. If they're dropping the car, has he had a bit of contact on that front left? Did he with Laidlaw or somebody?
Yes. Yeah, but it wasn't. He was involved in the Hutchison-Newsham move, I think, wasn't he? But I don't think it was anything too significant. So he was running 5th at the time of the red flag. Carl Boardley's car is in the pit lane, by the way, Paul. I've just seen that out of the commentary box window. If we pan to the left, there is Carl Boardley's car arriving in his pit box as well. So this is now turned into a truly bizarre race. Darren Lewis is in as well. So
what is going on?
They've not, as far as I know, the cars have not been sent back to the pit lane. I think these are drivers who are coming in because they've got issues.
That is bizarre, because you will not come in the pits if you're the. Sometimes you've seen it before in commentary. Someone will get mixed up at the front if they're not used to being at the front. They'll get waved to the front of the grid. They'll panic and go in the pit lane and think red flag means pit lane. But these are race winners and up front people. That car, there's something wrong with it.
Well, he did get tapped sideways, remember, up at Luffield, so they might just want to check the car over, use this as an opportunity. He'd be starting towards the back anyway on the restart. It is the right rear corner they're looking at, Paul.
Yeah. So let's have a listen. Oh, it's a bent wheel. Look at the wheel. He's had a big hit. Look at that. Look at that wheel. It's bent on the rim.
Oh, yes.
Really bent on the rim. So that would have been the vibration that he's come in about. He would have been telling him that the repressure in the tyre now. So he's going to have a really weird delta across that rear axle. Delta as in
Come on,
grip.
because we're first out then, yeah?
Right, the Nick Hart telling the team. And that's great, because not enough people shout and say, one person needs to just say, let's get on with it, get it done. He knows the score.
Yeah. Good leadership skills, that, and as you'd expect from him, I suppose, years of experience under his belt. But really heads up stuff from Boardley there as well, because he's obviously been sat out on the grid for a minute thinking, right, I know I've got a vibration, I know there's probably damage. We could be fixing it now if I just went into the pit lane, sacrifice grid position. So many other cars are in the pits anyway, including his big title rival, one of them anyway, Adam Shepherd. What is there to lose, really? Get in the pit lane, get that wheel changed. Hopefully there's no more suspension damage, but he's given them an opportunity to check it up. They're going to take the bodywork up. Again, a precautionary measure just in case. This is why they were a championship-winning team last year, because they don't just react, but they're proactive as well. They look ahead to a potential issue and they solve it before it becomes one.
Yeah, definitely. Good point. Well made, because, to win championships and to get points from bad situations is exactly what that team are brilliant at, and they're ready to get that car pushed out. So that bent rim would tell me that it depends what kind of lateral force it's had, but it may have bent something, and Nick's probably took the wheel off, said, you've bent the rim, that was the vibration. We can't see any damage on the wishbone or anything at the rear of the car, but you may have knocked the tracking out, so just be prepared for this. But that's Brad Thurston's car, isn't it?
Yes, that's where he was punted by Laidlaw, isn't it? And that's why he spun, because it wasn't in the middle of the bumper. He got punted on the right rear corner as he was leaning on it going into Beckett's, and around it went. But that damage were already there. I took a good look at that on the grid. So there's no major damage done, and he should be good to take the restart, I think.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, his teammate definitely isn't. I just, like I say, I hope he can... I hope Will Powell just gets out the medical centre and all good. That's Darren Lewis back on his way. Look at the damage on that. That's each corner. That's good. The shell is written off. That
must have hit a wall at some point to do all four corners. No, Rolling could do that, but
Rolling has probably done that. Unless he's hit that barrier on the right-hand side on the pit. I can't see any. Well, it looks like he's just gone across the grass in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, you're right.
But these cars are funny because the wheels protrude a bit, and if they do hit side by side with other cars, they can be launched up in the air.
Yeah, true.
So maybe he's been alongside someone, but he's been on the right, maybe been turned across the front of someone. And I'm only speculating, but there's nothing I can see. I've not seen a circuit vehicle come out to inspect the damage of the barrier. The only thing I can see is that grass there. So what's going on now in Adam Shepherd's car? They're still doing some wiring by the looks of it. 30 amp fuse, that's quite a high ampage, isn't it? So they've definitely got some electrical issue, and it's Adam's looking behind him down the pit lane to see how much time he thinks he's maybe got. He's not looking rushed in getting the car out. They've probably seen Boardley's car come into the pits, and he'll be desperate to get out. If I was Adam, I know he's a mechanic and he wants to know what's going on. Could he get in that car and just be ready to go? Because this could be vital for the championship. If this does go to the national court, like you were saying, Luke Sargent makes his return. Be interesting to see how the grid lines up for this next one.
Well, what's left of it. Will we go back? We won't go back to original grid, I don't think, because they've completed 3 laps.
At the minute, the car was running. The only thing I didn't have is gearbox actuator.
Nicky's just said we've got about 9 minutes till the restart, so you have got a bit of time.
Okay, two things from that, if everybody can hear at home. Gearbox actuator, so I thought it was that. So 9 minutes till the restart. That's Nicky Lines, who is the management of TCR UK, giving them the information on that. So thank you for that, because we know now as well. I would say that if he gets out, he ain't going to be on the same lap.
No, probably not. You think that's more than a 9-minute job?
Hear that noise? That's the compressor that I was talking about.
Right.
So that compresses the air for the gearbox for when you pull the sequential shift.
Earth it here, look. Give me 10 mil, it's an earth here.
Right, so I love the southern accent. It's so cool. And do you know what? Fair play for them not swearing, because in that stressful situation, so you see the insulating tape. Right, they've got a short on that. So this is how good mechanics are. I love this. Especially Shep's team, who look after the car. They know they've diagnosed that. Some teams will take 4 test days to get that sorted. I'm not saying they're going to fix it, but they sound like they found a problem because they can hear a short. So they need a switch. That's what Adam Shep is saying. They need a switch for it.
Which hopefully they have. If they don't, then they might have to go beg for one from somewhere else, which they have done in the past. So off they run into the parts cupboard to see what they've got, and hopefully they can get this car out. But my word, if they do end up back on the grid, or even on the track, because of course we're losing cars, we've had a few others in the pit lane now that might be walking wounded, he could genuinely still pick up a handful of points. Remember, points go down to 15th place. Well, we've lost at least 1 car from this restart, maybe more, and we know Boardley's going to be at the back again as well, possibly still with some damage. So this could be a massive bullet dodged for them. The big winner, of course, out of all of this, provided he stays out of trouble on the restart, Callum Newsham. What a start he made. Really feisty in the early laps as well. He and Brad Hutchison both driving like they know they've been given an opportunity to get into a really good championship position here.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, if they've seen what's going on and who's out, they will probably drive accordingly.
Yes.
Because you'd be stupid not to, let's be honest. Brad Hutchison, especially in my eyes, this can really launch him now. But Callum Newsham, he fancied it, didn't he? And I haven't seen him yet make any stupid mistakes or silly overtakes to fire him out the field. Brad Thurston. So he's definitely out then. We've seen the damage at the back of his car, but look at the rest of the team. That's such a shame.
And this is not to cause controversy here, but because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, I wonder whether he's allowed to take the restart, because the car doesn't look badly damaged. There's a loose bumper that could be taped up. I don't think he was hit hard enough to damage the suspension. He didn't hit a wall. The only reason I can think that he's not taking the restart is because he wasn't running at the time.
Yeah. He got a mechanical push. He got a push out of the gravel.
Out of the gravel, yes.
Yeah. Now, I forgot, sorry.
Whether the same thing applies to people who were in the pit lane at the time, I don't know. That's the question. So I'm not going to try and answer that question because I'm not going to put myself in the middle of that situation. But yeah, hopefully that doesn't become a bit of an issue going forward. Just to go back to what you were saying about Brad Hutchison, by the way, if Shepherd doesn't score any points out of this race and Brad can finish anywhere inside the top 3 positions, he'd be ahead of Shepherd in the championship standings. Wow. And if Boardley doesn't have a bad race, suddenly Hutchison's right on his tail as well, because the gap between Hutchison and Shepherd was 19 points. So if Shepherd is a non-scorer in this race, then, well, precisely to give you the numbers, Hutchison, if he finished anywhere inside the top 6, would move ahead of Adam Shepherd for 3rd place in the championship. Right, I can hear engines fired because, yes, that's Brad Hutchison pulling into pole position now as well, of course, so he's got a really good opportunity now to try and make good his escape. And we've seen him defend from the lead pretty well before. I mean, he wasn't quite able to hang on in the races at Croft, but led for an awfully long time. And look at this, Adam Shepherd with a helmet back on.
Wow, there we go then. Well,
still working, but are they just tidying up now, or?
Yeah, that's in a pack of cable ties going in, so they're just trying to. Well, there you go. That's an electrical connector with.
They are still working then, aren't they? But
by the time Adam's in there, he's not going to be on the lead lap. Well, then again, actually, no, because they'll go off the dummy grid.
Yeah, there'll be a warm-up lap.
Yeah, of course. So
yeah, and that's a few minutes away because they've only just started re-gridding. So he's belting up. And this is the right thing to do anyway. Get him in, get him ready, so that the second the problem is fixed, off he goes, whether that's before the race has started or not. He needs to be ready. There's no point having him stood around with his helmet off. So they'll belt him in. How do you keep your cool, though, if he does get back out into this race, and let's say he's able to start from the pit lane before the race gets underway? Mentally, he must be all over the place right now, given everything that's happened already this weekend, and the championship situation he's in. Now he's had this thrown at him. How on earth do you get yourself back into the zone that drivers talk about all the time? That seems impossible.
Hey, listen, when I spoke to him on the grid, his eyes were wide open, he was alert, he was quite angry, obviously. This is a roller coaster. This. Can you imagine the amount of emotions he's been through in the last 50, 55, 60 minutes?
Yeah,
has been pretty much, up, down, down and out, back in it, back out now. Hopefully, this is where your mettle is tested, and this is where your personality shows. And I think Adam's one of the strongest out there. He's had some knocks this year.
Yes, not just this year, but the last few years, really. But, yeah, really deserves a bit of good fortune. Is this the bit of good fortune that saves his championship? Who knows? Windscreen wipers on, so they've got power to that part of the car at least.
He was saying something when he was just in the car then, because I don't see the steering wheel on these cars has got a million prongs on the actual steering wheel as it attaches into the column. And that's how you can, all the buttons work through the prongs on the steering wheel. You need to bend one and something won't work. So the first thing you do usually is change the steering wheel if the gearbox isn't working. But they've obviously tried something and they've come back with that. So let's have a listen in. Wow.
I mean, oh, hello.
What?
Sam Laidlaw. So we gain an Adam Shepherd, we lose a Sam Laidlaw, potentially. He comes the wrong way down the pit lane. What's going on?
It's like people are just coming in to see how the pit crews are.
This is bizarre. Okay, well, should we listen in again? Let's see what we can hear. He's just a bit thirsty, I think.
I think he's asking about the clutch.
Well, remember, he has stalled, we think, twice, hasn't he? Car up on the jacks.
Okay, right. Sounds like it's exhaust. So something's rattling on the car. I hope Sam hasn't come off the grid for something like that.
You can hear it there, can't you? That doesn't sound particularly healthy.
As long as you haven't got a critical warning on the dashboard, I would never come on unless my wheels were hanging off.
Yeah, well, and again, that's experience, isn't it? Sam doesn't have an abundance of that. Nicky Lyons, I saw in the background, just looking over that situation as well. But as we panned around, did I hear Adam Shepherd pulling away from his pit box. Is Adam Shepherd now situated at the end of the pit lane? Wait, no, he's still there, but the engine has fired, I think. There's a car leaving behind him, I reckon.
All the cars are leaving the grid.
You're right. The doors are closing, and the engine fires up, and Adam Shepherd is going to take the restart of this race.
Wow, he's in the wrong gear there. Is it stuck in gear? I think it's stuck in third or second gear, that.
Falling down the pit lane.
It's struggling. He's trying to get that into first gear. I don't know if that's working.
No, because he'd be going quicker than that, wouldn't he? Yeah. He's well underneath pit lane speed limit. There is a queue of cars waiting to restart the race. Carl Boardley, Will Beach and Luke Sargent there. The time has started ticking down, by the way. I think it's going to be a safety car restart this. So we had 12 minutes on the clock when the cars left the grid. This is because, of course, we've got a lot more racing to do today, not just TCR UK. We've got another TCR race to do later on. So they have to shorten the race a little bit. 12 minutes left on the clock then, and the race has technically restarted. So the and Adam Shepherd has joined the track, we're hearing. So
maybe he was just slow away, but it did sound like it was in a high gear. Do you want a milk chocolate honey?
They look very nice. I got halfway through one, and then very rudely we were told we had to start talking. So I've saved the other half for after this race, which probably should have been over by now, really. But there you go. Should be tucking into my little tree. Yes, thank you very much. Right then, the cars weaving around. I wonder how many laps they'll give them behind the safety car here, Paul, because the race has officially restarted now.
I can't see them going on this lap because they've been sat there for a long time. Sam Laidlaw rejoins.
And Adam Shepherd and Carl Boardley and Luke Sargent and Will Beach, all the walking wounded at the back of the grid.
So that's basically grid reformed except for Will Powell.
Essentially so, yes, I think so. And Brad Thurston. Apart from that, we've got everyone back out there, I think. So let's see. So we're going to get another lap behind the safety car then, and then go racing. Of course, the reason for this is because the tyres are all cold. They've been sat on the grid for a long time. Around this short sort of length of circuit, you would normally have 2 green flag laps anyway for most categories, so certainly slick tyre categories. And so important that they give them a couple of laps just to get the tyres up to temperature, which they are doing. But I reckon we'll probably have a restart after this, and a rolling restart, slightly less stressful as well. Less of a chance that you're going to mess it up and plummet to the back of the field. That takes the pressure off our race leader, Brad Hutchison.
Yeah, what? Stuart Lyons is 6th.
Wow, yeah, I'd be shocked to read that as well.
Yeah, I wasn't being disrespectful, but he obviously he stayed out of trouble and made a lot of places up.
Now that I am shocked about, yes, that's no, pretty impressive stuff for. To be fair, he's got no excuses. He's in a car that's won races in this championship before, in the hands of Bruce Winfield, and he told me on the grid he hasn't touched a thing on the setup. He said he's just left it how Bruce had it. He said it's very, very lively, that car, and Bruce actually was dialing the liveliness out of it for the time that he had that car. And
can I just say something?
Yeah.
There's the first 2 places on the podium. I think I know who they're going to be. The third place is going to be special. Someone is going to be very special. Right, the lights are out. Brad's going to go early, I think.
Right, then we're going to have about 8.5 minutes to settle this one then. It's been a dramatic race. We've had a red flag, we've had carnage, we've had championship contenders in the pit lane, and now we've got 8 and a bit minutes to settle it all. It's Brad Hutchison who leads the field. When's he going to go? He's waiting, backing the field up. Owen Hillman, of course, trying to react and go with him and keep an eye to Newsham, who could be the championship leader at the end of this race. Out of Luffield we go. He's still waiting, really waiting. He's going to stamp on it now, and in fairness does drop Owen Hillman by a length or so. It's Newsham who's on his toes and will be looking to attack as they head towards Copse Corner. 8.25 minutes left on the clock then, and we're back racing here at Silverstone. Perfect restart really from Hutchison. There's a lot of congestion towards the back of the field. That could be where we need to train our eyes, but before that, Callum Newsham, I'm pretty sure he's going to have a pop at Owen Hillman here for second place, and I think he's challenging towards Beckett's.
Yeah, he's done it, hasn't he? And that's the best thing to do from Owen Hillman, because he just knows that Newsham is on a mission. Best thing he can do now is follow him through, try and drop Laidlaw and get on with Matthew Wilson. Is in the mix though.
Yeah, Matthew Wilson could be on for a good result, couldn't he? Now, what's going on with the likes of Adam Shepherd and Carl Boardley? I would remember Shepherd back on the lead lap now as well. Well, there is Boardley, there is Shepherd, so he's sort of keeping pace at the back of the field, but understandably just feeling the car out a little bit over the first lap or so. Darren Lewis here having a little go up the inside. Lewis has charged up the order, took the restart in 12th, and that was him going up the inside of Cedric Block, I think, for a position inside the top 10. Laidlaw is slowing and Shepherd's on the move.
Oh, here we go then. This is it, and Shepherd's got to get past Cedric Block here and just clear him. He's using kid gloves here, isn't he? That's got some waft, isn't it? Or is he struggling with his speed?
I wonder if there is still a niggly little gearbox issue or something, because he didn't accelerate off the corner as you'd expect. Sam Laidlaw has pulled off. That's on the inside of Luffield. That's well out of the way, so shouldn't require a safety car. So Hutchison leads, Newsom's second. Do you think Newsom's got the pace to chase him down?
I would have thought so, yeah. I think he'll make it difficult for him, but Brad knows how to lead races, and I'm sure he can get this job done. But let's wait and see, because Newsom has now dropped Owen Hillman, isn't he? This is going to be such a big battle for third place. There's such a lot on the cards here. I'm really looking forward to this. Shame about Sam Laidlaw. It must have been a terminal problem. He obviously sat in the car, and I'm not in there, so I don't know what noises he's hearing, but there's obviously something that's made it terminal for him. Owen Hillman still in this podium position. What a story this would be. That Lincoln Co. going ever so well. Obviously won on its debut, didn't it, Brands Hatch? And that car's got some good speed in a straight line, and he's got some good exits as well. So let's see what happens. But Brad Hutchison leads the way.
Yep, out across the line they go then. So you got Hutchison leading, Newsham 1 second behind him. Hutchison fastest lap of the race though, so was quicker than Newsham on the previous lap. Third place is Owen Hillman, his first ever weekend in the championship. Fourth place is Laidlaw, never had a podium before. Fifth place Matthew Wilson, who's had one podium finish before in TCR UK, and it came here a year ago in the reverse grid race. So history repeating itself a bit here for Matthew on his return to the championship, in a brilliantly prepared car, and a car that's got a genuine chance of propelling him here to a podium finish.
Yeah, definitely. Owen Hillman is just starting to really struggle with understeer or just braking too late. And you were just pointing to Carl Boardley,
who is almost on the tail of Stuart Lyons. He's in 7th position at the moment. Shepherd was 12th at the end of the previous lap, but he's in the points. Any points that he can salvage from this race would be of a massive, massive benefit to the man who led the championship coming into the weekend. There, though, is Steve Laidlaw. Brilliantly impressive yesterday, and here he is holding his own now. Yes, it was a reversed grid, but he actually gained quite a bit of ground in the early stages. Had that questionable clash with Brad Thurston up at Beckett's corner, but he is looking pretty pacey. Boardley up the inside of Lyons, and Carl Boardley is now into 6th position.
Yeah, so here we go then. It's starting to come alive, isn't it? Boardley getting that job done. Stuart Lyons behind him, Darren Lewis behind him. And Boardley now will just try and drop these two and get on with trying to get as far up as he can, because I think he's going to struggle to catch Matthew Wilson. The pace at the front was pretty decent, to be fair.
It does, doesn't it, actually? Yeah, so that was a 58.7 then, but a purple first sector for Hutchison. So Hutchison a little bit quicker in the first part of this lap than Callum Newsham. Darren Lewis, meanwhile, on the tail here is Stuart Lyons, and this is for 7th position now, and he's going up the inside of Stuart Lyons, and he goes through. So one I-30N passes another, and Darren Lewis charging his way through the order as well. Someone was slow there. Oh, it's Hillman. Hillman's pointing the wrong way. Owen Hillman is pointing the wrong way. Going into Luffield, he's had a spin. Now, a few drivers were doing that on cold tyres yesterday in qualifying. Whether he was assisted, I don't know, but he drops down just in front of Will Beach. That puts him all the way down in 12th place.
What a shame. That's such a shame. I was just about to say, I didn't want to jinx him, but that's such a shame for him. That would have been an amazing podium. But Steve Laidlaw is now up in 3rd.
He is. Wilson 4th, and Boardley into the top 5 now. So Carl Boardley picking up some more points here. With every position he gains, he limits the damage being done to him, not by Adam Shepherd anymore, but very much by Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham. Callum Newsham, as it stands, I think, would be the championship leader going into the 3rd race of the day a little bit later on, and he has caught Brad Hutchison.
Wow.
That lead gap is no longer 0.8 of a second. The leaders absolutely together as they headed towards the end of the lap. We've got 3.5 minutes to go, and this could be Croft repeating itself all over again. Hutchison leading, Newsham chasing him down.
Oh wow, this could be very, very interesting, couldn't it? This is going to be interesting. Car 100, that's Steve Laidlaw. Oh, don't throw a podium away with track limits, Steve. He's only got one more chance. There's only 3 minutes left. So Callum Newsham now, I've seen a lot of dust, you know, on the last lap going down to Beckett. I think that Brad Hutchison just put a wheel maybe wide at Maggots and kicked up a bit of dust, because Newsham has dropped a little bit further back now, I think.
Yeah, the gap actually didn't really change much over that last lap. So yeah, it looked like it closed down the straight, which ironically is where the Hyundai supposedly is a little bit weaker than the Cupra, but he'll be picking up a bit of a slipstream as well down the back straight, and knows that he's still got a chance here. How much of a risk do you think Newsham will take here? You said you've got to drive accordingly, so don't throw away a really good result, but there's an extra 5 points available if he can win the race, and mistakes like that from Brad Hutchison will only further inspire Callum to have a go.
Well, that front axle on that Cupra of Hutchison's doesn't look brilliant, does it, in the turn into to Brooklands? But to be fair, he seems to have got it all together. And to answer your question, I think he will just try and push as hard as he can without having to make an attack and try to prise that door open with a mistake.
Exactly. The closer he gets, the more likelihood there is of a mistake. Now, Boardley for the podium, question mark. He's challenging Matthew Wilson for 4th place here, having a little go into Copse Corner, not able to make the move there. I do think Adam Shepherd's car is still not quite at 100% health. He's only in 10th position, but that's points nonetheless. Here comes Boardley, though, for 4th position, up the inside of Wilson. This should be job done into Beckett's corner, and it is. Now, he is going to have a real fight on his hands if he thinks he's going to take a maiden podium away from Steve Laidlaw, but Steve's got one of the championship contenders coming up behind him. How would you play this if you were Laidlaw?
If I was Laidlaw, I'd do what he did yesterday and just battle for his life. He did great against Boardley in testing. I was watching with intent, and he really did. He held him off for quite a few laps and was as quick, you know, in some laps. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is the story now. It's Boardley to try and get on the podium.
Well, he should have the pace to catch Laidlaw. He's going to have 2 laps to try and do this, but can he find a way through? The leaders, by the way, have gone through separated by only 0.4 of a second, so Newsham a couple of tenths faster than Hutchison that time. Where, if anywhere, can the Hyundai driver make his move? He's already on course for 35 points for finishing in 2nd position. Wow. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to snatch the 40 for the win.
Oh, wow. Right, this is it then. So you've got 2 big battles going on here. Oh, now Newsham is really putting the pressure on. This is going to be an attack because he's not very good into Brooklands. The Cupra doesn't seem as good as that Hyundai. Look at that, he's already defending. Go around the outside if you can, mate. Boardley's going to come into shot now, and this is going to be the next battle. A lot of people in the grandstand watching this one.
Standing room only, I think, in the grandstand. That's lovely to see, and they are all on their feet now, I think, watching this battle for the win. Callum Newsham is hounding Brad Hutchison, who desperately needs this race victory, not only for his championship, but because he knows he's been so close before. He will say robbed of a win back at Donington Park last year. What can he do? 1 lap to go. Place your bets, everyone. Brad Hutchison versus Callum Newsham, 2 title contenders in a position to massively benefit from other people's misfortune today, and they've got a lap around the Silverstone National Circuit to settle it.
Wow, well, come on, Brad, answer my question. Do you want this title, mate? Because I know what your answer is. It's going to be yes, so let's see it, mate.
Through Beckett's they go. Inch perfect there, in fairness. Now, if Newsham gets a good run through this corner, he will have a pop into Brooklands. I'm pretty sure he's about the same distance back, I would say, as he was a lap ago. He'll pick up the slipstream. Does Brad feel the need to defend? Is he confident under braking? Let's see. He's got a couple of car lengths over the Hyundai at the moment, which jinks to the inside line, but is too far back to make the move stick. And I think Brad Hutchison might just have done enough here. Don't make a mistake into Luffield, and it should be a race victory for the Bondit Cooper, which runs wide. Newsham up the inside of him, sees an opportunity, can't quite get the nose in the door, and Brad Hutchison accelerates off the final corner, heads for the timing line, and he will win the 2nd race of the weekend at Silverstone in TCR UK. Another thrilling finish. Oh, he actually took the wing mirror off on the pit wall in celebration.
No. He smashed his team's pit board. Laidlaw for the podium.
He fends off Boardley by 0.2 of a second. Phenomenal stuff. Hutchison the winner. Newsham 2nd. Steve Laidlaw a maiden podium, and Carl Boardley salvages 4th. Now, where is Shepherd? He was in a battle with Rick Kerry, and he got Rick Kerry on the last lap. So that's 9th place for Shepherd, and that is some championship points. Not as many as he would have liked, obviously, but at least that helps him in the championship. Oh, no! Laidlaw's got a penalty. Stephen Laidlaw with a penalty for track limits. 5-second penalty. Boardley might be on the podium, will be on the podium. Boardley in 3rd. Laidlaw, we saw him get the warning for track limits earlier on in the race, and after the checkered flag, we get a notification saying he's been given a 5-second penalty. That is heartbreak. He is celebrating. He doesn't know about the penalty, and Carl Boardley will inherit 3rd position. How significant could that prove to be at the end of the year if he were to win the championship? Well, I don't really know where to start when it comes to unpacking that race. That was drama in bucket loads. We've got Brad Hutchison driving down the grass to try and pick up some dirt on the tyres, heading back to the pit lane. But he is a race winner in TCR UK, and he will be very happy with that. It is his 2nd win in the championship. Remember, got that one at Snetterton earlier on in the year, and he has now picked up a 2nd victory of the season. Callum Newsham in 2nd position, Carl Boardley in 3rd, and gets on the podium, would you believe? Matthew Wilson 4th, Darren Lewis 5th ahead of Steve Laidlaw. Heartbreak for Laidlaw, drops to 6th on corrected time. Then Luke Sargent 7th, Stuart Lyons in 8th, and Adam Shepherd limps home in 9th, but it's points. How crucial could that be? For 9th position, he will score 13 valuable championship points, and because he's had 2 non-finishes already, that will count. It won't be a drop score. Rick Kerry, by the way, in 10th, wins in the Gen 1 Cup. Jeff Alden gets 2nd, and Will Beach in 3rd. Cedric Block pulled into the pit lane to retire in the closing stages, and so too were retirements for Sam Laidlaw, Brad Thurston and Will Powell, as we saw. So Rick Kerry then extends his points lead in the Gen 1 Cup ever so slightly. He'll take another 10 points actually, so more than doubles his advantage in the Gen 1 Cup. What a race. I'm glad we had a good race there and a good battle between the top 2 in the closing stages after what had happened earlier on. That's what we wanted to see. Some good, hard racing, clean, fair racing as well. Newsham could have probably lunged Hutchison, and when Brad ran wide at the last corner, I thought there was maybe a chance they were going to make contact, but Callum, in fairness, took the front of his car out of that gap before it led to contact, and yeah, that was that. He managed to keep it clean. So the second race of the weekend is done. We've got a third race to come later on. Hopefully everyone gets their car sorted, but there is Brad Hutchison, a second career win in TCR UK, and a massively well-deserved one. Hugs all round. There's his dad there to give him the biggest hug of them all. Well, anyone who didn't think he was a championship contender before today definitely will have changed their opinion now after what was a storming drive from Brad, and a thoroughly well-deserved race victory. So that is TCR UK racing done with. We'll have all of the reaction from those podium drivers and class winners in a moment or two. A reminder, we've got a full afternoon of racing to come though. The Ginetta Junior Championship up next with their 3rd and final race of the weekend, if all of the drivers have found their way back from the Clerk of the Courses office after the race earlier on. The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s will be up after that, followed by the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, the Fiesta Juniors, the Modified Fords, and we'll have more TCR UK action at, in theory, about 5:20. In fairness, we're running about on time after the shortening of that race, so good job we started early after the lunch break, really, because that has at least bought us time if there were to be a red flag delay, which there was. So, might be a little bit of recovery work to be done, but then we'll have Ginetta Juniors out on track after a phenomenally exciting TCR UK race that sees Brad Hutchison claim a 2nd win of his career. We've already got the juniors out on track, so we're going to have limited time, I think, to talk to our podium finishers, but let's at least try and hear from Brad Hutchison if we can, because that would be a really interesting interview to have, and it takes the juniors a while to get the warm-up lap done anyway, so we've got a bit of time to hear from Brad as and when we're ready, and he will certainly be looking forward to that race later on today. Where's he starting that race, actually? That's a good point, because I think he will be somewhere towards the pointy end. The race 3 grid, of course, is based upon the 2nd fastest lap times from qualifying yesterday, so that would, I think, put him somewhere near the front of the field. But we will figure that out in a moment or two. So Brad Hutchison wins. Sam Laidlaw's car there being brought back into the pit lane. Let's get that race 3 grid up. It will be 3rd on the grid for Hutchison. So how's this for a grid for race 3? Adam Shepherd and Carl Boardley back on the front row together. Look how well that ended yesterday. Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham starting on row 2 together. The top 4 in the championship, the top 4 positions on the grid for the 3rd race later on this afternoon. You won't want to miss that, because if they get Adam Shepherd's car fixed, which I've absolutely certain they will, we will have certainly an interesting fight on our hands, that is for sure. So perhaps a bit of confusion over who's on the podium exactly, because obviously we were expecting to have Carl Boardley there, but I think we can now head down them and hear from our podium finishers and Paul O'Neill.
What an exceptional TCR UK race here at Silverstone. Going to get the winner, Brad Hutchison, over. He hasn't heard me, but we'll get him over. Bradders, come on, mate. I've apologised to him enough by telling him he's not a championship contender. You just answer my question, mate.
Do you believe me yet?
Mate, I always believe, but I thought you were too far off.
Nah, it's always winnable. You just need to keep winning stuff, don't you? But yeah, I mean, you look at what a win does in the championship, it makes it up massively, and hopefully this gets us back on track. We changed a load of stuff overnight, because I just complained that the car has no front end. That's all I seem to say to my dad at this point, even when we're not at race weekends. Yeah, no front end, yeah, we should sort that. And he said, right, well, we're at the back, so nothing to lose, obviously reverse grid. I've taken off all the rear grip, just go drive it. I said, okay, and it works. So, yeah, happy days. But I hope you boys now consider me a championship contender. I don't know how many race wins I need, podiums. I mean, I think I've been off the podium for the last 4 or 5 races now.
Consistency is key, that's for sure. But the one thing I will say is Andy McEwen had nothing to do with that. That was me looking at the points saying, I don't know if they keep winning, and all you've done is finish second, and won when there's no one else competing because they've had their own dramas. Consistency is key, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah, exactly right. We'll just keep scoring points, I think. I mean, I wasn't, obviously, every race you went to, you want to win, but I wouldn't have been disappointed with any real result in that one, because it is sort of the biggest group we've had, and there is fast drivers. You know, it's not like it was at the start of the year where there was only a few that could win it. There's quite a lot. I mean, look at Steve Laidlaw. He's come on, you know, qualified 4, I think. He was podium yesterday or whatever. But yeah, it's good. It's very, very good. Very happy.
Top man, right, let's get the champagne out. See you on the podium. Well done. Brad Hutchinson is your race winner. Back to you guys for the next race.
Thank you, Paul. Right, I was trying to have a little bit of a sit down there to catch my breath after that race, but straight back into racing now, and we have Ginetta Junior's about to rock up on the grid. We've got Chase Fernandez starting on pole position for this one, with Ethan Jeff Hall alongside him. Those have been 2 of the real contenders in all 3 of the races, or 2 of the races that we've had so far. This is the 3rd race of the weekend. Let's very quickly go through the grid. Fernandez on pole, Ethan Jeff Hall second, with Isaac Phelps and Marcus Sater row 2, Charlie Hart and Archie Clark together on the 3rd row. Row 4, Alfie Slater and Ruben Dan. The 5th row, Ethan Carney and Henry Jocelyn, and Tom Ingram Hill with Jude Peters shares row 6. 7th row, Colin Cronin and Felix Livesey. Holly Mile and Alfie Davis are next, with Torrin Byrne and James Ellis row 9. 9th row, Tiusa Mabunda and Jack Robinson, with Harry Moss at the back of the grid. So the cars line up on the grid then. Richard John Neal back alongside me again to talk through all of the action. The green flag waved at the back of the field, and I'm anticipating another very, very exciting Ginetta Junior race here. The first 2 have kept us guessing right until the final couple of corners. What does race 3 have in store then? The R Racing cars on the front of the grid. Fernandez launches off the line, and he will lead them down towards Copse Corner for the first time. And as they head for the right-hander, car number 90 leads the way. Ethan Jeff Hall, I think, will get the better of Isaac Phelps for 2nd place. Charlie Hart there around the outside of Marcus Sater for 4th. And it is going to be an R Racing 1-2 then as they descend upon Beckett's for the first time. But Richard, I wonder whether we'll see the same sort of races we've seen in the first 2, where the leaders sort of work together and pull away, or is this going to be a bit more of a free-for-all?
Free-for-all tends to go well, doesn't it, with Ginetta Junior Racing, to be perfectly honest. It could well be that. This is, I guess, between Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez, the decider. Do they go 2-1, or do we get somebody else like Isaac Phelps or Chris Hart or Henry Jocelyn coming up and making it 1-1-1? We wait to see. 3 riders are going to Brooklands for the first time, tells us it could be the free-for-all.
Chris Hart will be delighted that you think he's got a chance of winning a Ginetta Junior
Chris Hart,
race.
sorry, yes. Old habits and all
He'll
that.
take that compliment, that's for sure. Charlie Hart, Chris will be watching, I'm sure. He was here yesterday and cheering on his son Charlie, who has still got a chance of finishing well in the championship, but really could do with winning some races now, couldn't he? Well, he's had a good first lap here. He's up there in 3rd position at the end of lap 1. But again, Fernandez and Ethan Jeff Hall content to work together, at least for the first lap or so. Hart going with them in 3rd. Isaac Phelps, actually, Richard, is the one who hasn't gone with the leaders this time, and I think that's the first time that's been the case this weekend.
Yes, you're right, yeah, because he was 3rd, wasn't he, first time out, and pretty much the same podium, but not necessarily in the right order, to paraphrase a famous sketch. As we look at Marcus Sater on the inside run here. So Sater, he's been shy of the podium today. I've expected him to be a little bit further up, to be perfectly honest. Did Archie Clark hang on to fastest lap last time out? I can't remember.
Oh, hang on, hold the line.
Poor old Andy's got to go and dig away in the record books and have a look as Fernandez leads them down the straight for the first time. And the top 3, again, he did. Archie Clark, then super job from Archie, but wants to get out of the pack, or stay in the pack, but be at the front of it. And it's a chasing pack at the moment. Lead trio, Sater in 3rd position now, up ahead of Isaac Phelps in the white and black Elite Motorsport car. There he is. And Henry Jocelyn next up. Archie Clark down behind them in the 43. He's going to get a hat-trick of fastest laps. He loves those, I'm sure, but would prefer to be up on the podium as the race leaders go across the line once again. Ethan Jeff Hall now in front from Chase Fernandez by 0.087 seconds. Fernandez held the lead in race number. The interviews are interesting, and you can tell an awful lot by what a driver thinks. And Chase said, "Oh yeah, he was in control." There was just a little bit in the way he was talking, the body language said that actually he wasn't quite as confident to me as he sounded. But he won it, so he has every right to have taken confidence from that.
Oh, absolutely. He came out on top, but it was all a little bit of a lottery on that final lap, wasn't it? Anything could have happened at Brooklands, on the final lap, and very nearly all three of them were out of the race. But they kept it together. It was good, entertaining stuff, and I haven't heard of any penalties to come from it either, which is nice to hear. Right then, down towards that same part of the track we head now, in towards Brooklands Corner. On the outside there, number 53, Ethan Carney, challenging Ruben Dan. We've got Henry Jocelyn there around the outside. Henry was the championship leader a couple of rounds ago, leaving Anglesea's G-Fest, but has slipped back a bit after a slightly lacklustre Snetterton. Hasn't really had front-running pace here this weekend, but he's in this lead group, and Isaac Phelps continues to slip down the order.
Yeah, before we go anywhere else, welcome to the latest edition of Famous Last Words. No DNF so far this weekend.
Yes, I may have spoken too soon there. We'll wait and see. Even Chase Fernandez finished yesterday with 3 wheels on his wagon, didn't he? Which was pretty impressive. Oh, big moment there for the leader, Ethan Jeff Hall. But Chase Fernandez decides not to pull out of the slipstream. Again, could have done. He had the opportunity definitely there to challenge, but realised that wasn't really the right thing to do at this stage of the race. Sater here ahead of Jocelyn. They're both ahead of Isaac Phelps. In fact, Phelps has been overtaken by his teammate now, Archie Clark. So Isaac Phelps down in 7th place all of a sudden, with another Elite Motorsport car behind him of Ruben Dan. Ruben's been getting steadily closer to the front throughout the season and throughout this weekend, and I wonder whether he might have ideas of passing his teammate soon as well.
He might well do. We'll need a little bit more momentum to get up on the podium in this, the final Ginetta Junior race of the weekend, as Jocelyn has a look down the inside. The gap seemed to open up there just a little bit, didn't it, to Marcus Sater, but Marcus has got the inside.
Yeah, I think Sater was going to close the door and then realised Jocelyn was still coming, so decided to open up the steering a bit, but it's all worked out okay. Marcus Sater holds on to the place, and Jocelyn gets back in front of Archie Clark as well, so no change in the positions for now. They accelerate out of the final corner. It's a leading group of 3 again. 2 are racing cars and an Elite Motorsport car, but the Elite Motorsport car this time is Charlie Hart, who is closer to the front at this stage of the race than he has been in either of the other 2.
Yeah, very much so. And of course Fernandez, who's now back in front, and Jeff Hall will realise what happened. They knew it was a possibility it was going to happen in race number 2 anyway, that as soon as they start squabbling for the lead, that they lose out to the chaser, and that was exactly, wasn't it, that brought the 3rd place car into the mix last time, and that could happen again.
I always have to wonder if Isaac Phelps has got a problem here, because Ruben Dan's all over him now, and with the greatest of respect to Ruben, Isaac's been quite a bit further up the order than he has so far this weekend, but Isaac just doesn't seem to have the pace to stay with the cars ahead, even though they themselves are busy battling. It's side-by-side look between Henry Jocelyn and Archie Clark heading down towards Brooklands Corner. Jocelyn has the inside line and is going to manage to hold on to that 5th position, I think, for the time being, but they're splitting into groups of 3, really. 3 for the lead, these 3 fighting over 4th position, and Ruben Dan, I think, has now gone past Isaac Phelps, so Phelps is now dangerously close to slipping out of the top 10 altogether.
Could well do. As is that a Fox car or a
Holly Mile?
Oh, Holly, yep.
Yeah. Comes down at Brooklands, gets back on the road. That's good news. No major damage done by the looks of it. Leaders though across the line, and Charlie Hart staying with them, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing a good job at the moment, and he'll know the score. He'll be waiting for the squabble to get involved. And timing again could be key. 13 minutes still on the clock as we look at this group, still just outside the top 6. Archie Clark heading those. Marcus Sater still ahead of Jocelyn, just going out of shot. And a move here from Alfie Slater. Alfie's coming back into the mix here, isn't he? So takes the outside run. He'll flick back in, maybe go for the outside down the straight and get the run. Phelps goes a little bit wide, pulls it all back in, gets around Beckett safely, chasing Ruben Dan immediately in front of him, gap developing. Now Phelps looks to the inside here. We'll switch back to that and have a look in a moment, but this is back at the front, and a change for the lead again. So back into the lead now goes Ethan Jeff Hall.
That's early. We're not even halfway through this race yet. In fact, we're barely a third of the way in.
And Hart is that much closer again because they get involved.
That's interesting.
So
then.
the other group.
Yeah. So, well, this is the problem. They're only about a second and a half ahead of Marcus Sater and Henry Jocelyn, who I think are working together as well, because the leaders will have learned what happened in the earlier races, but everyone else will have seen that as well, and they know that if we can stay closer to the leaders, then we've got much more of a chance to catch them in the last 5 minutes or so. So, interesting, therefore, that Ethan Jeff Hall decided to go for that move. That tells me that he thinks he's faster than Chase Fernandez. He wants to get in front, lead that pack away. Chase, I'm sure, will give him at least a few laps to prove his point and work with his teammate. But that's a bit of a sign of confidence, I'd say, from Ethan Jeff Hall. He wants to lead this race from the front.
Either that, or he wants to be in the same position that Fernandez was in race 2, in front, defending it, and the word I used was owning it last time, and he did to a certain extent, but it did change the dynamic when Isaac came up to play. This time it's Charlie in the mix.
The side by side again, though, are they? Well, no, Fernandez just looking to the outside, but I think just trying to get some clear air on the nose of the car. You've really got to be careful with overheating in races like this, because you're running so close behind the other cars. It's reasonably warm here today at Silverstone, and there's not a lot of cool air getting into the front of Chase Fernandez's car, or Charlie Hart's for that matter. Henry Jocelyn nuzzles up the inside of Marcus Sater. What was I just saying about this group working together? Side by side off the last corner they go, but in fairness, Sater seemed to make a mistake there, and Jocelyn just saw the chance to go through.
Jostling from Jocelyn. Oops.
Harry Moss.
Yep, shame for him to be around, but he'll be able to get some points, hopefully. Get back out and finish the race. So Jocelyn trying to break clear now. Sater around the outside of Archie Clark, who I still want to call Alfie, because there's too many Alfies and Archies when you do Ginetta scholarship time. He was one of the finalists, incidentally, Archie Clark,
really?
in the scholarship, so had the pressure of going out and doing those solo runs at Blighton with everybody that's there watching. It really is a high cooker pressure environment to watch, and then they get the horrors of the interviews with me afterwards.
I'm sure you calmed them down nicely after that stressful situation. Ruben Dan's doing well here, isn't he? Up alongside Marcus Sater now, going for 6th position. He's got a slipstream from his Elite Motorsport teammate Archie Clark ahead, who in fact goes up the inside of Henry Jocelyn just as I say that, and tries to reclaim 4th position. Jocelyn will hang on around the outside, I think. Yes, he does. Buys a ticket to the inside line into Luffield, manages to get through the corner just about, although with a bit of a slide. They're all stacking up together now, this group, and letting the leading trio pull away, who in fairness are lapping pretty quickly in the order that they found themselves in now. Across the timing line they go. There are the leading 3. Ethan Jeff Hall, Chase Fernandez, Charlie Hart, still in the same order. Chase Fernandez not even interested in getting a slipstream, is he? Just pulling to the inside to cool the car off. He knows he doesn't need to push just yet.
Yeah, so it's looking like a possible decider between those. Charlie Hart, though, still well placed and could just tip them. Now, how much do you work as teammates out front? We'll come back to that, because we've got non-teammates all battling here. We've got 2 elite cars in this mix, with Marcus Sater, the R-Racing driver, second from the back of this quartet that we're focusing on at the moment. Ruben Dan is getting better and better, isn't he, this week? It's like he's getting into a nice race rhythm, getting his confidence up, getting his knowledge about the circuit all under his belt, and having a good run. Here we go, back for the lead, and it's Hart looking for the outside run here of it's Chase Fernandez back out front. Ethan Jeff Hall in P2. Hart trying to hang it around the outside and maintain the grip, and this is where he could possibly follow Chase Fernandez. He's got the inside run, and Ethan Jeff Hall knows that's the done deal. He's going to tuck back in. Can he time his momentum to get the run on the inside and get the overlap?
Well, this is too early, I think, but I'm not going to complain, because it's good racing. But I think there's every chance that that next group of cars are going to catch them. We still have nearly half the race to go. 9 minutes left, and Charlie Hart splits the R-Racing cars at the front of the field. Fernandez the leader, then Hart second, Jeff Hall third, and Hart wants the lead, doesn't he? Look, peeks to the inside and will go for the lead through Cops Corner. His car really working well. Charlie's got confidence, and he wants to disrupt the rhythm, disrupt the plan maybe of the R-Racing drivers. He's into the lead. Ethan Jeff Hall slots into second, and Chase Fernandez, who led at the line, is only third.
Now, how is Charlie Hart? Now he's got it. Can he own the lead, as indeed Chase Fernandez appeared to at various stages through the last race? Fernandez, and now what will they do? What will Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez do in terms of A, team racing, or B, personal race tactics here as they go down the Wellington straight? And the answer is they work with each other, they draft, and it's Fernandez chasing Ethan Jeff Hall, who leads them out of Brooklands, and Fernandez has got the inside run, so they undo all the work that Charlie Hart did earlier on. And it is, once again, an R-Racing 1-2 with work to do. Charlie Hart here must feel outnumbered.
On the first sector of that lap alone, Archie Clark in 4th place was 9/10 faster than the race leader. That is the amount of time they're losing. Look, the gap has almost disappeared already. Archie Clark and Henry Jocelyn will be there within a lap.
It's like a paradox, isn't it? Because you work with another car and you gain to get that advantage, but with the positioning and the defensiveness, you lose some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you get there, all bets are off. You can work together to catch the leaders, but then it's every driver for themselves. They're side by side again for the lead now. Fernandez this time getting a shove from Charlie Hart. So you work with whoever you can, really, don't you? It doesn't have to be a teammate, just whoever's best positioned to push you through into the lead. And that's what happened there. Charlie Hart giving the bumper to Chase Fernandez, who's back out in front. But look, within slipstreaming range just about, I would say now, are Clark and Jocelyn, who have stayed locked together for the last 3 or 4 laps.
Why don't you see this in senior racing all across the board?
Yeah, absolutely. Squeaky clean this as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really smart heads-up driving.
But this racing where the paces chop and change, and there are several answers to that, and they'll wait for another episode. Join us after the break.
Are we starting a podcast now? Is that the plan?
Oh, definitely not. 3 hours of boredom.
Thank you. Out of left field corner they go.
No, from me.
Of course. Ethan Jeff Hall then down to 3rd place for 5 for the lead now. This is going to be exciting. Archie Clark and Henry Jocelyn are very much at the party now. And what's going to happen then next? We have 6.5 minutes to go, so about 2/3 race distance. And of course, could more drivers join the party? Alfie Slater, Ruben Dan, Marcus Sater and Isaac Phelps are a couple of seconds behind this group, but we've seen Jocelyn and Clark gain about 3 seconds in a few laps. There's no reason why others can't join in. And actually, the more cars we have in the lead group, the more likelihood there is that they'll start tripping each other up.
Yeah, lead pair got a little bit of breathing space now, haven't they? So Fernandez back out front, Hart in P2. Now, is this going to... Ethan Jeff Hall with fastest lap, but with a car behind him. So what will he do? Will he let Clark pass just to try and... He's gesticulating at Archie Clark there. Come on, work with me. Don't try and pass me.
That's a good idea. They should have thought of that 10 minutes ago, shouldn't they? Yeah, that would have been a good idea.
I think your Uncle Andrew mentioned it in the last race.
Yeah, he might have done. He speaks sense, does that bloke? So I've heard. Yeah, they're trying to work together, and they are working together, but they ain't going to escape now. I think this is just going to be a bit of a scrap for the win now in the closing stages. We're going to have 5.5 minutes to go when they get to the line, and Chase Fernandez has Charlie Hart tucked up behind him for now, happy to sit there. But the trouble for Charlie is he is outnumbered, really. He's got a teammate in this group in the shape of Archie Clark, but he's not with him at the moment. He's stuck between these 2R racing cars, and you have to feel that that will play against him. Defensive line taken by Fernandez into Kopp's corner, holding on to the lead and trying to own the lead again in this race. He doesn't want to let it go, does he?
Must ask Phil Glue what the R Racing orders or advice is where you've got 2 cars, first and second, or conducting the sandwich as they are here. What's his advice? He probably won't tell me. He'd probably charge.
Archie Clark round the outside. Now this is trying to go from 4th to 2nd place. How's this going to work? He's going to get elbowed out wide by Charlie Hart, isn't he? Yes,
Go on, boy.
That was predictable. Charlie leaves him just enough space. Archie will force his way back on the track, and Henry Jocelyn gets a run on the lot of them. Look, goes to the outside, back to the middle, back to the inside. Where can I go? Where is there some clear racetrack? Well, the answer is nowhere, so he chooses to push Archie Clark down the straight. Fernandez has the lead, and here comes Ethan Jeff Hall round the outside of everyone. 3 abreast into Brooklands. That won't work, surely. Still 3 abreast, sideways for Hart.
Archie Clark.
What a move.
Archie Clark, he couldn't have known it was going to go 3 wide. I did wonder whether it was going to work on the outside 3 wide. It didn't. And Archie Clark, the late Roger Albert, will be watching him going, go on, grandson, go on, fella. Up into P2. Great stuff.
Fantastic stuff. So through they will come again. 4.25 minutes to go. And Fernandez leads the way. Archie Clark 2nd. Charlie Hart in 3rd position. Then Ethan Jeff Hall and Henry Jocelyn battling away for 4th. Jocelyn on the outside of Ethan Jeff Hall, who sort of boxed in behind Charlie Hart. And will he run beyond track limits? Quite possibly, but he keeps his foot in it anyway and keeps on coming down the outside line towards Beckett's. They will head, but Archie Clark, now what can Archie do here in 2nd place?
You can't discount any of these, and you look back at Ethan Jeff Hall in P5, proven race winner, multiple race winner over the last round. All he's got to do, I say all, make it sound very easy, is pick them off lap by lap, be in the right place at the race. Already up into 4th place from 5th. Jocelyn goes down to 5th, and now we say don't discount Henry because we've seen him picking people off as well. The chasing group led by Isaac Phelps, who's well away from the podium now as Archie Clark goes down the inside. pops the 43 car down the inside, grabs the lead, and is going to hold it from Chase Fernandez in P2. Charlie Hart P3, who pays it. Did he pay a visit into the 90 car?
Oh, I think there was a bit of touchy-feely stuff there, wasn't there? But now, all of a sudden, Fernandez is outnumbered. He is the meat in an Elite Motorsport sandwich. He's got Archie Clark in front and Charlie Hart behind. So how the dynamic can change. Don't forget, by the way, with 3 minutes left of this race, Archie Clark has yet to get a podium finish in Ginetta Juniors. Can he get his first podium and stand on the top step? Well, if that happens, Richard, it will be a heck of a defensive drive to keep this lot behind him.
It will be a mega drive. I was going to ask you whether I couldn't recall whether he'd taken a win or a podium without looking at my notes, which are tucked away. But Clark out front, too early to talk about that because now he's down to third because going through again is Chase Fernandez. Charlie Hart up into P2. But look at Ethan Jeff Hall. He's in the pink trim R Racing car, back in fourth place at the moment, trying to get back onto the podium.
I'm going to make the assumption they're not monitoring track limits on the exit of Beckett's because every lap they've been well beyond that exit curve, but hey, who cares? They carry a bit more speed onto the back straight towards the braking zone at Brooklands. Charlie Hart in behind. Chase Fernandez does not go for the move. That was interesting. This late in the race, you thought he might have gone for it. That's Ethan Jeff Hall at the inside of Archie Clark for third. Archie will desperately want to hang on to at least a podium finish here. And of course, if he's third going on to the final lap, that could be a good position to be in order to challenge for the victory. That didn't work for Jeff Hall. He runs a bit wide at Luffield as a result, but slots back in front of Henry Jocelyn. 2 laps to go. Who's your money on, Richard?
One of the top 5, Andy.
Excellent. That fence you're sitting on looks mighty comfy. I
It's
might
a strong
join
one
you
with
up
my
there.
weight as well, isn't it?
I may well join you up there because I wouldn't fancy putting my money anywhere here. Any one of 5 drivers could win this race, and that, after all, Richard, is what we love about Ginetta Juniors.
Yeah, it's been a great formula over the years. Keep your ears and eyes open for some news on the championship in the next few weeks. Can't tell you any more, but exciting stuff coming up for the Ginetta Junior Championship, which we're looking forward to seeing publicly out there. Meanwhile, publicly out there on track, Chase Fernandez out front, still coming under pressure from Charlie Hart. Great stuff from Archie Clark, vying for his first podium in third place. Ethan Jeff Hall will be hungry to get back on the podium and get some handy championship points. Look at that quintet. This is fantastic racing from them as we get into the closing stages here at Silverstone.
Bit of a gap between Hart and Clark. I wonder whether that might close under braking. Well, it will, because Charlie Hart goes for the lead up the inside of Chase Fernandez, and that will bring the others right back onto turns. That was a really clean pass, actually. I felt like maybe Chase was happy to let Charlie through, but I don't think he cared. No, he does want the lead back. He gives Charlie a shove into Luffield corner. He's up the inside. The gloves are off here as we're about to begin the final lap of the race, and Chase Fernandez muscles his way back through into the lead. Charlie Hart will slot back in if he can. He doesn't want to get hung out to dry here, heading towards Copse Corner. No, he's got back in line. They hug the pit wall as they head towards Copse Corner, and Archie Clark is back in there as well. 1 more lap to go. 5 drivers for the win. Let's hope they keep it clean and give us another spectacular finish to match the ones we've already had.
Is Chase Fernandez owning the lead as he did in race number 2. Oh, he's under a lot of pressure here, but the saving grace is he's got a big bunch of cars behind him, and to some extent that may take a little bit of pressure off him. At the moment, Clark is not challenging for that second. Henry Jocelyn's challenging for second or third. He's having a look. Third place, I think, realistically, runs wide. He's going to have the inside run down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklands, and maybe get up towards challenging for the podium.
Here we go then. Last time down the Wellington Straight. The clock has struck 0. They've got 3 corners left to settle it, and Charlie Hart surely will have a go. He goes to the inside line. Fernandez can't close the door in time, and here comes Archie Clark round the outside of both of them. Archie Clark going for second. Hart has got the lead. Is he finally going to get the first victory of the season, or can Chase Fernandez find a way back through? Out of Luffield corner they go. Charlie Hart, who has finished second in this championship on 6 occasions already this season, is he finally going to get the first victory? It's a drag race to the line. Who appears from the other side of the pit wall first? It is going to be a win for Charlie Hart. Only just a winning margin of 7/100ths of a second, and Charlie Hart at last has done it. He is second place Charlie no more. He finally has his first win in the championship, and what a way to do it. Chase Fernandez pushed him all the way, literally at times, and Charlie was able to fend him off, made a brilliant move down into Brooklands corner, and he has at last got his first victory in Ginetta Juniors. Chase Fernandez second, Archie Clark in third. Archie gets his first podium as well. What a brilliant end to the weekend for Elite Motorsport, with Charlie Hart getting his first win and Archie Clark getting his first podium as well. And in between them, Chase Fernandez, who takes a couple of points out of Ethan Jeff Hall there, which is important in the context of the championship, although actually Charlie Hart was still second in the championship by 2 points. going into that race, so that win does him the world of good as well. Henry Jocelyn, by the way, was given a 5-second track limits penalty there at the end of the race. So too earlier on were Harry Moss and Tusa Mabunda, but they were a long way back after their earlier dramas. But fantastic battle at the front of the field, and Charlie Hart with the win. Incredible. Hart wins for the first time in the Ginetta Junior Championship. Second goes the way of Chase Fernandez. Third, Archie Clark. Fourth, Ethan Jeff Hall. Fifth, Henry Jocelyn. And Isaac Phelps is sixth, with Alfie Slater seventh, Marcus Slater eighth, Felix Livesey ninth, and Ruben Dan in 10th position. Ethan Carney 11th, Tom Ingram Hill 12th, then Colin Cronin and Torin Byrne, with in 15th place James Ellis, 16th Alfie Davis, 17th Jude Peters, Holly Mile 18th, 19th Jack Robinson, and 20th for Harry Moss, with Tuso Mabunda finishing at the back. Well, what a weekend we've been treated to. I'll tell you what, Alpha Live, who produce our fabulous live stream coverage, I must say, they choose a race of the week at the end of every week these days to post out on their social media pages. I don't know which of the races from this weekend they're going to choose, because it's been a fantastic day and a half of racing so far. We've still got an awful lot more to come through the rest of the day. We've got the Fiesta ST240s up next, and that's their sort of random grid. They do not a partially reversed grid, but they draw numbers out of a hat to give us the grid for that. So it's a jumbled order for that one, and that will be well worth sticking around for. Right, let's go down to the pit lane and hear from our podium finishers with Richard John Neal, and for the first time ever, race winner Charlie Hart.
Yeah, mega news. Charlie is rightly just having a wander round, being congratulated by everyone. Hasn't even got his crash helmet off yet. Come on, Charlie, let's get this podium started, fella. Get the party started here at Silverstone. A first-time win. Probably busy thinking of the line for us. That's what they tell you on the media training, isn't it? Charlie Hart. There's Ed from Elite, rightly getting the congratulations. Actually, we can stop them now because I want to chat to him. There you go. Well done, lads. Here we go. Charlie, many congratulations on that first win. When I spoke to you yesterday, I can see what drivers believe, or I think I can see what they believe. And I could see that you believed you were going to get that win. And you did. Well done.
Yeah, honestly, still feels unreal. So glad finally won a race. But yeah, it was a really good start. You know, I knew I had to nail the start, because you look at the trends over the last two races, the top three just seemed to get away from the pack, and I put myself in third off the start, and hopefully knowing I could get away from the pack, front three broke away, and yeah, just amid for the the scrapping and the hacking, I come out in P1, so I'm over the moon.
And you were taking it in turns to work with the two R Racing boys to try and get past each other. It wasn't overly heavy team racing for them, was it? They were racing for each other and keeping you involved in it.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing so. You know, I mean, it's a tight championship battle between all three of us. You know, me, Ethan, and Chase. So you know, it's inevitable they're going to battle as well, because everyone wants to win the championship if they can. So I just capitalised on it and managed to make the move for the win.
What about that race timing? Because we never know in juniors. You know, when do you make the move? Was that a conscious decision for you, or was it just get in front when you can and hope you stay there?
Honestly, I just tried playing it smart. You know, obviously, there wasn't much of a gap on the inside, but I just had to go for it. You know, I really wanted the win, and it paid off, so I'm so happy.
We were delighted for you, Charlie. Enjoy the celebrations. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you next time out. Charlie Hart, first-time winner. Let's get Chase Fernandez over. The only ever present on the... Oh, not quite only ever present, because it didn't happen, did it, on the other race, but very nearly. You were at the front pretty much all weekend. That's what we can say. And a P2 there, and a good workout for you.
Yeah, we've been up there all weekend. You know, we've shown great pace. Happy to come away with a second there, and we got a first this morning. So, yeah, pole in quali and a race win in a second. So, good points all round. Shame about yesterday that we had to come 18th, but, you know, we've made up for it today with some good results.
And it is, you know, I was saying to Charlie about team-wise, obviously there was yourself and Ethan, two R Racing guys with an elite guy, but there didn't seem to be any sort of you necessarily working with Ethan to keep the elite guy behind you. You were working with each other to swap at various times.
Yeah, obviously I tried to work with my teammate, because that's how we usually run our races. We work together, and yeah, it's a shame it kind of got a bit scrappy, because probably could have walked away with it then. But, you know, still come away with a second, that's a good result.
Nice one. Great to see you, Chase. Well done. Many congratulations. And Archie Clark. Here's Archie. Well done, Archie. Many congratulations. I was telling the backstory about, you know, you were a finalist at the scholarship last year, which was absolutely mega. And for me to see you get up, first podium, many congratulations. Talk us through your highlights of that race.
Wow, it was a bit chaotic. There was a lot going on. I just kept going in on people, trying to make my positions up, because I knew if I could get to the front pack, then I had a good chance. Unfortunately, I got to the lead, and then I made a little mistake, causing me to run a bit wide, and then they came through. But I thought it was a good race, and I really enjoyed it.
The race win is obviously going to be the next task. Now you've got that podium, you know you've got the top 3 pace, you've been in the lead, you know what it's like to have led the race now. Fascinating things, aren't they, Ginetta Junior races?
Always exciting to watch, definitely, yeah.
Well, a bit of a treat for me today to have Charlie's first win and your first podium, Archie Clark. Many congratulations. Well done. We'll see you again soon. Maybe a step or two further up the podium. Junior racing continues with plenty here. That was the final race of the weekend for the Ginetta Juniors. We look forward to working with them again in the near future. Last race of the weekend ahead now for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. Let's head up to Andy in the commentary box to run through the grid.
Green flag lap already underway, I believe, for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, their third race of the day. And as I said, it's a jumbled up grid rather than a random grid, I suppose, is the better way of describing this. They take the top 10 finishers? Yes, top 10 finishers from race 1, and they draw names out of a hat in a certain order to give us the grid, and it all gives us Daniel Lewis on pole position with Jordan Reynolds starting alongside him. Archie Johnson and James Pope are together on row 2 with Joseph Knight and Morgan Kidd with a good opportunity, I think, for a good result here, starting from 6th. Then it's Connor Blackburn and Alistair Kellett. Keep an eye on Kellett coming from 8th on the grid. Gary Miller and Zach Lucas completing the top 10. Then it is Luke Waugh and Caitlin May on row number 6. Row 7, Henry Howarth and Simon Horobin. They've both been quick, but a little bit unlucky this weekend so far. Horobin caught up in a tangle with Lucas Hayden early on in the previous race. Christopher Blackburn and Charlie Ellis will be on row 8. And row 9 for Harry Hayes and Lucas Hayden, who, as I mentioned, tangled with Horobin, broke the right front suspension. They hopefully have got the car fixed and back out there on track, and he'll be able to take the third race of the weekend. Should be the next car into shot after Harry Hayes' grey machine, and no, I don't see Lucas Hayden. No, he is there. He's just a long way behind the rest of the grid. So Lucas Hayden is going to be taking the start of the race. So we've had already, as I said, 2 races so far this weekend for the Airtech Fiesta ST240s. Race 1. Won by Gary Miller from Zach Lucas and Luke Hayden. It was Zach Lucas who got one over on Gary in race number 2. Got past him early doors, got past him off the line actually, led the whole way, but that didn't really do the race justice because Gary Miller was challenging him for the whole race, and Richard John Neal, Alistair Kellett was able to catch them at the end as well. It was building nicely, wasn't it? The checkered flag went out a few seconds early in the end, but those 3 drivers all now have to come from mid-grid together, and it gives an opportunity for the likes of Dan Lewis maybe to see what he can do in clean air.
Alistair Kellett's definitely not a junior. I said juniors, didn't I? Apologies. I should have read the race schedule.
Well, they're Fiestas. You were close.
Did you have to check your paperwork, or did you know?
I wasn't listening.
I was. Apologies if I've confused that. The rest of the weekend we've had Ginetta Junior and Fiesta Junior.
That's true, actually.
Now it's changed around. I'm sure the team have just done it to confuse me.
I think they probably have.
Yeah, it worked. Well done, lads and girls.
Just keeping us on our toes, checking we're paying attention, which sometimes we are. Dan Lewis then starting from pole. Sean Reynolds on the inside. Lights go out. Off they go towards Copse Corner. I keep an eye to those 3 quick drivers coming from the middle of the field, and a couple of quick drivers, in fairness, coming from the back as well. Lewis then gets the advantage through the first corner. That was a big chop across from the outside line. There was a bit of congestion in the mid-grid. Oh, did they all get that through that together? I think they did, but there might have been a little bit of contact. One car a bit slow, and that has sort of stacked up the field as they head towards Beckett's for the first time. That is going to be on the inside. Joseph Knight actually going for 2nd place, so Lewis leads the way. Joseph Knight, though, from 5th on the grid into 2nd already.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity, isn't it, for drivers to get up towards the podium if they haven't had that chance before. I'm not saying that they won't be overtaking, there will be, but you have to earn it. Even if you've not had a podium before, if you get on the front of these jumbled grids, great word, then you've still got to work.
Kellett was being involved in that. That could have been big.
It could very well have been big. You know, on another day, he might have hit him, might have clouted his championship. Sometimes these things just come towards you. As said, it depends how the proverbial cards fall. It's going to be interesting watching Kellett and Zach Lucas virtually together at the moment. Kellett with the upper hand, obviously started, I think, in front because of the finishing positions from race 2. And Kellett will be keen to go away with a win here. Gary Miller's done well, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Challenging for third place here, isn't he? Up the inside of James Pope as they head towards Beckett, but not quite close enough to do it. Kellett then he's showing 6th, but I think he's gone past Archie Johnson, has he now? So he's 5th position at Beckett. He's got Zach Lucas right behind him, and Gary Miller, the one, as you said, who's really made some good progress. Side by side for the lead, though. Joseph Knight has caught Daniel Lewis and is now alongside him on the outside line, heading towards Brooklands corner. Now, Dan won't want to give this up without a fight, but it's clear Joseph Knight has been quicker in the early stages, but Dan will want to stay in front, get the tyres up to temperature, and then he might have more of a chance of keeping the slightly more experienced Joseph Knight behind him.
Yeah, Joseph maybe having an exploratory look there. He'll want to try and make a move before the hordes descend on him in P2, as we saw in race number 1. You need to get your moves done before it all crowds up, because it will change, and now he's going for the inside run. Here he comes. Here
he comes then. Well, to the outside he goes then. Joseph Knight and Lewis defending to the inside line, but we've seen before sometimes the outside is the better place to be. Surely not at Copse Corner, though. Joseph Knight right round the outside. Does exceed track limits ever so slightly, but he's got the move made, I think. Dan Lewis...
The whole car was off, wasn't it?
It was hard to tell from that angle, Richard, and I wouldn't like to pass judgment, but...
and it's only once, but of
yes.
course the officials might look and say, well, if you get the lead through that, form an orderly queue at the clerk's office.
They may well do, but we will wait and see. Anyway, he's got in front and was likely going to get through anyway, but that was a very brave move round the outside at Copse Corner. That little side-by-side exchange, though, delayed them enough that Gary Miller is almost with them now. Could Gary become the favourite to win this race, do you think?
He could well be, couldn't he? They're all closing in. You wouldn't bet against Alistair Kellett there in the blue and yellow machine running well, and Zach Lucas, who's getting his mojo back, getting his confidence back, is Zach Lucas, and he's there in P5.
Yes, he is. So we've got those three, really the 3 quickest drivers this weekend, all running together. That's Archie Johnson losing out to Connor Blackburn, who went round the outside, coming out of Luffield. 7th place, I think they were debating. Yes, they were, as they crossed the timing line. And in fact, coming back at him now is Archie Johnson on the inside into Copse Corner. Gary Miller sets the fastest lap of the race. He's within a second of the race lead now, and hunting down Dan Lewis for 2nd position. Tried to get to the inside into Copse Corner. He wants to do this quickly, though, because he can see Joseph Knight just starting to stretch away ever so slightly.
Of course, if the officials have seen that with Joseph going wide, they will apply a 5-second penalty or a warning. We'll see that on the screen before the end of the race. That's not that it's this early in the race that it's unlikely to be added afterwards unless there's a load of evidence thrown at them.
Yes, agreed. And they may well just have a judge of fact down there who can report back that that's what they saw, and that might simplify the issue slightly. Gary Miller's gone past Dan Lewis meanwhile. He brings with him Alistair Kellett. Zach Lucas not quite close enough to capitalise on that though, so he's going to try and find his own way through at some point. Out of the field then, out on towards Woodcote, but Gary Miller through into 2nd place. Don't think it'll take him too long to catch Joseph Knight. Joseph really could do with a good result here. He's had a bit of a nasty run of form through the mid part of the season. He had Joseph Knight had to DNF and a non-start at Alton Park, a DNF last time at Croft as well, so 3 out of 4 races over Croft and Alton Park he didn't finish, and here he is out in front, yet to have a race victory so far this season.
You like rubbing it in for these people, don't you?
It just makes it all the sweeter when they come good. That's what I'm building up to. It's a feel-good story, really. It would be nice if he could hang on, but I think he'll have a hard job doing that with the championship contenders really now bearing down on him.
Yeah, and of course Joseph building his championship came through the junior ranks and getting his senior credentials, getting his experience, building as you go over the rounds, and out front at the moment, as you say, Miller and Kellett. It's going to be an interesting battle between those two because they were very evenly matched yesterday.
Yeah, they were really, weren't they? I mean, Kellett caught Miller quite rapidly in the previous race, but Gary may well say that's because he was sort of stuck behind Zach Lucas at the time. Not that Zach was going slowly, but well, he didn't go past him at any point, did he? And I'm pretty sure he was trying to. So, but yeah, I think because Zach Lucas was defending, maybe that will be why Kellett was able to catch. So Gary Miller will tell us anyway. But now we're going to really find out, because if he could get past Joseph Knight before Kellett gets there, that gives Gary a chance in clean air to try and pull away. Good battling going on further back meanwhile. That's James Pope defending the inside line. I think Archie Johnson trying to get past him as they went towards Copse Corner.
What's a third different AM class winner at the moment, with Daniel Lewis provisionally leading that one from Pope and Johnson. It's the same 3 on the podium as race 2 for the AM class, but Daniel Lewis may be making it 3 different winners. What a competitive class that is this year. Really, really good.
Exactly.
Morgan Kidd having a go. I think Morgan had her best result of the season in the previous race as well.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. It was a really good run, that. She looked pretty competitive. Slipped back a little bit in the early stages of this one, but I think we'll definitely be keen to try and regain that lost ground. Here comes Gary Miller. He's to the outside of Joseph Knight. That would give him the inside into Luffield, but Joseph manages to cover that one off. That backs them up into Kellett again. Zach Lucas not really, though, making his presence felt here at the front, maybe just biding his time, but there's a bit of a gap back, isn't there?
You're right, and there is a little gap. It's almost as if he's watching it, and it'd be quite handy for him to be, if I'm sure he'd love to be on the boot lid of Alistair Kellett, because Alistair, I was going to say, will want to follow Gary Miller through if he can find a way through on the inside of Joseph Knight. Kellett now has a wide run, starting to build up momentum, perhaps. He fancies that Miller's going to have a little nibble, and in fact he's having a nibble himself, isn't he? And going around the outside, Kellett up into second place, but he's on the outside run as they come into Beckett's. How is the car going to grip or run wide? Miller gets his nose back in front. Kellett's got the inside run on the outside of the corner as they head down the straight. Kellett back in third place. Miller challenging on the outside again, this time Joseph Knight rather than Zach Lucas, as we saw in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely so. Gary Miller's going to have to be brave on the brakes here to go around the outside of Joseph Knight, but he wants to try and put a car between himself and Alistair Kellett if he can. Now this time he might just have the grip, maybe. I don't know. Joseph Knight, I think, no, he didn't dare turn in, did he? So leaves the door open slightly for Gary Miller, who nuzzles up alongside him, forces his way through. The door was left open, in fairness. Gary just stepped through it, and Joseph Knight couldn't quite get it shut in time. They'll be side by side through Woodcote Corner, but where does Kellett go in all of this? He's going to push, I think, Gary Miller through. He's certainly very close behind him, and they've both gone past Joseph Knight.
I think Kellett, going on to the previous lap, had a number of options, and he did the one that I said, which is, I think,
my word.
That was an option as well, wasn't it?
Yes, I think he needs a moment to catch his breath after that. Got out on the curb, didn't he? And had a big old twitch coming out of the corner. But Joseph Knight now tries to come back, and Gary Miller's out wide as well. So actually that was a chance, wasn't it, for Gary to put a bit of daylight between himself and Kellett, and he made a mistake as well. They're all pushing.
Zach Lucas up with them and as well now, so a quartet for the lead. The jellyfish logo disappears down the straight in P4. Here's the battle for the lead. Kellett's going to have a look here. Is he going to be more efficient on the brakes? On the inside we've seen, Miller.
Oh, big slide from Miller. Caught it, gets to the inside into Luffield Corner, but he is on the edge, isn't he? Alistair Kellett goes wide. That leaves the door open for Joseph Knight, who is going to give maybe Kellett some of the treatment that he received from Gary Miller a lap ago. Gets back up the inside through Woodcote Corner. This is what Gary Miller wants to see in his wing mirrors, because it means that they're preoccupied with each other and not going after him. Zach Lucas, considered making it 3 abreast, but decided to back out of it. Miller leads then. Is this Joseph Knight back into second place? Kellett is not wanting to be squeezed out wide, and Lucas does now have a run and will try and make it 3 abreast up the inside.
This is exactly why I advocate reverse grid racing, because look at this, Joseph Knight might not have been in this position if he'd had a struggle in qualifying. Sure, he had the lead. Sure. Lucas grabs the curbs, goes a little bit by. What I'm getting around to saying is that Joseph Knight, without the reverse grid, having not qualified too well at the start of the meeting, wouldn't have had the opportunity to battle with these championship contenders, and he is battling superbly. Granted, he lost the lead. He was very gentlemanly, he was very fair when he lost the lead, but he's proved that he can battle with Alistair Kellett here.
Absolutely, and he will be learning from this as well, because again, these are 3 drivers he won't have raced against a huge amount, maybe apart from in reverse grid races. He'll learn a trick or two from watching what Gary and Alistair and Zach are doing, drivers who have won races now, all 3 of them in this championship. Joseph Knight will definitely be able to pick up a few things, so he'll be keen to stay with them if he can. Miller then leads as we hit the half race mark, 10 of the 20 minutes gone, and Gary Miller leads them across the line. Kellett second, Knight third, Lucas fourth, gap back to Connor Blackburn, who's going well in 5th position, and Dan Lewis still leading in the rookie class, the AM class, rookie class? AM class. I get confused with so many races over the course of the day. The AM class in this one, Dan Lewis leading by about 2 seconds over Archie Johnson.
Top master is Alistair Kellett. Just to throw the other classes into the mix as well.
Thank you, yes. As often is the case, in fairness. And he, as we've said time and again, doesn't really care about that, does he, though? He wants the overall race wins and sees a chance now to salvage a win on a weekend where he will say he could have won all 3 races, really, but it's just not quite worked out that way. He'll be disappointed, I think, to leave Silverstone without a win if that's what happens.
He will be, but he's putting the pressure on. You can see as they get down the end of the Wellington straight into Brooklands again, piling the pressure on. Miller from Kellett still out front, battling going on behind as Morgan Kidd on the outside run there of James Pope. This is for 8th place. Morgan challenging for 8th and puts the JRW Motorsport car through.
Yeah, nice move round the outside of Brooklands. Takes some doing to get the inside into Luffield. Maybe she'll bring Simon Horrobin with her. No, not quite. Simon Horrobin then is up into the top 10 now at least. Lucas Hayden, with whom he tangled in race 1, is only 14th. So perhaps they didn't quite get that car fully fixed after the collision that it had in the earlier race. Through Copse Corner they screech and head back down towards Maggots and Beckett's. 8.5 minutes to go. Archie Johnson at the head of this group, second of the AM drivers, and James Pope third, and he's still third, but losing a few places in the overall running order now as Simon Horrobin gets to the inside and gets the number 14 car up into 9th.
Yep, he'll want to keep tabs on the 2 amateurs ahead of him, but he's got 2 cars, as you say now, between himself and Archie Johnson in P2, so James might have to content himself with 3rd place in class, and of course he'll get championship points here for 10th position, where he's currently, rather than 3rd place in class points.
Yes, he will. Morgan Kidd then through the left-hander. And yeah, that's a good point, actually. I always forget that that's the point system in this championship. It is your overall finishing position, so it is of significance then if you lose places to some of the pro drivers. Out of Woodcote they go. There are the leaders, and Joseph Knight still very much with them.
Yeah, this is good. Good stuff from Miller as well. Miller from Kellett. Wondering how much Alistair Kellett is thinking championship points. The drivers always say they're not. I can tell you this time of the year they are. There was a buzz over the lunch break with all the championships that I went round and had a chat with. Everyone was working out their championship points now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to, haven't you? I think you are silly if you're saying that you're not. And, you know, if you get to the last round of the championship and you genuinely don't know what you need to do to win it, then I really do question why you're out there at all, because if you've got a chance to win a championship, you know, you put a lot of money into this, a lot of time and effort into it, you'd want to know what you need to do to win it. That's what I think anyway. Alistair Kellett will know, I'm sure.
I did have a driver once actually in Legends who we went to Mondello, and I said, yeah, how'd you get on with Mondello? It's a long track. He said, oh, we're racing on the full one today. And then he said, oh, I didn't realise it was a double header. I won't name him because I don't want to embarrass the poor lad, but he went on to race Radical, so you could probably work out which one he was from that.
Right, okay, we'll do some digging on that one after. I'm sure people are typing away at home already, trying to figure that one out. But yes, I suppose easily done. To be fair, we've covered events at Anglesey, haven't we, before, where different championships are using different layouts. So I can see how you could miss the memo there, maybe, although you'd hope in the driver's briefing that would become fairly evident. If not, the clerk isn't really doing his job right anyway. Anyway, down towards Beckett's we go. Miller leading the way, Kellett in second place. Is Kellett going to have a go? That's what you were alluding to. He closes back up into braking and isn't under as much pressure anymore from Joseph Knight, is he?
No, Joseph has lost out just a little bit, but equally, you've got to say it's the top 2 pulling away because Zach Lucas isn't closing on Joseph.
Yeah, true.
So, is that Chris Blackburn there?
Yes, it is.
I think Chris Blackburn, the first of the traffic. Great driving from Chris, pulls over, allows them pass, doesn't interfere with the battle at all. Kellett's getting wound up now. He's by my books, he's going to have a go in the next lap or so. Look how close he is.
That's a very good point you just made, though. It is not, as you said, that Knight's getting slower. These two getting faster. It was a purple second sector for Gary Miller on the previous lap, a purple first sector for Kellett this time. So they're going quicker now than they have been at any point in the race as they spur each other on. They're sort of pulling away. And look, fastest lap for Kellett to prove the point. He's going to try and convert that run into a move at Copse Corner. Goes up the inside line, late on the brakes, and Kellett goes through. And now if he keeps it within track limits on the exit, that's a lovely move. And I think he did. That was 10 out of 10, although Gary Miller immediately tries to fight back.
You could see Kellett building up to that, or even I could, which is not a big thing, to be perfectly honest with you. But here comes Miller. It's Miller time again, down through on the inside, and these two stablemates having a wonderful race of it. Kellett runs a little bit wide there. As you say, we're looking at track limits at Beckett's, probably not, but this is bringing Joseph Knight back into the play.
Yeah, absolutely. Joseph's got a run here. Miller's back into the lead, and Joseph Knight is pulling up alongside Alistair Kellett to try and get second place back. And he go right round the outside. The answer surely is no. And Alistair Kellett, look, just boxes him out. That was clever driving going into Brooklands.
That was wonderful to see that, wasn't it? Not for Joseph Knight, but wonderful for us to see how someone with all that experience in the Fiestas made it count going into the corner. I'll tell you what, there's a good few other drivers that probably need to watch that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a few people done around the outside there, and that's the way to defend it, isn't it? You don't have to go to the apex. As long as you leave them a car's width on the outside of the corner, all is fair. Right, 4 minutes 20 to go, and Kellett's had one go into Copse Corner, nearly made it work. Is that where he tries again, or is he maybe going to try and move somewhere else around the lap? Meanwhile, look at this in the AM class. Archie Johnson has reeled in Daniel Lewis nearly. He's within a second of him now. So in the AM class as well, I wouldn't be writing down any podium finishes just yet, Richard, because that could change as well.
You caught me out there. Having it once.
I saw the pen of doom.
Write down some of the names, at least get somewhere. But yeah, we've got 2 classes to consider. Hopefully we have time to talk to all of them. But Kellett will need to. It comes back to what we were saying on Ginetta's. It may be all about the timing for them for the lead and to hang on to it.
Well, exactly. Do you want to be in front? Do you want to be in second place? I think you want to be in the lead in this category, but you never do know. Alistair Kellett right behind Gary Miller. Didn't try and move that time into Brooklands. Maybe just biding his time, realising it's better to wait maybe until they pull back away from Joseph Knight, because now they're not battling, they're dropping the third place man again, so maybe a lap or so off. Oh, hang on, is that Miller slowing? Gary went very wide there through Woodcote Corner, left the door wide open for Alistair Kellett, who is going to drive straight past him. Gary Miller's car suddenly didn't seem to pick up speed particularly well out of Luffield. He gifts the lead away to Alistair Kellett. Maybe just a missed gear, and then he didn't want to try and close the door on a rapidly closing Kellett, but Kellett's gone through, and that was a gift that Alistair would not have been expecting.
No, a little bit of an early Christmas present for him. I don't think it would be gifted, although they are stablemates, and Alistair, these guys are all in the championship for themselves.
Yeah.
So, are we going to have 3 different winners? Looks like we might have.
Looking that way, looking that way. Gary Miller might want to try and have another go here. Maybe he is content to just let Kellett have it. I'd be surprised, though, because he's up there in the championship, isn't he, Gary Miller, as you quite rightly said. Kellett, though, outbreaks him into Brooklands, and I think is going to hang on to the lead for the time being. Joseph Knight is back at the party again in third. Round Luffield Corner, there is Joseph Look in third position. They've dropped Zach Lucas, who just mysteriously hasn't had the pace in this race. I'm not really sure why. He's not a million miles back, is he? Let's be honest, within 2 seconds of the lead, but not able to close in on them. So whether it could have been anything, could have had knock earlier on in the race that's done some damage. We don't see everything that happens. Again, though, Gary Miller seems a little bit slow down the pit straight. Joseph Knight there peeking to the inside. I do wonder whether Gary's running into a problem here.
He could well be. It could be the car's getting tired towards the end of the meeting. Maybe Gary is as well. He got his first win, remember, yesterday, which was a fine victory, and he's looked to build on that. He's been very consistent. But is Joseph Knight going to get close enough to him to have a go at second?
Well, I think he might do, you know. Certainly towards the end of the lap, that seems to be where Gary is really struggling, out of Luffield and through Woodcote. Pulls a bit more of a gap over Joseph here, coming out of Beckett's down the back straight. But yeah, we could see a move made at the end of the lap. Miller certainly not thinking about attacking Kellett, is he? Just weaved over to the middle of the road there to deter Joseph Knight from having a lunge at him. Brooklands is going to be touch and go again, isn't it, as to whether we get 1 or 2 more laps here. 1:20 to go. They're lapping in the 1 minute and 6s, so they should have time for 2 more, but we'll see what race control decides to do.
Might be mindful of the delay we had on the TCR race, of course, and want to get everybody as much time as possible. Either way, they'll have had the best part of the 20 minutes, and of course if they'd have the safety car, they'd have had even less racing laps, but we've avoided that so far. And Alistair Kellett there, as I said, very, very rare that you get a meeting where you don't get to talk to Alistair on the podium, and we thought that might have been the case on race 2, but he worked his way through, and great driving, a little bit of fortune with him as he came through the field to take that podium last time out, and now we're going to see him potentially on the top step.
Yeah, it looks like that is the case, doesn't it? 3/4 of a second now clear of Gary Miller, who has just, for whatever reason, lost speed here in the last 5 minutes or so, but it's still been a good weekend for Gary, and Joseph Knight will be very happy if he can hang on to third place as well. Onto the brakes in front of the busy BRDC grandstand. That was full. I don't think there were any spare seats left during the TCR race earlier on, which is really nice to see. Lots of spectators on the grass spectator bankings as well at Copse and on the inside at Brooklyn. So a lot of people coming to Silverstone today to enjoy a great day's racing. Are we going to get another lap of racing out of the Fiestas, or will they be shown a checkered flag? The answer is a checkered flag, because they crossed the line as the time ticked to 0. So it's a win for Alistair Kellett. Gary Miller comes home in second, and Joseph Knight finishes in third, with Zach Lucas fourth and Conor Blackburn fifth. And Archie Johnson got past Dan Lewis on the line for the win in the AM class. Did Richard have that written down yet or not? He did. So Archie Johnson then, unfortunately for Dan Lewis, pips him at the post by what was the winning margin, 38 thousandths of a second between Johnson and Lewis. And we've lost Simon Horobin, yes, has dropped down the order as well towards the tail end of the top 10. So Alistair Kellett gets a win. In the end, a relatively straightforward run home, but it was a real fight until that point, and more great racing from the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. So it is Kellett, who celebrates victory then here at Silverstone. 3 races, 3 winners in the Fiesta ST240s, and 3 fantastic races. Kellett, the winner, wins in the Masters category once again too. Gary Miller in 2nd place, 3rd Joseph Knight, 4th Zach Lucas, and 5th Conor Blackburn. Archie Johnson wins in the AM class ahead of Dan Lewis, with Morgan Kidd 8th, Simon Horan in 9th, and Caitlin May completing the top 10. Then it was Lucas Hayden, James Pope, Luke Raw, and Sean Reynolds in 14th position. 15th place was Charlie Ellis, 16th Harry Hayes, 17th Henry Howarth, and Christopher Blackburn retiring to the pit lane. I know he didn't retire, limped home slowly with some sort of mechanical issue, and was classified in 18th position. So good stuff from the Fiestas. Championship-wise, Alistair Kellett will be reasonably satisfied, I think, with that one really, because he was in a good position despite the non-finish earlier on, because his dropped scores are pretty hefty, having not really finished off the podium. I think only one race that he finished off the podium until the non-finish yesterday. So he'll be pretty pleased that he's continuing to notch up the points, continuing to notch up the race wins. That will be win number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the season, so comfortably more wins than anybody else. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé then. Hear from our top 3 finishers and our 3rd different winner of the weekend in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s.
Variety is the spice of life, they say. So too it is when we get the different winners. Alistair Kellett in car at the moment, having a quick word with Gary, pointing out different things that happened on track. We'll talk about that move that got Alistair into the lead once he's out. He looks very cool, calm and collected, I've got to say. Well done, Alistair. So it's unusual, isn't it, to have to wait for the last race of the weekend for you to get a win, but you put the gearbox issues aside. Great podium last time out and a super win. And the door was open on that move. Did he make a little mistake, Gary, there?
No, he was just saying his turbo valve stuck in the last corner. And to be fair, I don't think there was very little in it. I don't think I would have got past him otherwise. I was happy to finish second after the weekend. The gearbox out after the second race again. The clutch slave cylinder was leaking. So another gearbox change or another clutch change after the first race, second race. So anyway, got the win. Much harder than doing it from pole on the first race, but what a race. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Great to race with Gary, like good old times, and Joseph and Zach, just brilliant, and left each other loads of room, and just brilliant.
Joseph was coming back at you. I mean, he held the lead well in the reverse grid, and he's been on the podium before, but he was coming back at you.
Yeah, and Gary got past him, and the door was open. Now I followed Gary through, but he wasn't. He was there all the time, and Zach, then he got caught up with Zach a little bit and dropped him back a bit. But he was there all the time. Fair play to him, and a real good guy to race with as well. So yeah,
enjoyed you racing?
Brilliant, absolutely loved it. Loved it.
Alistair, great to see you got another interview to do. I'll point you in the direction over there for the circuit. Let's get Gary Miller over. Gary, the only driver to get 3 podiums, I think, in the seniors. Well done, mate. Well done. Issues though for you.
Try and get back here.
Turbo problems?
Yeah, just in about halfway during the race down the back straight, I pulled 5th gear and lost power, and I happened again coming here. That's what I let Alistair pass into the first corner, let him go. I said I was better off trying to stay behind him than try and hold him up and lose a place tonight. So I just sat in behind him then, and then I just couldn't pull 5th gear for the last 4 laps, so I just had to drive around in 4th gear. So I was lucky to be in the tow behind Alistair to just have enough to stay ahead of night. So from starting 9th from the weekend, I'm delighted. Absolutely brilliant weekend. So
it's brilliant, and I'll remember your first win for a long time. Well done, mate. Superb stuff. Look forward to seeing you. Thanks for coming over, and great to see you again. Let's have a word with Joseph Knight, who takes 3rd position. First time I've interviewed Joseph on a senior podium. You did get a podium at Snet, but we didn't have time because we were TCRing to talk to you. But well done. It was a P2 at Snet, P3 here. Great race, and you were dicing with Alistair and company there for a long while, which must give you a lot of confidence.
It does. I mean, you tell me at the start of the weekend I was going to come away with a podium, I wouldn't have believed you. But no, really happy to come away with it. I was sort of nursing home quite a hot car, I guess I'll say. But to come home with 3rd, I'm never going to complain with that. I mean, especially after not finishing the race yesterday. Yeah, I've got a lot to be happy about, but ultimately, it all comes down to the help that Delphi have given me to get me here, Jamsort Racing, for all their help this weekend, and parents, family, all the support. It's all makes it worthwhile in the end.
5th in race 2, which was not too shabby as well.
No, especially after starting 16th. It was that was a very fun race, I have to say. A lot of overtaking, and yeah, always fun to do lots, especially around here. There's a lot of. It's quite a small track, but obviously you've got to make the most of every corner to overtake. I think I did it in that race. Maybe the same in this race, but Obviously, still got a bit more to find to get up to that win one day, hopefully. But no, we've got the pace, we've got the speed. Now we just got to put it all in work. Hopefully.
We look forward to seeing that done. I'm going to cut you short, Joe. Apologies for cutting you short. We've got the Civics on track. And very quickly, grab a word with Archie Johnson. I think we're only going to get a chance to do a winner's interview because the Civics are on track. And I apologise to the other drivers, but Archie, congratulations. Last-minute move as well to get into the lead.
Yeah, no, it's the latest I broke for that corner all weekend, and I thought I was going to understeer out wide, but managed to keep it and left down a bit of room, and we had a drag race to the line. It was good racing. The
AM class has been so competitive this year, and this weekend's been brilliant, but you've been the sort of consistent man on the podium.
Yeah, I started P3 for this race. Was hoping for a lot more. I got hit in turn 4, which really hampered all my progress. I went down to like 8th, but managed to gain a couple of positions back and get P1 in class again. So I'm happy.
Brilliant job. Many congratulations. We'll see you next time out. Archie Johnson winning the AM class there. We'd love to talk to more drivers. Apologies we can't because we have got the cars on the green flag lap for the Miltech Civic Cup. So over to Andy for the grid.
Thank you, Richard, for that. Good to hear from our Fiesta podium finishers. We've now got the Civics out on track. The Miltech Sports Civic Cup for their third race of the weekend. Max Edmondson on pole position, the championship leader, with Harvey Caton, a race winner now in the championship, starting second. Josh Files and Lewis Kent share row number 2. Alistair Camp, he was the winner in our reverse grid race, a thrilling reverse grid race earlier on today. He's got Will Redford for company on row number 3. Fourth row of the grid then for Dave Marshall and Daniel Petters, with Josh Bromley and Jack Riddell completing the top 10. Wes Swain and Spencer Stevenson row 6, row 7 Alex Kite and Jamie Petters, with Mark Hughes and Dennis Strandberg on row 8. 9th row Gary Townsend and Adam Durant, with Harry England and Jordan Brennan row 10. 11th row for Scott Smith and Aidan Hassan, William Butt, Anthony Gannon, Jackson White and Simon Welch complete the 26 car grid. So, 3 races technically this weekend. The championship situation is closing in now ever so slightly. It is now 24 points the advantage for Max Edmondson over Josh Files. So Josh is just slowly but surely chipping away at this lead for Max Edmondson. But this time, Paul O'Neill, Max has got pole position. Files will have to find a way past him on track if he's going to keep up this momentum.
Yeah, that's the thing, and he's already got his headlights on. That's like kind of an area thing, is it? Yeah. Harvey Caton hasn't got his headlights on, but yeah, the intent is there, isn't it? I think he'll be flying as high as a kite at the minute, Josh Files, and why shouldn't he be? But we've seen what pressure can do to you, and we've seen a few slips and slides from some other people. Let's see what they've got. Lewis Kent will be wanting to win as well.
Yes, he will, desperately so. Lights are about to go out then. We've got 15 minutes of Miltech Sports Civic Cup racing, their final race of the weekend, getting underway now. Pretty even start from the front row drivers, I would say. Harry England away pretty well. Wes Swain, that was, from 11th place on the grid. Edmondson leads the way, though. Caton second. Files actually under threat there from Lewis Kent as they went through Cobb's Corner for the first time and accelerate down towards Beckett's at high speed into the first big braking zone on the lap. Who's going to get there first? Campy there getting the better of Kent, who was challenging Files a corner ago. A lot of speed taken by Campy, rotates the car nicely. So does Daniel Petters, although with some assistance, I think, there from Jack Riddell. He's in the wrong gear now, he can't get up to speed and gets swamped by Spencer Stevenson one side, Riddell the other, and I think that's another one of the Pro Alloys cars taking advantage too.
Such a difficult start to the race, that down at Maggott and Beckett's, because you've got to lean on that tyre that's cold, but you've also have a lock in right rear as well. As you're changing direction, and then it turns into a lock in left rear, so really difficult, but lights ablaze for the man who's out the front, and yeah, this is going to be a good race, this, once they get this first lap out of the way.
Yeah, Files could do with getting past Caton here, really, couldn't he? I mean, Harvey's every bit as quick as Edmondson and Files this weekend, that much is true, but Files really wants to be taking the fight to Edmondson himself. Caton, though, on the tail of Edmondson, what do we think? Is he up for maybe a move for the lead here?
Yeah, I think he's going to have a go. Well, he'll have to defend into that first corner, but we'll see anyway. I know that Max Edmondson had to have, I think, maybe a new gearbox in that. But
yes, he did say, yeah.
Fourth gear had gone. We did say, didn't we? It was that sector that he was struggling with. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. And, Campy's good on the brakes there, isn't he? Nearly into the back of Files. This is a fast 4, isn't it?
Yeah, Edmondson was actually, my word, that's the other Petters, I think, going wide now. Up at, and it was the same one, I think, going wide up at Beckett's corner, dropping back behind Jack Riddell, who he had repassed, actually, after the moment a lap ago. Edmondson told me earlier on they were going to change that gearbox last night, and they didn't. And he probably wishes that they had now, because it ended up going in the very next race. But he does not have the pace at the moment. Caton, Files and our Race 2 winner, Alistair Camp, are queuing up behind him.
this is interesting. Look at that. He's a cork in the bottle, isn't he, to be fair to Edmondson. He's got a good run off that last turn, though. Caton is now massively under pressure from Files. That Caton car looks fast, you know.
Yeah,
it looks good.
Gets off the corner. Well, look, he's gapped Files and closed back in on Edmondson, so a good exit maybe, but that car is working exceptionally well, and Harvey Caton, no wonder he's going so well here this weekend, because if there's one thing you want at Silverstone, it's that extra mile an hour or so in straight line speed, and in such a tightly controlled series as this, that is difficult to find.
Yeah, definitely. And I've got to say, speaking to his dad, he just says the car, all he's reporting back is the car feels alive. And when you've got a car that's alive, you are on it. And that he is the only one out of the four of them to hit the apex. So he's in the tow now. This might have to be defence. A lot of brake light flashing, and one of them was Caton. So he's rattled them curbs and just rattled the pads away from the disc. We're going to see a defence, I think, in a minute from the leader.
He's definitely going to lean on those brakes now, isn't he, Caton? Although doesn't fire up the inside, now snatches the brake as he goes for the early apex to try and unsettle Max Edmondson maybe. Max hanging on though. Important that he does so, because he needs to try and defend this championship lead, really. Those two are now a country mile, honestly, ahead of anybody else. Even after dropped scores, Alistair Camp in third place is over 100 points off the lead now, 111 points off. So it's a two-horse race. It's Edmondson versus Files for the championship. That really was the storyline we expected at the start of the season, but in the second half of the year, more and more drivers now starting to prove themselves as potential race winners, including Dave Marshall, who sets the fastest lap of the race and catches up to this leading group.
Here we go. This is it, the challenge for the lead. This could open it up for Files, though, but the lead should be completed. But is he going to be all his own way and easy? This could be a difficult one. Caton leads for a couple of seconds, but he might get run out wide. But no, he's going to be side by side, is he? Down into the next corner.
He'll try and get a bit of a side draft here down the back straight. Edmondson, in fact, comes over and makes that easy for him. Runs alongside at Harvey Caton. Alistair Camp, though, look, is alongside Josh Files. So 2 by 2 they run down the back straight. How will this one play out? Edmondson's on the outside looking in. Doesn't want to get sort of caught back in the pack. Harvey Caton gets to the inside at Brooklands, hops over the curb. Can he get to the inside at Luffield? No, Edmondson is still there. And Harvey Caton, brilliant driving, opened the steering, left the gap, and Max Edmondson able to fight straight back, but they will still be side by side coming out of Luffield and heading for the line.
Yeah, but look, again, he's got a great exit and a great run, and it only needs half a horsepower more or a little bit of a bit more aero. Look, he's just got a gap, hasn't he? Campy's up into third. Campy will fancy a bit of this. He's going to wait and see where they pan out, but Caton does the right thing and drops in behind. Files gets the run. Kent gets the run. Marshall's involved.
Sort this one out when we get down to Beckett. They're still side by side. Caton's got the inside line again now somehow, and Edmondson on the outside, snatching of brakes again. That's pretty common into that corner, as Paul was saying. But Harvey Caton, as he finally made the move stick, he will show Edmondson the edge of the road. But Max keeps on coming, carries the momentum on the outside line, and this side by side is giving everyone else the chance to buy into it as well.
Best thing for this is Files could give a bit of a push, and it could just push him into the lead. He's done it. Max Edmondson.
Oh, well, he arrived at Brooklands a bit quicker that time, didn't he? Because he had the shove from Josh Files and had to brake a bit earlier. Didn't brake early and runs wide, so Edmondson's back through into the race lead. But maybe a bit of experience there, or lack of perhaps for Caton. Although we say this, it's his third full season racing in the championship, and that is why, along with the mentoring he's getting from Area Motorsport, I'm sure he has become a regular feature at the front. He's still in this fight, albeit back down to second place.
Kent on the inside of Camp and Dave Marshall waiting in the wings, isn't he, in the FN2. Going to be interesting. Oh, what? Look at that. Down the inside, Marshall on Camp. Oh, this will be interesting.
Won't it just? Marshall on the inside, Camp on the outside. Caton's got back alongside Edmondson out of nowhere. The speed he carried out of Copse Corner was phenomenal. He's into the lead this time, surely. Eases Edmondson wide. And now Edmondson versus Files, the two championship contenders. This gap has been coming down race after race after race through the middle part of the season. And Josh Files is alongside. He's getting a slipstream from Harvey Caton, and he will be the last of the late breakers when we arrive at Brooklands.
Caton's clear. This is going to open it up for Caton as well, but Edmondson defending from Files. Files doesn't fancy it. Round the outside, does he? Has he got the overlap? Yes, no. Not even a tap on his teammate. There's a little bit of Morse code there. Now he is down the inside. Kent is coming up through the ranks. Marshall still alongside his teammate as well.
Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 5 at the moment. If Campy can fend off Dave Marshall, who's been up the inside of him for about a lap and a half now. They're still side by side, the leading two FN2s as they battle over 5th position. Down towards Copse then. Caton the new leader. Edmondson second. Files third. Kent fourth. And it is now Dave Marshall who gets the better of Camp for 5th.
Good stuff, isn't it? So much respect between Camp and Marshall, just with the same car being run. Campy now to the outside of him.
What can Marshall do? He's going to brake a little bit later. Look at that. There's so much respect. It's great to see. I wax lyrical about this championship to everybody I meet because the racing's fantastic, the respect is massive, and the cars are brilliant. Caton looks like he's struggling with them brakes. He's tapping them a lot now.
Yeah, so he's got the lead, but now all of a sudden his life becomes complicated for a different reason. Was that Edmondson going for the lead? He was certainly jinking to the inside line. Marshall defends from camp, but Edmondson's gone for it. Forces Caton out wide. Doesn't want to let Harvey settle into a rhythm here, does he? And wants to try and put a car between himself and Files, but Files might see this as an opportunity to get second place away. He's tucked up behind Caton. Who is going to come out on this on top? I think Harvey might well hold on to the lead, but it could be Files for second.
Oh, I don't know if he's got that much of an overlap. You know, let's see what happens. No, it doesn't look like it's happening. Caton's not got the best run off the corner, and now it looks like he's going to lose the lead again.
Files will watch this and he will try and tee up a good exit, won't it? Because those two have got in side by side into the corner. Look at the momentum. Files has got a corner exit, goes to the inside line. Is he 3 wide? I think he might be. Well, Caton gets the better of Edmondson, and Files now is well and truly up the inside of his championship rival.
Oh, but is he going to brake too late? He won't hit Caton, will he? You know, Caton's seen it in his mirror. He's opened the door by accident because he thought he was going to get hit by Files. Now he's got to straighten the steering wheel and get it done. I've got to say, on that last move at Copse, nobody run track limits. Where is the champion? Where is champion Max Edmondson going? He's going for the lead. He's done him.
Oh, 3 wide. He's got past him again into the lead into Brooklands. Wow. It's Edmondson back in front. Sensational racing from the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Harvey Caton just can't quite get back across in front of Josh Files, who does not want to let Edmondson get away out in front. They lean on each other ever so slightly coming through the corner, and Josh Files knows the importance here of getting past Caton and getting after Edmondson.
Stunning. Anybody out there racing in a championship that thinks it's got bad driver standards, come and watch this and come and learn from the best. Look at these lots. 6 of them fighting for the lead now.
Can Files get past Caton for second? Answer yes, going into Cobb's corner. Marshall is 4th, by the way. So Marshall, having fended off Camp, is now picking off other area motorsport cars and challenging Lewis Kent for 4th position here. Down towards Beckett's they will go. He's got the inside line. Lewis Kent will try and fend him off, but I don't think there's much he can do here, really. Marshall is coming, steams into the corner, gets his nose in front, carries the inside line, and Dave Marshall is on the march.
Front end on Marshall's car is absolutely astounding. Campy now following him through. Kent just picking up a bit of grass, but Caton's gone from the lead, looking the strongest of anyone out there, onto just a 3rd podium position, but he'll be happy with that. Just got to follow him around for 5 minutes and then launch another attack, get things cooled down. Just wonder how much his brakes are taking a hit here. Won't help if he's in dirty air.
And that does come with experience, doesn't it, as well? Maybe just pacing yourself. Don't go for every lunge in the early stages because you'll need those brakes to look after you in the second half of the race. Lewis Kent, by the way, slips to the back of this group now. Both Marshall and Camp have found a way through, and we've still got 5 minutes of this entertainment to go. Max Edmondson leads them at the line with Josh Files hot on his heels. Josh Files then 24 points back in the championship coming into this race. We'll have 6 races left at the end of this weekend. It's now or never really for Files in the championship. He can't afford to lose points to Edmondson in any of these final 7 races.
It's all happening, isn't it? Black and white for 42. That's Will Redford. Oh, right, okay. So a little bit further down the pack there, Will Redford. But I'm sure he won't worry about that too much. Sometimes it's a bit of a difficult one. If someone's down your inside, you kind of have to run track limits or just come out the throttle and let 3 people past.
Well, yes, exactly. It's not always your fault, is it? Let's be honest. Out wide goes Aiden Hassan. Haven't seen a lot of him this weekend. He's dicing with Jordan Brennan and Jamie Petters. Jamie Petters there was defending from him, actually, heading into Beckett's. Look at this, though. Files on Edmondson. A couple of times now, Paul, Max has been in the lead and never able to assert his authority because it's either been Harvey Caton or Josh Files have been able to close in and apply the pressure.
Let's talk about pressure. Let's talk about Dave Marshall.
Yes.
This lad looks like he's going to launch an attack on Caton in a minute.
He just set the fastest lap and then betters it on the very next lap, a 105.5. He's on the tail of Caton. Could Marshall be the spoiler in this battle then? He's the lone ranger, really, the only non-Area Motorsport prepared car in this lead battle. If he could pull off even a podium finish here, that would be massively impressive.
He owes us some money as well because we've talked about him so much. I think Mark Hughes was getting annoyed. He did tell me to have a word with you, but I think everything that's been said about him is exceptional. The lad is proper, and do you know what? he's just nice.
He is. No, he absolutely is. I mean, most of the drivers are, in fairness, but you cannot argue with Dave Marshall's ability. He was getting things out of that FN2 before anyone else was able to do so, wasn't he? And continuing now to impress in 2024 as well. Through Brooklands they go. Black and white warning flag for cars 64 and 333. They're not running in the top 10, so we won't worry too much about that. Out of Luffield corner then. What can Files do about Edmondson then? He's not under a huge amount of pressure here from Caton. Now is his chance, you would think, but actually Edmondson looks a bit more comfortable now.
I think Edmondson's going to put another few tenths here. It's probably going to be half a second and not 3 tenths now, but there's always a chance when there's the toe, when they're that close together, but it can't get any bigger than that gap now, because if it is, it's game over. Camp, why is Camp only on the outside of Dave Marshall? He was just battling a minute ago, wasn't he, with Caton for third?
Must have had a bad exit from Luffield then, because Camp was alongside, not actually able to go through there at Copse. Files up behind Edmondson. When you're this close though, Paul, it's hard to generate any momentum, isn't it? Dave Marshall certainly not generating any momentum with his sideways antics up at Beckett's.
No, not at all, but luckily for him, Camp had an even worse exit as he ran across, so don't know if there's something down there. Both of them FN2s oversteering into that corner, but look at this now, it's close between the top three, isn't it? This is definitely not over yet. Caton is so good into Brooklands. Wow.
Nothing wrong with the brakes on that car at the moment, is there? He closes in on his 2 Area Motorsport teammates. Edmondson a touch wide into Luffield. You want to do that, really, because it gives you extra momentum on the exit of the corner. It's all about momentum around here, especially in these cars. They're not the most powerful things. The slipstream's pretty powerful as well. Any more speed you can take off the corner will massively help you down the next straight. And Edmondson, in fairness, by taking that wide line through Luffield, is getting off the corner better than Files.
Yeah, he's getting the wheels straighter. The front wheels are getting straighter more quickly, and that allows him to get the power on earlier. You lose on the way in, but you gain massively on the way out. But he's not brilliant through Copse, and Files is always on his case.
Yeah, it's the high-speed stuff where he's struggling, maybe. Caton closing in under braking, but still makes the apex. I mean, he's braking later than the 2 ahead, but still making the corner. What's he going to do?
Caton's in it now. Caton is in it now. He's right in the toe of 2 cars with a car that is slippery in a straight line. So I think Files is going to start defending. Max might start to get away.
Yeah, that could be exactly what Max Edmondson needs. Of course, Caton will be fully aware of this situation. He is teammates to both of these championship contenders after all. So I wonder whether that will play into his mind at all. Does he choose maybe to not get too involved in this fight? He certainly dropped back a bit through Luffield, but that really is because Files has had a better run through that section of track than we've seen previously. Dave Marshall joining in the fun again now as we begin our final lap of the race. Where, if anywhere, can Josh Files find a way past Max Edmondson?
Well, that's going to be the difficult one. If it's going to come anywhere, it'll be side by side, probably at Brooklands. But look at the speed he carries through Coppice. Look at that speed. Oh, he's gone off the track. And he'll have to be careful here because oh no, he's on now. This is a touch into Maggots. This is where it's going to get feisty.
Oh, Files just couldn't commit. Edmondson just managed to get across in front of the nose of car number 99, but that was a definite mistake from Edmondson, and Files will scent blood in the water. He's got the slipstream. He's not really under any threat from Caton, who might have to defend from Dave Marshall here, heading down towards Brooklands for the final time. Josh Files knows the importance of trying to get this win away from Max Edmondson. He will not even feint to the inside, actually, into Brooklands corner. Edmondson's a touch wide, misses the apex. Files climbing over the inside curb. If Edmondson runs even a fraction wide here at Luffield, Files will be through, but it's not going to happen. Edmondson parks the car on the apex, straightens the wheel, stamps on the loud pedal, and he will accelerate to the line as a race winner. It's going to be side by side for third between Dave Marshall and Harvey Caton. Edmondson, though, is going to claim another race win. Second place goes to Files. Third is Marshall. Marshall steals third on the line by 42 thousandths of a second. Caton round wide at Luffield, opened the door, and Marshall was straight up the inside and into third position. Fantastic driving. Dave Marshall on the podium. Harvey Caton will be absolutely distraught with that, because that really looked like another podium was in the bag, but he just dropped back on the final half a lap or so, and that was all the invitation that Dave Marshall needed. Caton ends up fourth, Camp in fifth, with Lewis Kent, Josh Bromley, Will Redford, Wesley Swain and Spencer Stevenson completing the top 10, but Max Edmondson stops the rot in a way there, because he was losing points to Josh Files across a number of races this weekend so far. Obviously had that non-finish earlier on today, which was a big blow in the championship for him. Used up both of his dropped scores now, so the pressure is still on Max. He can't afford a non-finish, but he has at least managed to take a handful of points, 5 points to be precise, out of his big title rival. So 24 points becomes 29 points now, the lead provisionally anyway for Max Edmondson. The reigning champion. So, deep breath everyone, we've still got more racing to do today, but Max Edmondson has finished his weekend in the Civic Cup here at Silverstone on a high with a race victory. 3 races, 3 different winners as well. Josh Files second, Dave Marshall third, and Harvey Caton in fourth, with Alistair Camp in fifth, Lewis Kent sixth, Josh Bromley seventh, Will Redford, Wesley Swain and Spencer Stevenson completing the top 10. Then it was Daniel Petters, Jack Riddell, Dennis Strandberg 13th, creeping towards the top 10 there by the end of the weekend, his debut weekend in the championship, followed by Alex Kite. Then it was Mark Hughes 15th, Scott Smith 16th, Adam Durant, Aidan Hassan, Harry England and Jordan Brennan completing the top 20 ahead of Jamie Petters, William Butt, Gary Townsend, Jackson White and Simon Welch, with Anthony Gannon unfortunately retiring to the pit lane midway through the race. So Civic Cup drivers will reconvene at Thruxton in about a month's time. That was certainly a good taster, wasn't it, for those final 2 rounds of the championship. Massively excited for those final 2 events, and it will all finish here at Silverstone on the international circuit at the end of the season. So will it be Max Edmondson crowned champion for a second year in a row? It's been a while since we've had a double champion, a consecutive champion, certainly in Civic Cup. In fact, I wonder if it's ever happened that we've had 2 drivers winning in successive years in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Of that, I'm not so sure. You can see already the drivers heading out on track for the next race. That will be for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. And their 3rd race of the weekend coming up shortly. We've still got another 4 races to bring you. The TT's up next, as you can see. Then it's the Fiesta Juniors for their final race. The Modified Ford Series will be out after that, and then we wrap up the weekend with more action from TCR UK, their 3rd and final race of the weekend, with still a few scores to be settled, I think it's fair to say, after the race earlier on in the afternoon. So cars then making their way down towards pit lane and Parc Fermé. See whether exactly what the thoughts are of our podium finishers, hopefully before too much longer. But, yeah, Paul O'Neill will be diving in to chat to Max Edmondson to hear all about the pressure that he was under over the course of that race. Turn our attention to the Audis, which, as I said, are making their way out onto the circuit now. Super close in the championship for the TTs as well. And it's that time of year, isn't it, where championship standings start to become more and more important. So Edmondson then with another race victory. And that was his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th win of the season. He's had a win, actually, he made this point to me when I spoke to him on the TCR grid early on. He's had a win at every round so far this year, and was a little bit concerned that he wasn't going to win a race at Silverstone, but has managed to put that right now. So Max Edmondson has won at least 1 race at every event. In fact, has only won 1 race at each event, apart from when we were at Brands Hatch at the start of the year, where he won races 1 and 3, but generally has found it tricky to win more than 1 race per weekend, and that's just been the nature, really, of the championship campaign so far. Super close, super exciting, so many people with opportunities to win races, and it's strange therefore actually that in what has arguably been the most competitive season yet in Civic Cup, certainly in recent memory, we have very much got a 2-horse race for the championship. And I think you sometimes see that actually when it's a little bit more of a mixed bag of winners. Sometimes you do see that the more consistent drivers are the ones that come out on top, and if you can win a couple more races than everybody else, that gives you a fair bit of an advantage. So still waiting to hear from Paul O'Neill. Hopefully. Might not have time, unfortunately. The drivers, I think, have headed straight to Parc Fermé, so we might not have the chance to speak to the podium finishers, but head over to the Civic Cup social media pages, and then we will have an opportunity there to hear from the podium finishers and class winners as well. In the meantime, let's turn our attention, shall we, to the Audi TTs. So, Audi TT Cup Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. Drivers heading out on their green flag lap now then, and this is the order in which they will be lining up for their third and final race of the weekend. It's pole position due to a partly reversed grid for Will Stacey. Will Stacey and Sam Heading then sharing row 1, Paul Luthi and Jason Pelosi on row number 2, with Jonathan Williams and Andrew Dyer on the third row together. Row 4, Mark Rice and Carl Swift, championship contenders, all starting towards the back of the top 10, of course. Swift in 8th, Luff in 9th, and Bradley Burns completing the top 10. Then it's Daniel Budd and Steve Foden on row 6, 7th row Morgan Root and Luke Handley, with Dan Chapman and Charles Budd on row 8. Ross McCarr and Oliver Devine King on the 9th row, 10th row Paul Savage and Patrick Booth, with Mike Harris and Ruby Smith on row 11, 12th row for Joe Weaver and Adam Blair, 13th row Sean Smith and Richard Forber, and 14th row Dave Richardson and Tim Gray, who brought about that red flag, of course, in the race earlier on today. Then Sam Meager and Nick Brady bringing up the rear. So, as I said, two exciting races so far this weekend for the Audi TT Cup Championship, and one race yesterday, one race earlier on today. The race yesterday won by Brad Burns from Matt Luff and Carl Swift, and it was the same story in race 2 earlier on today. But Richard John Neal, that doesn't really tell the full story, does it?
Do you know what the points are on drop scores?
I'd love to know.
Unofficially, of course, but I was chatting to Matt Luff and he said his mum's done them, so he must be right. Is that the top 3 are all equal on points on drop scores.
I had a feeling it was close.
Matt was saying that is why the reverse grid race, particularly possibly at the last round, is going to be crucial. Yeah. It's crucial today because obviously whoever tops it is going to take away the championship lead.
That's a very good point, actually. Matt knows all about that. He won a Civic Cup Championship in a reverse grid race at Snetterton, which, if you've never seen it, I thoroughly recommend. The 2022 finale, possibly the craziest race I've ever had the pleasure of commentating on. Myself and Paul O'Neill had to be pulled off the ceiling of the commentary box at the end of that one. Matt Love won it by a point in the end in a reverse grid race. It could be so close again at the end of this championship. Right, lights are out then. The third and final race of the weekend underway for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. But Will Stacey makes a good start from pole position and will lead them through Cops Corner. There goes Carl Swift. He's picked up a place or two already, I think. So Carl Swift making a good start. Certainly a better start than the one he had at Alton Park a few months ago, and he is already challenging for a position in the top 5. So Carl Swift, number 45, already stealing an early march against his title rivals.
Swift by name, Swift by nature. It's an old cliche, isn't it? But it's definitely true. That's why he's working his way through. And it's like that misfortune he had at Alton Park is dealt with. He's been slowly bringing it back in and setting the benchmark here.
We did find out, by the way, last night, it is a new shell. It wasn't the shell that he had at Alton Park. It is a new car that he's got now for the second half of the season, and that is who going off? That was... It's not Swift, is it? It's a similar looking car, number 9, that had the spin. Jonathan Williams on cold tyres getting it wrong. Oh, and 2 more taking to the grass as well. One is Steve Foden, number 77. His car looks like it's limping to a halt. Didn't quite catch the number of the other car that was involved, but they've rejoined. Anyway, Will Stacey enjoys a very healthy lead at the end of the opening lap. Sam Heading in 2nd. 3rd is Paul Luthi. 4th position, Jason Pelosi, was that? Yes, it was. Ahead of Carl Swift up into 5th. So Carl Swift started 8th, up into 5th place already. Compare that to his title rivals. Well, Burns is 7th and Luff is 9th. So a bit of work to do, definitely for Matt Luff, who I saw on the outside line quite a lot on that opening lap. Bradley Burns here looking to the inside of Andrew Dyer, who runs very wide up at Beckett's corner. And Bradley Burns is through. Matt Luff also trying to take advantage there of a mistake from Mark Rice.
In theory, Bradley Burns is going to enjoy this a lot more, isn't he? Well, that's not good.
No, sorry, I was doing an R-ing at Carl Swift getting doored by someone down the back straight. That was Pelosi, I think, who he's gone past. But surely we're going to have a safety car period for Foden's car. That will need recovering, won't it?
It will, and you've got marshals on the green there in a position that could be prone if the car goes errant. So got to keep the marshals safe. So I suspect it will be a safety car. Everyone knows that one's there, but and there will be heavily waved yellows, of course, in the zone. But no safety car at the minute.
No, not just yet. We continue to race for the time being. Then Bradley Burns sets the fastest lap on the first full flying lap of the race, and he's actually on the tail of Carl Swift, who's got Jason Pelosi back up the inside of him. Burns goes to the outside and Swift is sideways. Oh, a huge slide for Carl Swift. That was a heart-stopping moment, and Burns has gone past.
He has. Fair play to Pelosi. I mean, not for the contact, obviously, but backing out of it. You know, lesser drivers would have kept the foot in, but he realised he'd made a little error of judgment there, and another one across the dirt.
Yes, we might see him upstairs, I think, maybe at the end of this race if he carries on this way. That was an agricultural way of challenging Mark Rice. Matt Luff still hasn't found a way past this group either. He's in behind in the number 72 car. He's got a bit of a slipstream here from Pelosi heading down the back straight towards Brooklands, and presumably a yellow flag zone somewhere around here, so they'll have to sort that out quickly. Good work there from the marshals. They've got a recovery truck on standby, and they're going to try and drag Foden's car out of the way under yellow flags.
That's why I'm not an official, because I'd have gone, safety car, panic, safety car. But no, officials know, calm, collected, in race control. It can be dealt with. The marshals have told us. And
yeah, we're the first to complain when they throw a safety car, aren't we? So we shouldn't complain when they don't. So yeah, very pleased with the fact we're keeping the race going. Bradley Burns up the inside of Paul Luthi and goes into third position. So all of a sudden, Burns now the one in a good position from a championship perspective.
He's in a very good. He's been. Oh, Adam Blair fastest. That's good to see as well. It's great to have Adam back in the championship after his disqualification at Snetterton. Need quality drivers like him in it. Luthi back at Burns though.
Yeah, goes back through into third place. Paul Luthi's enjoying this opportunity to race at the front. I don't know where Andrew Dyer's going. Runs back onto the track after a slightly odd grassy moment. Burns though back up the inside of Luthi. Carl Swift hunting around trying to take advantage of this as well. Burns is late on the brakes. They almost lean on each other. The yellow flags appear to have gone in now at this part of the circuit. So that was a fair pass and a good pass despite Paul Luthi's best attempts to defend.
Yeah, good stuff, and Paul read that well in terms of Carl Smith wanting to go past as well. He just nipped in, shut the door politely in Carl Swift's front. Andrew Dyer down behind him. Need to check on the progress of Sean Smith. He had a broken turbo, which they were hoping to get changed. He carried on. He said he didn't make it easy for his engineers by carrying on. Of course, the turbo was extremely hot for them to have to deal with. They have to wait for it to sufficiently cool down. Now is he top master? He's up into 14th already, Sean Smith.
Wow, brilliant effort that on the tail of Charlie Budd. Meanwhile, the lead gap down to 0.4 of a second. So Sam Heading and Will Stacey, I think I'm right in saying, both looking for their first victory of the season, are getting themselves together out in front. They're 2 seconds clear of Bradley Burns, and then this fight for fourth place. Carl Swift just can't get the better of Paul Luthi, who is defending busily down the Wellington Straight, holds the inside line into Brooklands corner. Can Swift go right round the outside? Yes, he can. Sends it into the corner. Almost went for the apex, but the back of the car said no. He had a big slide going through the left-hander. Did he manage to catch it? Yes, but it looked like Paul Luthi was back alongside again as they went through Luffield.
Yeah, they're still at it side by side. Luthi in the Tunnocks Caramel bar car, still doing the business around the outside, but it's Stacey and Heading. Spoke to them just before they came out to race, and I said, because they're both Rob Boston drivers. I said, what's the team orders? Whoever gets into the first corner first, which Sam said will be Will. And he was right. He said we'll read, but they were going to try and work together to get the podium. So we'll see whether that does actually come to fruition or not.
Got a sceptical look on my face, viewers at home. I'm not convinced that's going to stand until the end of the race. We're nearly halfway through it now. 9 minutes left on the clock, and Paul Luthi, having now lost that place to Carl Swift, of course defending from Carl, has allowed Bradley Burns to get away. Where is Matt Luff? Matt Luff is only 8th, so he hasn't really made the progress you would have expected in this race. There's time still for him to gain a few places, but you have to feel that Brad Burns and Carl Swift are likely to outscore him, and to Matt's own point, these reverse grid races will make or break your championship, and if you're not able to capitalise on these opportunities, then you could end up ruining it at the end of the season. But Will Stacey and Sam Heading together at the front, being caught, I would say, though, by the third place man.
Yeah, Bradley would love a hat-trick, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And we've seen Carl Swift do it, but we haven't seen Bradley Burns do it yet. Have we seen Carl Swift do it?
Not convinced we have. Let me have a little look. So Carl Swift won both races at Brands Hatch, but it was only a double header, not a triple header.
Won 4 on the bounce, didn't he? I knew there was a thing in there somewhere. Races 1 and 2.
That's right.
Brands Hatch, double header rather than triple for the first event.
Yeah, indeed. So Andrew Dyer there dicing away with Jason Pelosi as they head down towards Beckett's. Yes, Swift won the first 2 races at Brands and then the first 2 races at Snetterton the next round, but then missed out on the hat-trick at Snetterton in that reverse grid race number 3. But Bradley Burns in a good position here, and Sam Heading is going for the lead. Look, Richard, up the inside of Will Stacey.
He said he would.
Yep. even a broken clock and all that. Through he goes on the inside line, and teamwork didn't really last all that long in the face of the pressure incoming from Bradley Burns, did it?
Yeah, Bradley Burns P3, and this is what Bradley has been rubbing his hands together for, I think, all weekend. He said he wanted to get in a race rather than be away from the front. Your wishes by command. He's got that, and he's P3. He's going to be challenging for second. Maybe he can do 2 of them in one go if he's got the speed. He's been far and away. He had pole position, remember. 2 race wins so far. Is he going to make it? An historic hat-trick here in the Demon Tweaks Audi TTs. Sitting back at the moment in the Area Motorsport car, so it's Area Motorsport chasing a Rob Boston Racing 1 and 2. And interestingly, the Rob Boston Mazda we were talking about yesterday was completely built for that.
Oh, was it? That's interesting.
By Rob's co-driver.
Ah, interesting. Right, okay. Up the inside goes Burns on Will Stacey for second position. Almost leans on the number 48 car. Now watch. I wonder whether Sam Heading will stay to the left to give Stacey a slipstream. No, he won't. Goes back over to the right-hand side of the road. You're on your own, teammate. I'm going to try and escape in the race lead if I can. In fairness, Stacey will give Bradley Burns a little bit of a run for his money here, but I think Brad will go through. Sweeps around the outside, back of the car, breaks away slightly. Stacey over the curb but can't close the door, and Burns is through.
Stacey, one of a handful of cars with DSG, I think runs slightly different. It's a one-make championship. Some differences between some of the cars, and he's down into 3rd place now. Is Will Bradley Burns P2 and Sam Heading capable of winning? Got to be said.
Yeah.
Sam Heading, and he's been edging towards the podium. This is only his 2nd meeting with us.
Yeah, I know.
In Audis.
But he did this in Super Cup. He was quick straight away in Super Cup as well in the MX-5s. Of course, that's a championship Will Stacey has experience in as well. Bradley Burns there a bit wide coming out of Copse Corner, but carries speed down the hill. 6 minutes, that's a long time for Sam Heading to have to defend this lead, but he will defend for as long as he can. Of that you can be sure. Out of Beckett's though, more momentum for Burns. He's already thinking about pulling out of the slipstream, but doesn't want to go too early.
No, he doesn't. Let's have a look, see how this pans out. He's going to look to the inside. No, the inside is very well covered, and the forces to Bradley Burns to the inside. Has a look, outside then inside again, side by side as they go into Brooklands. And Bradley Burns joins the Drift Championship, loses momentum, and Will Stacey is back on him, but on the outside. So Burns in the number 6 car, the Area Motorsport car, should be able to consolidate that, gets his track position back, gets his momentum going again, but it's P2 for the moment.
This is the danger though, isn't it, for Bradley in these reverse grid races? You're fighting people who are desperate for a race win, and they don't really care about your championship lead that you're trying to take or protect, and Bradley Burns just needs to be careful here. 2nd place is better than ending up in a gravel trap somewhere, and actually 2nd place is not secure, is it? Because Will Stacey had a good run off Copse Corner and thinks about challenging towards Beckett's. Did notice, by the way, Richard, that Carl Swift in 4th place is one of a few drivers being warned about track limits. Oh my word. Burns' car is a touch oversteer, isn't it?
It is a little bit, and do you know what? Will Stacey's seen that, and it's almost as if it's fired him up, brought him back into the scrap for 2nd place.
Yeah,
I said I wouldn't use the word scrap for race cars anymore, but I still throw it in there. It's not the right word, is it?
I don't
for
know.
a battle.
I don't mind
it.
It
ends the wrong way.
Well, this is true. Yes, they could end up in a scrap heap, couldn't they? Through Brooklands they go, still heading out in front. And Burns hunting around. They all take very different lines into Luffield, all trying to take a wider line than the car in front of them, because that will yield a little bit more exit speed. And it's Stacey who almost got that right. He very nearly got an overlap there on Bradley Burns, but Burns able to hang on to 2nd place. Right, 4 minutes to go now. So with every tick of the clock, Sam Heading will start to gain in confidence here that actually maybe he can keep Bradley Burns behind. Burns is wide now at Copse as well. Stacey up the inside of him, and I think Bradley is just losing confidence in the rear of his car. That's a few times now where he's turned into a corner and the back of the car hasn't stuck, and this time Will Stacey looks like he might take advantage.
Yeah, he's having a good go. Burns has controlled it masterfully though each time and kept it on track, but now super stuff. Will Stacey back into P2, and that is a big moment potentially in this race.
Well, it's against the form book, isn't it, really? The rate at which Burns was charging through the order. Remember, started 10th on the grid for this race and really looked as though no one could stop him, but the Rob Boston Racing Brigade had other ideas. The brake discs glowing there on Will Stacey's car as he closes back in on Sam Heading. Through Luffield we will head them. And once again, we're now asking the questions of what will the Rob Boston Racing teammates do? Will they work together? Will Stacey act as as rear gunner, or will he want to try and snatch the glory for himself? In doing so, of course, he could very easily end up handing the victory to Bradley Burns. So across the line we go then, just under 3 minutes to go. Carl Swift, by the way, not really making huge inroads into these three, so I think it's likely to still be the three of them that will settle it. But Richard, at this stage of the race, Stacey looks the quickest.
He does. He's had a resurgence. It's almost as if the fact that he stayed with the lead two has spurred him on, as if he thought, you know what, I can stay with them. Maybe I can get past. He's reclaimed second. Granted, we said that Bradley Burns' car very, very loose indeed, but the confidence is there, and it's the two RBR teammates that are hard at it. The pole man chasing at the moment, but Bradley Burns should not be discounted either. He knows where his car is weak. He'll also know where his car is strong.
Defensive line taken by Sam Heading. He's actually defending harder against his teammate than he ever was against Bradley Burns, I would say. Into Brooklands, tight line in. He means a wide line on the exit usually, but of course that gives Sam the inside into Luffield, so he's okay for now. Rounds the right-hander then, accelerating out towards Woodcote Corner, and Sam Heading with Will Stacey and Bradley Burns in tow will have 2 more laps to try and defend, and all of a sudden that dream is getting closer and closer to being a reality. Across the line then, the three of them covered by 0.6 of a second as more drivers start to be warned about track limits. Jason Pelosi now adds his name to the potential naughty list. This is the part of the track, Richard, where Will seems quick though, carries good speed off Copse and may well challenge towards Beckett's.
Yeah, I can't quite see what the gap is there back to Bradley Burns, but he doesn't, Burns is getting closer again now, isn't he, to B2, and that is going to impact Will Stacey's attack here, and Stacey looking a little bit loose into Beckett's.
Yeah, Stacey just missed the apex there. You can get away with that a little bit in a front-wheel drive car. You straighten the wheel out, you get on the power a bit earlier. It looks like you've opened the door, but the momentum is on your side on corner exit, and Stacey, I think, will be okay for now. Into the braking zone at Brooklands Corner. It's all kicking off behind by the looks of it. Matt Luft was involved in that fight for 4th position. In fact, they're catching Carl Swift slightly. Swift really fading in the closing stages, but rightly so. We're focusing on the leading three, who turn now through Luffield for the final time, and Sam Heading with this narrow advantage over Will Stacey and Brad Burns. Is he going to hang on? Can he sort of play Stacey and Burns against each other? 5-second penalty, the first one for now, going the way of Morgan Root down in 13th for exceeding track limits. But there's 1 lap to go, and so far, Heading has had all the answers.
He has. The top three have been really dominant. Look at the gap that they've got back to Matt Love. Surprised not to see Matt further up nearer this group in 4th position, but it's Heading, Stacey and Burns, and Stacey getting closer, having a look, comes offline, goes to the outside here. Is he going to try and look for the inside as they go out of Beckett's and down the straight? This potentially opens up the door for Bradley Burns, who might have a go for the burn up round the outside when they come into Brooklands.
That might have been a mistake from Stacey. Tried the high line, it didn't really work. Burns is coming, and they've let Sam Heading off the hook, I think. Who's latest on the brakes for second place? They're both supremely late into the corner. Will Stacey desperately wants to try and get across and cover the inside into Luffield, which he has, and I think this will likely be the order in which they finish. Burns is nuzzling up the inside though, gives Stacey a bit of a tap in the tail. He won't want to pick up a penalty for contact, needs to be careful. They're still rubbing on the exit of the corner, but Stacey, I think, fends him off. Sam Heading, though, in only his 2nd event in the championship, is going to come out a race winner here at Silverstone. Heading wins it, Stacey 2nd, Burns in 3rd. Fantastic racing there between the three of them. Now, what's going on behind? Well, that's a bit of contact there. That is the number 75 car getting involved. There's a 5-second penalty for car number 5 as well, I can see, for track limits. That's Sam Meager. Luff, though, crucially, Richard, Luff got 4th. So Matt Luff got 4th position because what happened? Carl Swift's 13th. Carl Swift is 13th, so the man who's led the championship on multiple occasions this season, dropping down the order on the final lap. So 13th place then for Carl Swift. He was fading a little bit, but I wonder whether there was maybe a tangle on that final lap. He certainly had a slow final lap, but exactly why he lost all of that ground, I don't know. Wonder if we can try and get a shot of Carl Swift's number 45 car maybe on its way back to the pits, because that would perhaps tell us at least part of the story. There it goes, away from us now with the orange and blue stripes. And I wonder, I can't see any obvious damage or any obvious signs, to be fair, of a mechanical failure. So I'm not entirely sure what happened to him, but that could be significant for the championship, because of course he had already used up his drop scores with that double non-score at Alton Park earlier on in the year. Well, Will Stacey comes out victorious then in a frenetic third race of the weekend for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Heading the winner, Stacey second, Burns in third, with Luff and Luty completing the top 5. Significant gain of positions there at the end for Matt as well. In the context of the championship, only one place in the end behind Bradley Burns. Andrew Dyer in 6th position, Adam Blair 7th, Jason Pelosi, Luke Handley and Mark Grice complete the top 10. Then it was Sean Smith, Morgan Root, Carl Swift all the way down in 13th, and Charlie Bird in 14th. 15th place is Ross McCarr with Sam Meager, Richard Forber, Oliver... Oh, hang on, it's changing. Morgan Root 15th now. I think someone got a penalty applied after the race. Pelosi, it was given a penalty. Richard Forber 16th, Oliver Devine King 17th, ahead of Patrick Booth, Nick Brady and Sam Meager. Dan Chapman, Joe Weaver, Ruby Smith, Paul Savage and Mike Harris were next, ahead of Tim Gray and David Richardson 27th. And then 2 drivers not running at the end, Daniel Bird and Jonathan Williams, then both classified as non-finishers. So the TTs will be back out at Thruxton, as we said. It's going to be a very close situation in the championship, but for now all attention is on our latest race winner, a first victory in the championship for Sam Heading. Let's hear from him now with Richard.
Sam Heading takes the win. Go and congratulate Rob. Go and say hello to Rob. He's going to see his team boss and have a hug. Rob Boston down here for that. We like a bit of passion in pit lane. Sam Heading, second meeting. We'll get you around by the BRSEC logo because it's our BRSEC championship. Second meeting in this formula, and like you did in Mazda's, making a very quick impact. And, you know, reverse grid, but it was a hard race. And we've seen you up at the sharp end all through your very brief tenure so far in the Audi TTs.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. You know, me and Will knew that we had the area boys coming up near, so we knew that we had to just get away at the start. You know, really important. But yeah, as soon as I saw him in the rearview mirror, I was like, oh no, he's got us too close. But yeah, managed to just hold it off. Yeah, so happy with that one.
In the holding area, chatting to you and Will, and it was like you said, whoever gets out first, you know, can control it, and you did. And then you had the little bit of a sort out, but Will was coming back.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that, you know, Will, because obviously he's DSG as well, so he's got the launch control. He's always going to get away first, and the plan was for him just to get away, and me sort of toe up to him and just sort of fight it out last couple of laps. Which, you know, I think I got past at the good time because it was just as Bradley got past him. So yeah, I'm so happy with that one. I can't believe it.
It's good coming into. Are you going to do this again next year, or is it like a stepping stone to something else?
Yeah, of course. I think we'll do it for the next year. I mean, the grid's only going to get bigger, so yeah, I'm really excited to what the future holds. Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely more of a front-wheel drive person, I think.
It's great news for us. Well done, mate. A pleasure to catch up with you. Congratulations. First win. Sam Heading takes the first win. Let's get Will Stacey over. Oh, Will, for a change, I think it was good luck talking to the guys before the race. Normally, I talk to a driver before a race and they go, don't talk to me because it jinxes them. But we'll get you over here in front of the branding. And Will, great getaway, as you said. We were talking about DSG and all that. Great result for Rob Boston Racing and you. Back on the podium. You had podium at Alton Park. But first time I've got to interview you here on the podium, which is great for me. Well done. Talk us through your race.
Oh, I was a bit disappointed overall because it got a good start. Sam was slightly catching in the draft, in the slipstream, and I thought, when he came behind, I thought I won't fight it. I'll try to stick with him, see if we can get away. And Brad was with us, and unfortunately I couldn't sort of get it back in the end because I thought if we start fighting I might get mugged. But looking back, maybe I should have made it more difficult. But yeah, I suppose live and learn with that one.
With Bradley, I mean, he got past you, and then was it a confidence change because you suddenly realised that he had a very loose car and you came back at him and got the position back, and that must be mega for you championship-wise going forward.
Yeah, it was. I think, to be honest with you, at the start I was just out in clear air, so I think once I was in the tow I could sort of stick with a bit easier. I don't think I had to change anything particularly different. Yeah, but I mean, first off, we had a DNF in the first race, had some crash damage and the whole front of the car had to be re-welded last night, so they did a great job getting it back together. Got through to the reverse grid and just annoyed that we couldn't get the win.
So it's better to have the damage in race one and go home with a podium, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Nice one, Will. Congratulations. First of many podiums. I hope we get to talk to you in the championship. Bradley Burns is third. Let's get Bradley and have a quick chat. Bradley was saying to me earlier on in the weekend that he wanted to have a race. You certainly had one in that one rather than being out on your own, but you wanted to race with P1.
Yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, got up to second at one point and then just did my brake into turn one, and then Stacey got back through. But yeah, it was a fun race. Good.
Enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that's much better than the other two races. That was good.
Car looked a tad loose in places. What was it, or was it just an error from you, or?
I think it was a bit of both. I think it was getting hot, probably used the tyres a bit too much at the beginning, and then just kind of second half just kind of dropped off, and I thought I wouldn't do anything too slim. And last lap I tried it, but it just didn't quite work.
Matt Luff was saying that his mum had done the scores on drop scores, and you Carl and he were equal on points on drop scores coming into the race. So by my reckoning, you don't have to be a genius and to say you've got the Championship League going to Thruxton.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that good at maths, so I'll have to wait till it gets published. But yeah.
That's the logic anyway. Brad, great weekend. Lovely to see you. Many congratulations. And our Masters winner, of course, is Sean Smith. Sean Smith gets the Masters. Sean? Blown turbo, quick word for you, race 2, got it all sorted out, put the team under a bit of pressure, and you sliced your way through there.
That team worked so hard through that. I think they were doing my car. I spent a bit of time on Ruby's while they were doing that. And they had a bit of time to spare, but they worked really well to get us back on the grid. So it's nice to come through and give them a bit of feedback that we're doing well.
How frenetic were those opening few laps? I mean, the cliche is obviously you come from Legends. I know you from that. So traffic is not a thing for you, but these are bigger cars and different drivers.
They're a lot harder. They're harder to get them right off the line as well. And I did get a good start. And I think I was following Adam through. So I don't think he had a good couple of races. So I followed Adam through for a bit, and he got away actually. But we picked up quite a few places. I don't think we were quite top 10. I think it was 11th overall. But still happy to come back through, I think.
Nice one, great drive, Sean Smith. Well done, another Masters win. Congratulations. We've got the Fiesta Juniors, got it right this time. Not seniors, the juniors. They're on track, so let's go to Andy, who again is joined in the commentary box by Daniela Sutton.
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Richard, and looking forward to getting into this final junior racing action of the weekend. Then we've been treated to, so far, 5 junior races, 3 from the Ginettas, 2 from the Fiestas, and let's see what this third Fiesta race of the weekend has in store for us. It's Jacob Hodgkiss, of course, who starts from pole position after that charging win earlier on today, where he reeled in and then eventually overtook Jenson O'Neill going to claim a race victory. He starts from pole then alongside Jenson in the Mark 6. Then it's Alfie Garford and Finn Leslie on row number 2, with Archie Davis and Thomas Merritt on the 3rd row. 4th row, Billy Blockley and Jensen Mason. Then Henry Foot and Jack Sant on row 5. George Foxlow and Jack Burgess share the 6th row. Then it's Hayden Gray and Callie Clifford together on row number 7. 8th row, Ben Doughty and Harry Lindley, with Maggie Webster and Aaron Beattie on row number 9. Then it's Atlanta Le Breton and Josh Watts with not Daniela Sutton. That caught me out, I knew it would. Daniela Sutton not at the back of the grid because she's alongside me once again in the commentary box. And Daniela, we enjoyed a very entertaining race earlier on, and really the big takeaway from it was that charging drive from Jacob Hodgkiss. Not many people have been able to catch Jenson O'Neill going this year when he gets that sort of a gap, so the fact that Jacob did was impressive.
Yeah, it was very impressive. As I said, all the drivers on the grid are amazing drivers, fantastic drivers with good experience too. So the fact that Jacob was able to do that was amazing and shows that we can challenge those who actually run away still.
Absolutely so, and drivers get better as the season goes on as well, so there are now more and more drivers starting to run competitively. We are, I'm hearing, I'm afraid we've lost Archie Davis, who was due to start 5th on the grid. Archie's been pushed off the grid with a suspected snapped drive shaft. Scott Woodwis reporting to us from the pit lane. Thank you very much, Scott, for the information. So there's an empty space, sorry, I'm running over your foot there, Daniela, an empty space on the 3rd row of the grid where he should have been, but everybody else present and correct. Pick a winner, Daniela, who do you think?
Well, I've got a route on Finn Leslie, who's my teammate, obviously. So go Finn. But I'm not sure. They're all very capable drivers.
Well, you were telling me before that he's really gunning for the win this time. He will feel a little bit annoyed, I think, if he leaves Silverstone without a win. So let's see what he can do. He's the red car that starts 4th on the grid, charged from the back of the grid to finish 4th in that race earlier on today. The revs then will rise momentarily. I don't see any reason why we would have a delay here. The green flag, I'm guessing, has already waved from the back of the grid. And it's Jacob Hodgkiss versus Jenson O'Neill going on the front row. The lights do go out. They accelerate then towards Copse Corner for the first time. And let's see what's going to happen then as they turn into the right-hander. Hodgkiss with the advantage, but that looked like Jenson O'Neill going was challenging actually as they went through the first corner, and he's got the lead. So Jenson O'Neill going with another really good start then. Hits the front. Hodgkiss drops to 2nd. 3rd place still Garford. 4th Finn Leslie. And that looks like Thomas Merritt up into 5th position. But Daniela, great start that from Jenson O'Neill going. Talk to us a little bit about the start procedure in these cars. Are they tricky to get off the line?
They are, so obviously front wheel drive, so a lot of wheel spin can happen. It's all about balancing the revs as well as the clutch control. if you have better clutch control, it obviously helps for the starts. But yeah.
Jensen clearly had good clutch control, didn't he? Managed to gap the rest of the field as well down the back straight for the first time. They arrive at Brooklands corner. And Jacob Hodgkiss maybe just needing a lap or two to wind himself up here. Jensen Mason's had a good start, started 8th, and that was him taking 5th place away from Thomas Merritt as they round the right-hander at Luffield, head down towards the end of the opening lap. Merritt will try and come back at him. Ooh, bit of a squeeze through Woodcote. That's always a little bit scary, but they've thankfully managed to avoid any contact by the looks of it. Across the line they go then. Jensen O'Neill going, leading by 0.8 of a second at the end of that first lap. That was Billy Blockley, I think, trying to make a move up the inside of Thomas Merritt as well, but Jensen looking to try and, in his eyes anyway, right the wrongs from race 2. He'll be disappointed that he let that win slip away from him, but he's got a narrow advantage of 0.8 as they begin the second lap of this third race of the weekend. Here, Garford versus Finn Leslie. So Finn, a pretty steady start to the race for him so far, biding his time, but is he fairly confident that he'll have the race pace to challenge for this one?
He definitely has the pace, and he did in testing on Friday. So I'm confident that he can do it, and I'm pretty sure Finn's probably confident that he can do it, otherwise he wouldn't be out there racing.
Absolutely, and he's certainly closing in on these two who are battling for second place now. Hodgkiss covers the inside line, fends Alfie Garford off for the time being. Henry Foote there further back, dicing with Billy Blockley, who didn't get past Thomas Merritt at the start of the lap. We saw him trying to, but wasn't quite able to pick his way through. Out of the final turn again. And of course the danger here really is that if Hodgkiss, Garford and Leslie start to scrap, that could allow Jensen O'Neill going to pull clear. Let's see, that was 0.8 of a second. It's now nearly at 1.1 seconds, although the fastest lap goes to Alfie Garford in third with a slipstream, and he is challenging Hodgkiss for second place as they head for Copse Corner. He's on the outside line. This might open the door for Finn Leslie behind to try and get the run. They're almost leaning on each other, and yes, Finn's got the run. He's up the inside of Garford towards Beckett's corner, but is he going to be able to outbrake the number 88 car, which just set the fastest lap of the race? And in true Fiesta Junior fashion, you can not rest on your laurels for a second. Fastest lap, and now maybe losing a place up at Beckett's. Finn shows him the edge of the road. Good opportunistic driving that.
Amazing driving from Finn. He just needs to pick off Jacob, or hope that Jacob will work with him to catch Jensen at the front.
Oh, well, that's not really looking like they're working together, is it? They were jockeying for position down the straight, and Finn Leslie didn't know which way to go there. Wanted to attack Jacob, but then also had to try and defend from Alfie Garford, but did successfully manage to at least hang on to third place. We've got the two Wearer Tools cars together as they turn through Luffield Corner, but this gap for Jensen O'Neill going is a big one. That being said, he had a big gap in race 1 and didn't end up the race winner. So, you know, just because you pull away midway through the race, as we've seen plenty of times in the junior races this weekend, doesn't necessarily mean you'll be winning the race. And if Finn Leslie breaks into second place, I'm pretty sure he will have the speed to chase down the leader. He's trying to do something about that now as they turn through Copse Corner. Turning a little bit late there, maybe. That's Garford bouncing over the exit curb, but yeah, Jacob Hodgkiss defending well here, but for whatever reason, Daniela just doesn't seem to have the speed, really, of the cars immediately behind him.
No, I think if I was Jacob, I'd let Finn pass. Clearly Finn's quicker, I would say. And defending down the straight isn't going to help at all for your exit speed.
Yeah, which we saw there, didn't we? He was having to defend into Beckett's, held onto the place, yes, but loses some speed on the exit. Finn, though, now under threat from the Wearer Tools pair, who are probably going to work together here, aren't they? Garford to the outside, under braking, and then gets a shove into the corner by his teammate. That wasn't really a helping hand, was it, from Jensen Mason? And Alfie Garford ends up in a different postcode, so wide was he through Brooklands. In fairness there, Jensen then waves him back through again, but that was an example of how teamwork can go wrong sometimes.
Yeah, of course, in every team we're teammates, but we're also competitors. We're also racing against each other, and we all are fighting for those top positions. So sometimes it can get quite fruitful within the teams as well.
Difficult as well when you're that close to another car in front of you to judge your braking point, isn't it? It's sometimes used as a bit of an excuse by drivers, I think, but the visibility out of these cars isn't great anyway, with your helmet and the head restraint and whatever, and then when you're tucked up behind someone as Finn Leslie is here into Beckett's, it is quite difficult sometimes to see exactly whereabouts on the track you are.
Yeah, of course, because the cars are quite big, the Fiestas, you can't really see over the top, and you're just more focused on the car in front sometimes, so then you might miss your braking point, or just fire them if you want to.
Indeed. Now, oh, that's smoke. That's smoke from Jensen O'Neill-Going's car, and he's losing the lead. There's a problem for the erstwhile race leader, and both Hodgkiss and Finn Leslie have gone through. I think that might be a tyre. Is it the right rear tyre, or is it engine smoke? It's the right front.
Right front.
He's got a puncture on the right front corner. Finn Leslie challenging for the lead. He's sideways up the inside of Jacob Hodgkiss, and all of a sudden the race takes on a very different complexion. I'd noticed the gap came down on the previous lap, but Jensen O'Neill going with a right front puncture, and you'd have to imagine, Daniela, what would you say, a curb strike maybe most likely?
Possibly, or sometimes it could be debris on the track from the previous race, or it could have just gone on him for whatever reason. He could have had a suspension failure and it's sliced the tyre. You don't really know until you see the car.
Very good point. Well, the team will see the car now because he has dragged it into the pit lane. The tyre off the rim altogether. By the time he gets in, contact between the top two. Finn Leslie on the grass. Jacob Hodgkiss did phenomenally well to save it. And here comes Alfie Garford around the outside of the pair of them. Down towards Beckett's. He's late on the brakes. He's going to go through. Finn Leslie back into the back of Hodgkiss again. And they both go straight on. I wonder whether Finn's maybe got a puncture as well.
Yeah, suspension. That looks like his car's puncture.
Yeah, tyre's flat, isn't it? Which in fairness might be why he couldn't get the car stopped into Beckett's. We'll give him that potential out because they had rubbed already coming out of the previous corner. And of course, with the tyre going flat, you wouldn't have the braking capability you'd expect. I hope he realises that he's got a puncture, though. He's still going pretty quickly down the straight, but now I think has got the message. What a shame, though, Daniela.
That's unfortunate for Finn because it looked like it was going to be quite a good battle. It just must be really hot out there if there's been two punctures in one lap or less than.
That one, in fairness, I suspect was the contact, wasn't it, coming out of Copse corner? We didn't see exactly how that started, but it was that left front, it was the left front corner he had the contact on. Quick work there from the Jam Sport team. They've got more work to do, look, because Callie Clifford is in the background, but Finn Leslie, it is going to be a winless weekend from Silverstone, I'm afraid, and Finn heads for the pit lane, the weekend really on which his championship challenge fell apart completely. That's what he'll remember it as, but he'll bounce back hopefully at Thruxton. We know he's got the capability to get some more wins this season. Right then, what does all of this mean? It means Garford leads and his teammate Jensen Mason is up into second position. Then you've got Jacob Hodgkiss down to third, and he'll be pretty fired up after that, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'd assume so. I think Jacob Hodgkiss will still want the win, so he's hopefully going to storm through. Well, he'll be hoping to storm through and beat the two Wera cars, but I assume if the Wera cars can work together, they might just be able to pull away from Jacob.
Yeah, well, to be fair, there's a bit of real estate between Garford and Mason at the moment, isn't there? 1.2 seconds nearly at the start of the lap, so rather than working together, it's really just Alfie Garford pulling away now. He does have that fastest lap, remember, from earlier on in the race. Jacob Hodgkiss, though, won't be giving up on this. His car appears to have avoided any contact after that collision with Finn Leslie. There they are looking at the left front corner, but you have to wonder whether it's more than just a tyre and whether maybe there is some steering or suspension damage, because that was quite a big whack. They make these cars strong, don't they? But that was a pretty big bit of contact coming out of Copse corner and at high speed too.
I think Finn will just want to get back out, to be honest. Unfortunate that his race is over for first place, but as any racing driver would, as I would now, I'd love to be out there even if I was at the back.
Well, because every lap, especially at your age really, and where you don't have a huge amount of experience, some of these drivers like yourselves in your first full season of car racing, any lap that you can do, you're going to learn something, right? Because it always seems like at the start of your career, that learning curve is so steep, and so you know, track time is so valuable.
Yeah, of course, because it's all the experience, the seat time, and just learning the car, learning your own driving style sometimes, and learning the setup and what best pressures you work on, and like pressure you work underneath, like whether you're best in scrappy situations or like qualifying, or you know, each driver has their strong point. So it's all about learning and hoping that you have a good career ahead of you.
And that's something as a scholarship winner as well that you've definitely been able to experience, isn't it? Because I know that driver tuition is a massive part of that. It's not just about, you know, proving that you deserve to be on the grid, but they then really do work on making you the best driver you can possibly be.
Yeah, of course. Like every team has their instructors, has their driver coaches to take you out, and it's in the team's best interest to be winning as well as your best interest. And whenever a driver comes off or isn't doing as well, then the team kind of feel guilty as well. So it's all a team effort in the racing as well, because there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that you don't see, like on test days with driver coaches and instructors. trying to push you to get the best out of you as a racing driver.
Have you got a driver coach? Who is your driver coach?
So I have a few. So there's Max Coates, Peter Felix. There's quite a few that. There's a few that pop up here and then.
If some Scouser comes up and offers his services, just say no. For your own good, say no, because it's Paul O'Neill and he's desperate for work, I've heard. So just do yourself a favour and keep your distance. Right then, speaking of keeping your distance, that's not what Jacob Hodgkiss and Billy Blockley are doing to each other. They're side by side heading down the pit straight. Jensen O'Neill-Going's been back in the pit lane again, I hear. So he's just leaving for the second time, presumably just checking the car over for any further damage. But Jensen Mason for second place, actually. It's Jacob Hodgkiss that he's battling with. Hodgkiss tries the inside line, can't find a way through. So although he was ahead fractionally at the line, it's Jensen Mason back into second place, and Jensen will really want to try and hold on to this second place for the team, if nothing else. A 1-2 finish for the team would be a fabulous result here, but Jensen Mason doesn't really care about that. He's up the inside, and Jensen just running a little bit wide through Beckett's corner. Easy to miss your braking point there. They're only short races, these, Daniela, 15 minutes, but do you notice at the end of a hot race like this that things like the brakes and the tyres are starting to go away?
Yeah, definitely the tyres, definitely the front tyres, because it's front wheel drive. It can sometimes push on, so that means when you're going into a corner, then you'll have less grip, so you tend to understeer more to the outside of the track. It's harder to keep it on, which is why there's more track limits warnings and track limits being used towards the end of the races.
Yes, and it's one of the reasons why I think it's quite unfair, actually, that you get pinged late in the day for a track limits offence, because it is difficult in a front-wheel drive car to fend off that understeer. Ben Darty there trying to fend off not necessarily just understeer, but George Foxlow, who's up the inside of him heading out of Luffield corner. Who else are they battling with? That might have been Jack Sant, I think, wasn't it, that they were also scrapping with, as Jensen Mason throws the second place car into Kopp's corner, throws it off the road, actually, so committed was he into the turn, but with 2.5 minutes to go, he just wants to keep Jacob Hodgkiss at bay. They are nearly 2 seconds now behind the race leader, Alfie Garford, who is driving tremendously well. Alfie Garford is yet to win a race in the championship, of course. He's not had that many appearances on the podium either that I can see. So Alfie Garford, he had one, I think, at Brands Hatch earlier on in the season. That, I believe, his only podium finish. So this will be a real shot in the arm for him after a bit of a difficult mid-part of the season to come out on top here at the home of British motor racing at Silverstone. The real question, though, is who's going to join him on the podium and in which order. Jensen Mason keeping Jacob Hodgkiss at bay for now. They both ride that curb on the inside of Brooklyn, something I'm sure, Daniela, you would advise against.
Yeah, as the day's gone on, there's been this hole that I hit and rolled in has been dug into more and more, so you've got to really be careful of that.
Oh, it's Jensen off at Beckett's, I think. Yes, that's Beckett's. So have to imagine maybe, did the car have some damage maybe? I mean, it did look like it was just a puncture for him, but he's thrown it off the road again, and a frustrating race this for the championship leader. He had a good little lead, but seeing that being eroded now with a slightly iffy third race, very iffy race really at Silverstone. He doesn't look likely to score any points from this, and so for Jensen that is going to become his first real drop score of the season. Right, 3 abreast here out of Kopp's corner. This never tends to end well. George Foxlow there in the older shape, Mark 6, one of only a couple of Mark 6s on the grid these days, and up the inside of him goes Jack Sant, hooks the curb, helps to rotate the car, forces Foxlow out wide, and it will be a drag race now down the back straight, past the BRDC building and towards the braking zone at Brooklyn's corner. There, though, Alfie Garford, he's about to start the final lap of the race, and Daniela, he's driven so well, hasn't he?
He's driven amazingly. All weekend, actually, he's had amazing pace. I'm not sure about qualifying and where he qualified, but in testing, he had good pace, and he seemed to be consistent with it. He finished well in the race yesterday and in the race this morning. But yeah, he's a good driver, and he's been consistent, and I hope this is his first race win, if I'm honest.
Well, looks like it, doesn't it? 2 seconds up the road, but we won't be counting any chickens just yet. Certainly for second place, as Jacob Hodgkiss bounces over the exit curb at Kopp's corner, and Jensen Mason starts crowding him over to the left-hand side of the road. Their left, our right, as we look at it, but Hodgkiss is going to go through, is he? Oh, Mason late on the brakes. Can he get the car stopped? Yes, he can, in fairness. Really good stuff, but Hodgkiss will now try to tee up the switchback on the way off the corner. Is that going to work? They're going to run side by side down the straight, and then towards the braking zone at Brooklands. It's going to be a real braking duel. The wing mirrors almost touching as they head down the straight. At first it was Hodgkiss's wing mirror Junior ahead, but now as they approach the braking zone, Mason once again has his nose in front. On the brakes, Hodgkiss right round the outside. That would give him the inside line for Luffield Corner, and I think that he will be there, and Jensen won't want to close the door. That would end in contact. They're hopping and skipping their way through the corner, and Jacob Hodgkiss, I think, is going to move through into second position. Alfie Garford, though, is on his way to his second podium finish of the year and his first race victory in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. The checkered flag flies for Alfie Garford. It is not quite going to be a Weir Tools 1-2, because Jacob Hodgkiss, in the end, by just 76 thousandths of a second, manages to fend off Jensen Mason for second position. Then Billy Blockley in fourth. Jack Burgess comes home in fifth ahead of Henry Foot and Tom Merritt, with Ben Doughty, George Foxlow and Jack Sant completing the top 10. But, well, Daniela, fantastic drive that from Alfie Garford, but credit there to Jacob Hodgkiss. He never gave in, and that was a beautiful move on the last lap.
Gorgeous racing from all the drivers, and it wasn't too bad, too dirty, I would say.
No.
It was quite clean racing from all the drivers for a last race of the day. It's not usually that that clean, especially with the junior drivers, but it's great.
And look at this, that's nice to see, isn't it? They're running back in formation as well, those three who put on a great show at the front of the field. But yeah, good stuff that from the junior drivers. Right then, the third and final BRSCC Fiesta Junior race of the weekend is won by Alfie Garford by 3 seconds over Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen Mason. A first win in the category for Alfie. Billy Blockley fourth, Jack Burgess fifth ahead of Henry Foot, Tom Merritt, Ben Doughty, George Foxlow and Jack Sant to complete the top 10. Then Maggie Webster and Hayden Gray with Harry Lindley and Atlanta Le Breton in 14th position. 15th place then went the way of, there we go, Aaron Beattie, with Josh Watts finishing that time in 16th position. 17th place Finn Leslie, 1 lap down, of course, after his dramas earlier on in the race. Then it was Jensen O'Neill going a non-finisher. Oh, well, he was actually running at the flag, I think. Was he? Yes, he was, as was Callie Clifford. Well, Daniela, thank you so much for joining us. It's been fantastic to have you here in the commentary box. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner last year. If you want to get yourself entered and have the chance to win a fully funded race season in the 2025 Championship, then head over to the website, the BRSCC website. There'll be links there, and you can enter into the scholarship that will take place at Blighton Park on the 28th to the 30th of October. And you could be in Daniela's position, hopefully not exactly this position next year. They'll be out on the track, hopefully, and we'll see you back out at Thruxton. Hopefully so. We'll certainly be rooting for you, but thank you very much for giving us your insight, and we'll see you again at Thruxton.
Thank you.
So that is Fiesta Junior racing done then here from Silverstone. Let's head down to Parc Ferme then and hear from Richard John Neal and our podium finishers.
Yeah, celebrations carrying on down here. You can see it wasn't a 1-2 at the end of the day, but it was a 1-3 for the Weir Tools team. A superb job, and the guys just got to derobe. And Alfie Garford's first win. Do you know, I've had a lot of good moments this weekend, getting first wins. Always a pleasure. He's going to go away, get the congratulations of family and team. Rightly so. Great, great passion. It was coming, that win. You could see it. I could see it from Alfie earlier on in the meeting. Handshake from Jensen's granddad, Nick. And here we go. Let's get Alfie, come on, podium time, interview time. Congratulations. What a pleasure.
Thank you.
To be here. The only disappointment was I didn't call it, because we had Daniela in with us doing the comms with Andy, and they did a great job. When's it going to sink in?
I don't know, really. It's one of them. It's the first car win, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more to come. So yeah, this weekend's been a learning curve for myself, and hopefully we'll carry it on for a long, long time to come. So
Silverstone's not been too bad for you this year, has it?
Absolutely, no. I don't know where I'm in the championship for Silverstone now, but I can't imagine I'm too far off.
At least you don't carry that form, because the first one we had on the international circuit, you had a podium there. I remember interviewing you on that one, so that counts for the Silverstone trophy. But talk us through that race, because it wasn't straightforward. You were challenged. There was some great racing going on. We thought it might be a 1-2 for the team, but a 1-3 is good, and I guess you guys will take it.
No, absolutely. The team do a fabulous job, and I can't thank Vera Tools, Next Space, Tool Maniacs, Napa, everyone that's part of it, and they all just put so much work into everything, and it's amazing that we can both bring home brilliant results for them, and all I can say is thank you.
How much of a relief is it to get that first win, because we knew you were capable of it? I could kind of see that you were confident enough in the interviews I've done with you this weekend. And we can see whether the driver believes he can do it, but is it a relief to get that away?
Yeah, absolutely. The weight's off my shoulders now, and we can carry on the season and just go and do the best that we can, and like we always do, and hopefully it keeps on going upwards.
We hope so. Alfie, congratulations. What a pleasure for me to call your first win down here on the podium. Alfie Garford, let's have a little round of applause for Alfie. Or even better, a bigger one. That's absolutely superb. Alfie Garford. Second position goes to Jacob Hotchkiss. Let's have a quick word with Jacob. What a weekend's racing we've had from Jacob. So P2 and a hard-earned P2 in those closing stages with Jensen.
Yeah, it was extremely close between me and Jensen. I'm pretty sure we picked up some damage from some contact earlier on because I'm very down in a straight line. I can see other cars pulling away, even in the tow. But, you know, it's good to come home with a P2. It's a positive to take away. So,
watching you this weekend, you know, with what happened race 1, you put that right behind you for race 2. Superb drive and again, a great drive out there. Hard-working, putting disappointments behind you. We're seeing you develop as a person as well as a great driver.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you. Well, I'd like to take the chance while I have the time to thank my sponsors because I'd be nowhere near here without them. Marsugalia, Dubai Cranes, Aluminium Shapes and Thermserve and my dad. Honestly, I'd be nothing without them, so massive thanks to them.
Top man, Jacob Hotchkiss, well done. Congratulations. See you next time out. Jacob Hotchkiss, P2. And Jensen Mason gets on the podium again. Jensen Mason. There he's over there. There's Jensen. Well done. First podium interview we've had since Snetterton. We'll get the BRSCC backdrop. What a hard race. Defended well from Jacob there, but he just snuck through.
Yeah, it was annoying him coming past on the line, but I managed to hold it around the outside of the first corner on the last lap, but yeah, it's what it is.
Races like that, I guess, character building. I mean, how good was it to, we talk about the red arrows, the black and green arrows out there, and a team 1-2. Would there have been any team orders at a point of the race if your teammate was ahead or you were ahead that you were going to stay there, or were you racing for yourselves?
Oh, we were racing as a team, really, because we're both really high up in the championship, so just getting points for both of us is a good point. So.
Podium feeling good?
Yeah, it's good, considering we started last in the first race. But, yeah.
Well, good to see you on the podium again. Well done. Great race. Good stuff. Jensen Mason there, P2. On to the Mark 6s, and a first Mark 6 win for George Foxlow. Well done, George. And you can hear the reaction, which is absolutely brilliant. George, well done.
Thank you.
That's not too bad then.
No, not bad at all. I suppose I got second last time, but you can't complain about first, can you?
A really good win for you, and enjoyed the weekend more than anything else, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Timothy's actually out right now racing, and as soon as I'm off this, I'm going to go and watch him.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, may as well.
I hope he gets a win as well.
Hopefully. Probably not, but hopefully.
Nice one, George. Well done. George Foxlow. Maggie Webster shaking her head. Maggie Webster needs an interview as well. That means yes in a no. Shaking her head means yes. Well done, P2.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Although I'm quite far back on the grid, had no ABS again, which is just, I think I've raced more races this year without ABS than I have with ABS, but that's the Mark 6s for you. But I had a really good battle with Hayden Gray. It just shows, though, even wherever you are on the grid, you're always battling someone. So, yeah, I think I've made a bit of a rubbish weekend into a good one, so I can't really complain with that. I had fun, so, yeah.
Grass track last weekend, Fiestas this weekend, grass track next weekend. We might come down and watch, actually. I was saying we forgot a day off, and that going well?
Yeah, grass track's going really well. I'm heading to South West Wales in a few weekends for the Nationals, hoping to get a good result out of that because I like going to grass tracks. I actually win it there, so it's quite fun. But yeah, it's going really well, thank you.
So well done on the podium, well done, Maggie, and that makes up for not talking to you for third place the other day. And if Jensen O'Gang's not here, we haven't got time. Jensen's not here, very sadly. So what we have got, though, as you heard from George Foxlow, Tim Foxlow's out in the next race, which is the modified Fords, the last support race of the weekend for TCR. Andy McEwen has all the details, and I'll be joining Andy in the box in a few moments.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, cars on the grid then for the modified Ford Series race here at Silverstone, the second race of the weekend. First one earlier on today won by Tommy Field with Jack Gadd second and Simon Light in third position. That will therefore be the order in which they will start this second race of the weekend as well. So it is the pair of RSR Ford Escort Mark 1s that start on the front row together. Tommy Field, number 8, ahead of 59 Jack Gadd. And then the very rapid Capri. That car started outside the top 10 in race number 1. And is starting this time from the inside of row 2. Could be a contender for a win maybe in the hands of Simon Light. Lloyd Jameson will start fourth in the Escort Cosworth Maxi, then Stephen Scotton Woody and Tom Ovenden on row number 3. Fourth row will be Malcolm Harding and David Matthias, with Paul Restall and Malcolm Wise on row 5. Sixth row, Steve Minton and Paul Neville. And on the 7th row, Chris Baker and Tim Foxlow. Row 8, Tyler England and Wayne Crabtree. 9th row, Gary Johnson and Oliver Bullion. And then the 10th row, Tony Paxman and Mick Head to complete the top 20. We should have more than 19 cars on the grid, I think. The rest of them will file in behind. It should be Caitlin May and Aidan Morris on row 11, row 12, Dave Barrett and Gary Littlewood, row 13, Kevin Hadfield and John Ward, 14th row, Dominic Ryan and Mark Mitchell, with Scott Matthias and Nigel Hutton on row 15. Nope, okay, we're going to start again. Never mind, we've got to the back of the grid anyway, pretty much, so it will then be Ben Purnell and Leroy Brown, Colin Claxton, Paul Sol, Mike Thurley, Dave Cockle and Todd Garner. In fairness, most of those drivers may not be out because they did have mechanical issues in the race earlier on, although I can see Claxton, I think there, definitely Dave Cockle in the sort of Lightning McQueen-inspired liveried Escort. But yeah, an interesting racing prospect here. I think Richard John Neal joins me in the commentary box again, and I, for one, am very excited to see what Stephen Light can do. Started outside of the top 10 in race 1 and rocketed through to 3rd. What can he do now from the second row?
Yeah, Simon had a good one, didn't he, in the first race of the day? Completely. He wasn't optimistic about beating those RSRs, though, to be fair.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. I'm giving him more credit maybe than he is, but starting with them, that car will be a bit quicker than them, I think, in a straight line, so he could lead into Copse Corner if he's feeling punchy.
It's a good point, and to be fair, most of the drivers are actually quite modest about what they can do and what their cars can do. There's nobody that brags or is arrogant in this series. They're out there, they love the machinery, they love racing it and seeing what it can do against the other cars. And yeah, Simon, he could well do it. He reckons he might be able to get a good start, but he said it will be a fight from there on in.
Funny, isn't it? In a series like this, we congratulate the drivers for not bragging, and then we hear the juniors say, yeah, I know I can win a race, and we're like, yeah, go you. But very different kind of series, this, to something like Ginetta Juniors, isn't it? That's for sure. Anyway, Tommy Field and Jack Gadd on the front row together. 2 by 2, they run to the line. And the lights go out. We're away in racing once again here at Silverstone, and this is always a hold your breath moment as they head 2 and 3 abreast into Copse Corner. It won't be Simon Light who leads them at the first corner. It will be one of the RSR Escorts. Bit of contact maybe in the middle of the pack, but they're all getting through safely. That was Malcolm Wise, I think, getting tapped a bit sideways, and he's lost his momentum as a result. Look at this though, Tommy Field versus Jack Gadd for the lead, and Jack Gadd wants to try and take the fight to Tommy early doors here, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He is, so the 2 RSRs, look at them. Away, Simon Light might close up now. The straight's probably not quite long enough for him, is it? He'd like the straight at Santa Pod, probably.
A road course at Santa Pod, there's a good idea.
There's a story there, remind me one day.
Oh, I will do. There's plenty of these stories that we think of that we never get round to. We must meet up for an evening of chat one day. There is Jack Gadd then, round the outside of Tommy Field, holding on to the lead, but he almost loses control. Oh, what a save that was from Jack Gadd. How did he hang on to the car there? He almost did that at Beckett's and got even closer to disaster at Luffield.
Yeah, it kind of killed the race though, isn't it? For the moment, he'll try and come back. Tommy Field doesn't make it. Interesting, wasn't it, to hear Tommy Field say that this is the first time, believe it or not, on the international circuit since he was in Formula Ford.
Really?
Years ago.
Really?
Yeah,
when would that have been? Put you on the spot there.
I wouldn't know.
A while ago.
A
while ago, definitely. Now that is Lloyd Jameson dicing with Tom Ovenden. And Tom, I think, slipping through there as they went into Beckett's corner. It's the first time, I think, certainly under the BRSCC, that the Modified Ford Series has actually raced on the national circuit. Usually it's the GP or the International that they go for. There was a slow car there going into Beckett's. Try and pick up on who that was in a minute, but there Lloyd Jameson getting up the inside of Tom Ovenden, gets past the Escort, which is jinking around behind him. They all seem a little bit grip limited, don't they? It's a lot warmer now than it was first thing this morning when they were out on track for qualifying, and a little bit warmer even than it was for their first race earlier on today. And they are perhaps just struggling a little bit for rear grip. You said that moment for Jack Gadd killed the race, Richard. I don't often disagree with you, but I think I'm going to on this occasion, because He was faster than Tommy Field on the previous lap. He set the fastest lap of the race, and he's back within a second of him.
Yeah, he's having a go, isn't he? Could well win this one. I've got to say, out of the two drivers, 1 and 2 in the first race of the day, he looked the cooler of the two. He did have a little bit longer to cool off and grab water because we had quite a long chat with Tommy Field as we were heading into the lunch break, which was good. But yeah, he's closing down again. So we've got that race potentially on, and the fans can enjoy watching Simon like Stephen Scott Dunwoody having a good run here. 4th though.
Yes, he is up in 4th position. Ran well at the start of the earlier race, didn't he? Caitlin May, by the way, has just pulled into the pit lane. That's a shame for Caitlin. Looks like she might be possibly out of the race. But Dave Cockle here charging through. Now, Dave Cockle started stone dead last on the grid in this race. He is 9th.
Wow.
Well, he was at the start of the lap. I think he's picked up another couple of places because that's Tom Ovenden in front of him now, who I believe is running in 6th place. So Dave Cockle's car is absolutely flying.
It is, and sadly, I don't think we're going to see Dave at the festival because he said he'll want that time, because that's the next time I think we see them with us at BRSCC, Formula Ford Festival. Appropriate that we have some blue oval saloons there, which will be great. So he's getting ready for Navarra, which is their away run, which we've spoken about a little bit. What I love with the comparison here, the RSRs are very faithful to the original dimensions of the car. When you see them for the later models, you see how small family saloons were in the late 60s and early 70s.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the average Citroen C1 might be bigger than that car.
It probably could be.
Yeah, not far off, I think. So anyway, down towards Brooklands. Dave Cockle picking another one off. That's making this look easy. That's 4th place now.
Wow, that's good going, isn't it, Dave Cockle? What if we get him up onto the podium? It would be top 3 silverware we do in these. Would have been nice to have had the class winners, but a little bit much for the Katie, the championship coordinator, as is today, or the lady that's helping us out in pit lane to pick 6 classes out when they come through. So top 3 is what the trophies are. Hopefully at the festival we'll do some background chats with some of the other drivers and pop that into the feed over the course of the weekend. As we look at Wayne Crabtree in his one of 2 light blue Mark 1s. Not sure on the engine in that one compared to Tony Paxman's car. And is that Mr. Foxlow dicing with him?
I think it is, yep. Foxlow in the 144. Tim Foxlow in the same class as Tom Ovenden, actually, but Tom obviously a little bit further up the field. But Tim nips up the inside of Tony and manages to pick up a place as they head through. Not Tony, Wayne, wasn't it, in the number 5, who he got past there at Cobb's Corner. And picks his way past the sort of Gulf livery number 5 car. Turns into Beckett's corner. Then they've got the little Fiesta behind. That's one of the things I love about this series. You've got cars that span 3 or 4 decades of Ford motor history, and often competing in pretty close proximity on the track. There aren't that many series that pit Mark 1 Ford Escorts against Ford Fiestas, are there?
No, there aren't, and it's a joy. And everyone knows the Fords, and I think there was a working relationship between the club. I've probably said this before, and the Professionals programme with Martin Shaw.
Oh yes.
And Lewis Collins. In the very early episodes, they were all the way through. They're driving Escorts or Capris, and in the early episodes, I think Series 1, the tax disc holder is the old style BRSCC logo.
Is it really?
If you go back and look and freeze frame it, yeah.
Wow, I never knew that. Scott Woodward's eyes are gleaming next to me. He's thinking social media post. I'm sure we'll see that on the old socials in the...
I'd love to know the story behind it, but I haven't been able to find out so far.
Definitely. Oh, see a fountain of knowledge, Richard. Whoa, my word, that's a bit wide for Steve Minton into Brooklands. I thought he was heading straight off the road there. That's a good-looking car, isn't it, the Steve Minton Escort?
Yeah.
And being caught by Tom Ovenden here, but in fact, no, he's overtaken Tom Ovenden, who is struggling a little bit in this race, but some brilliant-looking cars. I really do wish that I had a bit more time to go and wander around the paddock even. It's been a long day, and really get up close and personal with these cars, because they are stunning and immaculately prepared.
That's the thing, isn't it? They're the pride and joy of the owners, and you know, if you heard the interview that we did with Tommy Field, huge amount of work goes on between each round, because these track events take a huge amount out of the cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're just maintaining them. We don't just rock up and send them on the track. These are cars that require full preparation ahead of every round, but we really are grateful for them doing it. Dave Cockle, by the way, is ahead of Simon Light now, I just noticed. So Cockle into 3rd. Dave Cockle's lap times, well, he has set the fastest lap of the race, and he's lapping over a second a lap quicker than the RSRs, and he's got over 8 minutes to try and catch them, Richard.
Go on, Dave Cockle. And that's not favouritism, we just want to see a battle for the lead, don't we?
Well, I mean, he was 36th on the grid. I think if he can win, I think that's worthy of celebration, isn't it? Now, granted, a few drivers might not have been there in front of him, but I'd wager well, how many do we have starting this race? We've got 29 cars started and he was last, so he was 29th on the grid and he's up into 3rd position already. Of course, it's the class position that matters in a way. He's already guaranteed a class podium, but he wants to be on the top step.
Folk will disagree with me, but you know, as a spectator in the 90s, this is today's Thunder Saloons.
Yeah, I agree.
To me, if you might have seen some video of it and stuff, or black and white photographs of it, and you know, but it really is. Yeah. It's the same vibe. It's probably better organised than you know, Thunder Saloons were. I know people will tell me off for that, but Thunder Saloons had 1 or 2 or 3 really big, powerful cars. These are far more evenly matched.
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
well matched within class as well.
Yeah, and just as spectacular, just as noisy, just as well prepared. Yeah, no, I actually really agree with that, and it's why it continues to be very popular and a really, really welcome addition to the package here at the BRSCC, and has come on leaps and bounds, I would say, since it was being run by the BRSCC from a number of years ago. Right, Dave Cockerill quicker again than the leaders. He is the only driver lapping underneath the 60-second mark at the moment, and he's within 4 seconds of the leader, and actually within 1 second now of Jack Gadd for 2nd place.
Yep, probably a good time to spend a wee bit of time having a look at this. Drove up this morning. They didn't decide to have the whole weekend with it. Some of the drivers were here yesterday, enjoyed soaking up the atmosphere. I suspect some were probably testing on Friday as well, very possibly. Do you reckon is he going to get P2?
I think he's going to get P1, to be honest, the rate he's going. I mean, in clean air, he's about a second a lap quicker than Tommy Field. If he gets past Jack Gadd quickly, I do think the race win might be on here. The 4-wheel drive Escort Cosworth with brilliant traction off the corners. Now, traction is something Jack Gadd has been limited on in this race at times, so that doesn't really bode well for him, does it? The thing about Cockerill's car, though, is it's pretty rapid in a straight line as well. Jack Gadd moves to the inside to cover, then drifts back over onto the racing line, but there is a sense of inevitability about this.
There is. He's taking his time, though, isn't he, at the minute?
Just build up the drama, you know. If he got past now, he'd catch Tommy Field too soon. We want him catching him on the final lap of the race. Now is the time to go for it. Oh, my word, that was close, but he does manage to slip through.
He does. What's your preference, the newer Escort or the Mark 1? Shape-wise?
I'm a 90s child, so it's got to be the new one. It evokes some pretty special rallying memories from very early days in my childhood, but a fan of both. But yeah, there's something about 90s boxiness that I've always been a big fan of.
Yeah, they do look great, don't they? So he's coming up on the gaggle of cars. Yeah, not that far behind Tommy, is he now? Tommy's just cleared Tony Paxman, who's in the blue 57 there. And great to see Tony back. Medical problems from last year. He was hobbling about at the festival last year watching these cars, but great to see him back in. He was due to be back out at Snet. I don't know what the reason was why he wasn't there, but he was chilling out. And Tony's catchphrase, how are you, Tony? Flat out, son.
Well, yes, Dave Cockerill living up to that catchphrase at the moment, isn't he? Charging after the leaders, a second and a half the gap. He still managed to do a 59-second lap on that lap, even with the overtake against Jack Gadd. So only a matter of time. There, look, is the race leader. You can see the burn marks on the back of Tommy Field's car from the flames that spit from the back of that thing.
Tommy Burn.
Tommy, is that what I said?
No, that's what I said.
Yes, could go by that alias, couldn't he? But this car is a hugely spectacular car. If we ever get a long shot of it down the Wellington Straight, you can really see the flames spitting from the back of the car. I wonder whether he has to repaint that before every round, because the scorch marks, I don't remember being there at the start of the weekend. Across the line they go then. The lead gap was 1.5 seconds. It is now 0.2 of a second, and Dave Cockerill is within striking range now, but where can he make the move?
Yeah, place your bets here. We could have a little lottery, couldn't we, here? See who can pick out where it is going to happen. I'm wondering if... Now, what I can't compare at this time is the lap times that we've had for Tommy Field in race number 1, whether he's taken some performance out of the car over the course of the 2 races, whether he's actually slower than he was in race number 1 or not.
He has set a faster lap in this race, but I would say at this point in the race maybe going a bit slower. If we get a moment, I'll look at the lap times, but certainly he has gone faster in this race, albeit earlier in the race, so maybe has taken a bit too much performance out of the car early doors in this one. In fairness though, Cockerill having caught him, not actually having an easy time getting through, and this is all down to how these two cars generate their lap times, because the RSR quite clearly, its thing is straight line speed. It gets off the corners and it accelerates down the straights very quickly. The Escort, the Cockerill Escort, 4-wheel drive, better off the corner, slightly better traction mid-corner as well, but it's very difficult to overtake a car that is quicker than you in a straight line.
Absolutely right, and Tommy Field, a quick driver still a quick driver, and people forget that he was a quality Formula 4 driver.
Yeah.
I think it was around the time maybe Rob Collard was in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think
1973. That was a look of genuine anger then from Richard John Neal, everybody.
I was just thinking what Rob would do to you.
Well, I do have to speak to him in a few weeks at Brands Hatch. That's a very good point. Yes, I'm sure he'd take it all in his stride, but he has been around for a while. Maybe not that long, but has been around for a while. But yeah, it's a good point actually. Tommy did have some success in Formula 4, didn't he? And continuing to have Blue Oval related success here. But is he going to win the race? That's the question. Dave Cockle putting the pressure on him. And Simon Light in fourth position, I should say, in the Capri, running a bit wide over the exit curve there, coming out of Brooklands corner. Lead gap actually out to a second now. So Dave Cockle, 0.6 of a second, comes down ever so slightly. But in traffic, of course, difficult to maintain that consistent pace, isn't it?
It is, and you're getting what you wanted. It's going to be nip and tuck at the end.
Let's see, the script writers do their job, don't they? This is, going to be a close finish. Where can Dave Cockle make the move? 2 laps, I reckon, he's got to try and figure this one out. Simon Light accelerating away. Class leaders, by the way. Stephen Scotton-Woody's leading his class again. So too Tom Ovenden, Chris Baker as well. In fact, I think all of the class leaders are pretty much the same as they were in the race earlier on today. Right, this is closer now. Dave Cockle looking up the inside as they head towards Brooklands corner. Oh, he's right alongside Tommy Field. Did he make that one stick? No. Big wobble there from the Escort Cosworth. And Dave Cockle still can't quite find a way through. Tommy Field soaring away at the wheel there as well as he went through Luffield corner and has a big power slide on corner exit. Flames spitting out of the back of the RSR. We are going to have, I reckon, just the one more lap to go here then, and Dave Cockle, having caught the leader, just cannot find a way through. That, though, I'd say, Richard, was his best chance yet.
Yeah, it was. Now, is he running out of time, Dave Cockle? It's been a super drive. Looking forward to having the chat with him about it, to see what he thinks. But it's Tommy Field still out front at the moment, 43 seconds on the clock.
Yep, down towards Beckett's we go, wriggling around under braking. Dave Cockle looking for a good exit from this corner. Good traction from the Escort Cosworth. Could yield an opportunity. He's carried the speed. Oh, huge moment for Tommy Field, who almost clattered into the side of Dave Cockle's car. Dave surely would have had to have lifted off the throttle there. Is he strong enough under braking into Brooklands? The answer is going to be no. And actually, that mistake, really, from Tommy Field might end up winning him the race. They're nip and tuck as they turn through Brooklands, heading in towards Luffield corner, but I think, Richard, that Tommy Field's going to hang on.
It does look as if Tommy Field is going to hang on, but it's the grandstand finish we hope for, the modified Ford Series. Now here comes Cockle, run to the flag.
Oh, it's going to be side by side at the line, is it? This could be very, very, very close indeed. It is going to be close, and he's got it. Cockle's got it by 0.2 of a second, and that is because he could keep his foot pinned to the floor through Woodcote, and Tommy Field couldn't because the back of the car was stepping out from underneath him, and Dave Cockle snatches the win on the very last corner. How many side-by-side runs to the flag have we had today? It's been one of the best days of racing I can remember for an awfully long time, and the modified Fords have put on a show. They've been a huge, integral part of that this weekend. Second race in particular, an absolute thriller. So, well, I did get my wish there, a real grandstand finish, and Dave Cockle snatches it on the line by 0.2 from the sideways Tommy Field. Fantastic stuff. Well, catch your breath, everybody, after that terrific modified Ford race. A race that was won in the end, perhaps against all odds really, by Dave Cockle, who didn't finish race number 1. I'm not even convinced he started race number 1 actually. No, he didn't start race 1, so they were his first racing laps of the weekend, and he managed to come from 29th on the grid to win at the final corner. Tommy Field comes home in second position, Jack Gadd third, Simon Light fourth, Stephen Scotton-Woody in fifth, Tom Ovenden in sixth, David Matthias in seventh, then Steve Minton, Malcolm Wise and Paul Neville. Then it's Chris Baker and Tim Foxlow, with Wayne Crabtree and Tyler England in 14th position. 15th place for Mike Thurley, then Tony Paxman and Oliver Bullion, Gary Johnson in 18th position, 19th place Leroy Brown, 20th Mick Head, and then Aidan Morris, with Dave Barrett once again claiming a class win in 22nd overall. Gary Littlewood, Kevin Hadfield, John Ward, Mark Mitchell and Lloyd Jameson. Lloyd Jameson a non-finisher unfortunately, so was Caitlin May, and Paul Restle also failing to finish the race. Well, fantastic stuff from the Modified Ford Series, and we will, as Richard John Neal quite rightly said, see them back out again at the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival. That's the last of the live-streamed events this season for the BRSCC. It's been a busy year of live streaming coverage, all courtesy of Alpha Live, who have worked exceptionally hard, as always they do, to bring us some phenomenal coverage throughout the 2024 season, and they will be with us at the Formula Ford Festival at season's end to bring us what is always a highlight of the British motor racing calendar. Right then, let's head down to the pit lane, shall we, for the final time today actually, to hear from Richard John Neal with our Modified Ford podium finishers.
The weekend's gone all too quickly for me, and here we go. Let's go and grab a word with Dave. Bonnets up, having a look under the engines, making sure that all is okay. Kind of bookends the day for me. I started the day by talking to Dave Cockle in the pit lane. Dave, many congratulations. Thank you. We'll get you in front of a bit of BRSCC branding. I'll make Shane's whistle around here. And I was just saying, this bookended my day because I was having a chat with you in the paddock earlier on this morning. You said you couldn't beat the RSRs. You did, and from the back of the grid.
I honestly, genuinely didn't expect to. I mean, that's probably the hardest I've drove in a long time. And I got a problem at the end as well. I thought I caught Tommy, and then it was misfiring out of some corners. I'm like, no, not now. But I don't know how I passed him on dragged to line because it was popping and banging. And so, yeah.
It's a hard race, but that's what it's about, isn't it, when you come through?
After this morning's disappointment, shall we say, and leave it at that.
What happened?
It was a disappointment.
That's fair enough, just testing.
After that, yeah, to start 38th, I think, and then win, particularly against, I mean, there's some quick cars here besides the RSRs, but yeah, to come and win from there, I'm over the moon.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, grab a drink while I think about the next question. Well, I've already thought about it. We were chatting, and we're not going to see you at Brands because you're getting ready for Navarra. Is that what you said to me this morning?
Yeah, that's my.
come to Brands. Go on.
That's my plan to get Brands. To me, Brands is a bit too close to Navarra for prep time. So I do pretty much everything myself. So apart from engine and transmissions professionally rebuilt, the rest of the car I do myself. So it's time. And I thought Brands Hatch is a bit too close to do. I'd like to do it, don't get me wrong. Especially now. Yeah.
That's great. We don't have a driver of the day as such, but for me that was driver of the day. Well done. Congratulations, Dave.
Thank you.
I hope we get to see you on the top step of the podium again soon.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you.
Well, Dave Cockle takes the win. And Tommy Field in P2. Tommy, we get to have another chat. We did the chat in full last time, but what did you go over and say to Dave?
That's just well done, fair play.
Nice one.
Yeah, absolutely fair play. The car's been great, to be honest, but we're just struggling with the rear left, but blistering the tyre. Literally, that's a third tyre, blistering it till it's nearly falling apart, you know. And I could see, obviously, I saw we dropped Jack, and I thought that's fine, we can keep a pace here. Turned the boost down, started to get steady. And I looked at him and I thought, what's he doing here? So we whacked it back up a little bit, but time I put the boost back up, the tyre was finished.
Question from Andy McEwen in the comms box during the race. The burn marks on the back of the car, do you have to repaint it or does it just clean off?
That just cleans off. Yeah, it just cleans off, yeah. That just wipe off. Bit of brake cleaner, it'll come off, so that's all good.
It's spectacular though. Can it affect the cars behind?
No. I don't know. Ask Dave. I've never been behind it.
Back.
Yeah.
Decent weekend. Enjoyed your racing?
Fantastic, mate. Yeah, had a great weekend. Good crack and 2 good races. So.
One more question was when was Formula Ford? Because you mentioned here, and Andy was being cheeky and said 1973. So you can go and slap him for that.
Leave off. No. What would that be? 96, 97 when they did the Toka.
Was Rob Collard in it then?
Yeah, Rob's my teammate with Swift for a while.
I remember saying correctly.
Yeah, you did. You remember? And obviously there was Jensen was in the championship at the time. Dan Weldon, God bless, and Justin Wilson, and all the good drivers. So yeah, but that's the last time we raced on the little circuit. But no, great fun.
It's been great to have you back. Thanks for 2 great races, Tommy. Always a pleasure. Thanks ever so much. Well done. And P3, Jack Gadd. So let's have a quick word with Jack. Get him over again. Another podium interview. Hi, Jack. Very squirrely in those opening stages, mate.
It was good fun for a couple of laps, and then we had a bit of problems with water temps again. So yeah, it just sort of cut the engine out a little bit and we lost a bit of power. So it was good fun.
I was talking to Andy in that race, and I said after we did the race 1 interviews, out of the 3 drivers that were top 3, you look the coolest and calmest. Does that mean you're the fittest driver?
I think they're a lot older than me. Don't tell them I said that.
I did say you had longer to get ready and have a drink because we had a long interview with Tommy. But again, you don't look like you've had that much of a workout. So youth does sort of count, doesn't it? But it's a great thing about this championship. You've got wonderful drivers that race at a great level, like Tommy Field, Dave Cocker with his fantastic machinery, and the smile on your face says a lot for me.
No, it's brilliant. It's good to be racing with drivers like these two. So clean, so fair. It's brilliant. It really is good.
Are you at Brands?
We will be at Brands.
Navarra as well.
We're thinking about it. We're keen.
You know you want to because you're getting to October, you have nothing else to do, here.
No, I think we'll be there.
Nice one, Jack. Thanks ever so much. 2 great podiums. Sorry to catch you mid-drink there. Well done. Jack completes our podium. We're going to let Katie get on with the overall podium for our modified Ford runners. We have only got one more race to go today, which is TCR, and all the build-up will be happening after this short break. Please stay with us.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Well, it's been a long weekend here at Silverstone, but at last we are at the end of it. And actually, I'm a bit sad about that because we've had some fantastic racing this weekend across all of the categories, including TCR UK, who have the honour of wrapping up our 2 days of racing here on the Silverstone National Circuit. The cars are gridded up then ahead of the start of their third race of the weekend now. Yesterday, I was picking up the potential of some action at the start of the race, and I was proven absolutely correct. I'm going to do exactly the same thing ahead of this race, because the top 2 rows of the grid, we've got Adam Shepherd and Carl Boardley on the front row. Not the best of friends. Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham, row number 2. And those two are now very much emerging as championship contenders. Newsham, in fact, the new championship leader. by 1 point after the race earlier on today. He is 1 point clear of Carl Boardley in the championship. Brad Hutchison now sits third in the championship, and he is 29 points now off the championship lead. He's got a 6-point advantage over Adam Shepherd. So 35 points then covering the top 4 drivers. And oh, by the way, they all start in the top 4 positions on the grid. Paul O'Neill, this has got all of the ingredients for another pretty eventful 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think this will be an eventful 20 minutes. The one thing I will say about this, though, is I think everybody will be respectful. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, so I'm sure they will race fair, race hard, but it could get a little bit messy. That looks like it's a messy job. That's Cedric's car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? He retired, I think, into the pit lane in the race earlier on today as well. But fingers crossed they can get that car sorted, get him back out onto the track. And we'll see what he can do. Adam Shepherd then lining up on pole position. This pole position, of course, is based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying yesterday. This is his 6th career pole position, which ties him now with Dan Lloyd at the top of the pole positions table. Now, granted, Dan did that all within 1 season. It's taken Adam Shepherd a few years, but nonetheless, it's more competitive these days, and he has now netted his 6th career pole in the championship. He's looking for win number 7, which would be only 1 fewer than Dan managed to achieve in his championship winning campaign in 2018, a season that started here on the Silverstone National Circuit on a fairly chilly March day, and that was the very first season of TCR UK racing, and come on an awful long way since then. Cars then released off onto their tyre rotation lap, I think this is, isn't it? And there, Adam Shepherd then, what drama he had in that race earlier on today, Paul, with the issue that we did eventually diagnose, didn't we, that he seemed to be struggling with, got back out on track for the restart, and was at least able to salvage a few championship points. The car didn't look at full health. I don't know whether you've had a chance to talk to him. Are they confident now that the car is going to be ready for race number 3?
I'll be really honest with you, I've not spoke to Adam I took much this weekend. I've just kind of tried to stay out of his way, which is a shame.
Don't blame
so annoyed, but you've got to say, haven't you, that they must have the car back up to health, because if there's any issues that can cause them an engine over rev or anything like that, then they wouldn't put the car out there if you went 100%. But I suppose if you're on pole, you've got to give it a go, haven't you? So yeah, going to be interesting, this one. I mean, they're even keeping them as far apart as they can on the warm-up lap, aren't they?
Yes, I mean, this is, to be fair, we keep picking up the rivalry between those two. It's not really about those two anymore, is it? Because Callum Newsham has stolen that championship lead by a point. Now, Callum did lead the championship, I seem to recall, very early in the season, maybe after Snetterton, I think it was the second round. At this stage of the year, though, being out in front has a very different feel to it, doesn't it? Do you think that he's the kind of driver who will handle this championship pressure pretty well? He always seems like a very cool customer, doesn't he?
He does seem like a cool customer. I spoke to him and I said, will you change the way you drive now, you know, that you're points leader? And he just replied and said, a win's a win. I just get on with it. And to be fair, so's Brad Hutchison. But I think that is just, if I'm being honest, I think it's a front. And I think that only the proof will be in the pudding how they will operate. Because as a human, if you've got a chance of winning something, you've got to change the way you drive it. Whether it's a small change or a big change, we will see. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
It may be that change doesn't come today, because at the moment he's riding a high, isn't he? He's quick, the car's working, you know. He probably hasn't had a lot of time to really sit back and reflect on the fact that he's now the points leader. I think if he leaves Silverstone with the lead, it's a reasonable gap, few weeks now between now and Thruxton. That will give him a bit of time, I think, won't it? You just sort of sit back and think, oh, hang on, 6 good races away from winning the TCR UK Championship, and that might just change things ever so slightly. That wasn't the tyre rotation lap, by the way, I do beg your pardon. That was actually the green flag lap. So the cars are lining up now for the start of the race. Adam Shepherd and Carl Boardley then sharing that front row of the grid. Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham behind, with Steve Laidlaw and Luke Sargent row 3. Darren Lewis, Sam Laidlaw, Matthew Wilson and Will Powell won't complete the top 10, and that's unfairly certain. We may be missing a few others further back, so I won't bother going through the last few rows. Looks like we have got Owen Hillman back there. That looks like Stuart Lyons. Yet Stuart Lyons is lining up. Rick Kerry and Will Beach both at the back, of course, in the Gen 1 Cup Championship leading cars. And I think Jeff Olden there at the back as well. Right then, green flag waved at the tail end of the grid. Place your bets, everyone. The third and final race of the weekend for TCR UK gets underway here at Silverstone, and Boardley's away well from the inside of row 1, and he's going to challenge Shepherd for the lead. He's got it. He's gone through already. Boardley with the advantage into Cobb's corner. Newsham and Hutchison. Oh no, they've tangled down. Newsham into the side of Brad Hutchison's car, and that's damaged the left front corner of the championship leader's car. Newsham is out. All of the talk about Boardley versus Shepherd, it's the other two who have clashed.
Yeah, it's done and dusted now, isn't it? I mean, that's it. That's his race finished. What a shame, and that's going to take an age to get round. It's a front puncher, I think. Brad Hutchison gets going again. Has he got much damage? He's weaving left and right, or the car is crabbing left and right. Shepherd is back on the case of Boardley because he had a terrible start.
Now, certainly Callum Newsham hasn't had a non-finish yet this season. We'll check on Hutchison in a second here. There comes Shepherd up the inside of Boardley for the race lead. At Luffield corner, he goes 3, and Boardley left him a lot of space there, Paul.
A lot of space. I don't know whether he thought, I'll just let you have this one, mate, and I'll follow you around, because he probably didn't want to start trying to get into a scrap and bending wing mirrors and, yeah, getting into it. But he's having to defend again. But that is a disaster for Newsham.
I think it is maybe just a puncture. No, he's pulling off to the side of the road. It will be a non-finish then for the points leader. And just as soon as he got out in front, he faces a retirement. Now, his worst score of the season so far, I think, is 24. So whatever happens, he'll score 24 points out of this race. The question is, what will his rivals score, and how much ground can they take out of him? Shepherd with a lock-up there into Beckett's corner, but still seems to be pulling slightly further away from Carl Boardley.
He was a lucky boy then. He just had a little rotation stop with that front right tyre. He got away with that, but he's trying hard, and Boardley's the one now that locks up, and he's going to lose quite a bit of space there. Always turns in late for a lot of these sweeping corners, does Boardley, but these look pretty well matched. And look who's in third place, Steve Laidlaw.
Yep, Steve Laidlaw may be on for a podium. Now here, look, Gen 1 Cup. This is Rick Kerry versus Will Beach. Kerry, of course, took a few points out of Will Beach earlier on today, and Will want to do something about that.
Definitely. Will Beach, I was just talking to him about 20 minutes ago, and he was complaining of engine being down on power. I did actually look at a little bit of data, and there was 5k difference between a couple of sessions on Friday with his data, so he does seem to be carrying an engine problem. Whether that's turbo or something else related, we'll see. But that car of Shepherd's looks very well hooked up at the front.
Taking plenty of that inside curve, aren't they, at Beckett's to help rotate the car. There's Laidlaw in third, Luke Sargent running fourth, Darren Lewis fifth, and Matt Wilson in sixth position. Hutchison's still going, by the way, crucially, Paul. He's in eighth place. There he is, look, just at the bottom of the screen. And looks, I think you're right, the car might be crabbing a bit, but he's learning to drive around it.
Yeah, he's got a bit of damage. He's got something hanging down on the right rear, but that might just be one of the wings on the side of the car, so let's look out for that. Seems like he's still going. Sam Laidlaw's still going, and he's pushing Matt Wilson along as well. It's been good to see Matt Wilson back.
Yes, it has. Hopefully this will entice him out for a couple more rounds later on this season. It's a very good looking car, a well prepared car. He's been doing some endurance racing in it this season. That's always been one of the big selling points of a TCR car. Of course, you don't just have to race in sprint racing. They're eligible for an awful lot of long distance championships as well, and he's been taking advantage of that to get a bit of extra track time. Finds himself now battling with Sam Laidlaw in the Hyundai that he seemed to be struggling to get off the line a bit earlier on in the weekend. And there, Brad Hutchison. Now the side of the car isn't pretty, Paul, but what else are you seeing?
Yeah, that is it. That's what I could see from the right rear, so both sides look like they're a bit low actually. Those side skirts with the yellow bits on, so that car doesn't look straight, mate. That right rear looks a bit bent, doesn't it? The car looks like it is crabbing. I think that's a shame, that, because we've got to find a Carless Fuels Driver of the Day award, and we had those two who hit each other earmarked for that. So yeah, we'll have to keep our thinking caps on, mate. But we've got 16 minutes to sort this out. Sam Laidlaw again has drove well this weekend. I've got to take my hat off to him. He's been good. He's been fast.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with that, and he's up there in 7th place at the moment. Sam, Steve Laidlaw running in 3rd. He was disqualified from the race earlier on, by the way, for that punt that he had on the back of Brad Thurston's car. Yes, that's what I heard from Phil Kinch earlier on, so he was disqualified from the race. Here comes Matt Wilson then, and Brad Hutchison on the tail of them. So this is the story of the race now, isn't it? Hutchison needs to try and regain some lost ground. The car may be wounded, but what do I always say? It's your bad days, your bad races that define your championship chances. If he can wrestle a top 5 out of this car, that could be big.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be him flat out trying to get onto the back of the 2 in front, because if he gets past the 2 in front, then he's in the top 6 then.
Yes, he is. Were you good at maths in school, Paul, or is that something that's coming later in life?
Pluck that one out the air, mate. Anyway, I heard you disrespecting me on the comms on Saturday. Don't think I'm not listening.
would I dream of it,
I'll
Paul.
rugby tackle you two. Oh, Jeff Alden.
Oh, that's a shame. Jeff, he's been in and out of the pit lane a lot in this race, and that car going no further perhaps. That's a shame. Usually got a smile on his face, but maybe not right now.
Yeah, definitely. What a shame. Bordley will be happy with this P2. He'll be happy just driving along with Shepherd. Has he got the pace, though, to actually try to get Adam into mistakes? But Adam's just hitting the apex all the time. To be fair, Bordley's car looks the best I've seen for a long time.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier in the season. We have got this new tyre this year. He was sort of blaming a little bit of his lack of performance at the start of the year, relatively speaking, on that. Yeah, I don't know. Ever since then, he's been getting quicker and quicker. Look at the battle for 4th place there. That is Luke Sargent versus Darren Lewis. And both of them weaving around down the Wellington Straight. They're not a million miles behind Steve Laidlaw, so either one of those two could still challenge for a podium before the race is done.
Yeah, well, Darren Lewis won't mess around. He'll be trying to get down the inside now. He's already had a little bit of contact. That might actually... Oh, he's got him. He's done him. Oh, wow, that Heinz it's got some front end now, but that Audi should pull away in a straight line in front of Darren Lewis, I think.
Let's see who's got the legs down the straight. Bit of a side draft maybe from Darren Lewis, trying to hold back the Audi. He'll be late on the brakes into Copse, but not late enough. And Luke Sargent manages to turn in front of him. I will say that Luke looks more confident in that car than I think any of the other cars we've seen him in, the Elantra, the i30 or the Cupra. He does seem to be getting to grips with the Audi. He's up there in 4th place, but just seems to be racing with a bit more authority, doesn't he?
Yeah, the Audi is not the liveliest of cars compared to the other two cars you've just mentioned. It doesn't have the front end that the Hyundai has, so yeah, well, it's pretty good stuff. Laidlaw is now being passed. Look at that. Is he trying to... I think Brad's just trying to cover that off, actually. I thought he was really crabbing then. But that car seems to be walking wounded, to be fair.
Yeah, I think if Sam Laidlaw hadn't made a mistake at Beckett's there, that would have been a much more difficult pass, but he'll take it. He's through up into 7th position, and he's on the back of the battle for 4th, which isn't a million miles behind 3rd place. We've still got 13 minutes of the race to go, so Hutchison could still salvage a half-decent result out of this one. Across the line they go again then, up towards Copse Corner. Hutchison confirmed in 7th now, and his next target, Matthew Wilson, in the similar Cupra, just ahead of him. Darren Lewis a little bit wide over the curb, then he needs to be careful of track limits.
Yeah, well, Steve Laidlaw was the one, wasn't he, that got caught out with track limits as well, but I don't think it mattered in the end, did it? He lost that 3rd place.
Not particularly, no. There was a bigger penalty awaiting him in the steward's room afterwards. Darren with a really good exit. He's getting off the corner as well, isn't he?
Yeah, but look at the Audi. It just pulls a gap, and he's trying to get him out of the tow because he knows that's the strength, and that's Brad Hutchison's team. Watching along.
Mickey Butler in there as well. Oh, mistake there from Luke Sargent. Lewis over the curb, but just can't quite get the overlap that he needs. Goes to the outside line now, and look for the exit speed. The Hyundai turns well mid-corner, takes the late apex, gets on the power early. He's alongside again, is he? No, not quite.
No, that's the thing. The Audi is just so good off the corners, especially the slower corners. I've driven that car quite a lot. Not that car, but its sister car, and they are great. Gen 1 Cup, and Will Beach is just not letting him get away, is he? Not much traction for Will in that Golf. He's complained about that the last couple of days, actually. Just the exits of the chicane, the actual front wheels, both of them with power understeer. Talking about power understeer, I think Darren Lewis has got no understeer at all. Those Hyundais are just oversteer central, aren't they? I love them.
Yeah, that's why some drivers struggle with them if you don't like the car being quite lively on corner entry, but if you can handle it, as we've seen in the past, it's a really potent package. Heads down towards the braking zone at Brooklands. Brad Hutchison on the tail of this group now as well, and Darren Lewis is inventing his own line now through Brooklands. More and more of that car is over that inside curb every time we see it.
Yeah, but look now, Brad Hutchison has now got 3 cars he can strike and get up to 4th if Luke Sargent makes everybody back up. Carl Baldley with the fastest lap, a 58.4, near enough. We'll get away with that. Fastest lap. Oh, he's only 2 tenths now off the leader, 2.5 tenths. Interesting. This is gearing up to be an absolute beauty.
Hutchison off Copse Corner. Looks to be driving a little bit more aggressively now, as we said, learning to drive around this perhaps slightly damaged rear suspension, but that makes the car so difficult to brake, doesn't it, if it's moving around from the rear already, although Wilson's car doesn't make the corner. Hutchison gets the switchback, and this may be job done now for the Cupra heading down the back straight. Yes, he's gone through already, but difficult to brake late in a car that is crabbing like that.
Yeah, it's only a little bit, if any, anything, to be fair. I think the bodywork makes it look like it may be more damaged than it actually is. But yeah, look at the Sandblade Laws getting involved now and is giving Matthew Wilson a right old workout.
Takes a wide line into Woodcote corner. There are the leaders, by the way, still. Shepherd from Boardley. Carl Boardley has at no point been more than half a second behind Shepherd, whose front splitter look is rattling on the ground. Now around here, through the high-speed corners like cops, that'll make a difference, won't it?
Wow, look at that. You can see it in the screen, the vibration. That will cause havoc. Look at the front bumper.
Oh, wow.
That's going to cause him massive problems, huge problems. That will cause him a little bit of downforce on the front, but down the straights, that will cause massive turbulence. And in the car, Shepherd will probably know that's a splitter, but it will panic him and it will worry him.
Oh, and here comes Boardley. Here comes Boardley up the inside. He's gone through. Shepherd slowing. Carl Boardley through into the race lead, and Adam Shepherd slowing down. Boardley's out wide, though. Shepherd coming back at him. But does Shepherd think he's got a bigger problem than he actually has? He'd be furious if he came into the pit lane to only find it was a front splitter loose. And you'd think with his mechanical mindedness, he would know. He's not pitting, he's staying out. But all of a sudden, Adam Shepherd off the pace.
No, that's interesting. I don't know whether there's two. Oh, and Newsham's car from before. That's such a shame, isn't it? That was that must have been more damage than a puncture. He'd have kept coming round. That is going to cause an explosion at the front of that car. It will rip the front bumper off, and that splitter, that's finished him. That has. Look at the whole car. The shaking of the whole car. That's terrible. At terminal velocity, that is just going to. That's a disaster. These cars don't have radios. He won't have a clue what that is. He'd have an idea. But is he slowing? Is he going to just drive around slow and try and pick a second place up if he can? I mean, he's just lost so much time.
Yeah, I mean, that was interesting, wasn't it? The way that he slowed down, and could he have put up more of a fight? It's easy for us to say because we know the situation. He won't necessarily know the full situation, but he's got a big gap back to Steve Laidlaw, 5.5 seconds or so. He could afford to back off and probably still finish second, which for the championship would be significant. Right then, here come the leading Gen 1 Cup cars through. Rick Kerry ahead of Will Beachdale. Now, after that race earlier on, where Rick Kerry picked up his second class win of the weekend, he has extended his margin now to 15 points over Will Beach, but Will is really putting him through his paces here. Pulls to the outside line into Brooklands corner, and the Capture Motorsport VW Golf is looking pretty pacey.
It is, isn't it? Rick Kerry's got his work cut out here. He's be an amazing clean sweep if he can get it, but Will, like I say, he was a little bit ill on the Friday test, and he's also been complaining about the engine power. He needs to stay in the toe of that Rick Kerry car, because otherwise it won't be too easy for him. Oh, a bit of a change position.
Yep, Darren Lewis ahead of Luke Sargent into 4th position. That happened on the most recent lap, and Brad Hutchison now with a chance. Look at Shepherd. Shepherd's been overtaken by Laidlaw. Shepherd is not going to finish on the podium here, and this surely now is the final nail in his championship coffin. I don't see any way that he can come back from this realistically. Darren Lewis up the inside as well, and at this point you have to feel maybe he is going to retire into the pit lane. Through will come Luke Sargent, and through very shortly will come Brad Hutchison, who, remember, was only narrowly ahead, 6 points ahead of Shepherd coming into this race. But yet again, this man has no good fortune, and through seemingly no fault of his own, he's going to be taken out of contention once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
it's rubbing, is it?
I think that's ripped the wheel arch lining. But you know what? The problem with this is it's so expensive. Yeah, it's going to explode the whole front of the front bumper on that car, and it's thousands of pounds to replace a lot of that stuff.
5-second penalty for Stuart Lyons for exceeding track limits. That won't go down very well. He was joking to me on the grid that he was picking up penalties left, right and centre. Add another one to the list now. Adam Shepherd getting out of people's way. He knows it's done. And, oh, there we go. Well, that's the lining, isn't it, from inside the wheel arch that's gone. It's left smoking on the tarmac. But, yeah, Adam Shepherd, I say his championship's done because of the no drop scores situation when we come back here to Silverstone at the end of the year. As long as he's somewhere in the mix, he might have a chance. But realistically now, 3-horse race.
It's got to be, isn't it? Yeah, it's like you say, it's the drop score situation that's really not great for him. Such a shame that he worked so hard with the family team to get out there on track, and he kind of let the other guys off the lap. Well, there's only Newsham really that's is going to non-score. Look, there's a little bit of a problem now with that. The side of that car is flapping, but on Hutchison's car, it won't be as bad as, like I say, the pending explosion to the front of the... he's in now. He had to come in.
Yeah, the car will go up on the jacks. They will try and tape it and get him back out there, because, again, you score points to 15th. There are only, at the moment, 12 cars still running. So even if he finishes a couple of laps down, he could limp it home and score some points.
I hope that stuff is strong, because that splitter, as soon as it catches air, I think it's going to be creating 10, 15 kilos of downforce, which is, I might have got that figure wrong, but it'll be quite a bit. It's a big front dam on these TCR cars, the Gen 2 cars especially.
Brad Hutchison here ahead of Luke Sargent. So if I'd have told you, 15 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago, that perhaps there was a chance Brad Hutchison would finish on the podium, what would your response have been?
Don't think he will, but look at that. That's typical Brad though, isn't it? He's just fighting for every position, and he's got to, because Callum's out.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Adam's out. He's got to be in there. He's got to just pick up whatever points he can. And who says he can't catch Darren Lewis?
Yeah, absolutely. Brad Hutchison then into fourth. Now, what are his lap times? We both had the same thought then. What are his lap times like? He's doing 58.9 last time around, but there was an overtake involved there, I think. So a little bit slower than Darren Lewis. Darren just did a personal best lap and is the fastest man on track. So Darren Lewis is catching Steve Laidlaw for second place. Now that, Paul, is a fight I would buy a ticket to. Steve Laidlaw versus Darren Lewis for a place on the second step of the podium. This could play beautifully into the hands of this man right here.
Yeah, definitely. And unless he gets a black and orange for that, Brad, I can't see it though, because they let Adam Shepherd drive round, so that would be very unfair if he got a black and orange flag. I know some championships are stricter than strict about stuff like that. Hopefully that doesn't ruin a race for him.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. We don't want to be robbed of this race either, because watching him charge back through the field has been a real treat. Darren Lewis there hops over the curbs through Copse Corner, accelerates back down towards the braking zone at Brooklands, warning for track limits for Brad Hutchison. Well, that's the last thing he needs to pick up a penalty after this really good recovery drive that he's been on. The very dog-eared Cupra turns through Beckett's Corner ahead now of Luke Sargent, who perhaps has run out of front tyre, do you think? Because he's really faded since the first half of the race.
He's faded, isn't he? Yeah, these cars are quite edgy on front tyres, the Gen 2 Audi. I know from doing long runs, doing some development work for teams, that they do take a bit of a batter in the front tyres, and as soon as you bolt new ones on the front, you get some fantastically quick laps, but sometimes the longevity is a bit of a difficult one. Strengths and weaknesses in these TCR cars, and that's just the way it is. You've got to play to your strengths.
Indeed so. Out of Luffield they go. Here comes Darren Lewis. Well, he's on the back of Steve Laidlaw now. 3 minutes to go. Darren Lewis will really, really want to try and get this position away from Steve Laidlaw if he can. Of course, Steve still aiming for his first podium. Darren has had one podium finish previously. That came a couple of rounds ago, did it not? Yes, at Alton Park in the reverse grid race. But here he is on merit now, Paul. Not a reverse grid race, this one. Yes, we've had a high attrition rate, granted, but he's been getting quicker all weekend long. Stuart Lyons picks up a 10-second penalty.
Stuart. He's let the team down, isn't he? Darren Lewis is going to launch an attack here. This will get spicy, this will, because they're both of them don't like to leave too much tarmac. Oh, Darren Lewis right into the back, but not touching yet. Great stuff. These had a great battle at Croft, these two. No, it was Snetterton, wasn't it?
Yes.
They had a great battle, but they had a little bit of contact, I think, at Croft. Has he done him? I think he's done him.
Wide goes Laidlaw, he's got the traction. Darren Lewis is being given the squeeze, and Laidlaw doesn't want to give this one up without a fight side by side to the line. If that was the checkered flag, it would have been Darren Lewis by 0.02 of a second who got the place, but more importantly, he's got the inside line into Copse Corner, and he has got the position properly now. Lewis goes through, hits the curb, gets a bit sideways, but he's ahead.
Yeah, he's ahead, and that was a great move by Darren Lewis. Dead clean, jobs are good. And how hard would Laidlaw fight knowing he's got a podium in his back pocket here?
Yes, and already one disqualification in his back pocket as well from today, so won't want to try and have a repeat of that, will he? Darren Lewis then picks his way through. Massively impressed with Darren Lewis. One of the drivers of the weekend, actually, I would say, Darren Lewis, and certainly one of the most improved drivers over the course of the season. These middle rounds of the year, he has massively impressed me, and this race really epitomising that. He's charged through into second position in not the newest car on the grid, it must be said as well, and he looks every bit as quick as some drivers who have been around for a little bit longer than him.
Definitely. I've got to say, if Brad Hutchison can get anywhere near, which I don't think he can, to get on the podium, he's got to be looking at the Carlos Fuels driver of the day, isn't he?
I think so, yeah, especially given the way he's had to handle the damage in this race and whatnot. Yeah, to get a fourth place finish probably has to be the candidate, doesn't he? So, Laidlaw, big slide, and here comes Hutchison all of a sudden with 2 laps to go. He's not quite as close as he looked, but that was a big scare for Steve Laidlaw, and any sensible person, I think, would have that moment and think, yeah, I'm good with third.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but then Darren Lewis has just absolutely wiped himself out of nearly losing second place there, when he just turned in so late with a little front lock-up going into Maggots Beckett. So, yeah, it's all happening, isn't it? Luke Sargent must be sitting there going, come on, lads, just crash.
Yes, he would pick up a podium then, wouldn't he? But Brad Hutchison pushing on. Look at the
he's
car moving around. He hasn't given up yet, has he, on the chance of getting into the podium places? And actually, Laidlaw, as he closes back in on Darren Lewis, this could be music to the ears of the chasing Brad Hutchison. Carl Boardley, though, well on his way to another victory, it would seem then. Carl Boardley has had a terrific middle part of the season, as he did last year, really. This would be, if he can pull this off, win number 7, which would put him 3rd on the all-time wins list in TCR UK. And not bad going for a man who's not even at the end of his 2nd season racing with us. Darren Lewis versus Stephen Laidlaw, though, for 2nd position. How's this one going to end up? I don't think Steve is quite close enough to attack into Beckett. No, he wasn't. And Darren Lewis probably should be okay now. Laidlaw dropping away, and Hutchison just running out of time, really, here in the closing stages.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult, that. But the man of the moment, Carl Boardley, what an up-and-down weekend this boy's had.
Yes, hasn't it just? A bit of an up-and-down season, really, by his high standards, but he accelerates out of the final corner. It will be a 7th career win in the championship, and he is going to come through then to extend his points lead, or reclaim the points lead, actually, from the luckless Callum Newsham. Boardley wins the race. 2nd place will go the way of Darren Lewis, I reckon. Here he comes. Yes, the Hyundai will beat the 2 Cupras to the line. So Lewis 2nd, Laidlaw 3rd, Brad Hutchison flashing the lights in celebration as well. He might. That was a real fighting drive from him. Sam Laidlaw's pitted on the last lap, so Stuart Lyons ends up 7th before his penalty, and Adam Shepherd back out on track is going to finish in 12th place. Worth pointing out as well, Will Beach is ahead of Rick Kerry now in the Gen 1 Cup. He did that mid-race, but I didn't really have a chance to mention it at the time. But Will Beach up into 10th place overall, and would therefore, if he stays there, net the Gen 1 Cup victory. Waiting for them to come through, there's Hillman inheriting 8th from Sam Laidlaw, and Will Beach flashes the lights. The Capture Motorsport Golf takes some crucial points back in the Gen 1 Championship.
That'll teach him to grow up, because he was moaning before about his engine. Oh, I want to go home. So fair play to him. But I think, for me, Brad Hutchison.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Carlos Fuels driver of the day.
Indeed so. Yeah, excellent stuff. Right, we'll let Paul go and conduct the podium interviews. Plenty of time to talk to them this time, so hopefully we'll hear from all of them down in pit lane. And a big thank you to everyone who's tuned in this weekend. It's been a lively weekend of racing here from Silverstone, but we're already looking forward to the next round of the championship, because we will be heading to Thruxton for the next rounds of the TCR UK Championship. That coming up on the 21st and 22nd of September, so just over a month away from our next round of the championship, where Carl Boardley will arrive once more as the points leader then, after a 7th career victory for the reigning champion. Darren Lewis comes home in 2nd place, Steve Laidlaw 3rd. Fantastic stuff. Steve finally gets his first podium. Looked like he was going to get it in race 2 before having it taken away from him, but does now manage to net it in race number 3. Brad Hutchison fights back from that turn 1 contact with Callum Newsham to finish in 4th position. Luke Sargent 5th, Matthew Wilson 6th, Stuart Lyons 7th, Owen Hillman 8th, Will Beach in 9th, wins in the Gen 1 Cup, and Rick Kerry in 10th position. 11th, Sam Laidlaw, 12th and a lap down for Adam Shepherd. Well, he salvaged points out of today's 2 races, but yeah, he's not going to be particularly happy with that, I don't think, is he? That was a fraught weekend for him. Started all right yesterday, but yeah, that was a tough 2 races for him that may well have pretty much ended his championship challenge, you would have to say. Callum Newsham, of course, comes out with a non-score. So like I said, he'll score 24 championship points, but Boardley was only 1 behind him, and he'll score 40 for the win. Also had the fastest lap, so actually 41 for Boardley. So he's going to score 25 points more. He'll be 24 ahead of Newsham, I think, therefore, going into Thruxton. Brad Hutchison, though, crucially, 4th position for him, so he will pick up 27 championship points, so still slightly outscores Newsham, but of course loses another 13 to Carl Boardley. What were Hutchison's drops out of interest? Had a 5-pointer at Brands Hatch, didn't he, after that collision with Luke Sargent, and a non-finish at Alton Park. So yeah, drop score's not really helping him, unfortunately. Adam Shepherd, as we've already covered, that non-start at Croft was where it really all started to unravel for the man who led the championship at the time. And then another pair of bad races, 3 bad races really here by his standards at Silverstone. And he's facing an uphill struggle now, but as we said, you can't drop scores once we are done with Thruxton. So once we get to Silverstone again here on the international circuit at the end of the season, you won't be able to drop any of those 3 races. So if you were to have a bad result there, and that would be a bad result that you would be stuck with, basically. And it would certainly change the dynamic of the championship should someone like a Carl Boardley have a non-finish there. And we've seen this weekend how easy that is to have happen to you. Although Carl Boardley, I think I'm right in saying, has finished every single race that he's done with us. I'm pretty sure he finished every race in 2023. Let me just double check my notes. Yes, he did. Finished every single race last year on his way to the championship. Of course, has finished every single race this season as well. And that ultimately is why he is the reigning champion and why he is now once again the championship leader in 2024. Because as soon as you start notching up consistent non-finishes, drop score situation means that it's very difficult to bounce back from that. So waiting still for the drivers to greet Paul O'Neill down in the pit lane. And, hopefully we'll have plenty of opportunity to chat to our top 3, Carl Boardley, Darren Lewis and Steve Laidlaw. Hutchison won't be there. Well, he might be actually, because he's winning the Carlos Fuels Driver of the Weekend. So maybe we will get a chance to speak to Brad and get his thoughts, if nothing else, on what happened at the start of that race. That was an unfortunate start to his race, but he did really, really well to bounce back and get the 4th position. Right then, let's get their thoughts, shall we? Let's head down to the pit lane, catch up with Paul O'Neill then, and our podium finishes.
Well, well, well. Round 14's been an absolute beauty. Bad for some people, amazing for others. Let's go and speak to the main man who won the race. Carl Boardley, absolutely stunning stuff. I think this one meant a lot to him, actually. He's with the circuit commentator at the minute. We'll try and get in there at a second, but beautiful stuff from the Cooper driver. I've got to say, pretty special that was. I'll just let him finish with the interview. I don't want to be rude there. Nick Hart, that was all right, wasn't it?
I'll take that one to the bank, mate. If Carlsberg did a race weekend, mate, it'd be this one.
Top man, absolutely stunning stuff from your driver. Carl Boardley, sorry, it's Interview Central. I didn't want to be disrespectful to Circuit Comms. Mate, I just seen that meant quite a lot to you.
It meant a massive amount, mate, to be fair. Few comments, little bits and pieces, few negative in the background, 1 or 2 on social media. I don't really do too much of that, but you have a little read. So I decided it was about time the real Carl Boardley came out and had a play.
I liked it, mate. I just said on comms that's the fastest and what I'm used to, really. The car looked alive and you looked like an alive driver as well.
Yeah, like I say, I was right pumped for it. Not that I'm usually that way anyway, but that was just that extra little bit, and I thought I'm not even letting off to the end, and even a puncture didn't stop us. So.
Wow, you've actually got a front left. What's that come from? Is that valve damage or something?
I don't know. Big vibration last 3 or 4 laps, but just got it home. So.
Oh, absolutely unbelievable. See, Mickey's just having a look at that, shaking his head. He's going to blame the driver, isn't he?
No, look, you know, they cut the corners, there's a lot of rubbish coming across the track. Pick up anything, I'm not going to blame you for that. You get so much debris, love fields and one thing, that's one of those things. But the main thing is, you got across the line, won the race. That's
exactly, it. And I will back you up with that. There was so much debris off, carbon fibre debris, especially on the TCR cars. Some off Brad Hutchison, some off Adam Shepherd, who had a splitter failure. Yeah, you just got to watch where you're going, haven't you? But some things you can't do. But listen, mate, that must be the best thing ever for you. Move on to Thruxton. You know what you're doing there.
On to Thruxton, yeah. I'd like to think I know what I'm doing there. So, yeah, we'll go there and try and score another big haul of points.
Top man, leave it to it. Well done, boys. Nick Hart, well done. Great stuff. Right, let's go and talk to Darren Lewis. This will be another happy member to speak to. He's always happy. He's flat out driving. I knew you weren't just going to settle for a podium. You were spot on there, mate. And it wasn't an easy pass, that was it. You had like a side-by-side, bit of contact down the straight.
None of them was easy. But I just kept my head and I thought I was like driving the car into the corners too quick earlier, and so I was slowing it up, rotating it, and it just worked. I was just picking them off one by one, and it was really good. The car was rapid. I changed the setup back to yesterday's, and it felt much better.
You knew that was going to work, didn't you?
I was hoping it was, but no, it felt absolutely wicked. It was proper quick. I mean, the Audi, I passed the Audi a couple of times on the exit of the last corner, and he just drives past me on the straight, and I kept thinking, what have we got to do here?
Well,
but yeah.
You know how the bot works, don't you? And this car had a lot of front end and was kind to its tyres.
Yeah.
But
I think that's what it was. I think people was running out of tyres, and this just seemed to hold on.
I'm not surprised it doesn't use front tyres. It's all at the rear, isn't it?
Well, yeah. It's not as loose as this morning, but it's still loose.
Still look loose, mate, but
Yeah,
well done.
that was really good.
You don't like lonely races, do you?
No, that was good. That was really good. Yesterday I was just stuck in nowhere. I couldn't catch them, and I was just stuck there. But today, I felt like the car had got the pace to race, properly race, you know what I mean? So it was really good.
Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner as well.
Yeah. I had to take it back off Steve, then I mean, I let him have one this morning, but, really good.
You can't do that. I'll see you on the podium in a minute, mate. Well done, Darren Lewis. Let's go and speak to Steve Laidlaw. His first podium ever in TCR UK. Don't swear don't swear you're on live television. Well done, mate. Your first TCR UK podium. You had to fight for that. I thought you were going to throw it away. You were so leery. Brilliant.
I think excitement and the occasion was probably starting to get the better of me. I definitely feel like my tyres had been abused middly in the race, and last couple of laps, when Darren came up the inside of me, I willing for 1 more mile per hour, and I just didn't have it. But yeah, that was a mega race. Loads of fun.
Proper tin top race, wasn't it? Little bit of door mirrors getting folded in, close racing. Brilliant.
Do you know what? I don't think I had any contact with anyone at all that race.
Down the straight you did, I seen you.
Did I? Oh. Like Arsene Wenger said, I did not seize the incident.
It's been brilliant for you, isn't it? Switching teams, getting into a great car, a proven car. It was a bit sad to see a teammate, though, with his front of his splitter all destroyed down the straight.
Fully gutted for Adam. I mean, Adam's one of the many people in the team that have been really incremental in bringing me forward so fast. Because the car's great, don't get me wrong, but the setup from the team and the way they've nurtured me and taught me at such a rapid rate how to go faster, yeah, it's remarkable. It's mega.
Win on the cards?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
Good luck in the next one. Thanks, mate. Well done, Steve. Spot on. Well done, team. Right, let's speak to our Gen 1 Cup winner. He was well miserable when I spoke to him about an hour ago, crying and everything. Oh, I'm poorly, my engine's poorly. You better say sorry to your team on live stream.
Well, at least you got to do some work in the afternoon, didn't it?
Oh, that's nice. You hear what he just said? He said you're all horrible. I'm joking. Where'd you do we didn't see the move. You got a lot of coverage, but we come off you when the front guys started to battle, but you must have got past Rick somewhere.
Yeah, I was going in a bit deep on turn 2, trying to get the cut back on him, so I was doing that lap after lap after lap. Then he made a mistake around wide, and that was it.
You'll have ruined his weekend, because I thought he was going to get a clean sweep this weekend, because you're carrying a bit of a cold, aren't you?
Yeah, well, we had to make it difficult for him, didn't we?
Car feeling okay?
Yeah, well, first time all weekend it's felt bob on, to be honest with you. We were just lacking on power, no grip, front end, rear end. It was just a nightmare of a weekend.
And the fastest race lap for you as well. I noticed you dipped into the 59s, I think, as well, so you'd be happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. Thanks to the lads for doing everything and sorting it. But, yeah, it was hard work all weekend.
You look tired, mate. I will leave you to it. Have a great home time, mate. We'll see you at Thruxton.
I'll see you soon. Yeah.
Yes, defo. Wink, wink. I'm going round his house for some scran. Anyway, listen, what a great weekend that was. TCR UK at Silverstone. It's been amazing. Thank you for joining us. And can everyone say bye with me after 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye, everyone. We'll see you next time.